Zohar 7. Parashat Vayikra. He called to Moses, and Jehovah spoke to him from the tent of meeting, saying, Rabbi, ear opened, I have come into my garden, my sister, bride, I have plucked my myrrh with my spice, I have eaten my honeycomb with my honey, I have drunk my wine with my milk. Eat, companions, drink and be drunk, lovers. The beginning of this verse does not match its end, nor the end its beginning. It is written, I have eaten my honeycomb with my honey, I have drunk my wine with my milk. And then, eat, companions. One who invites another does so when food is set before him once he has already eaten. How can he invite another? However, happy are Israel, that the blessed Holy One wished to purify them and desired them from among all other nations. Having desired them, he sought to remove them from all accusers of the world. After the sanctuary was built below, on that very day another was erected with it, as is written, the dwelling was erected, unspecified. That day was joy of the blessed Holy One once the dwellings were dedicated. What is written, Moses could not come into the tent of meeting. When the blessed Holy One saw this, he said, now, it was erected by the hand of Moses, yet he is outside. Immediately, he called to Moses, saying to him, Moses, how does one dedicate a house with a meal, as is said, when a person from among you brings an offering to Jehovah? I have come into my garden, my sister, bride. We have already established this verse, but I have come into my garden, the Garden of Eden above. My sister, bride, assembly of Israel. For on that day, couplings were coupled completely. Couplings were coupled in that Garden of Eden, for all of them were blessed by the watering of the stream, and each one joined his fellow. As is written, I have plucked my myrrh with my spice, I have eaten my honeycomb with my honey, I have drunk my wine with my milk. All of them were watered and saturated from the spring of the stream. Eat, companions, drink and be drunk, lovers. All those below, and all those branches were blessed and nourished when these were blessed above. How are they all blessed and sweetened by the aroma of the offering? When assembly of Israel descended to make her abode on earth, the blessed Holy One spoke this verse to her, for blessings and joy appeared in all worlds, and she was sweetened, to exude blessings to all. For when these six are blessed, then all worlds are blessed below and blessed above, and then Israel is blessed from them all. Alternatively, I have come into my garden, my sister, bride. Rabbi Yitzhak said, the blessed Holy One couples with assembly of Israel only when these six are saturated by the flow of the ceaseless stream. Rabbi Yehuda said, eat, companions, drink and be drunk, lovers. All those trumpeters and howlers, who were all assuaged and blessed as one, for all enjoy the banquet of the king. And when do they all eat? When the king is delighted. Thus, the king delights, and delights matron eater first, and afterward they all eat and delight. Rabbi Abba said, eat, companions, drink and be drunk, lovers. Those six whom we have mentioned, and of whom is written, the king has brought me into his chambers. Let us delight and rejoice in you. Let us savor your love-making more than wine. Drink and be drunk from that wine which satiates all. Rabbi Elazar said, all those below, for once those six are blessed, all those below are blessed. Rabbi Shimon said, all is fine, but mystery of the matter, eat, companions above. Drink and be drunk, lovers below. Rabbi Elazar asked him, who are those above, and who are those below? Rabbi Shimon replied, you are asking this. This is a lofty realm where they are in union, in joy, never parting from one another. These are called companions, as is written, a river issues from Eden, Eden, and that river never part, and are in rapture, unity, joy. Drink and be drunk, lovers. Those below, who are called lovers, at certain times, as we have established. Concerning those higher ones, eating is mentioned and not drinking. Why? Well, one who has jugs of wine needs to eat, and since preserved wine appears there, eating is applied to them. Whereas concerning those lower ones, drinking is mentioned, for all plants need watering from the deep stream. So for these, eating, and for those, drinking. These are companions, and those are lovers. He said to him, It would seem that lovers are in love. Why are they lower? He replied, Those who yearn for one another, but are not always together, are called lovers, whereas those who are always together, unconcealed and never parting, are called companions. So these are companions, and those are lovers. These are in rapture, in unity constantly, whereas those are in yearning intermittently. This is consummation of all, so that assembly of Israel may be blessed, and then joy pervades all worlds. Rabbi Izkiah applied this verse to sacrifices, for they are the banquet brought before the king, which the masters of judgment also enjoy, and they are all assuaged, and joy prevails everywhere. Rabbi Aa applied the verse to the time when Shekinah entered the dwelling, when all were immersed in blessings and joy, and Shekinah entered like a bride coming under the canopy. Then Israel was perfected below and united with the blessed Holy One on earth, as is said, Have them make me a sanctuary, and I will dwell among them. Then those above and those below were sweetened. He called to Moses. Rabbi Yitzhak opened, The blossoms have appeared in the land, the time of pruning has arrived, and the voice of the turtle dove is heard in our land. We have already established this verse. The blossoms have appeared in the land, but this verse should be investigated. Since it is written have appeared in the land, why is heard in our land? One land would be enough. However, the blossoms have appeared in the land. The blossoms are those saplings that the blessed Holy One uprooted and transplanted elsewhere, and they appeared as a sapling in flower. Have appeared in the land, for this land is blessed by them fittingly. And who is she? Holy land, supernal land, land of Israel. Surely the time of pruning has arrived, time to uproot the dominion of princes of the nations, so that they would not rule over Israel when the dwelling was erected. And the voice of the turtle dove is heard in our land, the land below, which Israel inherited by the hand of Joshua. What is the voice of Hathor, the turtle dove? The supernal Ta'ah, guide, who coupled with her when Solomon built the temple below. At that moment, the blessed Holy One was adorned with his crowns, like a groom for his bride, as is written, O daughters of Zion, go out and gaze upon King Solomon, upon the crown with which his mother crowned him on the day of his wedding, on the day of his heart's delight. In the book of Agatter it says, the voice of Hathor, the turtle dove. Oral Torah, for written Torah is called simply Torah, while oral Torah is called Tor, as is said Vayikra, he called Vayikra. He encountered one is perfection, whereas the other, not so. As for me, I have established it as has been said, and so it is. When Shekinah descended to the dwelling, it is written Kalot Mosh, Moses consummated Kalot Mosh, the bride of Moses. Surely we have established this, but mystery of the matter. Kalot Mosh, the bride of Moses, is assembly of Israel. All is one entity, and this refers to the supernal king. Once the dwelling was erected, Moses returned outside, saying, It is not proper to enter without permission. Immediately, he called to Moses. Who called that bride? He called the one to whom the house belongs, she who controls the whole house. And Jehovah spoke to him, the one who is named voice of Moses, the one to whom Moses is connected. He called to Moses. Rabbi Elazar opened, Why have I come, when there is no man? Why have I called, when none responds? Is my arm too short, that it cannot redeem? Happy are Israel, for wherever they are, the blessed Holy One is with them and takes pride in them, as is written, Israel, in whom I glory. Furthermore, Israel perfects faith on earth, and Israel is perfection of his holy name. When the people of Israel below are perfected by their deeds, the holy name, as it were, is complete. But when they are not perfected below and are sentenced to exile, the holy name, as it were, is incomplete above. For we have learned, one ascended, the other descended. Israel above ascended higher, and higher assembly of Israel descended below. They distanced themselves from one another. The holy name was left incomplete. All because assembly of Israel is in exile. Yet although the people of Israel are in exile, the blessed Holy One is among them, and precedes them to the synagogue, exclaiming, "Turn back, O wayward children, I will heal your waywardness." But there is no one whose spirit is aroused, so the blessed Holy One says, "Why have I come? When there is no man, why have I called? When none responds, why have I come early? And there is no man, why have I called? And there is no one whose spirit is aroused on the day that Mashkana, the dwelling, was completed. The blessed Holy One came early and settled within. Immediately, he called to Moses, and Jehovah spoke to him, informing him that Israel would sin before him, and this tent of meeting would at Mashkana be taken as pledge for their sins and not endure, as is written. Jehovah spoke to him from the tent of meeting. Jehovah spoke to him, and what did he say to him? Me'ol Moed, concerning the tent of meeting, that it would be taken as pledge for their sins and not endure permanently. However, the remedy for this: when a person from among you brings an offering to Jehovah, here are offerings for you, protecting all. Rabbi Izkiah was in the presence of Rabbi Shimon. He said to him, that which is called korban should be called ksrath, drawing near, or karavat, nearness. Why korban? He replied, this is well known to the companions. Korban, their drawing near of those holy crowns, all drawing near as one, bound with one another, until all become one in perfect unity, perfecting the holy name fittingly, as is written, Korban la Yehovah. Their drawing near to Jehovah, the drawing near of those crowns is to Jehovah to perfect the name, unifying it fittingly, so that compassion fill all the worlds and this name be adorned with its crowns, sweetening all. Therefore, to Jehovah, and not to Elohim Jehovah we must arouse, not Elohim we need compassion, not judgment. He said, happy is my share, that I asked and gained these words. This is lucidity of the word. But look at what is written. Zivia, the sacrifices of Elohim are a broken spirit. It is written, the sacrifices of Elohim, not the sacrifices of Jehovah. He replied, certainly so. It is not written korban, the drawing near of Elohim, but rather Zivia, the slaughterings of Elohim, and so their slaughtering is on the north. For this sacrificing is for the sake of Elohim, that side of Gevurah, so that the spirit of judgment may be assuaged and broken, and judgment be weakened, and compassion overpower judgment. Thus, the sacrifices of Elohim to break the power and potency of harsh judgment, as is written, a broken spirit, so that this powerful spirit may be broken, and its power and potency not prevail. Then, a person should stand by the altar with a broken spirit and be ashamed of his deeds, so that this powerful spirit may be broken. All, so that judgment may be assuaged and compassion overwhelm judgment. When Adam, a person, from among you brings an offering to Jehovah, Rabbi Elazar said, this verse should have been written as follows: when Adam, a person, brings an offering to Jehovah. Why from among you? Well, to exclude Adam, who already brought an offering when the world was created, as we have established, and here is written, from among you. This Adam excludes another Adam, who was not from among you. Rabbi Shimon said to him, well spoken, and so it is. Rabbi Abba opened, a song, a psalm of the sons of Korah. Great is Jehovah and highly praised in the city of our God, his holy mountain. A song, a psalm. This song is praise surpassing all other praises that the sons of Korah were privileged to offer. A song, a psalm, praise upon praise, a praise separating into two praises. And the sons of Korah were privileged to offer it in praise of assembly of Israel, uttering her praise. What is it? As is written, great is Jehovah and highly praised. When is the blessed Holy One called great is Jehovah and highly praised? When assembly of Israel is with him, as is written, Be'aya Elohinu, in the city of our God, with the city of our God. Rabbi Yehuda asked him, why is our God required here? He replied, certainly so. This city is the revered deity and praise of Israel. What does this imply? That the king without the queen is no king, nor is he great nor highly praised. Thus, whoever does not exist as male and female is deprived of all praise and is not in the category of human. Moreover, he does not deserve to be blessed. It is written that man was the greatest of all the people of the East Job, and we have learned in the book of Rav Hamnunasava that his spouse was his equal in revering the blessed Holy One, and on account of his wife he was called great. Here, too, great is Jehovah and highly praised. When and how is he great? The verse goes on to say, in the city of our God, his holy mountain. So this praise is on the second day. Now, you might ask, why isn't good written of the second day? Well, because they are destined to separate. Mystery of the matter, it is not good for the human to be alone when he is alone, it is written not good. Thus, good is not written of the second day. Great is Jehovah, as we have said. Beautiful in loftiness, joy of all the earth in praise of their coupling. Beautiful the blessed Holy One, who is loftiness, joy of all the earth. Then, joy of all, and assembly of Israel is blessed. God in her citadels is known as a refuge. Netzah and Hod, for there all blessings are gathered, joy is gathered, issuing from there through the rung called Righteous One. From their blessings gather to sweeten this holy city, who is blessed from there. For look, the kings assembled all crowns of the king in one entirety. And these words ascend to another place. When a person mends his deeds by means of an offering, all is sweetened, drawn together, and bound with one another in complete unity, as is written, when a person from among you brings near, when he brings near, binding things fittingly. When Adam, a person, brings near, excluding whoever is not married, for his offering is no offering, and blessings are not manifested through him either above or below. This is implied by what is written, when Adam, a person, brings near, as opposed to this one, who is not Adam and not in the category of Adam, and Shekinah does not settle upon him because he is defective and called blemished, and one who is blemished is distanced from everything, especially from sacrificing an offering. Nadab and Abihu demonstrate this, as is written, fire came out from before Jehovah and consumed them. Thus it is written, when Adam, a person, from among you brings an offering to Jehovah. Adam being male and female, this one is worthy of bringing an offering, this one and no other. And Rabbi Abba said, although they have established the matter of Nadab and Abihu, so it is, but incense transcends all offerings above, since through it are blessed those above and those below. This is an offering surpassing all offerings, which they were not worthy of bringing since they were not married. They were not worthy of Shekinah, much less of higher entities being blessed through them. Now, you might say, fire came out from before Jehovah and consumed them. Why? Well, this may be compared to a man who comes before the matronita to inform her that he is bringing the king to her house to stay with her and rejoice with her. He then came before the king, who saw that this man was physically defective. The king said, "It is beneath my dignity that through this one I should come before the matronita." Meanwhile, the matronita had prepared her house for the king. Once she saw that the king was just about to come to her, were it not for that man, who caused the king to withdraw from her, she ordered that man to be put to death. Similarly, when Nadab and Abihu entered with incense in their hands, matronita rejoiced and prepared herself to greet the king. Once the king saw that they were defective and blemished, he did not want to abide with her through them, and he withdrew from her. When matronita saw that because of them the king had withdrawn from her, immediately fire came out from before Jehovah and consumed them. All this because they were not married. Holiness of the king vanishes from one who is defective and blemished, since it does not abide in defectiveness. Of this is written, when Adam, a person, from among you brings an offering to Jehovah, Adam shall bring it, but one who is not called Adam shall not. Of animals a generalization. Of herd and of flock a specification, those that are fit for eating, whereas those unfit for eating may not be offered. And those that are fit and those that are unfit ascend to another place. Rabbi, ear opened, for my thoughts are if his offering is an assent not your thoughts, nor offering from the herd are your ways my ways. It is written for Mashevatai, my thoughts, are not without a vov, deficiently. The thought of the blessed Holy One is the highest, head of all. From that thought spread ways and paths, so that the holy name may be manifested and established fittingly. From that thought issues a flow for the Garden of Eden, watering all. From that thought come into being written Torah and oral Torah. By that thought exist those above and those below. The thought of a human being is head of all. From that thought spread ways and paths, perverting his ways in this world and in the world that is coming. From that thought issues filth of the evil impulse, harming him and everyone. From that thought come into being transgressions, iniquities, and premeditated sins, idolatry, fornication, and bloodshed. Thus, for my thoughts are not your thoughts. Therefore, first of all is written if his offering is an assent offering min ha-baka, from the herd, and not the herd. And what is it, a bull from the herd, which is male? Rabbi Yitzhak said, from the herd unspecified. Then it goes on to explain an unblemished male, not a female, for a male is recognized above and a female is recognized below. Similarly, from the flock, from the sheep or from the goats, for an assent offering whatever is brought as an assent offering is entirely male and not female, for an assent offering ascends upon the heart. Above the heart, surely, and it is known what stands above the heart. Thus it ascends above, and all are male. Therefore, the verse opens first with the assent offering, rather than any other offering. This is thought, head of all. Rabbi Yehuda said, if so, it should be offered in the place of thought above. While lower he had no answer. Rabbi Shimon came, and said to him, head of all is thought, and consummation of that thought is a place called Baka, morning. What is that consummation of the body that sweetens the female? Similarly, human thought is head of all. Consummation of that thought is when an act is performed. When in the morning, as is written, are those who devise iniquity and plot evil on their beds, and the verse concludes, at morning's light they do it. Mika, thus, it ascends to that place of thought, and in completing the action it draws near consummation of thought. Rabbi Aa was walking on the road, accompanied by Rabbi Yehuda. While they were going, Rabbi Yehuda said, as for what we have learned Virgin Israel, who is blessed by 7 and is called Bathsheba, daughter of 7, as we have established in many places, and a virgin inherits 7 blessings. Look at what is written, and you, O son of man, raise a lament for Virgin Israel, which is surely uttered for her, for assembly of Israel, and this is most difficult of all. Fallen, not to rise again, is Virgin Israel. Amos, now, that which all the companions have said concerning this statement is fine. But if the passage had been spoken by way of consolation, we would agree, yet here lamentation and dirge are uttered, as demonstrated by the verse. He replied, certainly so. This matter troubled me greatly, and I came before Rabbi Shimon with a darkened face. He said to me, from the look on your face, your heart is revealed. I said to him, surely, for my heart and my face are equivalent. He said to me, utter your word. I said, it is written, fallen, not to rise again, is Virgin Israel. One who is angry with his wife, and she leaves him, she will never return. If so, woe to the children who have been cast out with her. He said to me, are you not satisfied with what all the companions have said? I said, they render the words compassionate, but it does not correspond. He said, whatever the companions say is fine and fitting, but woe to the generation when shepherds are nowhere to be found and the flock wanders, not knowing whether to go to the right or to the left. Surely this verse needs to be known, and all is revealed to those who see. In all the exiles suffered by Israel, he set a time and termination, and in all of them, Israel turned back to the blessed Holy One, and Virgin Israel returned to her place at the time decreed. Yet now, in this last exile, it is not so, for she has not returned as on the other occasions as demonstrated by this verse, for it is written fallen, not to rise again, is virgin Israel. It is not written fallen, and I will not raise virgin Israel. This may be compared to a king who became angry with the matrona and cast her out of his palace for a certain time. When that time arrived, the matrona immediately returned and came before the king. And so it happened once, twice, and thrice. Finally, she went far away from the king's palace and was cast out for a distant time. He said, "This time is not like the other times, that she should come before me, rather, I myself will go with my retinue to woo her." When he reached her and saw her lying on the ground, who has seen the glory of the matrona at that time, and the king pleading to her eventually, he grasped her in his hands and raised her and brought her to his palace, swearing to her that he would never part from her or be distant. Similarly, with the blessed Holy One. All those times when assembly of Israel was in exile, when the time arrived she returned and came before the king. Yet now, in this exile, it is not so, rather, the blessed Holy One will grasp her hand and raise her and reconcile with her and return her to his palace. That it is so, for it is written fallen, not to rise again, as in other times, but I myself will raise her, I, Jehovah, will raise her booth, I will raise the fallen booth of David. Amos, virgin Israel. The fallen, as is written fallen, not to rise again. This is the glory of virgin Israel and her praise. This I learned at that time. Rabbi Yehuda said, "You have surely spoken to my heart, and now it is tranquil." This is lucidity of the word, and it accords with a word that I recently gained. Rabbi Yos said, "The blessed Holy One will one day proclaim over assembly of Israel, shake off the dust, arise, sit enthroned, O Jerusalem," like someone grasping his friend's hand and saying, "Shake yourself free and rise." So will the blessed Holy One grasp her and say, "Shake yourself free, arise." Rabbi Aa said to him, "Happy are all those members of the royal palace, who open with this expression, as is written, arise, shine, for your light has come. See, the king is surely here." Then is the glory and joy of all, when the king reconciles with her. It is written, Bathsheba came to the king in his chamber. King similarly, all those times she came to the king and stood before him, as is written, she came before the king and stood before the king. But this time, not so, rather, the king comes to her to reconcile with her, as is written, see, your king is coming to you precisely, not you to him. Is coming to you to mollify you. Is coming to you to raise you. Is coming to you to restore you completely. Is coming to you to bring you into his palace and unite with you eternally, as is said, I will betroth you to myself with faithfulness, I will betroth you forever. Hosea. As they were walking, they encountered Rabbi Abba. They said, "Here comes a master of wisdom, let us welcome Shekinah." When they approached him, he slid off his strapped quaestorian saddle, descending alongside them. He opened, saying, the voice of the shofar was growing stronger and stronger. The voice of the shofar. Here books of the ancients differ, though all harmonize on one element. The voice of the shofar, two voice, one the shofar, two. Examining precisely, it is not written the shofar grew stronger, but rather the voice of the shofar, a voice issuing from a shofar. It is surely called shofar, as is said, a great shofar will be blown. This is the great shofar by which slaves go forth to eternal freedom, as we have established. Or, examining precisely, all is one, for it is written the voice of the shofar, a voice called shofar. And how do we know that it is called voice? As is written, a mighty voice, unceasing. This voice is called shofar, so it is written the voice of the shofar was going. Where was it going? Now if you say, to Mount Sinai or to Israel, then it should read was descending. However, Torah issues from here and from this place, totality of all others, it was given. And when matters are contemplated, all is one. Therefore, the first tablets were engraved from this place. This is mystery of the matter written arat. engraved, upon the tablets do not read Arat, engraved, but rather At, freedom, real freedom, a place on which all freedom depends. You cannot find a single word in the Torah, over which the companions differ, one saying this, and the other, that which does not proceed entirely to one place, gathering into one spring, as is written was going, corresponding to what is said all the streams go to the sea, yet the sea is not full, and it is written all goes to one place ve azik meod, stronger and stronger as we have learned a vessel mazik, holding, 40 seas. Stronger and stronger, you cannot find a single word in Torah that is weak or broken, rather, when you contemplate and know it, you will find it as strong as a hammer smashing rocks. And if it is weak, this comes from you, as we have established, for it is written, for it is not an empty word mikem, from you, thus it is written stronger and stronger. A Moses would speak, and God would answer him with a voice. In this place are contained supernal matters. As we have established, God would answer him with the voice of Moses, the voice joined by Moses. Here one should contemplate, for it is just the opposite, as is written God spoke, yet here is written Moses would speak. Well, some say it is because of what is written they said to Moses, Speak with us that we may hear, and let not God speak with us. Thus, Moses would speak, and God would answer him with a voice, for no word of Torah derived from Moses' mouth alone. This corresponds to what we have established. The curses in the repetition of Torah were uttered by Moses mipi atzmo, with his own mouth. We have not learned by himself but rather with his own mouth. The others were uttered from the mouth of power, whereas these were uttered with his own mouth, with the mouth of the voice that he joined, which is called so. This is fine. In the book of Agata of the school of Rav, they say that although the Torah was uttered by the mouth of power, all of it was uttered also by Moses' own mouth. Namely what, for example, the curses in the repetition of Torah, which were subsequently included in power, as is written Moses would speak, and Elohim would answer him with a voice. Moses would speak, voice of Moses. And Elohim would answer him with a voice, Gevura power, who acknowledged that voice, as is written Elohim would answer him with a voice, with that voice of Moses. Now, he who has opened with words of Torah, let us acknowledge him, they said, let us sit, and he who opened, let him open further, they sat down. Rabbi Abba opened, saying, if the daughter of a priest becomes a widow or divorced, having no seed, and she returns to her father's house as in her youth, of her father's bread she may eat, but no stranger shall eat of it. Happy is the share of Israel above all other nations, for when the blessed Holy One created the world, he created it solely for the sake of Israel, so that they would receive the Torah on Mount Sinai and become completely pure and righteous before him. When this world was consummated by Israel, corresponding to the pattern above, and that tree was set in the earth, with its crown reaching to heaven, the blessed Holy One desired to draw down a holy soul from above to below, so that one would be united and linked with the other, as is written Yehovah Elohim formed the human dust from the soil, and blew into his nostrils the breath of life, so that the world would be interlinked and complete, as above, and he would perfect himself. Accordingly, therefore, he created him male and female, to be complete. When is a human being called complete? Corresponding to the supernal pattern, when he clings to his mate in desire, as above, becoming whole in unity and in joy, and there issue from him and his female a son and a daughter. Then he is a complete human being, corresponding to the pattern above, becoming complete below like the supernal holy name, and then the supernal holy name is proclaimed over him. But if a person does not want to complete the holy name below, it would be better for him to have never been born, for he has no share in the holy name. And when his soul leaves him, she is not joined to it at all, since he diminished the image of his Lord until his soul is linked and fully restored. As is said, if the daughter of a priest becomes a widow or divorced, having no seed, if the daughter of a priest, the holy soul, who is called daughter of the king, for we have established that the holy soul issues from the coupling of the king and matronita, for just as the body below derives from male and female, so with the soul above becomes a widow or divorced. A widow of that body with which she coupled and which has died. Divorced, for she has been divorced from its share in the holy name. And why all this, having no seed, because she has no seed by which to resemble what is above and be linked with the holy name. And she returns to her father's house. What is she returns? She returns, in an undefined manner she returns to be restored as before. Then, she returns to her father's house as in her youth, as originally. Of her father's bread she may eat, reveling in the delights of the king. From now on, but no stranger shall eat of it. Who is a stranger? One who has not established the holy name below and has no share in it. Shall not eat of it. He has no share in supernal delight, to which eating pertains, as is said, eat, companions, supernal eating, delight of the blessed Holy One. This delight dwells where it dwells once the aroma of offering ascends. When food appears below, food appears above. This may be compared to a king for whom a meal has been prepared, though none has been prepared for his servants. Once it has been prepared for his servants, he eats his meal and they eat theirs, as is written, I have eaten my honeycomb with my honey, the king's meal. Eat, companions, drink and be drunk, lovers, their meal, from the aroma of the offering, which is called a pleasing aroma to Jehovah, aroma for his servants, pleasing for Jehovah. Pleasing derives from the delight of the Ancient One. Thus the king's meal is delayed on account of his servant's meal. So the people of Israel sustain their Father in heaven. We have learned who eats of the king's meal, the souls of the righteous. He opened again, saying, Look, how good and how pleasant is the dwelling of brothers together. Happy are Israel, for the blessed Holy One did not assign them to a minister or to an agent, but rather they are linked with him and he is linked with them out of love for them. The blessed Holy One called them servants, as is written, for mine are the children of Israel as servants. Afterward he called them children, as is written, you are children of Jehovah your God. Afterward he called them brothers, as is said, for the sake of my brothers and my companions. And because he called them brothers, he wanted to place his abode among them and not withdraw from them. Then it is written, Look, how good and how pleasant is the dwelling of brothers together. The holy lamp said as follows, Look, how good and how pleasant is the dwelling of brothers together, as is said, a man who takes his sister. And in the book of Rav Yevasava, a man, the blessed Holy One, who takes his sister, assembly of Israel. Why all this? It is heased, surely, as we have established. Thus, look, how good and how pleasant is the dwelling of brothers together, the blessed Holy One and assembly of Israel. Gam, also to include Israel below, as we have said, for when assembly of Israel is in brotherhood with the blessed Holy One, Israel dwells in brotherhood with him, so it is written Gamyad, also together. And in the book of Rav Hamnuna Sava Gamyad, also together, to include righteous one along with assembly of Israel, who are one coupling. And all is one matter. We have learned in the portion of here, O Israel, Jehovah our God, Jehovah is one. What is one? Assembly of Israel together with the blessed Holy One. For Rabbi Shimon said, coupling of male and female is called one. Why? Because male without female is called half a body, and half is not one. When two halves join together, they become one body, then called one. Now the blessed Holy One is not called one. Mystery of the matter. Assembly of Israel is in exile, and the blessed Holy One has ascended high above. The coupling has separated, and the name is not complete and not called one. When is it called one? When Matronita is with the king and they couple as one, as is written, the kingdom shall be Jehovah's, who is kingdom, assembly of Israel, to whom kingdom is linked. Then, on that day Jehovah will be one and his name one. Thus, look, how good and how pleasant is the dwelling of brothers together, like fine oil on the head. What is fine oil? Oil of holy anointing, issuing and flowing from the Holy Ancient One, found in that supernal river suckling the children, to kindle lamps. That oil flows upon the head of the king, and from his head to the glory of the holy beard. Flowing from there on to all those splendid garments in which the king is arrayed, as is written descending al-pi midatav, over the collar of his robes. Literally, these are the crowns of the king, whose name appears in them. All the flow, all the radiance, and all the joy of the worlds descend to bless only through these holy crowns, which are the name of the holy king. Thus, descending al-pi midatav, according to his attributes, surely as is said al-pi, according to Aaron and his sons shall it be similarly, al-pi midatav, according to his attributes, it descends and flows upon all the worlds, providing blessings for all. This fine oil was not available until the worship below ascended and they encountered one another, as is written, oil and incense rejoice the heart, oil above, and incense below, then, joy of all. Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Aa raised their hands and thanked Rabbi Abba. Rabbi Aa opened, Elohim came to Abimelech in a night dream, and it is written, Elohim said to him in the dream, I also know that with a pure heart you have done this. Regarding Elohim came to Abimelech, why does this expression appear in relation to the nations of the world and not to Israel? Well, we have learned as follows: every Elohim here refers to the power of the prince appointed over him. Similarly, Elohim came to Balaam in the night, that power appointed over him. Now, you might say, Elohim said to him in the dream, I also know that with a pure heart you have done this. Well, certainly so. I also know why also here it comes to amplify the meaning. Although it is known to one higher than me, I also know. And I also have kept you from sinning against me also, to amplify you from sinning against me, miato, from sinning, deficient, without an aleph. What does this indicate? Since sin does not pertain to him, however, we have learned as follows: by the sins of a nation below, damage is inflicted above. By the sins of a nation below, their power above is deposed from his rule, as is written, I also have kept you. Although the matter depends on one above, I also to include himself. Mihuto, from sinning against me, so that it would not be like mate, a needle, stuck in the flesh, so that by your sin you would not cause me to be deposed and be loathed, so that you not prick me with your needle, as is said, Veracuts, and I loathed them, like kotsin, thorns, clinging to the flesh. What does this imply? That by sinning, people cause a defect above. What is that? As is said, for your crimes, your mother was sent away, therefore, an offering is brought. What is korban? An offering, as we have said, for it is written, for your crimes, your mother was sent away. One's sin causes separation. A korban, offering, kerev, draws near, the upper world and lower world, and all becomes one. Rabbi Abba and Rabbi Yehuda thanked him. Rabbi Yehuda opened, saying, Serve Yehovah with joy, come before him with glad singing. Know that Yehovah is God. He has made us, and we are his people and the flock he tends. Serve Yehovah with joy. The worship that one offers to the blessed Holy One should be with joy, with gladness of the heart, so that his service may be perfect. Now, you might say, the ritual of an offering cannot be so, for when a person transgresses the commandment of his Lord, the commandment of Torah, and then returns to his Lord, how does he face him? Surely with a broken spirit, in sorrow. Where is the joy? Where is the glad singing? Rather, we have learned as follows: one who has sinned before his Lord and transgressed his commandments, and comes to bring an offering and to restore himself with a sorrowful spirit, and if he weeps, that is best of all. Look, joy and glad singing are nowhere to be found. How, then, is this remedied? By the priests and Levites, who fulfill joy and glad singing on his behalf. Joy is established by the priest, for he is always far from judgment, and a priest must have a more shining face, a more joyous face than all the people. Furthermore, his crown is decisive. Glad singing, by the Levites, and so it is, for the Levites are always responsible for song, as we have established. These preside over it, and by them the worship of the Blessed Holy One is perfected. The priest stands over it and directs words joyously and fervently, to unify the holy name fittingly. And the Levites, in song. Then is written, know that Jehovah is Elohim, a korban, offering, drawing compassion close to judgment, and all is sweetened. Now that offerings no longer exist, one who sins before his Lord and then returns to him surely with a bitter soul, with sorrow, weeping, and a broken spirit, how can he demonstrate joy and glad singing, since he is lacking these? Well, they have established this is as follows: praises offered to his Lord, joy of Torah, and singing of Torah, these constitute joy and glad singing. Yet we have learned not while immersed in sorrow that one should not stand before his Lord in sorrow, but this one cannot do otherwise. What is his remedy? Well, mystery of the matter we have learned, a person should always enter a distance of 2 doors. 2 doors, and then offer his prayer. These are 2 crowns. Some teach as follows: joy is assembly of Israel. Joy, as has been established, for it is written, you shall leave with joy and be led in peace. Israel is destined to leave exile with this joy. And who is that assembly of Israel? So, serve Jehovah with joy, as is written, Bezot, with this, shall Aaron enter the sanctuary, and all is one. Come before him with glad singing, her consummation, for joy is in the heart and glad singing in the mouth, and this is utter perfection. The perfection of this joy is recognized and known, and this is how a person is enhanced before his Lord. Then, know that Jehovah is Elohim. All comes to one thing, that one must then unify the holy name fittingly, binding one to the other, so that all becomes one. This is service of the Blessed Holy One. Rabbi Abba and Rabbi Aa said to him, certainly so happy is the share of the righteous, who engage in Torah and know the ways of the Blessed Holy One. They rose and followed Rabbi Abba for 3 miles. Rabbi Abba opened, saying, as for me, through your great kindness I enter your house, I bow at your holy temple in awe of you, as they have established. A person should not enter the synagogue without first consulting Abraham and Isaac, for they instituted prayer to the Blessed Holy One, as is written, as for me, through your great loving kindness I enter your house, Abraham, as is written, loving kindness to Abraham. Micah, I bow at your holy temple in awe of you, Isaac, as is written, the fear of Isaac was with me. One should include them first, and then enter the synagogue and offer his prayer. Then is written, he said to me, you are my servant, Israel, in whom I glory. Rabbi Yos said, what difference does it make whether the ascent offering is from the herd or from the flock? Or from birds? Is it all one, or are they different? If his offering is an ascent from one another for offering from the herd, they all become the same. However, one whose hand can attain it offers from the herd, and if he cannot, from the flock, and if he cannot, from birds, as is written, if he is poor and his hand cannot attain. The Blessed Holy One does not impose upon a person more than he can manage. Rabbi Elazar said, corresponding to the sin, so he would offer. A rich person, whose heart is arrogant, offers an ox, since his heart is more inclined to sin before his Lord. A person of moderate means offers from the flock because his heart is not so arrogant to sin before his Lord. A poor person, whose heart is not arrogant and whose will is lowliest of all, offers from the slightest of all. The offerings of all are recognized, each one individually, and the Blessed Holy One renders judgment on every single one. Rabbi Elazar asked his father, Rabbi Shimon, we have learned for 3 sins of the world, famine comes to the world. And all those sins are found only among the rich, because their hearts are arrogant, and not among the poor. What justice is there that the Blessed Holy One kills the poor and sustains the rich? For now they will sin more. He replied, you have asked well, though the companions have already established this. When the Blessed Holy One wants to punish the wicked and eliminate them from the world, He gives them tranquility and recompenses them entirely in order to eliminate them from the world. But among all inhabitants of the world, none are as close to the king as those vessels that he uses. And who are they? A broken and crushed heart, the crushed and lowly in spirit, these are the king's vessels. When drought haunts the world and hunger overwhelms the poor, they weep and wail before the king, and the blessed Holy One draws them nearest of all, as is written, for he has not spurned or scorned the suffering of the poor, and has not hidden his face from him. When he cried out to him, he heard. Then the blessed Holy One reckons with the world, and famine comes to the world. Woe to the wicked who cause this, when the king is aroused by the voice of the poor to examine the world. May the merciful One save us from them and from their humiliation. Of then is written, Shamoa Ishma, I will hear his outcry. Shamoa Ishma, I will hear, twice, once for paying heed to their voice, and once for punishing those who brought this upon them, as is written, I will hear, for I am compassionate, my wrath will flare up and I will kill you by the sword. So, when famine appears in the world, woe to the wicked rich, on account of the cries of the poor toward the blessed Holy One. The offering of the poor is the slightest of all, for his heart is broken. And even if he thinks of sinning, it is removed from him, because his suffering and that of his household is enough. Thus, each and every offering is unique, and all are recognized by the priests. There was a rich man who offered 2 pigeons before the priest. When the priest saw him, he said, This offering is not for you. He came home sad. His brother said to him, Why are you sad? He replied, The priest did not sacrifice my offering. He asked him, What was it? He replied, 2 pigeons. He said to him, Aren't those for a poor man and not for you? For look at what is written, if he is poor and his hand cannot attain, rather, bring your own offering. He asked him, What is that? He replied, 1 ox. He said, Well, if a single thought is so grave, I vow that I will not let a sinful thought arise in my mind from then on. What did he do all day? He engaged in business. At night he slept, and when he awoke he called his brother, who taught him words of Torah, and he studied until daybreak. So he learned Torah, and they called him Yehuda the other. One day Rabbi Yisasava encountered him, and he was dividing his possessions, half for the poor and half for sailors to sell overseas. Then he sat down and studied Torah. He opened, saying, Saul said to the Kenites, Go, turn away, come down from amidst the Amalekites, lest I sweep you away together with them, for you did kindness to all the children of Israel when they came up from Egypt. Saul said to the Kenites, Who are Harkeni? The Kenites, the descendants of Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, who made Chinnah, a nest, in the desert like a swallow, as is said, and the swallow Ken, a nest, for herself in order to study Torah. For Torah does not require luxuries or business, rather, laboring in it day and night. Therefore, they journeyed to the desert outside Jericho, as is written, the children of the Kenite, Moses' father-in-law, went up from the city of palms. Judges, for you did kindness to all the children of Israel. Samuel, because he hosted Moses in his house. And we have learned because he taught 1 additional portion in the Torah, thereby doing kindness to all the children of Israel. Why does this matter appear here in the war with Amalek? Well, Saul said, when Israel went out of Egypt, of all the nations of the world not a single one attacked them, harassing them, except for Amalek. He perpetrated evil against Israel and waged war against them, whereas you greeted them in peace and did kindness to all of them. Therefore, it is beneath you to join them. Furthermore, what is written of Jethro? Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, took an ascent offering and sacrifices for God. He brought an offering to Jehovah and came to convert. What does this indicate? That an offering is esteemed by the blessed Holy One because he brought an offering. It is written, Aaron and all the elders of Israel came to eat bread with Moses' father-in-law before God. Precisely from here we learn that when anyone brings an offering with heartfelt devotion, the blessed Holy One appears before him. The offering of a poor person is esteemed before the Blessed Holy One, because he brings two offerings, one, his own fat and blood, the other, that offering, for he has nothing to eat, yet he brings an offering. His offering is slightest of all turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, or if not, a little flour, and he is forgiven. At that moment, a proclamation resounds, for he has not spurned or scorned the suffering of the poor, and has not hidden his face from him when he cried out to him. He heard, he said, the offering of a poor person is most valuable of all, for that enabled me to obtain a share in Torah. Consequently, I divided up all my possessions among the poor, since they brought all this upon me. Just as a poor person burns up his own fat and blood, so that flour is heated with oil. Here we learn that anyone can bring a grain offering on a griddle, or a grain offering in a pan, for just as sin heated up his blood and fat with the fire of the evil impulse, inflaming all his limbs, so with this offering in exactly the same way. The essence of the offering resembles the sin, and one should offer before the Blessed Holy One the desire of his heart, spirit, and soul, for this is most precious of all to him. Happy is the share of the righteous, who bring an offering every day before the Blessed Holy One, and what is that themselves and their souls, which they offer before him. I myself want to bring this very offering, which the Blessed Holy One desires. And yet the entire offering is preferable, so that all worlds may be blessed. He opened again, saying, Blessed is Jehovah from Zion, dwelling in Jerusalem. Hallelujah! Now, is he blessed from Zion? Surely, he is blessed from the supernal deep stream. However, blessed is Jehovah when the moon is illumined by radiance of the sun, and they draw near one another, the light of one not withdrawing from the other. Sometimes, the moon is called by the name of the king, as is said, and Jehovah rained upon Sodom and Gomorrah brimstone and fire. Not only this, but one agent is actually called by the name of the king. Alternatively, blessed is Jehovah from Zion, from which place is it revealed that the Blessed Holy One is blessed. The verse goes on to say, from Zion, from the place of Zion it is known that he is blessed. Why? Because it is written, for their Jehovah ordained blessing, everlasting life. Rabbi Yisa said to him, Happy is your share, that you have attained all this. Happy are those who engage in Torah, for whoever engages in Torah is as though he is attached to the Blessed Holy One, as is written, you, cleaving to Jehovah your God, are alive every one of you today. Rabbi Yehuda opened, God said, Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters. When the Blessed Holy One created the world, he created 7 heavens above, he created 7 earths, he, if his offering is a sacrifice of, created 7 seas, he well-being created 7 rivers, he created 7 days, he created 7 weeks, he created 7 years, 7 times, 7,000 years that the world exists. The Blessed Holy One is in the 7th of all 7 heavens above, and in each and every one ministers, stars, and constellations, serving in each and every firmament, all dwelling one above the other, to receive the yoke of their master's kingdom. In all of those firmaments are various chariots and ministers, one upon another, some with 6 wings, some with 4 wings, some with 4 faces, some with 2 faces, some with 1, some flaming fire, some water, some wind, as is written, he makes his angels winds, his ministers flaming fire. All those firmaments, one upon the other, are like skins of an onion, some below and some above. Every firmament moves and trembles from fear of their master. At his command they move, and at his command they stand still. And above them all, the Blessed Holy One, conveying all by his power and might. Correspondingly, 7 earths below, all in the inhabited realm, although some are higher and some are lower, and the land of Israel is highest of all, and Jerusalem is highest of habitation. Our companions who dwell in the south have seen in the books of the ancients and in the book of Adam that those earths are divided as follows: they exist below corresponding to those firmaments above, one upon another, and between each earth and the next is a firmament separating one from the other. So all those earths are distinguished by names, and in each of them is a Garden of Eden and a hell. In them are creatures, differing from one another, corresponding to the pattern above, some with 2 faces, some with 4, some with 1, and the appearance of these is unlike those. Now, you might say, but all inhabitants of the world issued from Adam. How did Adam descend to all those earths and engender children, and how many wives did he have? Well, Adam existed only in this highest world of all, called Tiv, firm land, as is said he commanded his earth Tiv. This Tiv is linked with the firmament above and joined with the supernal name, as is written, he judges Tiv with righteousness with righteousness. Surely so the children of Adam exist in this highest one called Tiv, and they are superior to all, corresponding to the pattern above. How so? Just as above there are firmaments, with one firmament highest of all, above which is the throne of the Blessed Holy One, as is said, like the appearance of sapphire, image of a throne. And upon the image of a throne, an image like the appearance of a human being upon it above Ezekiel, so here too in this Tiv is a king of all. And who is that? The human being, who is not to be found among all those lower ones. And those lower ones, where did they come from? Well, from residual vapors of the earth, assisted by the firmament above, issue creatures differing from one another, some clothed in shells, like those worms found in the earth, some of them with red, black, or white shells, some of any color. All the creatures are like that, and they endure for only 10 years or so. In the book of Rav Hamnunasava it is explained further that all the inhabited world revolves like a ball, some below and some above. All those creatures differ in their appearance, due to the difference of the atmosphere in every place, and they remain in existence like human beings. Consequently, there is a place in the inhabited world where day shines for some, while for others it is dark. For these it is day, while for those it is night. And there is a place where it is entirely day, and night exists for only a brief time. And that which is said in the books of the ancients and in the book of Adam is correct, for it is written, I praise you, for awesomely and wondrously am I made, wondrous are your works, and my soul deeply knows it. And it is written, how many are your works, O Jehovah? All of them you made in wisdom. The earth is filled with your creatures, so all is fine. This mystery has been transmitted to the masters of wisdom and not to markers of boundaries, for it is a deep mystery of Torah. Similarly, in the sea, which has numerous creatures differing from one another, as is written, this sea, vast and broad of reach, gliding creatures there beyond number, living beings small and great. Their ships go, Leviathan whom you fashioned to play with, all interdependent, all interlinked, and all corresponding to the pattern above. And in all those worlds, none rules but the human being, with the Blessed Holy One over him. Rabbi Nahor Isava sailed on the great sea, and the sea grew stormy and all those aboard the ship perished. A miracle happened to him, and he descended through certain pathways in the heart of the sea and emerged beneath the sea into an inhabited land. He saw some of those creatures, all of them small, and they were praying, but he did not know what they were saying. A miracle happened to him and he ascended. He said, happy are the righteous, who engage in Torah and know concealed mysteries above and below. Woe to those who dispute their words and do not believe. From that day on, when he came to the house of study and they were uttering a word of Torah, he would weep. They asked him, why are you weeping? He replied, because I transgressed believing in the rabbis, and I fear the judgment of that world. God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters. Rabbi Yehuda says, were it not for that firmament dividing water from water, there would be conflict in the world on account of them. But this firmament makes peace between them, and the world is established only on peace. The Blessed Holy One is called Peace. He is peace, his name is peace, and all is bound together in peace. Rabbi Abba said, I see that the entire holy name is peace, and all is one, with paths diverging to this side and to that. Yod of the holy name is bound with 3 knots, for it is Yod one tip above, one tip below, and one in the middle, since 3 knots are concatenated in it. One tip above, highest of the high, displaying the supernal crown head of all heads, presiding over all. One tip in the middle, another head, for it is 3 heads, each one of them a head in itself, so the middle tip is another head emerging from the tip above, and it is head of all the other heads, by which the holy name is constructed. It is the head most concealed of all. Another, lower head, a head to water the garden, a spring of water, by which all plants are saturated. This is Yod with 3 knots, so it is called a chain, like a chain that is interlinked, and all is one. It has been taught in the book of Enoch, when he was shown supernal mysteries and saw the tree in the Garden of Eden, he was shown wisdom by sublime mystery, and he saw that all worlds are interconnected. He asked them, upon what are they established? They replied, all are established upon Yod, from which they were composed and linked together. He saw that they all trembled from fear of Yod, upon which all were set. And in the book of King Solomon, he says arrival of Yod in concatenation of 3, contained in its body's cluster. 1. Feared by all. 1. Of concealed paths. 1. River of depths. Afterward, he explains letters in detail, the house by the consummation of Yod, construction of all, completion of the holy name. Yod head of all, father of all. Vav son that he engendered, issuing from him, from whom derives Dele daughter, matronita, in whose hands all weapons are found. Hidden in all worlds, by her they emerge and enter, by her those below are nourished. Behold, Yod completion of all, by which the holy name is consummated, in which it is concealed. Then Yod generates all and concatenates all, in one bond interlinked, as has been established by the holy lamp. Yod emanates the river, of which is written a river issues from Eden, like this he. That river generates 2 children, as has been said, nourishing them, then the 2 children emerge, and daughter is nourished by son Vav, son, king who possesses all peace, then he appears, nourished by Vav, as we have established. Thus, Yod is essence, root, and perfection of all, as is written by wisdom, a house is built, we have learned, 10 names were fashioned, issuing from this Yod, 10th of letters, and all of them he conveyed into that holy river when she conceived. All 10 names are concealed within one, all concealed in Yod. Yod contains them, Yod generates them, this is father of all, father of fathers, from him they issued, to him they return. Vav, Dele alluding to 10 in calculation of letters. Yod includes them. Vav, Dele, consummation of all. Vav, Dele male and female, called Du, 2. Therefore, Adam was created Du part Zufin, with 2 faces, and those faces were male and female, corresponding to the pattern above Vav, Dele, and they are Dele, Vav from below to above, and all is one matter. 13 attributes depend upon it, and thus Yod includes Vav, Dele, as has been said and established. 10 names corresponding to 10 letters. And in the book of Rav Hamnuna there are 8, and 2 rungs corresponding to 2 firmaments. The names change 10, 9, 8, and 7. First, Yah, for Yod includes he, and he issues from Yod. So Okma is called Yah. Second, Yehovah, pronounced Elohim, for that river is of compassion, and since judgments are aroused from it, it is spelled as compassion and vowelized as Elohim, but it is not Elohim. A third, El, God, who is great, and this is called the great God. Fourth, Elohim, God, in whom judgments are aroused, and he is mighty Gevurah. Fifth, Yehovah, totality of all complete faith, and this is perfect compassion. Sixth and seventh are called Sivaot, hosts. Eighth, Elari, living God, as is said, for their Yehovah ordained blessing, everlasting life, this is righteous one, whence all life issues, and he is called Yehovah, as is said, Yehovah is righteous, this is the small Vav of the holy name. Thus, Vov, 2. 9th, Adonai, my Lord, and this is holy Makhat, whence Dinin, judgments, issue into the world. This is the last of all the names. The name Aoi, I am, is entirety and secrecy of beginning, as has been established supernal Kitra crown, head of all heads, its name concealed, unrevealed. And in the book of Agata 10 names are written in another fashion, but we have not learned it so. Rabbi Abba opened, awake, north wind come, south wind awake, Siphon, north wind ascent offerings slaughtered be Siphon, in the north, for they are thought spies funii, in recesses of the heart and where judgment prevails, since thought occurs at night, when judgment prevails. The north wind blows at midnight when people awaken and David's harp plays itself and human thoughts are aroused. Come, south wind Shalamim, peace offerings, slaughtered in the south, for they are Shalama, peace, of all, peace among those above and those below Shalimu, completion, of directions of the world, completion from the aspect of faith. Shalamim, peace offerings for they are peace among all the owners eat of them and enjoy them, for these bring peace to them and to the whole world. Purification offerings and guilt offerings are eaten by the priests, for these are intended to atone for the owners of the offering and to remove their sins. Of all offerings, none are as beloved to the blessed Holy One as peace offerings, so that peace may prevail among those above and those below. Highest of all incense, which is most perfect of all, not offered for sin or guilt or transgression, but rather out of joy, as is said oil and incense rejoice the heart, as has been established. So incense is offered only when oil is offered, as is written Aaron shall burn upon it aromatic incense morning after morning when he tends the lamps he shall burn it. And when Aaron lights the lamps at twilight he shall burn it so that oil and incense may be as one. Peace offerings are entirely peace, and strife is not aroused in the world but incense binds the bond of faith. Rabbi Elazar said, all those 10 names are written, and we have learned first, Aoi, I am. Supernal concealment like someone saying, I am who I am without it being known who he is. That I am ready to be revealed in those other crowns. For at first, concealed then, beginning to be revealed, until reaching complete holy revelation. So it is written concerning Moses Aoi, I am, at first, concealment of all I am who I am. Then, that I am ready to be revealed. Then, the last Aoi, I am this is when mother conceives, and he is still concealed. When is he revealed? When it is written go and gather the elders of Israel and say to them, Jehovah, God of your fathers, has appeared to me, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, saying, I have surely taken account of you and what is being done to you in Egypt. This is consummation of all, here is revelation and binding of my name. So first of all, Aoi, I am. Second, Yah, for Okma generates he concealed within it, never separating from it, as has been established. A river issues from Eden, similarly and I learned from Father Yod, as has been said. Then, Yah, never parting. Yod generates he, like this Yod, he. Thus, Yod, and the river that it emanates, flowing from it. Below, 2 children, issuing from them. From the side of Father, Yod, issues a son, who is linked with Yod and merges with that river. From the side of Mother, issues a daughter, who is the lower river. This son then proceeds, issuing from them, and he is Vov, who inherits father and mother. Linked to him is faith of all, and that daughter is nourished by him from the inheritance that he receives. Therefore, one who wishes to write the holy name Yod first, 1 tip above, 1 tip in the middle, and 1 tip below, as has been said. Then Yod, he, never separating, like this so that both of them will be totally complete father and mother, son and daughter, like this Yod, he. Here you have full perfection of faith. Then faith spreads, and 2 children issue from this totality on their paths. The son issues from both of them, and he is Vov of the holy name. The daughter issues from the side of mother, and she is the last he of the holy name. She is completed only with Vov, for she is nourished by him. So one should write Vov and then Vov, he, like this Vov, he. Here is Vov and the extension issuing from it, like the river issuing from Yod, nourished by it. Here is the sun, issuing from it below. These words were established by Father and have been spoken. Having attained these words, I utter them, for such was Father's pledge. And so should a person be careful with the holy name, writing it in this manner, fittingly. Otherwise, it is not considered a holy name, but rather defective. And whoever renders the holy name defective, better for him if he had never been created. Third, Yehovah, pronounced Elohim, as has been said, compassion, from which judgment issues. This is that river flowing forth from Eden. Fourth, El Gadol, great God, as has been said, and this is Jedullah. Fifth, Elohim, and this is always Gevurah. Sixth, Yehovah, compassion, total perfection, essence of all bond of faith, joining all sides. This Tiferet Yisrael. Seventh and eighth, Sivaot, hosts. Thus, Yehovah is close to all, joining all sides. Sometimes Yehovah Elohim, showing that Tiferet is close to Gevurah. Sometimes Yehovah Sivaot, showing that Tiferet is close to Netzah and Hod, who are called Sivaot. As has been said, words of a faithful prophet are recognized from his mouth when he said, "Thus says Yehovah Elohim," or when he said, "Thus says Yehovah Sivaot," they knew from where the words had come. Ninth, Shaddai, who said to the world, "Die, enough," for die, enough, refers to satisfaction, which comes to the world only from Righteous One, who is foundation of the world, who said to the world, "Die, enough." 10th, Adonai, my Lord, for Dinah, judgment, of Makhuta is judgment surely, and this one is for waging wars of the king in the world. This is Loa Gevurah and righteousness. These are the 10 names by which the Blessed Holy One is called, all interlinked in complete union. These are the holy crowns of the King, by which he is recognized. They are his name and he is they. When they are all linked as one by the fragrance of incense, then it is called Keteret, binding, bound as one. Happy is the share of the righteous, who know the paths of Torah and know how to recognize the glory of their Lord, as is written, "They will my glory." Rabbi Shimon says, it is written 10:10 if his offering is a sacrifice of shekels per ladle by the well-being sanctuary. Shekel 10:10. Why does this appear? Well, 10 for the act of creation and 10 for the giving of Torah. 10 utterances in the act of creation, 10 utterances in the giving of Torah. What does this indicate? That the world was created only for the sake of Torah. For as long as Israel engages in Torah, the world endures, and whenever Israel neglects Torah, what is written, "Were it not for my covenant with day and night, I would not have established the laws of heaven and earth." 10 utterances in the act of creation, as we have learned. By 10 utterances, the world was created. 10 utterances for the giving of Torah. It is written, "I am Yehovah your God," and it is written in the account of creation, "Let there be light," and there was light. This is faith, for the Blessed Holy One is called light, as is written, "Yehovah is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear?" It is written, "You shall have no other gods beside me," and it is written in the account of creation, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide water from water." Let there be a firmament. Israel, who are the portion of the Blessed Holy One, who are linked to the place called heaven. This accords with the question that Rabbi Yisra Sava once sent to Rabbi Eli. All the other nations God entrusted to empowered princes. Where did he entrust Israel? He sent back this God placed them in the firmament of heaven, a fine message in the midst of the waters amid words of Torah. And let it divide water from water, dividing the Blessed Holy One, who is a well of living water, from idolatry, which is broken cisterns that can hold no water, for that is unfresh, foul water. So holy Israel divides water from water. It is written, you shall not take the name of Jehovah your God in vain, and it is written in the account of creation, let the waters under heaven be gathered to one place. Whoever swears falsely by the holy name is considered to have separated mother from her location above, and holy crowns are not aligned, as is said, a slanderer separates an intimate, and an intimate is none other than the blessed Holy One. It is written, let the waters under heaven be gathered to one place. Do not make a separation by swearing falsely. To one place fittingly in the place of truth, not to another place of falsehood. And what is falsehood when water flows to another place, not its own? It is written, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy, and it is written in the account of creation, let the earth sprout grass when does the holy land flourish and become adorned with her crowns. You must say, on the Sabbath day, for then the bride is joined with the king, to generate grasses and blessings for the world. It is written, honor your father and your mother, and it is written in the account of creation, let there be lights in the firmament of heaven. What does this indicate? Well, these lights are your father and your mother. Your father is the sun, your mother, the moon. The sun is none other than the blessed Holy One, as is written, for a sun and shield is Jehovah of hosts, and the moon is none other than assembly of Israel, as is written, your moon will not wane, so all is one. It is written, you shall not murder, and it is written in the account of creation, let the waters swarm with a swarm of living beings, and as for you, you shall not kill a human being, who is called so as is written, and the human became a living being. You shall not be like these fish, of which the big swallow the small. It is written, you shall not commit adultery, and it is written in the account of creation, let the earth bring forth living beings after their kind, implying that a person should not act falsely with another woman who is not his mate. Thus it is written, let the earth bring forth living beings after their kind, implying that a woman should give birth only from her own kind. And who is her own kind? Her mate. It is written, you shall not steal, and it is written in the account of creation, God said, look, I have given you every seed-bearing plant. What I have given you and entrusted to you shall be yours, and you shall not steal what belongs to another. It is written, you shall not bear false witness against your fellow, and it is written in the account of creation, let us make a human in our image, according to our likeness. You shall not bear false witness against whoever is in the image of the king. Whoever bears false witness against his fellow is considered to have borne false witness above. It is written, you shall not covet your neighbor's wife, and it is written in the account of creation, it is not good for the human to be alone. Here is your mate facing you, so you shall not covet your neighbor's wife. Thus, 10 utterances for the act of creation and 10 utterances for the giving of Torah, corresponding to 10 shekels per ladle bishekel ha-kodesh, by the sanctuary shekel bishekel ha-kodesh, by the holy weight, they were weighed as one in a single balancing. Consequently, the world endures and peace prevails. So, if his offering is a sacrifice of shalom, well-being to preserve the world by shalama, in peace. Furthermore, it atones for positive commandments and negative commandments, bringing peace to all. It is written, dominion and fear are with him, he makes peace in his heights. Job. This verse has been established by the companions, but dominion is Abraham, of whom is written, I will make your name great, and it is written, you are a prince of God among us, and fear Isaac, as is written, the fear of Isaac was with me. He makes peace in his heights. Jacob, as is written, you give truth to Jacob. Micah, and it is written, love truth and peace, for truth and peace are interlinked. So this is perfection of all, and shalom, peace offerings, are shalemuta, perfection, and shalama, peace, of all. Whoever offers them increases peace in the whole world. Jacob makes peace, as we have said, for he grasps this one and that one, and shalom embrace positive commandments and negative commandments, on this side and on that side, so they are called shalom. Mystery of the matter, as is written Jacob was Ishtam, a simple man, and we translate this Givar Shalim, a complete man, complete above and below. Rabbi A said, it is written if he offers it for thanksgiving, what does to da, thanksgiving, indicate as is said V'hitvada, he shall confess, that Aleha, concerning which, he has sinned Aleha, against her, precisely so a lot matzot, unleavened cakes, this has already been established, and why matzah, unleavened bread, appears and a lot, cakes, is written deficiently because he has sinned against her. Rabbi Ea taught, it is written with Zever to Dat Shalamuth, his thanksgiving peace sacrifice Shalimu, perfection, of all. Shalamuth, his peace offerings too. Thanksgiving is known. Rabbi Yehuda said to him, thanksgiving is known Shalamuth, his peace offerings why too? He replied, two Vov, namely Shalimu, perfection, of all. Rabbi Yitzhak said, his thanksgiving peace offerings, for it brings peace to all and arouses compassion in all worlds. Rabbi Yos said, what Rabbi Ea said is fine, for assembly of Israel is blessed by those two, which are peace of all. Rabbi Yos said, leavened bread, as is known and as has been said corresponding to the sin, so he offers, in exactly the same manner. A lot matzot, unleavened cakes, deficient, as has been said. Mixed with oil. And unleavened wafers, what does this allude to? Rabbi Shimon said, these are the flame of the whirling sword, for they all are appointed over the ways of human beings, those who transgress decrees of Torah. Therefore all is mixed with oil, to draw anointing oil from a high place downward, so that all may be blessed as one by that holy anointing oil. And this is wine for the libation, as has been established, 1/4 of a hin on one place depend wine and oil and water for libation, and we have established these matters. Water to saturate the garden and all those plants, so there is water, and then there is water. Wine, there is a place that is good, and there is a place intended to punish, which is judgment. Consequently, one who sees it in a dream, for some it is good, and for some it is judgment. If he is learned, it is written wine that gladdens the human heart, and it is written for your caresses are fine, deriving from wine, this is preserved wine delighting all. If not, give beer to one who is perishing, and wine to the embittered, there is another wine, which is judgment. Therefore one should bring these items with his offering, so that judgment will be removed and compassion be aroused. Wine is removed and wine appears, and so with all. Oil should never be lacking from one's offering, except for the grain offering of jealousy, as is written, he shall put no oil upon it, since here compassion is not intended, for all is judgment, as is written, her belly will swell and her thigh sag. May Jehovah make you a curse and an imprecation in the midst of your people. Thus, this is the teaching of the sacrifice of Shalamim. If he offers it for thanksgiving. Rabbi Izkiah was sitting before Rabbi Yitzhak. They rose at midnight to study Torah. Rabbi Yitzhak opened, saying, a song of ascents. Hear, bless Jehovah, all you servants of Jehovah, who stand in the house of Jehovah by night. This verse has already been established by the companions and discussed, but this is praise of all those scions of faith. And who are they? Those who engage in Torah and know how to unify the holy name fittingly. The praise of those scions of faith, those who rise at midnight to study a Torah and cleave to assembly of Israel, praising the blessed Holy One with words of Torah. When a person rises at night to study Torah and the north wind stirs and the night is split, the doe stands and praises the blessed Holy One. And when she rises, many thousands and myriads stand firmly with her, all beginning to praise the Holy King. One who is virtuous and rises at midnight to study Torah, the blessed Holy One listens to him, as has been established, for it is written, you who dwell in the gardens, companions, listen for your voice, let me hear. All the multitude above and all those praisers who sing to their master subside for the sake of the praise of those studying Torah, and they declare here, bless Jehovah, all you servants of Jehovah, you, bless Jehovah, you, praise Jehovah, you, crown the king, and that doe adorns herself with that person before the king and says, "See the son with whom I have come before you, with whom I have been aroused before you. Who are they whose every praise is to the king, as is written, who stand in the house of Jehovah by night? These are called servants of Jehovah, these are worthy of blessing the king, as is written, lift up your hands toward holiness and bless Jehovah. You are worthy of conveying blessing to the holy king. Lift up your hands toward holiness. What is holiness? A supernal place from which issues the spring of the deep stream, as is written, a river issues from Eden, and Eden is called supernal holiness. Thus it is written, lift up your hands toward holiness and bless Jehovah. And a person who does so and attains this, what do they proclaim over him? Jehovah will bless you from Zion, you bless the blessed Holy One from the place called supernal holiness, and he will bless you from the place called Zion. You and Matronita will be blessed as one. Just as your coupling was as one, praising the king, so from the very place whence she is blessed, he will provide blessings for you, as is written, Jehovah will bless you from Zion. Furthermore, and you will see the goodness of Jerusalem. What is the goodness of Jerusalem? The blessings flowing to her from the king through that holy rung. So, Jehovah will bless you from Zion, and you will see the goodness of Jerusalem. All is one expression. Furthermore, you will see children of your children. Peace upon Israel. You will see children of your children. Fine. But what is peace upon Israel? What need is there here for Israel? Well, because he increases peace above, for when he attains all this, he increases peace above and below. Peace upon Israel, unspecified. Peace is the praise of those above and below, praise of all nations. And words of Torah increase peace in the world, as is written, Jehovah gives strength to his people, Jehovah blesses his people with peace. Rabbi Yos opened, before the day. If a soul sins, breathes and the shadows flee, I will hasten to the mountain of myrrh and to the hill of frankincense. How greatly should humans beware of their sins, not to sin before their Lord, for every day a herald comes forth, declaring, arouse your hearts in the presence of the Holy King. Awaken to beware of your sins. Inspect the holy soul that he infused in you from a supernal holy place. For we have learned, when the blessed Holy One draws out souls to descend into human beings, he admonishes each one with many declarations, with many choristers, to keep his commandments. Furthermore, he passes her through 1,008,000 worlds, in which to delight and see the glory of those who engage in Torah. She emerges and stands before the king in a glorious garment in the image of this world. In a garment of supernal radiance, she gazes upon the glory of the king each day, and she is adorned with many crowns. When the time comes to descend to the world, she inhabits the Garden of Eden for 30 days, to see the glory of the spirits of the righteous, and then ascends to her place afterward. She descends to the world. The Holy King adorns her with 7 crowns before she arrives and enters her place, dwelling in this world and delving into darkness. The Torah is astonished over her and says, all this glory and all this perfection bestowed upon the soul by the Holy King, and she sins before him. If a soul sins, so can it be that she sins? And Rabbi Yos said, if a soul sins, let us return to the verse before the day breathes advice for this soul to beware of her sins and return to be purify herself before the day breathes, before the day of this world exhales, and that harsh day arrives when the king will demand justice, making her leave this world. And the shadows flee. This is a secret of the companions, who say when a person's time comes to leave the world, his image is removed from him, as is written, before the day breathes, before the day blows, to leave this world and the shadows flee, the image is removed, let him return before his Lord. Rabbi Elazar said, a person has 2 images when he is alive, one large and one small, and they exist together, then he is fully alive. Thus it is written, and the shadows flee. Then a person should examine his actions, mending himself before his Lord and confessing what he has done, for the blessed Holy One is called compassionate, and he accepts those who repent before him. This is before the day breathes and the shadows flee, for once those shadows are removed from him and he is held in a neck iron, it is still considered repentance, but not as fine as when he is fully alive. And King Solomon declared, remember your Creator in the days of your youth thus, before the day breathes, for a person should rectify his actions, because when the day comes for him to depart from the world, the blessed Holy One wonders at him, saying, if a soul sins when she has heard a voice of adjuration, look, I adjured her with an oath in my name not to betray me, and I admonished her when she descended, he being witness surely, the many times that I admonished her to keep my commandments. Consequently, since a person is a witness, when he returns to the king, having seen or known, having seen those sins that he committed and having examined them, or having known clearly that he transgressed his Lord's command, if he does not tell, if he does not confess them before his Lord, then what is written, when he leaves this world he shall bear his iniquity. And when he shall bear his iniquity, how can a door be opened for him? How can he stand before his Lord? Therefore it is written, if a soul sins. Rabbi Abba opened, all this has come upon, if a soul sins us, yet we have not forgotten you, nor have we betrayed your covenant. Kol zot ba'at nu, all this has come upon us. The verse should read Kol eled ba'u'al nu, all these have come upon us. However, all judgments above have come upon us, yet we have not forgotten you, we have not forgotten the words of your Torah. From here we learn, whoever forgets words of Torah and is unwilling to study it is like one who has forgotten the blessed Holy One, for the entire Torah is the name of the blessed Holy One. Nor have we betrayed your covenant, not betraying this sign of the Holy Covenant inscribed in a person, for whoever betrays it is like one who betrays the name of the king, for the name of the king is inscribed in a person. Another verse confirms this one, as is written, if we had forgotten the name of God and spread out our palms to an alien god, if we had forgotten the name of God, as is said, yet we have not forgotten you, namely Torah, which is the name of our God. And spread out our palms to an alien god, as is said, nor have we betrayed your covenant. All is one matter. What is the betrayal here? That he spreads out his palms to another domain and betrays this covenant. So Torah is linked to this, for whoever maintains this is considered to have maintained the whole Torah, and whoever betrays this is considered to have betrayed the whole Torah. Before Abraham was circumcised, it is not said that he observed the Torah. Once he was circumcised, what is written, because Abraham has listened to my voice and has kept my charge, my commandments, my statutes, v'iteratai, and my teachings, all because he was circumcised, marked with the holy mark, and he maintained it properly. Scripture regards him as if he kept the whole Torah. Similarly, concerning Isaac it is written, my covenant I will establish with Isaac. Thus, Torah is called covenant. Joseph, because he maintained this sign of covenant and refused to betray it, attained honor in this world and in the world that is coming. Furthermore, the blessed Holy One placed his name within him, as is written, a testimony he ordained it by Joseph. In Joseph he attained the blessing of this world and the blessing of the world that is coming. Rabbi Yitzhak said, it is written, his firstling bull is his glory. Joseph attained a bull, which was the first offering. Rabbi Yehuda said to him, if so, why was he blessed with something of the left? It should have been of the right. For look at what is written, and on the left a bull's face. Ezekiel, he replied, so that he could protect against the sin of Jeroboam. He said to him, I have learned a mystery about this verse. For since Joseph maintained this covenant, for this covenant is joined to two rungs, and those two rungs above are given names, and we have learned in the passage of the red cow that this cow is one rung, and the cow's mate is called bull, and this is his firstling. Bull is his glory. Surely this is not like a bull of the world, rather, wild ox's antlers, his horns, he is superior to all others, and thus, with them he gores peoples, all together, the ends of the earth. This implies that whoever maintains this holy mark is linked with those two sublime rungs, protecting him completely, crowning him with supernal glory. Therefore, Joseph attained 2 kingdoms, one himself, and one his descendant, for when Solomon clung to foreign women, the kingdom was given to Jeroboam. Thus, covenant is most precious of all. Therefore Rabbi Shimon said, a person who has a son is linked to Shekinah, who is an opening to all supernal openings, an opening linked to the holy name. For Rabbi Shimon has said, the blood flowing from that child is preserved before the blessed Holy One, and when judgments are aroused in the world, the blessed Holy One gazes upon that blood and saves the world. Thus it is written, 8 days old every male among you shall be circumcised, and it is written, and if in strength, 80 years, and all attains one balance. It has been taught by that blood the world becomes worthy of being established in love, and all worlds endure, as is written, were it not for my covenant with day and night, I would not have established the laws of heaven and earth, were it not for my covenant granted. Why with day and night? Rabbi Shimon said, 2 crowns are joined as one, and they are an opening to all other crowns. And it has been taught, one is judgment and one is compassion, rendering one another sweetly firm, male and female. On the male side dwells hesed love, on the female side dwells Dina judgment, so one is white and the other red, tempering one another. Thus they interlink, and all is fragrantly firm. This is covenant called day and night, grasping both of them. For this, a person is called complete, as is written, walk in my presence and be complete. When is one called complete? When he attains both of them, day and night. And it is written, by day Jehovah ordains as dew, his love, and in the night his song is with me. Abraham inherited both of them, but hesed was not established in him completely until he was circumcised. Once he was circumcised, it became established in him and he attained both of them. As we have learned, for it is written, he was sitting at the opening of the tent in the heat of the day, the opening of the tent, the 10th crown of the king, who is the opening to the entire holy dwelling of the other crowns. And it is written, open for me the gates of righteousness, and King David called it an opening, as is written, this is the gate to Jehovah Kom, in the heat of the day King Hiru, like the radiance of hesed, his inherited share. As he sat there, so he sat here. When were they established in him? When he was circumcised. Therefore it is written, covenant with day and night. It has been taught Jehovah will pass over the opening. What does this mean? That hesed hovers over this opening, so that it will be fragrantly firm, and therefore, he will not allow the destroyer to enter. Rabbi Elazar said, but we have learned a convert who has been circumcised and enters beneath the wings of Shekinah is called Jersedek, convert of righteousness, and nothing more. A convert of righteousness, surely worthy of entering that crown of righteousness. Yet you say that he attains both of them. Rabbi Shimon replied, Elazar, my son, there is no comparison between one who comes from a holy root, from a stock of truth, and one who comes from evil filth, from a root of foul, fierce loathsomeness. Of Israel is written, I planted you as a noble vine, of entirely faithful seed of the nations of the world is written, whose flesh is the flesh of donkeys and whose emission is the emission of stallions. Ezekiel. Thus, holy Israel, faithful seed, stock that became fragrantly firm at Mount Sinai, where their filth ceased, all turn fragrant, all enter the holy covenant of day and night, becoming totally complete. But as for nations of the world, it is difficult to remove filth from them, even up to 3 generations. Therefore we have learned the best among the Gentiles, so a convert of righteousness, surely for Avham Nunasava said, before they are circumcised, the nations of the world abide in lower crowns, which are not holy, and impure spirit settles upon them. Once they have been circumcised, they abide in the holy crown, Shekinah, who rules over all other, lower crowns, and the Holy Spirit settles upon them. As for Israel, holy sons of holy ones, whose stock and roots became fragrantly firm in complete holy faith when their flesh is circumcised, they abide in all, as is written, you cleaving be a Yehovah Elohechem, to Yehovah your God, are alive every one of you today. Rabbi Yos opened, for this is like the it shall be, when he sins and his waters of Noah to me guilty, he shall return that which as I swore that the he robbed, or that which he waters of Noah would withheld, or the deposit that was never again cover the entrusted to him, or the lost earth. This object that he found verse is problematical. It is written the waters of the flood were over the earth, and it is written never again shall all flesh be cut off by the waters of the flood. It is written the waters of the flood, not the waters of Noah. Yet it is written, for this is like the waters of Noah to me, as I swore that the waters of Noah would never again cover the earth. Zotli, this is to me. The verse should read, those are to me. Well, it has been taught as follows: when the righteous abound in the world, the blessed Holy One delights and takes pride in them. For we have learned, when a righteous person appears in the world, peace appears as it were, he casts peace above, and all worlds are blessed for his sake. He casts peace among the family above. How do we know this? As is written, or let him hold fast to my refuge, that he may make peace with me. Peace he will make with me. Why two pieces here? Well, that he may make peace with me, settling male and female. Peace he will make with me, that the patriarchs may be blessed. What is the difference between them? Rabbi Yos said, when the patriarchs are blessed, peace he will make with me, for peace precedes all, so peace comes first. That he may make peace with me. Why doesn't peace come first here? Well, so that the serpent situated by the female may first be removed, and then the male will come to dwell in his place. Thus, that he may make appears first, and then peace. It has been taught, when a righteous person inhabits the world, judgments are not aroused and do not prevail, because that righteous one is a sign in the world, and so the blessed Holy One desires to honor him, and the world endures for his sake. It has been taught, Rabbi Yos said, when the inhabitants of the world are found guilty before the blessed Holy One, he wishes to speak with that righteous person who exists in the world, so that he may plead for mercy on the world and he may be reconciled with them. What does the blessed Holy One do? He speaks with him about the wicked of the world, and proposes to favor him alone and destroy all of them. How does that righteous person conduct himself? He abandons himself and adopts the whole world, so that the blessed Holy One will be reconciled with them. How do we know this? From Moses. The blessed Holy One said to him, Israel has sinned by that act. Release me, that I may destroy them. At that moment, Moses said, if for the sake of my honor Israel will be annihilated from this world, then it is better for me to die, lest they say that I abandoned the whole world for my own glory. Immediately, Moses implored the presence of Yehovah his God. He exposed himself to death on several occasions for the sake of Israel, as is written. Now, if you would bear their sin, and if not, please wipe me out from your book that you have written. And it has been taught he did not budge from there until the blessed Holy One forgave Israel, as is written. Yehovah relented from the evil that he had threatened to do to his people, and it is written, Yehovah said, I have forgiven, according to your word. Whereas of Noah is written, God said to Noah, end of all flesh has come before me, for the earth is filled with violence. Noah said to him, and what will you do to me? He replied, I am about to establish my covenant with you. Make yourself an ark of cypress wood. And he did not plead for mercy on the world, and the waters fell, destroying the inhabitants of the world. Therefore, the waters of Noah, surely, for they were dependent on him, and he did not plead for mercy on the world. Based on this, Rabbi Yos said, what is the meaning of the verse? Noah, a man of the earth, was the first to plant a vineyard. V'yal, he was the first, as is said, Lo yal, he shall not profane his word, for he became profane. A man of the earth, for on account of him the earth was destroyed, since he did not plead for mercy on it. Alternatively, a man of the earth, because for his sake it endured, after the earlier creatures were destroyed, as is written, I will not again strike down all living things as I did. It has been taught they are called the waters of Noah, named after him fittingly. Rabbi Yos said, Zotli, this is the waters of Noah to me. What does this indicate? Well, the Blessed Holy One said, the waters of Noah caused me to reveal Zot, this, in the world as is written. Zot, this, is my covenant. Zot, this, is the sign of the covenant that I set. My bow I have set in the clouds to be a sign of the covenant, that is to say, one should heed only the glory of my name, intimated by Zot, this. And what caused this to me? The waters of Noah. Consequently, it is a sign of a righteous and pious person that it not be revealed that the world has no need of Zot, this. Who is such a person? One who pleads for mercy on the world and is worthy of protecting it, like Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari, in whose days the world had no need of this covenant, since he himself was a sign in the world, for there was no decree ordained above that he could not abolish. This corresponds to what is written, he who rules humanity. Samuel, the Blessed Holy One rules humanity, and who rules the Blessed Holy One, as it were, the righteous one, for the Blessed Holy One decrees and he abolishes. Like Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari. For one day he was sitting by the gateway of the gate of Lyre. Raising his eyes, he saw the sun shining and its light concealed 3 times. Then its light darkened, and in the sun appeared black and green. He said to his son, Rabbi Elazar, follow me, and let us see, for a decree has surely been ordained above, and the Blessed Holy One wishes to inform me. For certainly whatever is decreed above is suspended for 30 days, until the Blessed Holy One informs the righteous, as is written, surely Yehovah Elohim does nothing without revealing his secret to his servants the prophets. Amos, as they were walking, they entered a certain vineyard. They saw a snake coming with its mouth open, flashing in the dust. Rabbi Shimon was shaken. He fastened his hands to the snake's head, and it calmed down, lowering its mouth. He saw its tongue moving. He said, Snake, snake, go and tell that serpent that Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari is in the world. He thrust its head into a hole in the ground. He said, I decree that just as the lower one has returned to its hole in the ground, so the upper one will return to its hollow of the great abyss. Rabbi Shimon whispered in prayer. While they were praying, they heard a voice's lips of plucking, enter your places. A band of outlaws cannot abide in the world, for Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari has nullified them. Happy are you, Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari, for your master delights in your glory above all inhabitants of the world. Of Moses is written, Moses implored the presence of Yehovah his God, implying that he was seized with gout. Whereas you, Rabbi Shimon, decree and the Blessed Holy One fulfills, he decrees and you abolish. Meanwhile, they saw that the sun was shining and the blackness had disappeared. Rabbi Shimon said, surely, the world has become fragrantly firm. He entered his house and expounded, for Yehovah is righteous, loving righteous deeds. The upright behold his face. Why is Yehovah righteous, loving righteous deeds? Because the upright behold Phanemo, their faces. What are their faces? The faces of inhabitants of the world, to plead for mercy on the world, for they are in need. Rabbi Elazar said to him, if so, Yashar Yazu Phanemo, the upright behold their faces. The verse should read Yazeh, he beholds their faces, or Yesharim Yazu, the upright ones behold. Why Yashar Yazu, the upright one, they behold? He replied, supernal mystery, for those primordial days of the Ancient One, concealed of all concealed, and olden days of the short-tempered one, are called Phanemo, their faces, for they see directly what needs to be seen. It has been taught, when the Blessed Holy One looks upon the world and sees that humanity's deeds are worthy, then the Holy Ancient One is revealed in the short-tempered one, and all those faces gaze upon the concealed faces and are blessed. Why are they blessed? Because they gaze upon one another directly, faces upon faces, not turning to the right or the left, as is written Yeshayahu Phanemo, straight their faces behold watering one another until all worlds are blessed and all worlds become as one, and then Jehovah is one and his name one. But when sins of the world proliferate, the Holy Ancient One is concealed and they do not look at one another face to face. Then judgments are aroused in the world, a throne is cast down, and the Ancient of Days is veiled and not revealed, as is written as I watched. Thrones were cast for those supernal crowns watering all the others do not stand firm. And who are they? The patriarchs. And the Ancient of Days sat, not revealing himself. Then the wicked of the world turn compassion into judgment. It has been taught from the side of Mother Issue engraved guardians, clutching clubs of Gevurah, prevailing over compassion, as is said banding together over Jehovah. Precisely then the worlds are found lacking, truly incomplete, and strife is aroused in them all. But if inhabitants of the world rectify their actions below, then judgments are assuaged and disappear and compassion is aroused, overpowering that evil aroused by harsh judgment. And when compassion is awakened, joy and comfort, prevail, overwhelming that evil. As is written V'yanim Yehovah al-Hara'ah, Yehovah relented from the evil V'yanim, he was comforted, because he prevailed al-Hara'ah, over the evil and harsh judgment is subdued and compassion reigns. It has been taught when judgments are assuaged and compassion prevails, every single crown returns to its status, all blessed as one. And when each and every one returns to its position and is blessed, Mother is sweetened by engraved keys returning to her sides. Then she is called complete returning, and the world is pardoned, for Mother is in perfect joy, sitting in perfection, as is written a joyous mother of children. Then she is called Yom HaKippurim, Day of Atonement, and it is written to purify you of all your sins, and in her are opened 50 gates engraved on all sides. It has been taught, it is written, when he sins and is guilty, why when he sins, and then and is guilty, well, it has been taught as follows: when he sins one of those sins called it, a sin, as is written any of the humanitat, sins v'ashm, and is guilty as is said harasham, the reparation, restored shall be Jehovah's v'ashm, and he should mend, namely if he mends his deeds, he shall restore that which he robbed. Rabbi Yos said, this is implied by what is written Heshiv, he shall restore. It is not written V'yashif, it shall return, but rather Heshiv, he shall restore, precisely. It has been taught in 4 cycles in the year, the voice ceases and judgments are aroused, and Teshuvah is suspended until restoration is made. When judgments are aroused, a voice issues and 4 corners of the world ascend and descend. A herald proclaims, but no one is aroused. The blessed Holy One is ready if they return, he returns if not, all ceases and judgments are executed. Then, he was grieved to the heart, he was grieved in the outer chambers. Rabbi Yehuda said, we have learned ever since the temple was destroyed, not a day passes without evil anger. Why? Because of what we have learned. Rabbi Yehuda said, in the name of Rabbi Yisa, the blessed Holy One has sworn that he will not enter heavenly Jerusalem until he enters earthly Jerusalem. Therefore, anger appears in the world. Rabbi Yos said, it is written, your father's nakedness and your mother's nakedness you shall not expose, and we have learned, she is your mother, you shall not expose her nakedness, she is your mother. Surely if one exposes her nakedness, to whom should he restore it? Surely, rectifying what he has exposed. For it has been taught, when the evil impulse proliferates in a person, it does so through that nakedness alone, and all those sins cling to that nakedness. It is written, you shall not expose. When one mends what he has done, he should do so corresponding to what he exposed. This is called Teshuvah. Rabbi Yitzhak said, all sins of the world are interlinked until mother is exposed on account of them, and when she is exposed, all the children are exposed on account of her. And it is written, you shall not take the mother off of the children when the world below is mended. All of them are mended until mending ascends to mother, and she is mended and covered, from having been uncovered. Thus it is written, happy is one whose transgression is forgiven, whose sin is covered. Then she is called Teshuvah, surely then she is called Yom HaKippurim, as is written, to purify you of all your sins before Yehovah you will become pure. Rabbi Yehuda said, when is she called Teshuvah? When mother is covered and abides in joy, as is written, a joyous mother of children, she returns to her vitality, and that which was closed returns to its place. They all return one by one, each one blessed, and then she is called Teshuvah Shalimta, complete returning, Teshuvah unspecified, complete returning, comprising all. Rabbi Yitzhak said, when the whole world is bound as one, it is written, for great over heaven, rising above the place called heaven. Rabbi Yehuda said, precisely, for it is written meal, over, heaven. If it were written al, over, this would imply the place presiding over heaven. Since it is written me'al, over, heaven, it implies the place presiding high above. And what is that mother, namely the one called Teshuvah? It has been taught when deeds are worthy below and mother is joyful, the Holy Ancient One is revealed and light returns to the short-tempered one. Then all is joyous, all is complete, all is blessed, compassion appears and all worlds rejoice, as is written, Yeshuf, he will return, and have compassion upon us, he will subdue our iniquities. Micah, who will return? The Holy Ancient One will return, revealing himself in the short-tempered one. He will return to be revealed, having previously been concealed, and all is called Teshuvah, returning. Rabbi Yehuda said, all is included, all, unspecified, and it is written so that Yehovah Yeshuf may turn back from his blazing wrath and show you compassion. Rabbi Yitzhak said, all, surely this has already been established in the presence of Rabbi Shimon. He shall restore that which he robbed. The companions asked, why is it written concerning robbery, he shall restore that which he robbed and no more, whereas for theft, one pays a penalty? Well, this has already been established. The former treats upper fear the same as lower, whereas the thief confronts only lower fear, not upper fear. What is written previously, if a soul sins, as we have said, Torah and the Blessed Holy One are astonished at her and say, if a soul sins, and it is written, if a soul commits a sacrilege, or if a soul swears. Rabbi Yitzhak said, it is written nefesh, a soul, not ruah, a spirit, or neshama, a soul breath. Here, body and nefesh, for it is written, it shall be, when he sins and is guilty, he shall restore that which he robbed. One who wishes to mend his deeds, as we have said, he shall restore. What does this mean? Well, that he should rectify his actions so that he may restore the springs of water to their place, saturating the plants from which, by his sin, he caused the flow to be withheld. Thus, he shall restore that which he robbed by his sins, as has been said. Rabbi Abba was sitting before Rabbi Shimon. His son, Rabbi Elazar, entered. Rabbi Shimon said, it is written, the righteous one flourishes like a palm tree, like a cedar in Lebanon he grows. Planted in the house of Yehovah. They bear fruit still in old age. Why like a palm tree? For look, of all the trees of the world, none is as slow to flower as a palm tree, which yields in 70 years. So why like a palm tree? Well, even though the verse testifies, none of the companions wishes to reveal. However, the righteous one flourishes like a palm tree refers to the exile of Babylon, for Shekinah returned to her place only after 70 years, as is written, when Babylon's 70 years are over, I will attend to you. This is the righteous one flourishes like a palm tree, growing male and female in 70 years. Righteous one, the blessed Holy One, as is written, for Yehovah is righteous, loving righteous deeds. And it is written, say of the righteous one that he is good like a cedar in Lebanon he grows like a cedar. Who is a cedar? The blessed Holy One, who sits upon the throne of perfect Jacob. In Lebanon he grows. In Lebanon, surely this is Eden, of which is written no eye has seen, O God, but you, what you will do for one who awaits you. This cedar grows in that supernal place. This refers to the final exile, like the cedar that rises slowly, and from the time it rises until it stands erect is a day plus the beginning of the next day, until it provides shade in daylight. The cedar rises only when enjoying water, as is said, like cedars by the water, so, like a cedar in Lebanon, he grows, from there issues a spring and a river, watering. A cedar, the blessed Holy One, choice as the cedars planted in the house of Jehovah at the time of King Messiah. In the courts of our God they flourish at the revival of the dead. They bear fruit still in old age, on the day when the world will be destroyed. Full of sap and fresh they are afterward, then, the new heavens and the new earth, and then, Israel will rejoice in its Maker, and it is written, Jehovah will rejoice in his works, to tell that Jehovah is upright. He opened again, saying, a perverse man spreads strife, and a slanderer separates an intimate. A perverse man spreads strife, as we have said, the wicked cause a defect above. And a slanderer separates Aleph, an intimate he separates Ulyupho, the chief, of the world, namely the blessed Holy One. Alternatively, a perverse man Yeshalamadon, spreads strife. What is Yeshala? He drives away those plants. Madon, for they imbibe from the side of Dinah, judgment. And a slanderer separates an intimate, as we have said, they cause a defect above. Separates, for union no longer exists. He separates Matronita from the king, and the king from Matronita. So he is not called one, for he is called one only when they share one coupling. Woe to the wicked who perpetrate this. Happy are the righteous who sustain existence above, and happy are the masters of Teshuvah who restore everything to its place. Therefore we have learned in the place where Baale Teshuvah, masters of returning, dwell, the completely righteous cannot dwell. Why? Well, the former are established in a supernal place from which the garden is watered. What is that? Teshuvah. So they are called Baale Teshuvah, masters of returning. The latter are established in another place called righteous one. So the former dwell in a supernal place, and the latter dwell in a small place. Why? The former restore the water to its place, from the supernal site of the deep river to the place called righteous one, and the completely righteous conduct it from the place where they dwell to this world. Thus, the former are higher, and the latter lower. Happy is the share of Baale Teshuvah, masters of returning, and happy is the share of the righteous, through whom the world is sustained. As is written, it shall be, when he sins and is guilty, he shall return what is written previously, or if he finds something lost and dissembles about it and swears falsely, for on account of this, the blessed Holy One withdraws completely, as it were. He no longer exists, since assembly of Israel is alienated from her place, as is written, faith has lost. Who is faith? Assembly of Israel, as is said, and your faithfulness in the nights. Faith has lost, as is said. Why has the land lost? And all is one. As has been established, Avda, has lost, not any Evdet or Avida, is lost. Similarly, the righteous one Avad, loses. It is not written Avad or any Avad, is lost, but rather Avad, loses. As is written, faith Avda, has lost. Thus, he shall return that which he robbed, or the lost object. A Rabbi Abba opened, tell me, you whom if the anointed priest should sin, soul loves, where do incurring guilt for the people you pasture your sheep if you do not know, O fairest of women. These verses have been established by the companions as referring to the time when Moses was departing from the world, for he said, let Jehovah, God of the spirits of all flesh, appoint a man over the community, who will go out before them and come in before them. But we have learned that this was said of the exile. This verse was spoken by assembly of Israel to the Holy King. Tell me, you whom my soul loves, as is said, have you seen the one whom my soul loves? It was spoken to the Holy King, you whom my soul loves, where do you pasture your sheep? In the book of Rav Hamnuna it says, as long as assembly of Israel is with the blessed Holy One, he is, as it were, complete, and he nourishes himself and others, feeding himself by sucking milk of supernal mother, and from that sucking he provides for all the rest, suckling them. And we have learned that Rabbi Shimon said as follows: as long as assembly of Israel is with the blessed Holy One, he is joyous and complete blessings abide in him and issue from him to all others. And whenever assembly of Israel is not with the blessed Holy One, then, as it were, blessings are withheld from him and from all others. Mystery of the matter: wherever male and female are not found, blessings do not settle. Because of this, the blessed Holy One roars and weeps, as is written, he roars mightily over his abode. And what does he say? Woe, that I have destroyed my house. When assembly of Israel went into exile, she said before him, tell me, you whom my soul loves, you, beloved of my soul, you in whom is all the love of my soul. Acre, where do you pasture? Ake, how will you nourish yourself from the depth of the river that never ceases? How will you nourish yourself from the radiance of supernal Eden? Acre Tarbits Baso Horaim, where do you sprinkle at noon? Ake, how will you nourish all the others, who are constantly watered by you? I myself was nourished by you every day and watered, and I watered all those below, and Israel was nourished through me. But now, lest I be as one enwrapped, how can I be enwrapped without blessings, when those blessings are needed and yet lacking in my hands among the flocks of your fellows? How can I stand over them and not shepherd them and nourish them, the flocks of your fellows Israel, children of the patriarchs, who are the holy chariot above? The blessed Holy One said to her, leave what is mine, for that is too concealed to be known. But, I'm loated I lark, if you do not yourself know, lark yourself, for yourself, then here is some advice. O fairest of women, as is said, you are fair, my darling, you are fair. Go follow the tracks of the sheep, the righteous, who are trampled underfoot, and for whose sake you will have strength to endure. Furthermore, and graze your kids by the shepherd's tents, school children, for whose sake the world endures, and who give strength to assembly of Israel in exile. Shepherd's tents, school, the house of study, where Torah is constantly found. Alternatively, if you do not know, O fairest of women, when there are righteous ones and school children studying Torah, then assembly of Israel can exist with them in exile. But if not, she and they, as it were, cannot exist in the world. If there are any virtuous people, they are seized first, and if not, those kids for whose sake the world endures are seized first, and the blessed Holy One plucks them from the world, even though they are without sin. Not only this, but he removes assembly of Israel, and she goes into exile. As is written, if the anointed priest should sin, Ashmat Haram, because of the guilt of the people on account of the people's sins, which caused this because of the guilt of the people, surely, not because of his own. Utah should sin withholding his goodness, executing judgment absolutely, as is said, I and my son Solomon will be a time, lacking kings. If the anointed priest, the blessed Holy One, as we have said, should sin withholding from assembly of Israel and from the world, not providing them sufficient blessing. And why is that? Ashmat Haram, because of the guilt for the people, surely on account of the sins of the world. If the anointed priest should sin, Rabbi Yitzhak opened, remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel. This verse should read, remember Abraham and Isaac and Israel. Why Isaac? Well, we have learned as follows: everywhere left is included in right, within the totality of right, for right is always arranged to encompass left. Therefore it does not separate, so as to include him. Thus, Abraham, Isaac, precisely, one totality. However, and Israel with both of them, holding them with his wings, perfectly complete. To whom you swore by yourself, the blessed Holy One swore an oath by the patriarchs above, as is written, to whom you swore back, by yourself, by those above, by those with you, back, in you, precisely, those dwelling in you. And said to them, I will multiply your seed like the stars of heaven, and all this land of which I spoke, I will give to your seed of which I spoke. The verse should read of which you spoke. However, the blessed Holy One said so to the patriarchs once and again. Of which amity, I spoke which I desired with the passion of my soul. For Amira, speaking, is desire, as is written Yehovah Amar, intended, to dwell in a thick cloud kings and they will possess it La'olam, forever. What is La'olam? The supernal Olam, world, to which she is joined and from which she is nourished. And if this land is not blessed and is banished, why is that? La'ashmat harm, because of the guilt of the people. Rabbi Yitzhak said, if the anointed priest should sin, the high priest below, for if he is prepared for service and a sin is found in him, it is because of the guilt of the people. Woe to those who rely on him. Similarly, a cantor who sins, in whom a sin is found because the people were not found worthy before the blessed Holy One. Woe to those who rely on him. Rabbi Yehuda said, all the more so the priest, with whom all of Israel and those above and below are linked, waiting to be blessed through him. For we have learned when the priest begins to intend words and to bring a supernal offering, all becomes joyous. Right begins to awaken, left is included in right, all is linked and united with one another, and all are blessed as one. Thus, through the priest, those above and below are blessed, as has been established. Therefore, an offering must be brought for him, so that his sin may be atoned for. Rabbi Yos said, regarding what we have learned, that through the priest a person's sin is atoned for when the former brings an offering now that he himself has sinned. Who brings an offering for him? Who atones for him? If you say that he brings an offering for himself, look, he has become corrupt and is not worthy of conveying blessing to those above and below. Those below cannot be blessed by him, certainly not those above. Rabbi Yehuda said, but look at what is written, he shall atone for himself and for his household. Why does he need atonement? Because he has sinned. So let him atone for himself, as is written, he shall atone for himself. Rabbi Iya said, it is known to which place the high priest is linked, and to which place another priest is linked, as well as the one called prefect. Therefore, another one brings his offering, raising it to the place where he is linked. After the priest has ascended to that place, the high priest is not prevented from ascending to his place, attaining atonement for his sin. So another one brings an offering once he has done so and it proves insufficient, then all those above join to atone for his sin, and the Holy King approves. Similarly, one who prays and errs, let another take his place. Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Abba were sitting. Rabbi Elazar said, on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, I have seen that Father refuses to listen to anyone leading the prayers unless he has watched over him for 3 days to purify him. For Rabbi Shimon has said as follows, by the prayer of this person whom I have purified, the world is atoned for. All the more so with the blowing of the shofar, for he does not accept shofar blowing from anyone who has not mastered blowing according to the mysteries. For we have learned, Rabbi Yisa Sava said, these blowings proceed in order. The first comprises all. The second one orderly, another orderly, powers between them. The third one here, another there, power between them. Cutting off ascends, cluster descends, one harsh, another mild, as we have established. They are 10, and they are 9, one, totality of all. On this day Isaac is crowned and he is head of the patriarchs. On this day is written, sinners in Zion are afraid. On this day Isaac is bound, binding all, and Sarah wails, and the sound of the shofar is extremely strong. Happy is the share of one who passes through them and is saved from them. Rabbi Abba said, that is why on this day we read the portion of Isaac. On this day Isaac was bound below and tied to the one above. When was he tied? At the time when it is written, he bound Isaac his son and placed him on the altar. Rabbi Elazar said, on this day Isaac crowned Abraham, as is written, Elohim Nisi, tested, Abraham. What is Nisi? As is said to the peoples, I will raise Nisi, my banner. He called its name Yehovah is Nisi, my banner. What does this indicate? That the rite was completed and consummated, as is written Elohim Nisi, elevated, Abraham Elohim. Precisely this is the fear of Isaac was with me. Rabbi Abba said, it is written, for Elohim is the judge, he brings down one and lifts up another, for Elohim is the judge. Isaac. If judgment did not pass through the place where Jacob abides, and if it were not rinsed there, then woe to the world upon encountering its judgment. Mystery of the matter, for by fire will Jehovah execute judgment. This is sweetening of the world. Once it enters the sight of Jacob, and Jacob grasps it, fire subsides and coals cool. This may be compared to a man who was angry and armed himself and stormed out to kill people. A certain wise man stood at the door, saying, if I don't grab him and overpower him, people will be murdered. As they were struggling with one another and clutching each other, his anger cooled down, and instead of going out to kill, he went out to rebuke. Who bore the anger and harsh judgment of that person? You must admit, the one who stood at the door. Similarly, the blessed Holy One said to Israel, my children, do not fear, for I am standing by the door, but brace yourselves on this day, and give me strength. How with the shofar? For if the sound of the shofar issues fittingly and is meditated upon here below, that sound ascends, arousing the patriarchs, who then stand in the dwelling of Jacob. So one should be vigilant with the shofar, being aware of that sound and concentrating on it. Not a single sound of the shofar fails to ascend to a particular firmament, and all the legions of that firmament give room to that voice. What do they say? Jehovah utters his voice before his army. Joel. That voice stands in the firmament until another voice comes, and they station themselves as one and ascend coupled to another firmament. Thus we have learned there is a voice elevating a voice. And what is that? The sound of Israel blowing below. When all those sounds below join and ascend to the highest firmament, inhabited by the Holy King, they are all adorned before the King. Then thrones are cast down, and the throne of Jacob stands firmly established. Concerning this I have found in the book of Rav Hamnun Asava, regarding those prayers, the sound of the shofar is a voice generated from one's spirit and soul, spreading through that shofar, worthy of ascending. On that day accusers stand poised above, and when that sound of the shofar rises, they are all repulsed by it and cannot endure. Happy is the share of the righteous who know how to direct their will and how to mend the world by the sound of the shofar on this day. Thus it is written, happy is the people who know the blast on this day. The people should look to someone who is consummate, who knows the ways of the Holy King and the glory of the King, to offer supplication for them on this day and to convey the sound of the shofar through all worlds with devotion of the heart, with wisdom, with complete fervor, so that by him judgment may be removed from the world. Woe to those whose agent is found unfitting, for on account of him the sins of the world are called to attention, as is written, if the anointed priest should sin, for he is the agent of all Israel, incurring guilt for the people, because judgment befalls them. But when the agent is fittingly worthy, happy are the people, for through him all judgments are removed from them. All the more so the priest, by whom those above and those below are blessed. Rabbi Elazar said, therefore, a priest and a Levite must be examined before ascending to service, to determine their ways and actions, otherwise, they may not ascend. Similarly with the Sanhedrin, to render judgment. If he is found fitting, then the restrictions of the temple are imposed on him. If not, he does not ascend to service. As is written for Levi, he said, your Thummim and your Urim for your devoted man. Why did he deserve the Urim and Thummim and performing service? Scripture goes on to say, whom you tested at Massa, disputed with at the waters of Meribah, who says of his father and mother, I have not seen them. Once he attains these rungs, then they shall teach your laws to Jacob and your teaching to Israel. They shall put incense in your nose to soothe your anger and to invite peace, and whole offerings on your altar, so that all may be fragrant and blessings be found in all worlds. Then, bless, O Jehovah, his abundance, and his handiwork favor. Rabbi Shimon opened, "You lolling women, if the whole community of Israel rise, hear my voice should how carefully one should regard the glory of his Lord, so as to be a complete creature before him. For when the blessed Holy One created the human being, he created him complete, as is written, God made the human being right ha Adam, the human being male and female, the female included in the male, thus it is written right. Later, but they have sought many schemes. From the hollow of the great supernal abyss, there manifested a certain female, spirit of all spirits. As has been established, her name was Lilith, and she originally existed along with Adam. When Adam was created and his body completed, 1,000 spirits from the left side arranged themselves around that body, each one wanting to enter it, but they could not, until finally the blessed Holy One rebuked them. Adam was lying down, a body without a spirit, his appearance green with all those spirits surrounding him. At that moment a cloud descended and thrust away all those spirits. And when it is written, "Let the earth bring forth a living soul," they have established that the female was impregnated by the male with the soul of Adam, and she generated the spirit to breathe into Adam, comprised of two sides fittingly, as is written, "He blew into his nostrils the breath of life, and the human became Nefesh Ayah, soul of a living being." One might have doubts about this, not knowing whether this Ayah, living being, is the lower Ayah or the Ayah called Israel, whether from the male or from the female. However, it is not written Nefesh ha-Ayah, soul of the living being, but rather Nefesh Ayah, soul of a living being without the definite article, implying all. When he rose, his female was fastened to his side, and the holy soul within him spread to this side and to that side, sufficing for both, for so it was comprised. Subsequently, the blessed Holy One sought Adam and prepared his female, as is written, Yehovah Elohim built Harsila, the side he had taken from the human into a woman, Harsila, the side, as we have already established, as is said, Ulsila, and on the side of the dwelling, and he brought her to the human, adorned like a bride for the canopy. As soon as Lilith saw this, she fled, and she is in the cities of the sea, still intent on harming inhabitants of the world. And when the blessed Holy One eventually destroys wicked Rome, so that it becomes an eternal desolation, he will raise this Lilith and settle her in those ruins, since she is the ruin of the world, as is written, there Lilith shall repose and find herself a resting place. In the books of the ancients they say that she fled from Adam before this, but we have not learned so, for look, a female was not with him, rather, until this one arose with Adam fittingly, she coupled with him, and when this one was arranged with him fittingly, she fled to the sea, determined to harm humanity. The remedy for this: when a man couples with his wife, he should focus his heart on the holiness of his Lord and say as follows: one wrapped in a bedspread is looming. Loosened, loosened, enter not, emerge not, yours, not your portion, return, return, the sea rages, its rolling waves calling you, I grasp the holy share, I am wrapped in holiness of the King. He should cover his head and his wife for an hour, and so every time until 3 days after conception, for any grafting that does not take root within 3 days will never take root. In the book that Ashmedai left for King Solomon, it says 30 days. And it says that after he completes the act, he should pour clear water around his bed, total protection. Subsequently, whoever suckles the baby should not couple with a man unless the baby is asleep, and afterwards she should not suckle him for an hour, the equivalent of walking 2 miles or 1 mile if she cannot wait, due to the distress of the baby when he is crying. Thereby, one never has to fear her. Happy are the righteous whom the blessed Holy One has taught deep mysteries of above and below all through Torah, for whoever engages in Torah is adorned with crowns of the holy name, since Torah is the holy name, and whoever engages in Torah is inscribed and crowned with the holy name, and thus knows hidden ways and deep mysteries of above and below, and never fears. On that day they were commanded concerning a certain tree, and they transgressed the command of their Lord. Because the woman sinned first and that serpent copulated with her, it is written, He will rule over you from here on. Whenever men are found guilty before the Blessed Holy One, we have established that those women above are designated to rule over them on the side of harsh judgment, as is written, My people their tyrants are children, and women rule over them. Surely these are called flame of the whirling sword, not that they are the whirling sword, but rather the flame of that sword called a sword avenging with vengeance of the covenant. Jehovah has a sword, full of blood, that flame is whirling. Sometimes male, sometimes female, as has been established. Woe to the world when those women rule the world. When the prophet saw Israel perverting their ways and immersed in sin before him, he said, You lolling women, how can you be still? How can you sit around, not prevailing in the world? Rise. Elsewhere we have established this verse, and it has been established by the companions. However, it was uttered only as we find in the case of Deborah, as is written, she was judging Israel at that time. Judges concerning this we have learned, Woe to the man whose wife says grace at the table. Similarly with Deborah, she was judging Israel. Woe to the generation that had no one to judge the people but a woman. There were two women who existed in the world and uttered praise of the Blessed Holy One, such as all men of the world never equaled. Who are they? Deborah and Hannah. Hannah said, There is no one holy like Jehovah, for there is no one beside you. Samuel, and all those verses. For she opened the gate of faith for the world. For example, he raises the poor from the dust, opening of faith to seat among nobles, faith above, in the place where the patriarchs abide. Who are nobles? The patriarchs, as is said, nobles of nations have gathered. Alternatively, she prophesied of Samuel, who was destined to be linked with Moses and Aaron, as is written, Moses and Aaron among his priests, Samuel among those invoking his name. A throne of honor he bequeaths them. Samuel, who bequeaths them? Samuel, who bequeathed the glory of royalty to two kings. Alternatively, the Blessed Holy One, who bequeathed his throne to his servants. Further, Jehovah, Yeatu Marivath, his adversaries will be shattered. Samuel Marivath, his adversaries, spelled deficiently. What does this indicate? Marivath we have learned, Mariv Vov, one who quarrels with Vov, who is the Holy King. Mystery of wisdom is uttered here, when judgments overwhelm compassion, and compassion is subdued. But when the Blessed Holy One is blessed from the spring of the stream, then compassion overpowers and judgments are subdued, as is written, Yeatu Mariv Vov, one who quarrels with Vov will be shattered. Aleph, upon him. Samuel, what does this mean? Aleph, upon him, when dew of the Holy Ancient One settles upon him, filling his head in the place called heaven, then he will thunder, smashing the power and might of harsh judgments. He will therefore grant power to his king Samuel, the Blessed Holy One, and raise the horn of his anointed assembly of Israel, who is called Horn of Jubilee, Joshua, as we have established. His anointed, as is said, anointed of the God of Jacob. Samuel, so horn of his anointed, as has been said. Deborah, who came and offered praise of the Holy King Jehovah, when you came forth from Sir Judges, teaching that the Blessed Holy One invited the other nations to receive the Torah. Now, was it not revealed before him that they did not want it, however, so that they would have no excuse? If only he had given them the Torah, they would have kept it. All those verses uttered by Deborah abide in mystery of wisdom until the moment when she praised herself, and the spirit of prophecy departed from her. Therefore, awake, awake, Judges, twice. All this, when men were immersed in sin and not worthy of the Holy Spirit settling upon them. If the whole community of Israel should err, as we have established, erring in a ruling. However, if the whole community of Israel should err, the verse should read, if the community of Israel should err, why the whole community? Well, these are those who are all found in Jerusalem, whence Torah issues to the whole people, and if those who are there err, all of Israel errs. As we have learned, once they are there, the whole nation errs, being all drawn after them. and the matter be hidden from the eyes of the assembly. The eyes of the assembly are the Sanhedrin, those who are appointed. Rabbi Iya and Rabbi Yos were walking on the road. As they were going along, Rabbi Yos said to Rabbi Iya, "Let us engage in words of the Ancient of Days." Rabbi Iya opened, saying, "My sin I acknowledged to you, and my iniquity I did not conceal. My sin I acknowledged to you." From here we learn that anyone who conceals his sins and does not declare them before the Holy King, pleading for mercy on them, is not allowed to open the door of Teshuvah, because he is ashamed before him. But if he declares them, the Blessed Holy One has pity upon him, and compassion overwhelms judgment. All the more so if he weeps, for all shut doors are then opened and his prayer is accepted. So declaring one's sins brings glory to the King, enabling compassion to overwhelm judgment. Thus it is written, "He who sacrifices to Yekabidanini, confession glorifies me. Yekabidanini, glorifies me." Two glorifications, one below and one above, one in this world and one in the world that is coming. This verse is totally difficult. It is redundant, because "I will confess my transgressions" suffices. Why my sin I acknowledged to you, and then "I will confess my transgressions to Jehovah." Furthermore, "I will confess my transgressions to Jehovah," the verse should read to you. However, David uttered all his words by the Holy Spirit, and he spoke to the kingdom of heaven, for she is the agent from those below to those above, and from those above to those below. Whoever seeks the King informs her first, "So my sin I acknowledged to you, and my iniquity I did not conceal from righteous one of the world. I said, I will confess my transgressions to Jehovah, the Holy King who possesses all peace." And the peace that one should bring before him is conveyed by confession, for peace offerings are brought with confession, as is written, "Al-Zeva Tadat Shalameth, with his confession peace sacrifice, and you forgave the guilt of my sin." Selah. High above, the place where the Holy Ancient One abides. Thus this verse is linked to all. Similarly, one who brings his plea to the King should unify his holy name by aspiration, binding all as one, and in that bond his plea will appear. Rabbi Yos said, "Who is wise enough to bring his plea like King David, who guards the gate of the king?" Rabbi Iya replied, "Certainly that is why Torah teaches us the ways of the Holy King, so that we may know how to follow him, as is written, after Jehovah your God shall you go." Rabbi Yos opened, saying, "Thus says Jehovah, a voice is heard on a height wailing, bitter weeping. Thus says Jehovah, as has been established, whenever a prophet begins to speak, his words are recognized, and here the Blessed Holy One says about this thus. And what does he say? A voice is heard on a height. We have learned as follows: on the night when the temple was destroyed below and the people of Israel were exiled, with millstones round their necks and their hands bound tightly behind them, and assembly of Israel was banished from the house of the king to follow them. When she descended, she said, "I will first go and cry over my dwelling and over my children and over my husband." When she descended and saw her place destroyed, blood of the pious streaming in it, and the house burning, she raised her voice, and those above and those below trembled, and the voice reached up to the place where the king dwells, and the king wanted to turn the world back into chaos. Then numerous camps and legions descended toward her, but she would not receive them, as is written, refusing to be comforted for her children, for she would not receive them. Because I knew, he is no more, because the Holy King had ascended far above and was absent, as is written, because I knew, he is no more. It is not written Einem, they are no more. Rabbi Iya said to him, "Why Rachel weeping for her children?" He replied, "We have learned that this is assembly of Israel, and this is the wife of Jacob. Surely, as is written, Jacob loved Rachel, and it is written Rachel was barren, and there it is written, he settles the barren woman in her home as a joyous mother of children." Hallelujah. Alternatively, because I knew, he is not, as is said, I knew, there is no one greater in this house than I. He is not, for he has ascended above, distancing himself from all. He is not united with her, he is not, his name no longer great. Rabbi Iya said, from what place did she begin to be exiled? He replied, she began from the temple, and then went around the whole land. Afterward, when she left the land, she rose above the desert and then sat there 3 days. She remembered her legions and camps and those who sat with her in the king's house, and she exclaimed about herself, how does she sit alone? Rabbi Iya and Rabbi Yos wept. Rabbi Yos said, Israel was not exiled from the land, nor was the temple destroyed, until all of Israel were found guilty before the blessed Holy One. And they were not all found guilty until the leaders of the world were found guilty first, as is written, O my people, your guides lead astray, for once the heads of the people fall into sin, all the people are drawn after them. Rabbi Iya said, from here, if the whole community of Israel should err, how does this happen? Because the matter be hidden from the eyes of the community, since the eyes of the people are their leaders, after whom all the people are drawn. They walked on. As they were going, they saw a certain place lush with grass and a river flowing through. They sat down. While they were sitting, a bird flew by, chirping in front of them. Rabbi Iya said, let's get up from here, for there are surely mountain peckers around. They got up and went. Turning their heads, they saw robbers chasing them. A miracle happened, and a cliff appeared in front of them with a cave in it. They entered it and sat there that whole day and the whole night. Rabbi Iya opened, saying, as for you, do not fear, my servant Jacob, for I will save you from afar, for I will save you from afar. The verse should read from nearby. It has been established that this phrase from afar corresponds with what is said, they shall return from a faraway land. However, from afar, as is said, from afar, Jehovah appeared to me, and it is written, from afar she brings her food. And who is that depth of the stream, whence that river flows forth? And Jacob will return, since it is written, do not fear, my servant Jacob. Why? And Jacob will return well, as we have said, for I will save you from afar. For we have learned the blessed Holy One has ascended far above, as is written, why, O Jehovah, do you stand afar? And from that place called afar, I will save you, and Jacob will return to his place, to his throne, to couple with assembly of Israel. And be calm, Yesod, and secure, making his abode in her, with no one rid, frightening him from Isaac, as is said, Vayirad Yitzhak, Isaac trembled. Of this is written, fear of Isaac, and when that fear is aroused, Yesod withdraws elsewhere, as is written, sinners in Zion are afraid in Zion, precisely thus, with no one frightening him. And now the blessed Holy One has saved us from afar and hidden us in this place in calm and tranquility, with no one frightening us at all. For when the blessed Holy One performs a miracle, he does so completely. Rabbi Yos opened, saying, Barak said to her, if you go with me, I will go. Judges, what does this indicate? Well, Barak said, since the Holy Spirit has settled upon her, I will be saved because of her, and no harm will befall me. Now if this one who relied on a woman was saved because of her, how much more so we who have Torah with us, which is the name of the Holy King. They sat the whole day. When night dusked, the moon shone into the cave. 2 donkey drivers passed by with their donkeys laden with food and drink for themselves. They rested on their load, and one said to the other, let's spend the night here. Look, we have food and drink, and for the donkeys, and we can go into this cave. His companion said to him, not until this verse is settled. He said, which one? He replied, a certain word written, I will thank you forever, for you have done, and I will wait for your name, for it is good before your devoted ones. Why? For you have done, without saying what, and it is written, for it is good before your devoted ones, and toward others it is not good. He had no answer. He said, woe for the load, on account of which I have forsaken the blessed Holy One. Rabbi Iya and Rabbi Yos, who were sitting in the cave, rejoiced. Rabbi Iya said to Rabbi Yos, didn't I tell you that when the blessed Holy One performs a miracle, he does so completely? They came out. As they were coming out, Rabbi Ea immediately opened, "Peace, peace for the far and the near, 2 pieces here, one for the far and one for the near, and all is one, for the far who becomes near. Furthermore, for the far a master of Teshuvah, first he was far and now he is near. Furthermore, the far, when a person strays far from Torah, he is far from the Blessed Holy One, and whoever draws near Torah is drawn near the Blessed Holy One. Now join us and come into the cave." Those donkey drivers came and prostrated themselves before them. They unloaded their donkeys and prepared food. Then they all went out to the mouth of the cave. One of the donkey drivers said, "Let the masters of Torah explain to us this verse. I will thank you La'olam, forever, for you have done, and I will wait for your name, for it is good before your devoted ones. Why for Asatah, you have done, without saying what, and it is written, for it is good before your devoted ones, and toward others it is not good." Rabbi Ea said, "For Asatah, you have made, surely, and what have you made La'olam, the world? Because of this world that the Blessed Holy One made and established, one thanks the Blessed Holy One every day. Your name, for it is good before your devoted ones, certainly so the name of the Blessed Holy One is good before the righteous, not before the wicked who scorn it every day by not engaging in Torah." He said to him, "That is fine, but I heard a word from behind Shekinah, which I fear to reveal." Rabbi Ea and Rabbi Yos said to him, "Utter your word, for Torah is not bequeathed to one place alone." He said to them, "One day I was traveling to Lyre. I entered the town and leaned myself against a wall. Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari was in that house, and I heard this verse from his mouth, I will thank you La'olam, forever, for Asatah, you have done. I will thank you King David, peace be unto him, said this for the last Olam, world, that he made, for King David is linked to that world, by which he inherited the kingdom. And I will wait for your name, for it is good, the Blessed Holy One with Yesod, the foundation, of this world, who is called good. When is he called good? Before a Sidka, your devoted ones. Who are a Sidka? Your devoted ones. Well, there is Hezd, and then there is Hezd. These are called faithful as dear David, acts of love for David. And when these as dear David, acts of love for David, are filled with the goodness flowing from the Ancient One, then Yesod is called good, then it is good for them. For when he is in that state, he sweetens this last world and all is blessed. Therefore, David waits for this rung that illumines this world to which he is linked. This is how I heard the words, but I don't know what they mean." Rabbi Ea and Rabbi Yos came and kissed him on his head. Rabbi Ea said, "Who would cover your eyes with dust, Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari, for you are in your place, yet you make high mountains quake. Birds of heaven and all creatures delight in your words. Woe to the world when you depart from it." That man opened again, saying, "I heard another word from him at that time, concerning the verse now here, O our God, the prayer of your servant and his pleas for the sake of Adonai, my Lord." He said as follows, "If this name were highest of all, it would be fine, for so they say, do it for the sake of the king. But it is known that this name is the site of the court, from which judgment issues to the world. Who has seen anyone say to the king, do it for the sake of your servant or for something less than yourself? However, so it should be, for this name establishes a house for the king, and the temple below one is attached to the other since they are interlinked. When the sanctuary below stands firm, this name above stands firm. This is like someone saying to the king, build this house and this palace so that the matronita will not have to dwell outside the palace. Here, too, let your face shine upon your desolate sanctuary, for the sake of Adonai, so that she will not be outside her dwelling." Rabbi Ea and Rabbi Yos were amazed and they rejoiced that night. After they had eaten, his fellow donkey driver opened, saying, "I will tell you something that I was engaged in today." This verse, a psalm of David, when he was in the desert of Judah. David uttered this song when he was fleeing from his father-in-law. What did he say? Elohim, you are my God, I will seek you. My soul thirsts for you, my flesh yearns for you, in a parched and weary land with no water. Elohim, you are my God, for he was always attached to Gevuran, powers. I will seek you now. How could David seek the blessed Holy One in a distant land, having been driven from the place where Shekinah dwells? Well, even though he was driven away, he did not abandon his custom of seeking the blessed Holy One. And I have heard that I will seek you is like someone saying, I would go to appear before you, but I cannot. So, I would seek you, but I am outside the place where Shekinah dwells. My soul thirsts for you, longing for you, and my body, to appear before you, but I cannot because I am in a parched and weary land with no water, referring to a place outside that of Shekinah, where living waters are not found. Who are living waters? Shekinah, of whom is written a well of living waters. Thus it is written, a parched and weary land with no water. Rabbi Ea and Rabbi Yos said, surely this way is paved before us. They entered the cave and slept. At midnight they heard the sound of animals howling in the desert. They awoke. Rabbi Ea said, it is time to assist assembly of Israel, for she is praising the king. They said, let each one say something from Torah that he has heard and knows. They all sat down. Rabbi Ea opened, saying, for the leader. On the doe of dawn. A song of David. Who is the doe of dawn? Assembly of Israel. Who is called a loving doe, a graceful gazelle is she, the doe of the dawn, and not of the day. Well, the doe from the place called dawn, as is said, his appearing is as sure as dawn. Hosea. King David said this of assembly of Israel, for it was not uttered by assembly of Israel herself, as indicated by on the doe of dawn. When night enters, gates are shut, and those above and those below subside. The distant ones are aroused and go roaming throughout the world, pursuing human bodies and encircling their beds. And when they see the image of the king, they become afraid, for those have strengthened themselves in bed with words of the holy name. Souls of humans ascend, each one fittingly, as has been established. Happy is the share of the righteous, whose souls ascend on high and are not detained in another undesirable place. When the night is split, a herald stands proclaiming and gates open. Then a wind from the north side stirs and strikes at the harp of David, which plays itself, praising the king, and the blessed Holy One delights with the righteous in the Garden of Eden. Happy is the share of one who awakes at that time and engages in Torah. Whoever rises at that time is called a friend of the blessed Holy One and of assembly of Israel. Furthermore, they are called brothers and companions, as is written, for the sake of my brothers and my companions, let me say, peace be within you. They are called friends, as is written, friends, listen for your voice, let me hear when day comes. A herald stands proclaiming and gates of the south are opened, stars and constellations awaken, gates of compassion are opened, and the king sits, receiving praises. Then all those friends grasp the wings of assembly of Israel, and their words come and settle in the lap of the king. Then the king commands, and all those members of his palace are inscribed in a book, and a thread of love is drawn upon them. By that thread, one is adorned with the crown of the king and feared by those above and below. Even when masters of judgment prevail, they do not execute judgment upon him, because he is marked with the insignia of the king and known to be of the royal palace, making him immune to judgment. Happy is the share of the righteous who engage in Torah, for as long as Israel is with the king, he yearns for words of Torah. Mystery of the matter. Assembly of Israel does not stand before the king except with Torah. For as long as people of Israel in the land engage in Torah, assembly of Israel dwells with them, and when they neglect Torah, she cannot remain with them for even a moment. So when assembly of Israel is aroused toward the king, her power grows, and the king delights in greeting her. But whenever assembly of Israel comes toward the king lacking Torah, her power, as it were, weakens. Woe to those who weaken power above. Thus, happy are those who engage in Torah, especially when assembly of Israel needs it. Then, of such a person the Blessed Holy One declares, he said to me, "You are my servant, Israel, in whom I glory." Rabbi Yos opened, saying, an utterance concerning Duma. One calls to me from So, watchman, what of the night watchman, what of the night? This verse has already been established by the companions in various places, but Massa Duma, an utterance concerning Duma, all those times when Israel was in exile. The time and termination were known, yet the exile of Edom is Massa Duma, a burden of silence, for unlike those others, it is neither known nor revealed. The Blessed Holy One says, one calls to me from So. I have heard a voice amidst the exile of So, from those who are oppressed, those lying in the dust. And what do they say? Watchman, what of the night watchman, what of the night? They are demanding from me about Matronita. What have I done with my Matronita? Then the Blessed Holy One gathers his family and says, see my beloved children, who are oppressed in exile, yet they abandon their own distress and demand from me about Matronita. Watchman, you who are called watchmen, where is the watching? Where is the watching over your house? What Milael, of the night what have you done with night? Is this how you watch over her? What Milael, of the night? For sometimes she is called Layla, and sometimes she is called Laylas. Is written it is Lael, a night of watch for Jehovah, and it is written this Halayla, night. Then the Blessed Holy One answers them, my watching endures, for I am ready to welcome her and be with her, as is written. The watchman said, the one watching over the house, morning is coming, and also night. At first, you ascended far above and removed that morning that is always present with her. Now, morning is coming, he is ready to join night. And also night, she is ready. But on account of you, they have been delayed. And if you want this, and why have they delayed? Return in Teshuvah. Then, come to me and we will all share one abode and all return to our place, as is written, Veshav Yehovah Eloheka et Shevutecha, Jehovah your God will return with your captivity. The verse does not read Veheshiv, will restore, but rather Veshav, will return. Twice here, will return, one for assembly of Israel and one for the Blessed Holy One, as is written, he will return and gather you from all the nations. That donkey driver opened, saying, when the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy. Job, when the Blessed Holy One comes to delight with the righteous in the Garden of Eden, all entities of the upper world and all those above and below are aroused toward him, and all the trees of Eden begin praising him, as is written, then the trees of the forest will sing for joy before Jehovah, for he comes. Chronicles, even birds of the earth all chirp praise before him. Then a rooster flaps its wings and calls out praise to the Holy King, and calls to human beings to engage in service of their Lord. Happy is the share of those who rise from their beds to engage in Torah when morning comes. The gates of the south open and healing streams to the world. The east wind stirs and compassion prevails. All those stars appointed under this morning open in praise, singing to the supernal King, as is written, when the morning stars sang together, V'yayu kol b'ni Elohim, and all the sons of Elohim shouted for joy. What are the sons of Elohim doing here? Summoning to you a shout, at this time, since all judgments are eliminated when Hesed is aroused in the world. Well, V'yayu kol b'ni Elohim, and all the sons of Elohim were smashed. The power of harsh judgments is broken and their strength is broken, as is said, Roah Hitroah Ares, the earth is burst asunder. All this because that morning is aroused in the world, and Abraham comes to plant a tamarisk in Beersheba. This word I heard as follows in Beersheba, surely, and it is written, he invoked there the name of Jehovah, eternal God. His companion opened, saying, the morning was light, and the men were sent off. What does this mean? The morning was light. I have learned as follows. What is Baka, morning? Well, when morning comes and judgments are eliminated and Hesed is about to awaken, all those deriving from this side Mevakariah, visit their place to prepare blessings for the world. This is Baka, or morning is light, for compassion settles upon the world and Hesed assumes its place. Then, morning is light, and it is written God saw the light, that it was good. All is on specific rungs. Night, as is known. Morning is light, as is known, a rung always found with it. When the sun shines. Sun, as is known, a supernal rung, sweetening all and illumining all, as is said, for a sun and shield is Jehovah of hosts. This morning is light shines from the sun, and this illumines night, so all depend on one another. When this morning is light arouses, all inhabitants of the world unite in joy and endure in the world. And now look, the day is shining, it is a favorable time to go on our way. Rabbi Ea and Rabbi Yos blessed them and kissed them on their heads and sent them off. Rabbi Ea said to Rabbi Yos, "Blessed is the compassionate one who has paved the way before us. Surely, the blessed Holy One sent them to us. Happy are those who engage in Torah and do not slacken from it for a moment." Rabbi Ea and Rabbi Yos emerged and went on their way. Rabbi Yos said, "Surely, the love in my heart is bound with those donkey drivers." Rabbi Ea said, "I am not surprised at this, for in the days of Rabbi Shimon even birds of heaven whisper wisdom, because his words are known above and below." Rabbi Ea opened, saying, "Jehovah said to Moses, Here, you are about to lie with your fathers, and this people will rise and go whoring after the alien gods of the land into the midst of which they are coming, and they will forsake me and violate my covenant that I have made with them." As long as Moses remained alive in the world, he restrained Israel, so that they would not be found sinful before the blessed Holy One. Because Moses was among them, there will be no generation until King Messiah comes that sees the glory of the blessed Holy One as they did, for they attained what other generations did not. As we have learned, a single handmaid at the sea saw what the eye of Ezekiel the prophet did not see. If they attained so much, all the more so the wives of Israel, all the more so their children, all the more so the men, all the more so the chieftains, all the more so the Sanhedrin, all the more so the prophets, all the much more so the supreme, faithful prophet Moses, who surpassed all. Now if these donkey drivers of the desert utter such wisdom, all the much more so sages of the generation who stand before Rabbi Shimon, learning from him every day, all the much more so Rabbi Shimon himself, who transcends all. After Moses died, what is written, this people will rise and go whoring after the alien gods. Similarly, woe to the world when Rabbi Shimon departs from it, for springs of wisdom will be stopped up, and a person will seek a word of wisdom and find no one speaking, and the whole world will stray in Torah because no one among them is aroused by wisdom. Of this we read, if the whole community of Israel should err, if they err in Torah and do not know the way, why is this? Because the matter be hidden from the eyes of the assembly, for there is no one who knows how to reveal depths and ways. Woe to those generations, woe to those who exist then in the world. Rabbi Yehuda said, the blessed Holy One will eventually reveal deep mysteries of Torah in the time of King Messiah, for the earth will be filled with knowledge of Jehovah as waters cover the sea, and it is written, no longer will a man teach his brother, or a man his neighbor, saying, Know Jehovah, for they will all know me, from the least of them to the greatest. Rabbi Yitzhak said, why is this different from everywhere else? When a chieftain sins, where it is written, if, as is said, if the anointed priest should sin, if the whole community of Israel should err, whereas here when a chieftain sins, not if a chieftain sins. What does this indicate? Well, these are not in a state of sin, for a priest guards himself constantly, since the burden of his Lord lies upon him every day, and the burden of all Israel, and the burden of each one of them. So it was astonishing when he would sin, and therefore it is written, if. Similarly, if the whole community of Israel should err, it would be astonishing if they would all be found committing the same sin, for if some would sin, others would not. So it is written, if. But here, when a chieftain sins, surely because his heart is arrogant, and the people follow him and are under his command. So, when a chieftain sins, having violated one of the negative commandments, consequently, of him is not written if, since the matter is not in doubt. Rabbi Yehuda opened, the chieftains brought the cornelian stones and the stones for setting, for the ephod and for the breastpiece. Why were these brought by the chieftains and by no one else? For look at what is written, everyone whose heart impels him shall bring it, an offering for Jehovah. And it is written, cornelian stones and stones for setting. Well, the blessed Holy One said, although this free will offering depends on everyone, leave these stones for the chieftains. Why? Because they are placed on the heart of the priest. The blessed Holy One said, let the chieftains, whose hearts are arrogant, come and bring these stones that are placed on the heart, and the heart will be atoned for. And it is written, they shall be upon Aaron's heart. Therefore, the chieftains brought the cornelian stones and the stones for setting, to atone for themselves. Thus, when a chieftain sins, surely, and does one of the things that by the commands of Jehovah should not be done, as has been established, violating a negative commandment, or his sin is made known to him, for since his heart is arrogant, he did not notice, and afterward it was made known to him and he repented. Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Yos were sitting one night, delving into Torah. Rabbi Yehuda said to Rabbi Yos, I see that thirsting clarity of Torah is greater by night than by day. Why? He replied, because clarity of written Torah is oral Torah, and oral Torah prevails at night and is more stimulated then than by day. When she reigns, Torah is thirstily clear. Rabbi Yos opened, saying, he did not say, where is God, my Maker, giving songs in the night job when the north wind stirs and the night is split. As has been established, a flame licks out and strikes beneath the wings of the rooster, who flaps his wings and crows. When that flame touches him, flaring toward him, is stark high, he looks upon it and trembles and cries. He looks and watches for the sake of his master's glory, to perform his will, and he calls out to human beings. Therefore he is called Sekvi, rooster watching. And he is called Gever, rooster, because he is aroused by a flame of Gevurah and comes from the side of Gevurah to arouse the world. Then those scions of faith rise and empower assembly of Israel, and this is called jubilation of Torah. Therefore David inherited the kingdom, he and his descendants forever, for generations upon generations. When the rooster crows and people sleep in their beds, failing to awake, he crows again, saying what he says, as has been established. He then flaps his wings and says, woe to so-and-so, rebuked by his Lord, abandoned by his Lord, whose spirit has not been aroused and who has ignored the glory of his Lord. When the day shines, a herald proclaims of him, he did not say, where is God, my Maker, giving songs in the night job to assist with those praises, all sharing in one assistance. He did not say, where is God, say I, my Maker's. The verse should read, Ozini, my Maker. Why say I, my Maker's? Well, when a person rises at midnight and engages in jubilation of Torah, for it is jubilation only at night and he is immersed in Torah, then when the day shines, the blessed Holy One and assembly of Israel adorn him with a thread of love, to be safe from all, illumining him among those above and below. Rabbi Yehuda said, I heard Rabbi Abba speak on this verse. God, say I, my Maker's. The verse should read, Osli, who makes me. Why say I, my Maker's? Well, as you said, when he rises at midnight and engages in Torah, then when day shines, Abraham is aroused with his thread, of which is written, from a thread to a sandal strap, and the blessed Holy One and assembly of Israel array him, making him daily into a new creature, as is written, Eloah say I, God, my Maker's. As has been established, El Vorv he. El, God Abraham, of whom is written Har El Har Gadol, the great God Vorv, the blessed Holy One. He assembly of Israel. This is Eloah, God, and these make a person and restore him every day. Thus it is written, say I, my Maker's, as is said, Israel will rejoice Be'asav, in its Makers. Rabbi Yos said, certainly so, and all is one word. Rabbi Yehuda opened, saying, or his sin that he has committed, Huda, is made known, to him is made known to him by whom the verse should read or yada, he knows why is made known well. The Blessed Holy One commands Assembly of Israel to make known to a person the sin that he has committed. And how does she make it known to him? By her punishments, as is said, heaven will expose his sin, and earth will rise up against him. Job Huda, make known to him like one commanding another. For we have learned when a person sins before the Blessed Holy One and does not examine his sin to return in teshuvah before his Lord, but throws it over his shoulder, then his very soul assents and testifies before the Blessed Holy One. The king then commands Assembly of Israel, saying, Huda, make known to him his sin that he has committed. Launch your punishment upon him and make known to him his sin, as is said. Huda, make known to Jerusalem her abominations. Ezekiel, once punishment comes upon him, his spirit awakens to return in teshuvah before his Lord, and he is humbled to bring an offering for one whose heart is arrogant, sins and forgets his sin, ignoring it. But the Blessed Holy One confronts him, commanding that the sin be made known to him so that it will not be forgotten. Rabbi Yos said, certainly so. How do we know? From David. Once he committed that act with Bathsheba, he ignored it. The Blessed Holy One said to him, you have forgotten it, I will remind you. Immediately, what is written, thus says Jehovah, you are the man Samuel who did not remember it. You are the man who forgot it. How did he make it known to him? By punishment. Here too the Blessed Holy One says, Huda, make known to him his sin that he has committed. The word is fine, and so it is not noda, is known to him, as is written, or noda, it is known that it is a goring ox. If one rises at night to study Torah, then Torah informs him of his sin not by punishment, but like a mother telling her child gently, and he does not forget, but returns in teshuvah before his Lord. Now, you might say, David, who rose at midnight, why was he attacked by punishment? Well, David is different, for he transgressed against that to which he was linked, and he required punishment. He was judged according to his transgression. He sinned against holy Machuta kingdom. He was driven from Jerusalem and deprived of the kingdom, until he was rectified fittingly and punished. Rabbi Yehuda said, why did the Blessed Holy One punish David through his son? As is written, I am about to raise up evil against you from your own house. Samuel. Rabbi Yos replied, as has been established, because if someone else would rise against him, he would show David no mercy. He said to him, but Absalom sought to kill his father, carrying out various plots against him. He replied, I have heard nothing further. He said, I have heard that David sinned against Bathsheba, unspecified. The Blessed Holy One said, let the son of a daughter of an alien god come and avenge her, for Absalom was the son of a beautiful captive from war. From here we learn, if one takes such a woman in battle and desires her, eventually a wayward and rebellious son will issue from her. Why? Because filth has not yet ceased from her, as has been established. Rabbi Yos opened, saying, Jehovah has sworn by his right hand and by his mighty arm. This verse has already been established, but whenever a person sins before the Blessed Holy One, there is a certain rung above corresponding to that sin, to judge the person, concurring in punishment. If he turns back in complete teshuvah before him, his sin is removed and no punishment reaches him. If he does not turn back, that sin is engraved on that rung. If he keeps sinning, then another rung confronts him, concurring with the first rung. Then he needs greater teshuvah, otherwise, he adds rung to rung until reaching 5 rungs. Once the right hand is set confronting him, concurring against him, left is ready to concur with right, merging with it. When left concurs with right, teshuvah no longer pertains, as has been established. Then, all concur in judgment against him, and judgment befalls him. When judgment is complete, befalling a person, it is finalized, and fingers are configured 5 within 5, right in left, showing that all concur in that judgment, and his hands are straightened, demonstrating the matter, without the person's intention, unintentionally. Thus it is written, your right hand, O Jehovah, glorious in power. Your right hand, O Jehovah, smashes the enemy, for left merged with right, completing judgment, then endurance of all. So when the blessed Holy One wishes to sustain all, it is written, Jehovah has sworn by his right hand and by his mighty arm. Rabbi Yehuda opened, saying, fruit of a majestic tree, fronds of palms. What is fruit of a majestic tree? An etrog. Now, does an etrog grow on a majestic tree? There are many thorns around it in every direction, and you say it is fruit of a majestic tree. However, mystery of the matter, Jehovah Elohim built the side he had taken from Har Adam, the human, into a woman, and he brought her to the human, and it is written, bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. This is fruit of a majestic tree. And how do we know that Adam is called a tree, as is written, for Har Adam, the human, is a tree of the field, kapot, fronds of palms yielding in 70 years, adorned with 70 years. This ikpat is bound and tied above and below, so it is called kapot, fronds, as is said, Kephitu, were bound attaining here and there, as is written, yes, all that is in heaven and on earth. Chronicles. Precisely. Rabbi Yos said, fruit of a majestic tree, an altar, yielding fruit and vegetation on all sides. Why? Because all 70 years give it a share, and it is blessed by them all. What does this indicate? That whoever sins against the altar sins against all, for it is bound with the one bound above, so one is linked with the other. Fruit of a majestic tree, fronds of palms, not and fronds of palms. It is written, Zot Mishat, this is the allotment of Aaron and the allotment of his sons. What does this indicate? Well, Zot, this, is the altar, Da'at Mesha, that was anointed by Aaron, as is written, you Mashata, you shall anoint the altar, you Mishat, and the allotment of his sons, for it Mesha, it is anointed, increased, and blessed by them all. On the festival, the altar is circled once every day and 7 times afterward. What does this indicate? Well, this may be compared to a king who invited guests and was occupied with them. The king had an only daughter. She said to him, my master, the king, on account of the guests you ignore me. He replied to her, by your life, my daughter, every day I will offer you a sweet delicacy equal to them all. Similarly, on every day of the festival, Israel brings offerings for the nations of the world. The altar said to the holy king, they all have portions and shares, and what are you giving to me? He replied, every single day 7 supernal varieties will encircle you, giving you 7 portions daily. Rabbi Yos said, 70 portions daily, corresponding to 70 bulls offered on the festival. Rabbi Yehuda said, 7 every day, for she is blessed by them all, and at the end of 7 days she is blessed from the place where anointing oil is found. Then 7 times, corresponding to all those 7 days, actualizing blessings for her from the spring of the stream flowing constantly, never ceasing. Thus, she is blessed every day until 7 days, when she is blessed from the spring of the stream. And so another time, 7 times as one, and then blessings are actualized from the supernal place whence the spring gushes, never ceasing, as we have said. Every day, a proclamation issues for her, declaring, while the barren one bears 7, and the mother of many dwindles. Samuel, while the barren one bears 7, assembly of Israel, who is blessed by 7 every day, attaining a supernal count. And the mother of many dwindles, nations of the world, who on the first day attain a great amount, which then gradually diminishes daily. Thus the altar atones for the sins of Israel, purifying them and pouring out blessings for them from above to below. And a branch of a thickly-leaved tree, the holy king, grasping 2 sides. Therefore, the myrtle is 3, a branch becoming thickly-leaved, grasping all sides. And willows of the brook 2 pillars, whence the flow issues to fronds of palms. Fronds of palms attached above, attached below, as has been said. The etrog emerges from the thorns of trees, so it is. Similarly, fronds of palms, attached to them surely. All that issues to the world flows from here it is nourished. Rabbi Yos opened, let me come to the altar of Elohim. Who is the altar of Elohim? The altar above, the altar of Elohim, surely, namely the well of Isaac. And sometimes, the altar of Jehovah, as is written, he rose from before the altar of Jehovah. Kings thus worlds inherit from here judgment and compassion, for she suckles from this side and from that side. The matter has already been established. Rabbi Yitzhak said, Nefesh, a soul, surely it when Nefesh, a soul, commits is written the soul of a sacrilege against any of Jehovah's my Lord will be bound sancta in the bundle of life with Jehovah your God, and the soul of your enemies he will sling from the hollow of a sling. Samuel. Happy are the righteous who have a supernal share in the blessed Holy One, a holy share in the sancta of the King, for they hallow themselves in the holiness of their Lord. Whoever sanctifies himself, the blessed Holy One sanctifies him, as is written, you shall hallow yourselves and become holy. A person sanctifies himself from below, and he is sanctified from above. And when one is sanctified by the holiness of his Lord, he is clothed with a holy neshama, heritage of the blessed Holy One and assembly of Israel. Then he inherits all, and these are called sons of the blessed Holy One, as is written, you are sons of Jehovah your God, as has been established. Let the earth bring forth Nefesh Ayah, the soul of a living being, and they have established the soul of a living being, unspecified. From that share, King David inherited, and he was bound in a supernal bond and became heir to the kingdom. Thus, the soul of my Lord will be bound in the bundle of life. As has been established, Nefesh is linked with Ruah, and Ruah with Neshama, and Neshama with the blessed Holy One. Happy is the share of one who inherits this supernal heritage. Woe to the wicked whose souls do not prove worthy in this world, and certainly not in the world that is coming. Of them is written, the soul of your enemies he will sling from the hollow of a sling, for they go roaming through the world without finding a place to which to connect. They are defiled within the side of impurity, and a herald proclaims when a soul commits a sacrilege against any of Jehovah's sancta, for it cannot enter holiness nor be included. These are the demons of the world, cleaving to them and becoming defiled. Rabbi Yitzhak said, when assembly of Israel is crowned by the Holy King, she is crowned and called bundle of life, since all is bound to her. Rabbi Elazar said, when Shekinah journeys, she journeys with the patriarchs, as is written, the angel of Elohim who was going before the camp of Israel moved. Rabbi Abba said, all becomes one crown, so that she may be crowned as one, and the holy name is revealed in its colors. At that moment, this verse applies like an apple tree among the trees of the forest, so is my beloved among the young men. And Israel saw a glorious supernal splendor journeying before them. This is what we have learned. He brought you out of Egypt through his presence with his great power, the patriarchs. So this name smashes mountains and rocks, bringing benefit and harm. Happy is the share of Israel. Why a goat for an offering, seeing that Rabbi Shimon has said, goat, its name proves decisive, indicating that it is an evil aspect and species. Well, Rabbi Shimon said as follows, this must be offered. For if an impure spirit passes over a person or he is engaged with it, then a goat is his offering, corresponding to the manner of his sin. And Rabbi Shimon said, we have learned some attain neshama, some attain arousal of ruah, and some attain nothing but nefesh. One who attains no more and ascends no higher clings to that side, and when he sleeps, those evil aspects come and cling to him, informing him of matters of the world, some false and some true. Sometimes they toy with him, showing him falsehoods and tormenting him in his dream. This is why some of the Gentiles see true things in their dreams, because of that side to which they cling, and all those matters are in the near future. Among those evil species are rungs, one above the other. Their highest rung those suspended in the air. The lowest rung those toying with humans and tormenting them in their dreams, for they are all impudent as dogs. And there is a higher rung above them, including above and below, and these inform a person about things, some false and some true, and those true things are all in the near future. Regarding the rung of those suspended in the air, who are the highest, someone who has attained no more than nefesh, and that nefesh seeks to be enhanced, to receive ruah before gaining it, something of that nefesh emerges and spreads through the world, wishing to ascend yet not wishing, until encountering those in the air, who inform him of things, some near and some farther off. On that rung it moves, attached, in its dream, until acquiring ruah. Once it obtains ruah, that ruah emerges, smashing mountains and rocks, ascending, spreading, and entering among supernal angels, where it knows what it knows and learns what it learns, and then returns to its place. Then the person is bound to holiness, until attaining neshama and acquiring it. Once he obtains neshama, she ascends high above, and the gatekeepers do not hinder her. She moves and spreads, entering among the righteous who are bound in the bundle of life, and there she gazes upon the delight of the king and basks in supernal splendor. When the doe is awakened by the north wind, she descends, and that virtuous one who has obtained her rises and grows mighty as a lion in Torah until morning comes. Then he goes with that doe to appear before the king, to receive a certain thread. And what is it? The thread of Abraham, who obtained it, as is written, from a thread he derived no benefit from another, and said, from a thread so he attained this thread, which is called thread of Abraham. When that virtuous one comes with this doe, then he is crowned before the king, and David says, for the leader. On the doe of dawn, assembly of Israel. The doe of dawn, the song chanted by assembly of Israel in exile. My God, why have you forsaken me? Rabbi Shimon said, happy are those who possess neshama, who possess Torah, sons of holy worship. Woe to the wicked who fail to cleave to their Lord, who fail to attain Torah, for whoever fails to attain Torah attains neither ruah nor neshama and cleaves to the side of evil species. Such a person has no share in the Holy King and possesses no share of holiness. Woe to him when he departs from this world, for he is recognized by those evil species, impudent ones, brazen as dogs, envoys of the fires of hell, who show him no mercy. The difference between Israel and other nations. An Israelite, even if he attains only nefesh, stands poised on a rung to obtain ruah, and if he wishes, neshama. But Gentiles never obtain unless he is circumcised. When he obtains nefesh instead of nefesh from another place. If an Israelite who occupies a higher rung does not aspire to attain more, his punishment is severe. Woe to that wicked one who has forgotten the commandments of his Lord and failed to engage in Torah. Forgetting his Lord, of him is written, let sinners vanish from the earth. There is a person who clings to this side on account of this nefesh, not being any worthier, and when that impure spirit passes by, it settles upon him and clings to him. Then the sin committed by this person derives from the side of that impure spirit, so his offering is a goat, since this is an animal that comes from that side, to atone for his sin. Rabbi Elazar, his son, said to him, look at what is written, you shall not leave his corpse on the tree overnight, rather you shall surely bury him on that day, for a hanged body is under God's curse, and you shall not defile your land, for the land is holy, and anything on which impure spirit settles must not appear in the holy land here, too, since this is an animal on which impure spirit settles and which comes from its side. Why is it brought as an offering to a holy place? He replied, you have asked well. But what is written, for Jehovah your God is a consuming fire, a fire consuming fire of the blessed Holy One consumes another fire. There are angels who sing before the blessed Holy One, and they are nullified, when they complete that song, by a spark of the consuming fire. Below, the blessed Holy One has prepared fire of the altar, and this fire consumes and eliminates that entire side, which is nullified by the flame of this fire, so that none of it remains in the world. The person who brings his offering stands by it, and through the aroma ascending, that aspect of impure spirit settling upon him is removed and he attains atonement. Thus all is nullified and eliminated. No one withstands that fire. Rabbi Aa was walking on the way. Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Yos were walking too, and they encountered one another. Rabbi Aa said, "Surely, we three are fit to welcome the face of Shekinah." They joined as one and walked on. Rabbi Aa said, "Let each one say a word linking Torah as we go." Rabbi Yehuda opened, saying, "Pour down, O heavens, from above. Let the skies flow with righteousness. Let the earth open and salvation sprout. Let righteousness spring up with it." This verse is a mystery of wisdom, which I learned from the Holy Lamp. Pour down, O heavens, from above. What is pour down? As is said, let my teaching pour down like rain, and it refers to the aspect of rain, nourishing all. Therefore, all eyes of the world look toward the blessed Holy One, for he is sustenance of all. Now, you might say that the matter depends on this place called heaven. Yet we have learned that the matter does not depend on merit, and merit, as has been established, is tzedakah, righteousness, which is translated as zakhuta, merit, and heaven are the same thing. And here, pour down, O heavens. But if you say that it depends on this, it is written from above, surely from the Holy Ancient One it comes, not from that place from above. Precisely, let the skies flow with tzedek, righteousness. For when heaven receives from above, from that supernal place above it, then the skies flow with righteousness. Who are Shechim, the skies, the place where manna is ground for the righteous? And who are they? Netzah and Hod, who surely grind manna. For whom? For the place called Tzedek, righteous one, for they grind the manna that comes from above, and all that goodness gathers within them, to be conveyed to the rung of Tzedek, righteous one, so that Tzedek, righteousness, will be blessed with their flow. Thus they grind manna for Tzedachim, the righteous. Who are Tzedachim? Tzedek, righteous one, and Tzedek, righteousness, for when they couple as one, they are called Tzedachim, the righteous. And these grind manna for the righteous. Surely so, let the skies flow with righteousness. Then, let the earth open below, and salvation sprout for inhabitants of the world. Let tzedakah, righteousness, spring up with it, all compassion and goodness abounding in the world, and food for humankind available in the world. Then, joy added to joy, and all worlds are blessed. Rabbi Aa said, "If I have come just to hear this, it is enough for me." Rabbi Yos opened, saying, "My heart is with Israel's commanders, who volunteer among the people." Bless Jehovah judges every heartfelt aspiration by which one seeks to pour forth blessings from above to below, unifying the holy name, should be sought in prayer to the blessed Holy One, as is written, "From the depths I call you, Jehovah, for there lies depth of all, in supernal depths sublime beginning of Father and Mother." Coupling. Here, too, my heart is La'okiksei Israel, with Israel's commanders. Who are Okiksei Israel? It is not written Akuksei, engraved by Israel, but rather Okiksei, engravers of Israel, Father and Mother, who engrave holy Israel, flowing from between them. Hamit Nedavim, who volunteer, among the people, the patriarchs, who are called Nedavim, nobles, as is written, Nedivia, nobles of nations have gathered. Then, bless Jehovah, drawing blessings from him below, so that blessings may fill the world. For when blessings from above appear here, all is joyous, all is complete. Parashat Save. Command. Rabbi Aa opened, saying, "The fire on the altar shall be kept burning, it shall not go out. And the priest shall feed wood to it morning after morning. The fire on the altar shall be kept burning, it shall not go out." Why and the priest shall feed wood to it morning after morning, and why the priest surely we have learned fire is always judgment, whereas the priest comes from the right side and is far from judgment, for the priest is never designated for judgment. Yet here he must kindle judgment in the world, as is written, and the priest shall feed wood to it. Well, we have learned as follows: when a person is about to sin before his Lord, he kindles himself with the flame of the evil impulse, and the evil impulse comes from the side of impure spirit, so the impure spirit dwells in him. Sometimes the sacrifice is known to come from that side, and one must offer upon the altar that which resembles it. That impure spirit is not annihilated or nullified whether among humans or from the side from which it comes, except by fire of the altar, for that fire eliminates impure spirit and evil species from the world. And the priest concentrates on this, preparing the fire to eliminate evil species from the world. Therefore, it must never be extinguished, nor its power and potency weakened, so that it can break the other, evil power, eradicating it from the world. Thus, it shall not go out. And the priest shall arrange fire upon it morning after morning, when his side prevails and awakens in the world, in order to assuage judgment, so that judgments may be subdued and not aroused in the world. Thus we have learned there is fire consuming fire above consuming another fire, fire of the altar consuming another fire. So this fire shall never go out, and the priest arranges it every day. Rabbi ear opened. Isaac said to Abraham, a perpetual fire shall be kept. His father, he said, burning on the altar. It shall not. Father, he said, here go out. I am, my son. He said, here is the fire and the wood, but where is the sheep for offering? Said 3 times for Isaac. Said once for Abraham. Why so here? Well, 3 for the account of creation, corresponding to the 3 of Isaac and 1 of Abraham, on the 4th. It is written, here I am, my son, here I am in distress, as is written, let there be meorit, lights, spelled deficiently. Now, you might say, there are more instances of said. However, those were concealed in thought, whereas these are revealed out of darkness. Isaac said to Abraham, God said, let there be light. He said, Father. God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters. He said, here is the fire. God said, let the waters be gathered. Or what is written, behold, Jehovah was passing by, and a great, mighty wind, kings, a great wind, as we have said, and it is written, Jehovah was not in the wind. After the wind, Ra'ash, an earthquake, and it is written, a wind lifted me, and I heard behind me Kol Ra'ash Gadol, a great rumbling sound. Ezekiel. Thus the Ra'ash follows the wind. After the earthquake, fire, kings, a river of fire was flowing and gushing from his presence. Rabbi Yitzhak said, this corresponds to what is written, the image of the living beings, their appearance, was like burning coals of fire, something with the appearance of torches. It was moving about among the living beings. The fire had a radiance, and from it lightning flashed. Ezekiel. After the fire coal, a sound of sheer silence. King's call, sound, the last call, voice, which is silence, for she makes no noise on her own, but rather is silent. When they gather about her, she is heard throughout all worlds, and all tremble from her. Sheer silence. Why is she sheer? Because she appears smallest of all. Rabbi Ear said, a perpetual fire shall be kept burning on the altar. It shall not go out. Fire of Isaac, as is written, here is the fire, namely a perpetual fire, existing constantly. And the wood of Abraham, as is written, wood morning after morning. We have learned this fire of Isaac extends toward the altar. As it reaches there, one glowing coal shoots out to the east side, one coal to the west side, one coal to the north side, and one coal to the south side, to the 4 corners of the altar. And the priest circles it, around all 4 corners. On the altar is a ramp with certain levels, the lowest level reaching down to the highest abyss through a certain hollow. When those glowing coals reach the 4 corners, one spark radiates, descending to the highest abyss. In that place are legions upon legions, uttering holy in a loud supernal voice, and on another side they utter holy in a sweet supernal voice, and on another side they utter holy, and so on all four corners. 6 billion forces appear on each corner, under one chieftain, all wearing an ephod, standing ready to perform the ritual of the altar, corresponding to those below. In another place appear rolling waves of water, roaring, descending certain levels, and their legions utter in a sweet voice, "Blessed be the glory of Jehovah." From his place Ezekiel all of them are immersed in song, not subsiding day or night, all offering praise sweetly. In another place appear legions upon legions, standing in awe, trembling, and quivering, as is written, they had radiance and they had dread. Ezekiel and they all gaze toward that supernal altar. When the fire of Isaac reaches the altar, numerous sparks fly up and down on every single side, inflaming many fierce, powerful ones, warriors of the world. And were it not for the priest standing by the altar, arranging the wood, the world could not endure them. From these shooting coals and sparks, the backs of the living beings are set aflame, as is written, the image of the living beings, their appearance, was like burning coals of fire, something with the appearance of torches. Ezekiel on the right side of those living beings, one wind stirs from above and settles upon that fire, which then flashes and is assuaged, glows and subsides in glorious radiance, illumining many legions standing on the right side. On the left side, another strong wind is aroused, smashing rocks, and it settles on that fire, which grows stronger and fiercer. Then that one on the left is clothed by the fire and flashes upon many legions standing on that side. And so on all four sides for four camps, all of whom are assuaged when the priest ascends to the altar. Rabbi Abba said, there are 2 altars below and 2 above. 1, innermost of all, upon which is offered in a fine incense, bond of faith, and the highest priest of all burns this incense in the bond of faith. This is called altar of gold, and from here the bond of faith is tied and bound. And one another altar, called altar of bronze, which is outside, and Michael the great prince sacrifices upon it an offering of the blessed Holy One. Below, the altar of gold and the altar of bronze on one, incense on the other, fat and sacrificial portions. Thus it is written, oil and incense rejoice the heart, and it is not written, oil and fat and sacrificial portions rejoice the heart. Although those assuage wrath and judgment, still oil and incense are joy of all, and not from the aspect of judgment and wrath. This inner altar diiktaret dakka bidakkuta, of finest incense, in bond of faith, is called voice of Dimama dakka, sheer silence kings, because it is the inner altar, bound in the bond of faith, whereas the other is called the outer altar. The inner one is called altar of Jehovah, the other is called that was before Jehovah, as is written, because the bronze altar that was before Jehovah kings. Rabbi Yos said, from here and whole offerings on Mizbeach, your altars too. And it is written, al Mizbeach Ratso, will find favor on my altars. Rabbi Abba said, Moses built an altar corresponding to that inner one, he built this, so it is written, Jehovah my banner. Why my banner? Because it inscribed the insignia of the Holy Covenant. For when Amalek came to remove the holy mark from them, this altar stood against them to avenge the covenant, so it is described as avenging with vengeance of the covenant, and this confirmed the holy mark for Israel. Corresponding to her, Moses built this altar, which was called Jehovah my banner, and this is the inner altar sound of sheer silence kings. Thus, a perpetual fire shall be kept burning on the altar, it shall not go out, a fire constantly present. What is it? Fire of Isaac, and then this name Adonai. But when the priest arranges wood upon it, its name is sweetened, and we call it by the name of compassion, calling it by this name. Sometimes it assumes this pattern, and sometimes that pattern. Rabbi Shimon said, 2 of them, the inner poised over the outer, nourishing it, linked with one another. Rabbi Izki opened, Righteous is Jehovah in all. This is the offering of Aaron and his ways his sons. We have learned how carefully should people consider the awe of their Lord and not stray from their paths, for every single day judgment impends upon the world, because the world was created by, and is based upon, judgment. One should therefore be vigilant against sinning, for he does not know when judgment may arrive, settling upon him. Sitting in his house, judgment settles upon him. Going outside, judgment settles upon him, and he does not know if he will return home or not. Setting out on a journey, all the more so, for then judgment goes with him, as is written, righteousness goes before him. Therefore one should hasten to ask for mercy from his Lord, to be saved from judgment when it prevails in the world. For every single day judgment prevails in the world, as is written, Vel, and God rages every day. Now it should be said, we have learned and the companions have educed that El is always heased, as is said, Har El Har Gadol, the great God, and this is radiance of supernal wisdom. Yet you say, and El rages every day. Scripture abandons all those names and grasps this. If so, words do not endure. Furthermore, it is written, El Gibber, mighty God. Either we should establish it as judgment or as compassion. Well, I have heard as follows: the wicked turn compassion into judgment. For among all those supernal crowns of the Holy King, every single one is intertwined with its counterpart, so the wicked turn compassion into judgment. Rabbi Yehuda said to him, Fine, concerning the expression El Gibber, mighty God. But what about El rages every day? Does this persist every single day, whether inhabitants of the world are virtuous or not? What does this mean? He had no answer. They came and asked Rabbi Shimon. He said to them, Surely, El rages every day, as the companions have established. Sometimes it is judgment, sometimes it is a compassion. If inhabitants of the world are virtuous, El endures as heased. If they are not virtuous, El endures by the name judgment. Thus it persists every day. But here is something fine. El is always radiance of supernal wisdom, enduring vitally. Were it not for the awakening of El, the world would not exist for a moment in the face of harsh judgments aroused every day. As is written, these are the generations of heaven and earth, Behiberim, when they were created. Do not read Behiberim, when they were created, but rather Beavraham, by Abraham. By the arousal of Abraham, they endure. When Abraham is aroused in the world, he thrusts away all those judgments appearing every day, and they cannot withstand him. Thus it is written, El rages every day. It is not written Nizam is enraged every day, but rather Zoem rages every single day that judgment appears and thrusts them away. He endures and establishes the world sweetly, as is written, by day Jehovah ordains as do his love. Were it not for this, the world would not exist for even a moment. Thus, all endures by virtue of Abraham. As for the expression El Gibber, mighty God, this does not mean that it is mighty, but rather is a hint alluding to the patriarchs and a hint alluding to supernal holy faith. It is written, wonderful supernal wisdom, which is wondrous and concealed from all, as is written, if a matter is too wondrous for you, counsel a supernal river flowing forth and never ceasing, counseling all and watering all. El, God Abraham, as has been established, Har El Har Gadol Gibber, mighty Isaac, as is written, Har Gibber, the mighty eternal Father Jacob, who grasps this side and that side, attaining perfection. Prince of Peace, righteous one, who is peace of the world, peace of the house, peace of Matronita. Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Izkiah came and kissed his hands. They wept, and said, Happy is our share, happy is the share of the world in which you dwell. Rabbi Shimon said, Zir, this is the offering of Aaron. The wicked of the world cause the blessed Holy One to depart from assembly of Israel, as is written, a perverse man spreads strife, and a slanderer separates Aleph, an intimate who is Aleph, an intimate the blessed Holy One, who is Ulyapho, chief of the world, as is said, you are Aleph, the companion of my youth those wicked ones separate. Zot, this, from Zia, this who is piece of the house, and they form one coupling. Holy Aaron and his sons come, and by them the two are drawn near one another, and Zia joins with Zot, as is written Zia, this, is the offering of Aaron and his sons. They unite the supernal king with Matronita, and by them those above and below are blessed, and blessings appear throughout all worlds, and all is one without separation. Now, you might ask, why is it not written Zot, this, is the offering, drawing Zot to her place? Not so, for the priest begins from above, bringing union to assembly of Israel, eventually reaching Zia, to couple with Zot, drawing them together as one. Therefore, the priest completes the offering and brings about union. Happy is their share in this world and in the world that is coming. Rabbi Ea and Rabbi Yos were walking from Usher to Tiberias. Rabbi Ea said, "It is written, for Jehovah has chosen Zion. Zot, this, is my resting place forever." Sometimes the companions refer to this as masculine, since Zion is compassion. Yet this verse refers to it as feminine. Rabbi Yos replied, "We have heard as follows from the supernal lamp, but when coupling is completely one, in order to show that female is included within him in one whole, it is referred to as feminine, for then blessings of Matronita appear, and she is not separate at all. Therefore it is written, he desired her as his seat. And it is written, for Jehovah has chosen Bision, in Zion, precisely, the one within it, dwelling within, and it is not written Lesion, to Zion. All is one, whether this is referred to as masculine or feminine, all is one, occupying a single rung." Rabbi Yos opened, saying, "Of Zion it shall be said, a man and a man were born in it, one of judgment and one of compassion. When they couple as one, in single union, then it is called Zion. Zion is known and found in Jerusalem, and one depends on the other. It is written, you shall hallow yourselves and become holy if a person sanctifies himself. From below, they sanctify him from above. If a person defiles himself from below, they defile him from above. They sanctify him fine, for holiness of his Lord settles upon him. But they defile him from where. If you say from above, is there defilement above?" Rabbi Ea replied, "This accords with what we have learned. By an action below is aroused an action above. If the act is in holiness, then holiness is aroused above and settles upon him, sanctifying him. And if he defiles himself below, a spirit of impurity is aroused above and comes to settle upon him, defiling him. For the matter depends upon action. There is no good or evil, holiness or defilement, without its root and source above. By an action below is aroused an action above. That which depends on action is thereby aroused above and becomes action, and that which depends on words, by a word when pronounced, so it is aroused above." Now, you might say, what can a word arouse? Well, it is written, ve daba deva, speaking a word, that word arouses another word above, called word, the word of Jehovah that came Hosea, and the word of Jehovah was Re Samuel. By the word of Jehovah the heavens were made, for we have learned that word ascends and splits the heavens until it settles in its place, arousing what it arouses. If it is good, then good; if it is evil, then evil, as is written, keep yourself from every evil. Deva, word. There are 4 species in the Lilith, which are 7. If you say that there are 7 species, not so, rather, there are 4, branching into 3 others. And by their activation, 7 others are aroused above to benefit the world in various aspects. Although Assembly of Israel is one of the entirety, she is blessed by all of them, namely 6. She is blessed by those 6, and from the stream of the spring flowing ceaselessly, flowing upon her, suckling the daughter, for since she is the daughter, mother suckles her. Upper world and lower are blessed by them through this arousal, for when Assembly of Israel is blessed by them, the whole world is blessed. Therefore the altar is circled, as has been said. Furthermore, By this arousal all 6 of them are blessed with water to be satisfied. They all draw from the deepest wellspring of water, to pour it upon the world. Therefore all of the species must be moist, not withered, to draw blessings to the world, since all these trees are always moist and leafy, and their time of joy is now. We have learned in the book of Rav Hamnunasava that each of the powers appointed over these trees receives blessings of joy above only at this time, and their joy above and the joy of these trees below is at this time, and their arousal depends upon those holy ones of the king. When Israel waves them, all is aroused at once and the world is blessed poured upon the world. The voice of Jehovah is over the waters, the God of glory thunders. Rabbi Yos said, "This is Abraham." The voice of Jehovah is in power, Isaac. The voice of Jehovah is in majesty, Jacob. The voice of Jehovah breaks cedars, Netzah. The voice of Jehovah hews flames of fire, Hod. The voice of Jehovah makes the wilderness shake, Righteous One. The voice of Jehovah brings on the birth pangs of does righteousness. All of them flourish by the water, saturated with water to grow, as is written, a river issues from Eden to water the garden, and all of these stimulate blessings for the world from the saturation that they receive. These 7 voices depend on word of the mouth on other days of the year, but now they depend only on action, and we need action, not words, because this time provides blessing for the whole year. On the 7th day of the festival, judgment is concluded in the world and decrees go forth from the king's palace. Gevuran, powers, are aroused and concluded on this day, and willows of the brook depend upon them, and we must arouse powers for water and circle 7 times to satiate this altar with the water of Isaac, filling the well of Isaac with water. When she is filled, the whole world is blessed with water. On this day, we need powers for water, concluding them afterward, for on this day judgments conclude. Consequently, one must beat them on the ground and terminate their existence, for this day is arousal and conclusion, so we enact arousal and conclusion with the willows of the brook. Rabbi Ea said, "Certainly so, and this is fine as for willows of the brook, from the aspect of the brook issue powers, which on this day are aroused and conclude." On this day, Isaac returned and dug the wells of water, spelled Beerot, wells. Returned. What does this mean? The first day of the month is beginning of judgment over the whole world, and Isaac ascends his throne to judge the world. Then, on that day, Isaac returned to conclude judgment, to arouse judgments and to conclude them. And dug the wells of water to pour powers upon assembly of Israel, for water, since water descends to the world by powers. Since they are powers, they descend only by clouds, and on a cloudy day the spirits of the pillars of the world are calm only because the world needs water. Why is it so? Because the world was created by judgment, and all must be so. Thus, all depends upon action. So by the action and restoration performed fittingly by the priest below, those above and below are aroused to be perfected by him. Rabbi Yos said, "We have learned the willows resemble lips." On this day, what does that mean? Rabbi Ea replied, "Although this comes in order to be expounded homiletically, so it is, for on this day, the matter depends upon the lips. On this day, the king orders decrees to be given to the bailiff, and judgments are concluded, and evil speech is sealed off from the world. Beginning and end occur on this day, as has been said. On this day, blessings of the other nations are completed and concluded, and they begin to be judged. And on this day, judgments of Israel are concluded, and they begin to be blessed. For on the following day, they are invited to delight with the king, receiving blessings from him for the whole year, and in that joy, Israel alone appears with the king. One who sits with the king and is received by him can ask for whatever he wishes and it will be given. So Israel begins and the other nations conclude. It is written, "I have loved you," says Jehovah. And you ask, "How have you loved us? Is not Esau Jacob's brother?" declares Jehovah, "Yet I have loved Jacob, and Esau I have hated, and I have made his hills a desolation. Malachi. Now, you might say, but we see Esau in tranquility, in dominion, in towering fortifications, ruling over the world, and yet you say, I have made his hills a desolation. However, everywhere it is so. When the Holy King issues a decree and records it, Scripture attests it as if it were enacted. Thus, I have placed it in my records. And so with all the goodness that he has decreed for Israel, as is written, I, Jehovah, have spoken and have done it. Ezekiel Vezot, and this is the Torah of the guilt offering. Vezot, and this is the Torah of the grain offering. Vezot, and this is the Torah of the sacrifice of well-being. Vezot, and this is the Torah of the purification offering. Rabbi Yitzhak said, this matter has already been established. If below, this is in all. If above, this is in all. One who engages in Torah obtains her as his share entirely, and is joined to all sides, and does not need to offer sacrifices for his soul, as has been said. Rabbi Yitzhak opened. The priests did not ask, where is Jehovah? Those who handle Torah did not know me, and the shepherds rebelled against me. The priests, those who serve as high priests, bringing holy entities to their places and effecting unification fittingly. Those who handle Torah. Who are those who handle Torah? Do not priests handle Torah? Rather, these are the Levites who handle harps, which come from the side of Torah, which was given from their side, for Torah was given from the side of the Levites. They are appointed to sing praises to the Holy King, unifying him completely, fittingly. And the shepherds rebelled against me, the people's chiefs, who shepherd the people like a shepherd leading the flock. These are three rungs that must always be present at the offering, to find favor above and below, so that blessings spread throughout all worlds. The priest brings the offering and intends to unify the holy name fittingly, arousing his side. The Levites concentrate on song, arousing their side to merge with the side of the priest. Israel focuses heart and will on complete teshuvah, humbling itself before the Holy King. This one obtains all, and their sins are atoned, and joy prevails above and below. Rabbi Yehuda opened, setting beams for his lofts in the waters. When the blessed Holy One created the world, he brought it forth from water and arranged it upon water. What did he do? He divided the waters into, half below and half above, and from them generated creations. Out of the lower half, he made and established this world, setting it upon this half and erecting it above, as is written, for upon seas he founded her, and the other half he raised above, placing upon it supernal ceilings, as is written, setting beams for his lofts in the waters. Between these two halves, he made a firmament, as is said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters. Above he established and arranged supernal holy beings, from droplets of spirit distilled from the mouth, as is written, by the breath of his mouth all their array. Among these he established and arranged those who offer praise by day, mingling with flames of fire. They are troops of soldiers uttering song by day, praises in the morning, and hymns in the evening. When night arrives, they all cease singing. Above them stand troops of fire, of fierce flame smelling consuming fire. They return to their places. On the other side, abysses rise one above the other, and there is an upper abyss and a lower abyss. In all of them dwell masters of judgment, from the side of harsh judgment. Within the aspect of the lower abyss are those who burn with sparking, flaming fire, in charge of judgments of the world, to burn the wicked with fire flowing from the river of fire. They are all fire, their appearance blazing fire, poised between above and below. When smoke of the altar ascends, they are removed, leaving the rung on which they were standing to destroy and annihilate, and that flow of fierce fire from the river of fire, mighty and supreme, returns to its place. They all enjoy the smoke of the altar, for it is aligned with the supernal altar, so they enjoy it and approach here. Another smoke ascends, as we have established, for each and every one. Aspiration of all, ascending above, bringing pleasure to the Holy King, as we have established. Upon the altar rose and appeared Uriel, in the likeness of a mighty warrior, lion, crouching over its prey. When the priests and Israel saw, they rejoiced, for they knew that the offering had been accepted in favor by the Holy King. Another fire, supernal and holy, descended to meet the lower fire. Then the person would fear and tremble before his Lord and engage in complete teshuvah. This may be compared to a king to whom was sent a gift that pleased him. He said to his servant, "Go and take this gift that they brought me." Similarly, the Blessed Holy One said to Uriel, "Go and receive the gift that my children offer before me." How great is the joy among all, how great the sweetness of all, and the priest and the Levites and the one bringing the offering intend to offer it fittingly in complete unification. A fire came out from before Jehovah and consumed the ascent offering Uriel, who descended with the appearance of a flaming fire, reaching the altar to receive the gift, then appearing like a great lion, crouching over the sacrifice. But when the people of Israel were not found worthy, or when the person bringing the sacrifice did not offer it properly and his offering was not accepted, they would see that the smoke did not rise in a straight path, and one wind arose from the hollow of the north, reaching the altar, and they would see the image of an impudent dog crouching over the sacrifice. Then they knew that it had not been accepted in favor. This may be compared to a king to whom a gift was sent. The king saw that it was not worthy of being offered to him, so he said, "Take that gift out and give it to the dogs, since it is not worthy of being brought to me." Similarly, when a sacrifice is offered and not accepted in favor, the gift is handed over to the dogs, and that is why they saw the image of a dog upon the altar. It is written, a fire came out from before Jehovah and consumed the ascent offering. Rabbi Yehuda said, "This is Uriel in a fiery flame on the altar, as has been said, crouching over the sacrifices." Then there was joy of all, for it had been accepted in favor, as is written, "The glory of Jehovah appeared to all the community, were it not for the disturbance of Aaron's sons. Since the day when Israel went out of Egypt there would not have been favor such as this, favor above and below." Although Aaron's sons died at that time, it was fitting in several ways. First, it was not the time for incense, for incense ascends only at certain times, as is written, "Aaron shall burn upon it aromatic incense morning after morning. When he tends the lamps he shall burn it, so that oil and incense may be as one." And it is written, "And when Aaron lights the lamps at twilight he shall burn it." At these times it is offered, not at any other time except when plague prevails in the world, as happened when it is written, Moses said to Aaron, "Take the fire pan and put in incense, for the fury has gone forth from before Jehovah." Aaron's sons did not offer it when oil and incense are as one. Furthermore, they forced the hour in their father's lifetime. Furthermore, they were not married and were defective, for one who is unmarried is defective and not worthy of conveying blessings. Upon him they do not settle, surely not by him upon others. Furthermore, we have learned that they were intoxicated with wine. Therefore, fire came out from before Jehovah and consumed them, for incense is most beloved of all, delight of those above and below, and it is written, "Oil and incense rejoice the heart." Zot Mishat. This is the allotment of Aaron and the allotment of his sons. Rabbi Yos says, Zot, this, Shuli Meshua Meshita, anointed with anointing, of Aaron. For Aaron brings anointing oil from above and conducts it below by the hand of Aaron. She is anointed with holy anointing, becoming blessed. Thus, Zot Mishat, this is the anointing of Aaron and the anointing of his sons. Surely Rabbi Yehuda said, Elisha said to her, "What can I do for you? Tell me, what do you have in the house?" Kings. From here we learn that blessing does not settle upon an empty table nor on anything empty. She said, "Your maidservant has nothing at all in the house, except a flask of oil." Kings. He replied, "Surely, this helps the miracle, for it is certainly in its place." from their blessings issue and settle, as is written they kept bringing vessels to her and she kept pouring unspecified. Rabbi Yos says, V'taramad ha-shaman, and the oil stood. The verse should read V'yaramad, and he stood. However, V'taramad, and she stood, surely standing to conduct blessings. The oil as has been established, for it is written Bikaran ben Shaman, on a horn, son of oil, and it is written your name is oil poured, showing that from this oil flow blessings by the hand of the priest, who conducts them below, anointing Zot. This, as is written Zot Mishat, this is the anointing of Aaron and the anointing of his sons, and it is written like fine oil on the head, as has been said. Take Aaron and his sons with him, and the garments and the anointing oil. Rabbi Ear opened, for with you is the fountain of life. In your light shall we see light, for with you is the fountain of life, supernal oil, flowing and never ceasing, existing within. Wisdom most sublime. As is written, for with you, existing with you, never parting from you, in complete love. The fountain of life, for she is the fountain and spring of life, gushing life to a lofty tree, kindling lamps. So that tree is called tree of life, a tree planted and rooted by that fountain of life. Thus, in your light shall we see light. In your light the light treasured away for the righteous in the time to come, as is written God saw the light, that it was good. By that light, Israel is destined to shine in the world that is coming. Alternatively, for with you is the fountain of life, the blessed Holy One, who is a lofty tree in the midst of the garden, grasping all sides. How so? Because that fountain of life embraces him, adorning him with supernal crowns all around the garden, like a mother crowning her son over all, as is written, O daughters of Zion, go out and gaze upon King Solomon, upon the crown with which his mother crowned him on the day of his wedding, on the day of his heart's delight. Thus, for with you is the fountain of life, and so, in your light shall we see light. Rabbi Yitzhak said, for with you is the fountain of life, the high priest above corresponding to him, the high priest below. Thus the priest draws supernal holy anointing oil below and kindles lamps above. The high priest is filled with the fullness of 7 supernal days, crowned above all. Parallel to this, 7 days of Milauim, ordination, for the priest below, so that all may correspond to the pattern above. They are therefore called days of Milauim, days of Ashlemuta, filling, so that the priest may be completed by the other days, completing 7 as one. They are called the days of Milauim because the others are united with him. What does this indicate? That when the priest is aroused, all the others are aroused with him. Therefore it is written, from the entrance of the tent of meeting you shall not go out for 7 days, until the day of completion of the days of your ordination, because 7 days shall your ordination be. Surely then the priest below is crowned entirely, corresponding to the pattern above, for when the priest below is aroused, all are aroused by him above, and blessings appear above and below. Rabbi Abba said, why was it Moses who anointed Aaron? Well, because he is the son of the place that is fountain of life. And it is written, who sent Zero at Ephato, his glorious arm, to be at Moses' right hand. Moses ministered all those 7 days, so that all would abide with Aaron. Rabbi Izki was sitting before Rabbi Elazar. He asked him, how many lights were created before the world was created? He replied, 7, as follows: the light of Torah, the light of hell, the light of the Garden of Eden, the light of the throne of glory, the light of the temple, the light of Teshuvah, and the light of Messiah. These were created before the world was created. 7 lights, lamps, were joined with Aaron, and he kindled lamps above and below. Rabbi Elazar opened, all comes from the dust, and all returns to the dust. We have learned all comes from the dust, even the globe of the sun. Who is dust? The one resting beneath the holy throne of glory. In the book of Rav Hamnuna Sava, all comes from the dust, the place that gathers and collects all. This teaches that paths branched to this side and that side, and then gathered to shine like dust thrown in every direction. Thus, all comes from the dust, and all returns to the dust, surely to the dust of the holy temple. And this dust is of supernal dust, as is said, it has dust of gold, job as there is dust below, so likewise above. We have established dust of the temple. For this world was created by he. Thus, even the globe of the sun, as is said, these are the generations of heaven and earth, Bihiberam, when they were created, Bihibiram, by he created them. So, all comes from the dust. It is written, you are entirely beautiful, my love, there is no flaw in you, my love, Assembly of Israel. There is no flaw in you, the Sanhedrin, corresponding to 72 names, 70 names, 70 souls who descended with Jacob, and the blessed Holy One above all. Therefore, we have learned no investigation is made beyond the Sanhedrin. It is written, as for you, you will be for me Mamleket, a kingdom of priests, who is a kingdom of priests, as is said, Zot Mishat. This is the allotment of Aaron, for when Assembly of Israel is blessed by the priests, she is called by their name a kingdom of priests. Rabbi Shimon said, she is not called Mamlikat, a kingdom of priests, but rather Mamleket, for the priests Amlikhuha crowned her as queen, making her mistress over all. But she is not called Mamlikat, a kingdom of priests, since from heaven she is called Makhat, kingdom Makhat Shemayim, kingdom of heaven, surely here, Mamleket, as has been said, for the priests crowned her, joining her to the king. Then she rules over all the king's treasures and all the king's weapons, a ruling in realms above and below, ruling over the whole world. Rabbi Yos said, it is written, Vaorgudato, and his bond, he founds upon the earth. Amos, when the king couples with her, with all those holy crowns, in one gathering, then it is written, and his bond. Rabbi Yitzhak said, Vaorgudato, and his bond, as is said, take Orgudat, a bundle of hyssop. What does this indicate? When they join as one and she is blessed by them, she reigns over all, shining above and below all. When the priest performs his service, offering a sacrifice, burning incense, and intending words to draw everything together as one, then it is written, and his bond he founds upon the earth. Rabbi Yos said, when Aaron moves, they all move with him until Assembly of Israel is blessed along with those above and below. Then, blessed is Jehovah from Zion, dwelling in Jerusalem. Hallelujah, blessed is his glorious name forever, and may his glory fill all the earth. Amen and Amen. Rabbi Elazar was going from Cappadocia to Lyra, accompanied by Rabbi Yisa and Rabbi Izkiah. Rabbi Elazar opened, saying, I have put my words in your mouth and covered you with the shadow of my hand. We have learned, if a person engages in words of Torah and his lips are astir with Torah, the blessed Holy One protects him, and Shekinah spreads her wings over him, as is written, I have put my words in your mouth and covered you with the shadow of my hand. Furthermore, he sustains the world, and the blessed Holy One delights with him, as if he had that day planted heaven and earth, as is written, to plant heaven and establish earth. And to say to Zion, you are my people. From here we learn that Israel is called by the name Zion, for it is written, and to say to Zion, you are my people. And Assembly of Israel is destined to be called by the name Zion, as is written, Zion will be redeemed by justice, and her repentant ones by righteousness. He opened again, saying, bind up the testimony, seal Torah among my disciples, bind up the testimony of David, as is written, my testimony, that I will teach them. Bind up our bond, like one who binds a bond in one place. Seal Torah Bilimudai, among my disciples. Seal Torah, sealing of Torah and all the anointing flow coming from above. Where is it sealed? Bilimudai, among my disciples, for there the anointing oil is gathered between two pillars, a gathering place for all anointing oil flowing from above, to pour it into the mouth of the phallus, to empty it into this testimony. Then, all is bound in one faithful bond. The difference between those who engage in Torah and faithful prophets. For those who engage in Torah are always preferable to prophets. Why? Because they stand on a higher rung than prophets. Those who engage in Torah stand above in a place called Torah, vitality of all faith, whereas prophets stand below in a place called Netzah and Hod. So those who engage in Torah are called preferable to prophets and superior to them. These stand above, and those stand below. And those who utter words by the Holy Spirit stand below all of them. So happy are those who engage in Torah, for they are on the highest rung of all. Therefore, one who studies Torah has no need of sacrifices or ascent offerings, since Torah is more valuable than all and is the bond of all faith. Thus, her ways are ways of pleasantness, and all her paths are peace, and it is written, great peace have they who love your Torah, and nothing can make them stumble. As they were going along, they met a man who was coming with 3 sprigs of myrtle in his hand. They approached him and said, "What is this for?" He replied, "To restore the loss." Rabbi Elazar said, "Well spoken. Why these 3?" He replied, "One for Abraham, one for Isaac, and one for Jacob. I bind them as one and smell them, because it is written as for fragrance, your oils are fine. And because this fragrance revives the weakened soul by this faith, and blessings flow from above to below." Rabbi Elazar said, "Happy is the share of Israel in this world and in the world that is coming. The world is sustained only by fragrance, and faith persists only by fragrance, and by this fragrance another fragrance is perceived. For when Sabbath departs, the bundle is undone, the additional soul ascends, and souls and spirits are left sad. This fragrance comes, and one draws near the other, rejoicing. Therefore, one needs breath after breath to receive the fragrance. Once fragrance is received, they draw near as one, rejoicing. In the same manner, the aroma of sacrifice, by this aroma, all draw near as one, and lamps blaze, rejoicing. 2 lamps, one above and one below. If a person kindles the lamp below and then extinguishes it, that rising smoke kindles the upper lamp. Similarly, smoke of the offering, this rising smoke kindles upper lamps, and they blaze as one, all drawn together by this aroma. So, a pleasing aroma to Jehovah, a fire offering to Jehovah, as we have established. Thus, aroma of the offering sustains all, sustains the world. The Korbanah, and the offering, is brought by the priest, Dim Kerev Kola, who draws all together. Therefore, the days of Ashlamutah, ordination, Ishtelimu, are completed, by him, so that all may draw near through his service, and joy and blessings may appear above and below. It is written, Jehovah, you are my God, I will exalt you, I will praise your name. For you have done wonders, counsels from afar, faithful and true. This verse has been established. Jehovah, you are my God, for one should exalt the holy name, praising him for everything. Whence is his praise, as has been established, and here, from the depth of all, as is written, for you have done. Pele, wonders, as is written, he has been named Pele, wonder, as has been said. Counsels from afar. Counsels, as is said, counselor from afar, as is written, from afar, Jehovah appeared to me, and it is written, from afar she brings her food. Faithful and true, as is said, a faithful God without wrong, and they have established that faithfulness is at night, as is said, your faithfulness in the nights, and it is written, new every morning, great is your faithfulness. The blessed Holy One will one day purify Israel from their sins, as is written, I will sprinkle pure water upon you. And you will be pure from all your impurities, and from all your idols will I purify you. Ezekiel. Parashat Shmini. 8th. Rabbi Yitzhak opened, when the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy. Job, happy are Israel, for the blessed Holy One has given them the holy Torah, delight of all, delight of the blessed Holy One. His stroll, as is written, I was a delight day after day. Torah is the name of the blessed Holy One, and by Torah the world was created, as is written, I was by him as Ammon, a nursling. Do not read Ammon, a nursling, but rather Amman, an artisan. By Torah, the human being was created, as is written. God said, "Let us make a human." The Blessed Holy One said to Torah, "I wish to create a human." She replied, "This human is destined to provoke you. Unless you are patient with him, how will he endure in the world?" He said to her, "You and I will sustain him in the world, for I am not called slow to anger for no reason." Rabbi Yehuda said, "Written Torah and oral Torah established him in the world, as is written, let us make a human in our image, according to our likeness." Rabbi Yehuda said, "From here that which kivar asuhu, they have already done asuhu, they have made him, surely this is in image and likeness. Image by the male, likeness by the female. Therefore Torah begins with bet, as has been established." Rabbi Yitzhak said, "Why is bet open and closed?" Well, when a person comes to conjoin with Torah, she is open to receive him and partner with him, but when a person closes his eyes to her and walks backward, then she is closed on the other side. He does not find an opening until he returns to join her face to face, never to be forgotten by him. So Torah opens herself to people, proclaiming to them, "To you, men, I call out," and it is written, "At the bustling crossroads she calls, in the gateways of the city she utters her sayings." Rabbi Yehuda said, "Bet, two roofs and one line joining them. What does this indicate?" Well, one for heaven, and one for earth, and the Blessed Holy One joining and supporting them. Rabbi Elazar said, "Three lights, supernal and holy, joined as one, and they are totality of Torah, creating an opening for all, an opening for faith, and these are betah, a house, for all. So it is called bet, for these are betah, a house. Therefore Torah begins with bet, for it is Torah and a remedy for the world. So one who engages in Torah is considered to be engaging in the holy name, as has been said, for the entire Torah is one holy supernal name. Because of this, it opens with bet, a holy name, with three bonds of faith. All those who engage in Torah cleave to the Blessed Holy One and are adorned with crowns of Torah and are beloved above and below. The Blessed Holy One extends his right hand to them. All the more so, those who engage in Torah also at night, as has been established, they participate with Shekinah and join with her as one. When morning comes, the Blessed Holy One adorns them with a thread of love, to be recognized among those above and below. When Assembly of Israel and all those who study Torah come to appear before the King, all those morning stars sing together, as is written, when the morning stars sang together, V'yayu kol b'ni Elohim, and all the sons of Elohim shouted for joy. Job, what is V'yayu? As is said, Roah hitroah, the earth is burst asunder, for those judgments are broken, all smashed in the presence of morning, for morning is aroused in the world, as is said, Abraham rose early in the morning, thus, V'yayu kol b'ni Elohim, and all the sons of Elohim were smashed. Rabbi Elazar was traveling on the road. He noticed Rabbi Pinahas, son of Yair, whose donkey was braying. Rabbi Pinahas said, "You have surely seen equilibrium of delight." As soon as he emerged from behind the noontime overhang of a cliff, he saw Rabbi Elazar. He said, "Equilibrium of delight is surely complete." Rabbi Elazar dismounted, and approached and kissed him. He said, "If you have an itinerary, let's go and join together. If not, then go your way." He replied, "Indeed, I was going toward you, and since I've found you, I'll follow you and we'll join as one." Rabbi Pinahas opened, "Yehovah will bless you from Zion, and you will see the goodness of Jerusalem all the days of your life." Why from Zion? Because their blessings begin to appear, as is written, for their Yehovah ordained blessing, everlasting life. So, Yehovah will bless you from Zion, since from their blessings issue to all. And you will see the goodness of Jerusalem, for thereby she is blessed. Once Zion is filled with blessing, Jerusalem is blessed, imbued with compassion. And when Jerusalem is blessed, the whole world is blessed. All the days of your life, for the rainbow will not appear in your days, just as happened with your father. Thus, you will see the goodness of Jerusalem all the days of your life. You will see children of your children sin-fearing, pious, holy. Then, peace upon Israel. What does this mean? Well, like someone saying, peace upon the head of the king, that he may lack nothing, so, peace upon Israel when righteous people exist in the world. Rabbi Elazar said, the crown of elders is sons of sons, and the glory of sons, their fathers' sons. We have already established sons of sons among other crowns of the king, as is said, all your sons will be disciples of Jehovah, and it is written, the precious sons of Zion, as has been said. And the glory of sons, their fathers' sons are only crowned by fathers. From here we learn that sons are only crowned and saturated by the flow of the stream when fathers are crowned and blessed, as is written, the glory of sons, their fathers. As they were going along, the time for prayer arrived. They dismounted and prayed. As they prayed, a snake wound itself around the leg of Rabbi Pinas's donkey. It startled and brayed twice. After they finished praying, Rabbi Pinas said, my animal is surely in pain, because actually today I set out early, and while I was whispering Torah, it took me through a filthy place, so now it is being tormented. They rose and saw a snake coiled around it. Rabbi Pinas said, snake, snake, go and slap your bind in sloping burrows. At this, the snake dropped off and fell into many pieces. Rabbi Elazar said, does the Blessed Holy One deal so strictly with the righteous? He replied, surely, the Blessed Holy One deals strictly with the righteous, and he protects them, seeking to increase their holiness. Now see how my donkey, because it failed to guard my holiness, has suffered, and this snake was an agent. How many agents the Blessed Holy One has! He accomplishes his mission by everything, even by beasts of the field, as is written, I will unleash the beasts of the field among you, and they shall bereave you of your children, and even by Goy, a Gentile, as is written, Jehovah will carry against you Goy, a nation, from afar, from the end of the earth. Rabbi Elazar said, and does he accomplish the mission by the hand of an Israelite? He replied, yes, for example, a wicked person by one who is righteous. But he does not accomplish the mission against a wicked person by an Israelite who is also wicked, except when the latter acts unintentionally, as is written, and he who did not lie in wait, but God conveyed it to his hand, and he who did not lie in wait precisely, for he intended nothing against him, surely, God conveyed it to his hand, to punish both of them. Rabbi Elazar said, how does the Blessed Holy One accomplish the mission, by this one or by a Gentile? He replied, hasn't your father told you? He said, I haven't asked him yet. He opened, saying, if he grants quiet, who can condemn? If he hides his face, who will take note of him? Whether a nation or a person, Job. If he grants quiet, when the Blessed Holy One grants quietness and tranquility to a person, who is permitted to condemn or accuse him? If he hides his face, who will take note of him? When he shuts his eyes from watching over him, who will watch over him to protect him? The ways of the Blessed Holy One, as is written, whether a nation or a person, whether to a whole nation or to an individual alone. When human actions are worthy below, the right hand of the Blessed Holy One is aroused above. Then many compassionate ones are aroused, many protectors of the world, many protectors of people, on the right and on the left. Then the left is subdued and cannot prevail. But when human actions are unworthy below, the left is aroused, along with all those who come from its side, and they all become agents directed against humans. For those who transgress decrees of Torah are all marked on their faces and recognized by those aroused from the side of the left. Therefore, Gentiles and animals and all those who come from the side of the left are called agents directed against those who are marked, who arouse them. Israelites, even if their actions are unworthy, all come from the side of the right. And since the right has been subdued by their actions, they are overpowered by the left and all those who come from the side of the left. So agency is by Gentiles, animals, and the like, who are from the side of the left, and not by Israel even though they are wicked, they come from the side of the right. A wicked Israelite who falls into the hand of another wicked one, without the latter's intention, this is so that both of them may be punished and be purified by their punishment. Rabbi Elazar asked him, "How do we know?" He replied, "From Gibeah, for although they were wicked, the blessed Holy One did not want other wicked Israelites to be aroused against them. So a number of Israelites perished time after time until all the wicked who had been aroused against them were eliminated, and there remained only the more virtuous, who could perform the deed truthfully. Even if they are virtuous, the matter is entrusted to whom it is entrusted only when worlds are evenly balanced, lower world corresponding to upper world, and at that time, worlds were imbalanced. So, the wicked of Israel are not agents of the king directed against other wicked ones, since they do not come from the left side. This may be compared to people who offended the king. An officer was aroused against them to apprehend and punish them. A clever one among them went and mingled with the officer's men. The officer raised his eyes and saw him, and said, "Who placed you among us? Aren't you one of those who offended the king? You will surely be punished." First they took him and killed him. Similarly, Israelites come from the side of the right, and when these, by their sins, cause the right to be subdued, the left is aroused along with all those who come from its side. If one of Israel comes to mingle with them, they detect him and say, "Aren't you one of those who come from the side of the right, which has been subdued by their sins? You are one of those who offended the king who placed you among us. Consequently, he is punished first." King Solomon cried out, "A time when a human holds power over a human to his harm, surely, since he is not an agent of the king and does not come from that side." Rabbi Elazar said, "Certainly so, for we have learned there is right and there is left, compassion and judgment, Israel and other nations, Israel on the right and other nations on the left. Even if the people of Israel are wicked, they are humbled by the right and do not cling to the left nor ever mingle with it. Therefore it is written, 'Save with your right hand and answer me when the right is elevated.' The people of Israel, who cleave to it, are elevated and crowned with it. Then the left and all who come from its side are subdued, as is written, 'Your right hand, O Jehovah, glorious in power. Your right hand, O Jehovah, smashes the enemy.'" Rabbi Elazar opened, saying, "It happened on the 8th day." Who is the 8th day? Well, it is written, "From the entrance of the tent of meeting you shall not go out for 7 days, until the day of completion of the days of your ordination, ki shivat yomim yamalit yidkem, because 7 days he shall ordain you." Because 7 days the verse should read, because for 7 days. Why 7 days he shall ordain? Well, happy are the priests, who are adorned with crowns of the holy king and anointed with holy anointing oil, for another oil is aroused, saturating all 7, which are anointed with that holy anointment, and all those 7 lamps are thereby kindled. This anointing oil is totality of all 7, all of which are included in it. We have learned they are 6, all included in this one, which is totality of them all. Thus, Shivat Yomim Yamal, 7 days shall ordain, for they depend on this one. Consequently, assembly of Israel is called Bathsheba, Bathsheba, daughter of that 7, for she is totality of 6 others. Once this 7 ordained the priests, crowning and anointing them completely. When they reached assembly of Israel, who is the 8th, Aaron was commanded to offer a calf as a sacrifice, because it is the offspring of a cow, to atone for the other calf that Aaron made, thereby sinning against the cow, who is unblemished, consummation of the faithful of Israel. Thus, the priest becomes entirely complete, in 8 garments of glory, complete in all crowns, complete above and below. In everything one must manifest action. Therefore an action was performed with Aaron below, to arouse correspondingly above, so that all would be in one pattern. Then all worlds are blessed, and blessings appear through the priest. Here the priest was perfected fittingly. He asked him, "Why is it written a calf, a young of the herd, as an offense offering?" He replied, "Because of the sin that he had previously committed. And a ram as an assent offering." Why a ram? Because of the ram of Isaac, which was a pure assent offering, for this should be offered in order to complete all. This place draws from the side of Isaac, and this ram is offered as an assent offering on account of the ram of Isaac, because she is an assent offering. For an assent offering ascends, and in order to crown her completely, a calf and a ram, fittingly. Why a ram? To complete her fittingly with the perfection of Isaac. And the people of Israel, who sinned in this matter along with the priest, bring a similar offering, as is written, and a bull and a ram l'shlamim, as peace offerings, to sacrifice before Jehovah, one for their sin and one l'ashlama, to complete this place by shlimu, with the perfection of Isaac. Why is it written concerning the priest a calf as an offense offering, whereas concerning Israel it is not written a bull as an offense offering? Well, Israel had already received punishment, and since they had been punished in various places, the Blessed Holy One did not wish to mention their sin as before. So here it is not written as an offense offering, but rather l'shlamim, as peace offerings, demonstrating shalama, peace, for the Blessed Holy One is at peace with Israel over this. Aaron, however, was not punished, on account of Moses' prayer, as is written, with Aaron, Jehovah was greatly enough incensed to destroy him, and I interceded also in behalf of Aaron at that time until now. His guilt hung over him, so it is written a calf from the herd l'otat, as an offense offering l'otat, for a sin, surely, and a ram as an assent offering, so that his sin would be atoned for and he would be purified and perfected. On that day those above and below were perfected, and peace spread everywhere, joy above and below. And were it not for the disturbance of Aaron's sons on that day, since the time when Israel came up from the sea, there would not have been such joy above and below. On that day the sin of the calf was eliminated from the world, and the priest and Israel were purified of it. That whole day, all those accusers above disappeared, and they went roaming all around Israel, unable to find an occasion among them until the decisive moment when Nadab and Abihu rose and disturbed the joy of all, and wrath prevailed in the world, as is written, the glory of Jehovah appeared to all the community immediately. The sons of Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, took each of them his fire pan and put fire in it and placed incense upon it. We have learned that day was joy of assembly of Israel. To be bound by the bond of faith, with all those holy bonds, for incense binds all as one and is thus called Keteret. They came and linked all those others as one and left her outside, not linking her with them, and they linked something else. Therefore he warned the priests afterward, as is written, Bizot, with this shall Aaron enter the sanctuary. In various ways they disturbed the joy of assembly of Israel on that day. First, they were not married and were not worthy of bringing an offering and for worlds to be blessed by them. Furthermore, the hour was not fitting. Furthermore, they forced the hour. Furthermore, their sentence had previously been decreed. They offered alien fire before Jehovah. They surely bound something else with this bond and left assembly of Israel outside. Rabbi Pinhas said to him, "Do not say that they left her outside, rather, assembly of Israel was not linked by them, for wherever male and female are not found, assembly of Israel does not abide at all." Therefore he warned the priests, as is written, Bizot, with this shall Aaron enter the sanctuary, that he should be male and female. Thus a priest should not enter the sanctuary until he is married, so that assembly of Israel will join in his bond, for one who is unmarried leaves assembly of Israel outside, and she does not join with him. Therefore, on account of them, disturbance prevailed on this day. Rabbi Yos opened, like a lily among it happened on the 8th day thorns, so is my beloved among the maidens like a lily assembly of Israel. As has been established, the Blessed Holy One praises assembly of Israel, and his love is toward her, to cleave to her. Therefore, one who is married should praise the Blessed Holy One and praise Assembly of Israel, for we have learned in everything one must manifest action. Just as that person cleaves to his partner and his love is focused on her, so when he comes to serve before the Holy King he arouses another coupling, for the Blessed Holy One desires to cleave to Assembly of Israel. Whoever arouses is blessed by the Blessed Holy One and by Assembly of Israel, as has been said. Thus, the praise offered by the Blessed Holy One to Assembly of Israel like a lily among the thorns which is the finest, transcending also is Assembly of Israel among all the legions, for she ascends and is crowned over all. Surely, a lily among thorns, and an etrog among thorns, showing the praise of Assembly of Israel above all. Assembly of Israel is blessed by the priest, and Israel is blessed by the priest, and the priest is blessed by the supernal priest, as is written, they shall set my name upon the children of Israel, and I myself will bless them. It is written, remember your compassion, O Jehovah, and your love, for they are from of old. Remember your compassion, Jacob, and your love, Abraham, for they are Meolam, from the world. The Blessed Holy One took them from the world and raised them above, forming them into a holy chariot to protect the world. Since they were from the world, he remembers them, protecting and having compassion upon the world. Similarly, the Blessed Holy One takes the righteous from the world and raises them above to protect the world. Now, you might ask, why is Isaac not mentioned here? Well, he was left to punish those who oppress his children, as is written, rouse Gevurateka, your might, and it is written, Jehovah will go forth Kijabah, like a mighty one, like a warrior he will stir up zeal. He will shout, yes, roar, overpowering his enemies. This is Isaac, removed here. Rabbi Ea said, as for them, remember your compassion, O Jehovah, and your love, Jacob and Abraham, whom we need to protect us. But Isaac stands poised to wage war, so we do not want him to be with them. Alternatively, for they are Meolam, from the world, for when the Blessed Holy One created the world, he took Isaac and created the world with him. He saw that it could not endure alone, so he took Abraham and established the world by him, as is written, these are the generations of heaven and earth, Behiberim, when they were created. Do not read Behiberim, when they were created, but rather be Avraham, by Abraham. He saw that it needed greater stability, so he took Jacob and joined him with Isaac, stabilizing the world, as is written, on the day that Jehovah Elohim made earth and heaven. Thus, the world is established by Abraham and by Jacob, and so forth they are from the world. Rabbi Yehuda opened, it happened on the 8th day after Aaron was completed by those 7 days and crowned with them. The 8th day needed to be completed with the 7 of completion by the priest. Therefore, service on the 8th to be crowned with 7, and for the priest to be rectified on account of the sin he committed previously, as is written, he said to Aaron, take you a calf as has been established, a calf, surely, to atone for that calf, as is written, he made it into a molten calf, ben Bakar, a young of a bull. Why a young of a bull, and not ben Para, a young of a cow? Well, he had to be rectified regarding a cow, so it was not fitting to offer her from her own. One who sends a gift to the king, do you see him taking something from the palace and giving it to the king? Rather, it must be from somewhere else, not from the palace. Rabbi Yos said, from her own to her own is not fitting. Rabbi Yehuda replied, therefore, ben Bakar, a young of a bull, surely, and not ben Para, a young of a cow, as a purification offering to purify him for the sin that he committed, and a ram as an ascent offering to Mimim, both unblemished. To Mimim, both unblemished. The verse should read Tamim, unblemished. If you say that it refers to the calf and the ram, not so, for both of them are not offered up as an ascent offering, since it is written, and a ram as an ascent offering to Mimim, whereas a calf is offered up as a purification offering. So why to Mimim, both unblemished, when it is written a ram? Well, the ram of Isaac, to be offered to the cow, mentioned twice in one verse, as is written, Abraham raised his eyes and saw, and, look, a ram was caught in the thicket by its horns, and Abraham went and took the ram, c. 2, and he offered him up as ascent offering, thus, a ram as an ascent offering, both unblemished 2 rams, for they are 2. So, we have learned Gevurot, powers branching out to numerous others. To the children of Israel you shall speak, saying, take a he-goat as an offense offering. The verse should read a calf as an offense offering, as with the priest. However, Israel had already been punished, so of them is not written a calf as an offense offering, but rather a calf as an ascent offering. Why? Because all those who sinned by it, whether by word or deed or worship, had been punished. Even those who did nothing but entertain a desire in their hearts to worship it were punished, as is written, he made the children of Israel drink it. However, all those who entertained a desire not to worship it, but deriving from it a tinge of delight, were purified here, offering it as an ascent offering, not as an offense offering. But why take a he-goat as an offense offering? Well, because they had previously offered sacrifices to goat demons ruling on high mountains. Thus, as an offense offering they had to be purified of that sin. Furthermore, it was necessary for the renewal of the moon. And a bull shear, a bull, and not a bull, because shear is shalim, showing shalama, peace, as is written li shlamim, as peace offerings. Rabbi Yos said, a bull and a ram come from the left side. A bull from the left side, as is written, and on the left a bull's face, Ezekiel a ram, because of the ram of Isaac. And they are offered as shalamim, peace offerings, la ashlama, to complete themselves in assembly of Israel. Thus, a bull and a ram as peace offerings. Rabbi Yehuda said, all because assembly of Israel is crowned and blessed by the priest through Ashlamuta, completion. This day was joy of all, joy of assembly of Israel with the blessed Holy One, joy of those above and below. For on the day when the priest was completed below, the priest above, as it were, was completed, were it not for Nadab and Abihu, who aroused disturbance between Matronita and the king. Consequently, fire came out from before Jehovah and consumed them. Rabbi Abba said, we have learned by Moses said to Elazar, and actions below are Ithamar, your heads you shall arouse, actions above, not dishevel, nor your garments, and an action below rend, lest you die, for Jehovah's must be displayed like anointing oil is upon you. The action above. All joy above depends upon that holy oil, from which issue joy and blessings to all the lamps, and from which the supernal priest is crowned with a flow of oil. Therefore the priest on whom the anointing oil has flowed, corresponding to the pattern above, must display joy and a radiant face more than all, and there must not appear any deficiency on his head or his clothing. Rather, he should be entirely perfect, corresponding to the pattern above. No defect at all should appear in him, so that he may not cause a defect in another place. If Elazar and Ithamar had appeared defective at that moment in their garments or their heads, they would not have been saved, for the time was primed to execute judgment. Of this we have learned, when a plague befalls the world, a person should not undertake anything, so that powers of judgment not be aroused against him unless he undertakes something good and can thereby postpone the time. For when the time of judgment ripens in the world, whoever encounters it is plucked and removed from the world. Therefore it is written, lest you die, your brothers, the whole house of Israel, shall bewail the burning, for they do not come from the side of the priests and will not be harmed. Rabbi Elazar opened, Aaron took Elishba, daughter of Amminadab, sister of Nahshon, as a wife. Aaron took Elishba, all as it should be, all corresponding to the pattern above. Bathsheba was destined for David from the day that the world was created. Furthermore, Elishba was destined for Aaron from the day that the world was created. What is the difference between them? Well, all is one, but there for judgment, here for compassion. When she joined with David for judgment, to wage wars, to spill blood. Here, with Aaron for peace and joy, for a radiant face, and to be blessed. So there she is called Bathsheba, daughter of 7 here, Elishba, for she is joined with Hezd. Bathsheba for judgment, to inherit the kingdom and be empowered. Rabbi Shimon said, concerning what we have learned, the voice of the shofar, that is fine. This is Jacob, who arose in thought with the patriarchs, and they issued as one from the shofar. For a shofar generates water, fire, and air as one, from which is formed a voice. So, supernal mother generated the patriarchs in one voice from thought, and they culminated as one in one voice. That voice is called the voice of the shofar Jacob, who includes the patriarchs as one and is called voice. There are 2 voices, for from a voice issues a voice, but one voice, called the voice of the shofar. From here issued other voices from that shofar through the coupling of thought. There are 7 voices issuing through the coupling of thought with the shofar, and this shofar waters and saturates the patriarchs first, and afterward the children, and we have established the matter. Aaron took Elishba, daughter of Amminadab, to sweeten her, to delight her, to join her with the king in perfect coupling, so that blessings would spread through all worlds through Aaron. Therefore, the priest must appear with a radiant face, joyous, all corresponding to the pattern above, for through him blessings and joy appear. So judgment, wrath, and sorrow are distanced from him, so that he may not be disqualified from the place to which he is linked. Thus, your brothers, the whole house of Israel, shall bewail the burning and not the priest. Of them is written, bless, O Jehovah, his abundance, and his handiwork favor. Rabbi Yehuda said, from this passage we drink no wine or beer, you and infer that Nadab and your sons with you, when you Abihu were intoxicated, enter the tent of meeting, lest since he warns the Yudai priests about this. Rabbi Yehuda opened, wine that gladdens the human heart, making the face shine brighter than oil. If the priest has to rejoice and have a face more radiant than all, why is wine forbidden to him, since joy and radiance are both inherent to it? Well, wine begins with joy and ends in sorrow. Furthermore, wine comes from the side of the Levites, from the place where wine abides for Torah, and wine of Torah are from the side of Gevurah, whereas the side of the priest is clear, sparkling water. Rabbi Yos said, each one lends to his fellow, including all in one another. Wine begins with joy, since it comprises water. Afterward, it reverts to its location, conveying sorrow and anger, executing judgment, whereas the priest requires joy and radiance at both beginning and end. Rabbi Abba said, from one place issue wine, oil, water, honey, and milk. Water and oil are taken and inherited by the priest's oil more than anything, since it is joy first and last, as is written, like fine oil on the head, running down upon the beard of Aaron. Wine, on the left, to raise the voice, to sing and not be silent, for wine is never silent, whereas oil is always soundless. What is the difference between them? Well, oil, which is silent and always soundless, comes from the side of thought, always soundless and unheard, so it is from the right. Wine, which is for raising the voice and is never silent, comes from the side of mother, and the Levites inherit the left side and stand poised to raise their voices and stand in judgment. Therefore it is written, by their word shall be every dispute and every injury. Consequently, when the priest enters the sanctuary to perform service, wine is forbidden to him, for his actions are secretly silent, and in silence he intends what he intends and unites whom he unites, drawing blessings to all worlds, all in silence. Furthermore, his actions are all in secret, and wine is a revealer of secrets, since its entire effect is to increase sound. Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Yitzhak were traveling from the village of Meron to Sehoris, and with them was a boy with a donkey carrying honey-spiced wine. Rabbi Yehuda said, let us say a word of Torah as we go. Rabbi Yitzhak opened, saying, your palate is like fine wine flowing to my beloved smoothly, stirring the lips of sleepers like fine wine of Torah, which is fine, for wine of another is not fine. Wine of Torah is fine for all, fine for this world and fine for the world that is coming. This is the wine that pleases the blessed Holy One more than all, and thus whoever satiates himself from the wine of Torah will awaken in the world that is coming and will be worthy of reviving when the blessed Holy One raises the righteous. Rabbi Yehuda said, stirring the lips of sleepers, we have learned that even in that world they will be able to study Torah, as is written, stirring the lips of sleepers. That boy said, if it were written your palate is from fine wine, I would agree, but it is written like fine wine, not from fine wine. They gazed at him. Rabbi Yehuda said, utter your word, my son, for you have spoken well. He said, I have heard that one who engages in Torah and cleaves to her, and that word is heard in his mouth, not in a whisper but in a raised voice, for so should Torah be spoken, as is written, at the bustling crossroads she calls, in the gateways of the city she utters her sayings like fine wine that is not silent but raises the voice. Then when he departs from this world, my lover goes straight, not deviating to the right or the left, with no one hindering him. Stirring the lips of sleeper 7, in that world his lips are astir with Torah. I have heard further your palate is like fine wine. This verse was spoken to assembly of Israel in praise of her. If so, who is it that praises her if the blessed Holy One? Why flowing to my beloved smoothly the verse should read flowing to me? Well, surely the blessed Holy One praises assembly of Israel just as she praises him, as is written, his palate is sweets, and all of him desirable. So the blessed Holy One praises assembly of Israel, as is written, your palate is like fine wine. Fine wine is that preserved wine flowing to my beloved Isaac, who is called beloved from the womb. L'Misharim, smoothly as is said, it was you who founded Misharim, equity, including left within right. This is Misharim, for by the joy of that fine wine, left is included in right and all rejoice. Stirring the lips of sleepers, for all are aroused with joy and blessings, and all worlds rejoice, roused to pour blessings below. Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Yitzhak came and kissed him, rejoicing with him. They said to him, what is your name? He replied, Yisa. They said, you will be Rabbi Yisa, you will endure longer in the world than our companion Rabbi Yisa, who has departed from among us. They said to him, who is your father? He replied, he has taken leave of this world. Every day he used to teach me 3 words of Torah, and at night 3 words of wisdom of Agadah, and the words that I just told you I learned from my father. Now I live with a man who has removed me from Torah, and I work for him every day, and every day I go over those words that I learned from my father. They said to him, does that man know any Torah? He replied, no. He's an old man, and he doesn't know how to recite a blessing, and he has sons who he doesn't put in school. Rabbi Yehuda said, if that were not so, I would go into this village to talk to him about you, but now, it is forbidden for us to see his face. Drive off his donkey and come with us. They went on. They said, who was your father? He replied, Rabbi Zerah of the village of Raman. Rabbi Yehuda heard and wept, and said, I was in his house, and I learned from him 3 things about the cup of blessing and 2 about the act of creation. Rabbi Yitzhak said, now if we learned from this boy, his son, how much more so from him himself? They went on, holding his hand, until they saw a field where they sat down. They said to him, tell us one of those words that your father taught you about the act of creation. He opened, saying, Elohim created the great sea serpents and every living being that crawls. Elohim created every place of judgment is called Elohim, and that supernal place, the place from which they issue, is called Zohar. Although it is compassion, judgments issue from it and depend upon it. The great sea serpents, the patriarchs, who are watered first and spread their roots over all. And Kol Nefesh Ha'aya, the whole soul of the living being, that crawls the soul that the supernal earth brought forth from that Ayah, living being, supreme above all, as is written, let the earth bring forth Nefesh Ayah, a soul of a living being. Alternatively, Nefesh Ayah, a soul of a living being, soul of Adam, which it drew into itself. The living being that crawls, the living being crawling on all sides above and below, which the water swarmed forth in that supernal river, flowing forth and watering this tree, so that it may spread its roots over all and provide nourishment for all. Alternatively, the living being that crawls, King David, of whom is written, I shall not die but live, and the winged fowl of each kind, all those holy angels who exist to sanctify the name of their master every single day, as is written, each one had 6 wings, and some of whom fly through the world to perform their master's will, each one fittingly. Rabbi Yehuda said, surely, so much is not fitting for this boy, but I see in him that he will be elevated to a place of eminence. Rabbi Yitzhak said, surely, Ha-Ayah, the living being, that crawls is that Ayah supreme above all, since the other one is called earth here, as is written, and let the fowl multiply in the earth, surely, and not in the water, for that river flows forth and waters undivided until the place called earth, and from there on is written, from there it divides and becomes 4 river heads, and the fowl depend upon this earth, from which they are watered, as is written, and let the fowl multiply in the earth. They rose and went on. Rabbi Yehuda said, let us welcome him as our partner, and each of us will say a word. Rabbi Yehuda opened, saying, sustain me with raisin cakes, refresh me with apples. This verse has been discussed, and that is fine. However, Assembly of Israel utters this in exile. Samikhuni, sustain me. What is Samikhuni? Well, one who falls must la'azmakhale, be supported, as is written, Samak Yehovah, Yehovah supports, all who fall. Thus, Assembly of Israel, who has fallen, needs to be supported, and she says, Samikhuni, support me. To whom does she say this? To Israel, her children, who are in exile with her. With what? With raisin cakes, the patriarchs, who are filled first with that fine preserved wine. And whoever knows how to unify the holy name, even when blessings are not found in the world, supports and sustains Assembly of Israel in exile. Refresh me with apples. All is one, as we have said, but this is the mystery. A raisin cake draws wine in, an apple draws wine out and focuses the will. So, raisin cakes and apples, raisin cakes to satiate with wine, apples to focus the will, so that the wine may do no harm. Why all this? For I am faint with love. Whoever unifies the holy name must unite judgment with compassion, blending them fittingly as one, so that all may be sweetened and harmonized. Both together support Assembly of Israel in exile. Rabbi Yitzhak opened, saying, where are their gods, the rock in whom they sheltered, who ate the fat of their offerings, drank their libation wine? Let them arise and help you. Happy are the people of Israel, for they are holy, and the blessed Holy One seeks to sanctify them. Eternal life that holy Israel inherits depends entirely on the world that is coming, since that is life for all, above and below, and it is the place where preserved wine rests. It is called wine, and from there life and holiness issue to all. Wine of Israel, because of wine of another Israel, one depending on the other, for Israel above derives life from it, so he is called the tree of life, a tree from the place called life, from which life issues. Therefore the blessed Holy One is blessed with wine, and the wine of Israel below follows this pattern. But when a Gentile who is impure and defiles one who approaches him approaches the wine of Israel, it becomes impure and forbidden, all the more so, wine that he makes himself. Do not say that this alone is so, rather, everything that Israel does below resembles the paradigm above, especially wine, which occupies a supernal place, on the model of preserved wine. Therefore, Israel drinks wine made fittingly, in holiness, corresponding to Israel above, who drinks and is rooted in and blessed by that supernal holy wine. They do not drink wine in impurity or from the side of impurity, for the spirit of impurity settles in it, and it is not from the side of Israel. If one drinks with them, his spirit is defiled, and whoever defiles his spirit defiles his share in the world that is coming, for the world that is coming is preserved wine. So holy Israel must guard this above all, since it is linked to the place of the world that is coming. Thus, the blessed Holy One is to be blessed with wine more than anything, for it rejoices the left side, which through that joy is included in the right, and all becomes right, and when all becomes right the holy name is in bliss and blessings spread throughout all worlds. By an action below is aroused an action above, so Israel prepares wine corresponding to wine. Since it is preserved above, it must be preserved below, and all its preservation brings holiness to Israel. Whoever spoils it below on the side of impurity is defiled in this world and has no share in the world that is coming, the place where that preserved wine abides. He has not preserved it, he will not be preserved in the world that is coming. He has defiled it, he will be defiled in that world, he will have no share in that wine constituting the world that is coming. Happy are Israel, who preserve what is preserved, who sanctify the king by this supernal preservation. Happy are they in this world and in the world that is coming. The boy opened, saying, a king makes the land stand firm by justice, but a man of exactions ruins it. Who is a king? The blessed Holy One. By justice Jacob, who is totality of the patriarchs. But a man of Terumat, exactions spelled Terumat, as is said Zohar Teruma, this is the offering alternatively, but a man of Terumat Esau, who used to ask about Terumat, offerings, and tithes every day but did nothing. But a man of Terumat, for he is not justice, since Teruma is elevation of compassion, not coming with justice, as is said some are swept away without justice thus, but a man of Terumat ruins it. Now, you might say, but King David was a man of Teruma. Well, he was with compassion. Furthermore, it is written as dear David Emanim, faithful acts of love for David, as he clung to one, so he clung to the other. All his days, King David strove for this Teruma, offering, to be linked with justice, so that they would couple as one and the land would endure. Solomon came and united them as one, so the moon waxed full and the land stood firm. Zedekiah came and separated them, so the land was left without justice, the moon became defective, and the land was ruined thus, but a man of Terumat ruins it. Oil for the priests and wine for the Levites, not because they need wine, but rather from preserved wine, coming to their side to unite all as one, to delight all worlds, so that all will be right, merging as one, imbued with affection of all and love of the faithful. For one who joins his aspiration to this becomes complete in this world and in the world that is coming, thereby cleaving all his days to Teshuvah, the place where wine and oil are found. Then he will not cling to this world, neither its riches nor its cravings. Concerning this, King Solomon cried out, he who loves wine and oil will not grow rich, for other riches are reserved for him, in which he will share, having a share in the world that is coming, the place where wine and oil abide in this world and in the world that is coming. Whoever loves this place does not need wealth or pursue it. Happy are the righteous who strive for supernal wealth every day, as is written, gold and glass cannot equal her, nor can she be exchanged for golden vessels. Job in this world. Afterward, to endow those who love me with substance, their storehouses to fill. He opened again, saying, Jehovah said to Moses, go up to me to the mountain and be there, that I may give you the stone tablets Torah mitzvah, and the teaching and the commandments, that I have written to instruct them Torah written Torah. Mitzvah oral Torah. That I have written Lahoratam, to instruct them spelled Lahoratam, as is said, unto the chamber of Horati, the one who conceived me. Here one should contemplate Lahoratam Damai, to the one who conceived whom. If you say the one who conceived Israel, they aren't mentioned in the whole verse, rather, the one who conceived Torah and Mitzvah. And who is that preserved wine? For all writing of the supernal book abides there, and from there issues Torah, which is why we call it Torah Shebiktav, Torah in writing. Thus, that I have written Lahoratam, to instruct them Lahoratam, to the one who conceived them, surely, as is said unto the chamber of Horati, the one who conceived me Torah Shebi Alpo, oral Torah another one, which is based Alpo, on the mouth. What is the mouth? The at knowledge, which is the mouth of the book and the writing. This other Torah is called Torah Shebi Alpo, Torah on the mouth, for she is based on that mouth, which is Torah Shebiktav, Torah in writing. Thus, Moses was elevated entirely, above all other faithful prophets, as is written, that I may give you. Precisely it is written, remove the dross from silver, and for the refiner a vessel emerges. Remove the wicked from the king's presence, and his throne will be established in love. When the wicked abound in the world, the throne of the holy king is established in judgment, absorbing judgment, and its flames burn the world. But when the wicked are eliminated from the world, then his throne will be established in love, not in judgment. What does this imply? That the lower world depends upon the upper world, and the upper world accords with the conduct of the lower world. His throne will be established in love, one who wishes to bless him, in love, not in judgment. What does this imply? That when the priest enters the temple, he should enter with love, which is water, and not having drunk wine gevura. He should enter with water, not with wine. Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Yitzhak came and kissed his head. From that day on, he never left Rabbi Yehuda's household, and when he entered the house of study, Rabbi Yehuda would rise before him, saying, I have learned a word from him, and it is fitting to treat him with respect. Later he was esteemed among the companions, and they used to call him Rabbi Yisa the Hammerhead, shattering rocks and shooting sparks in every direction. Rabbi Elazar would proclaim of him, before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, these are the living beings that you may eat of all the animals that are on the land. Why is Aaron mentioned here? Well, because he is always poised to distinguish between impure and pure, as is written, and to divide between the impure and the pure. Rabbi Abba opened, who is the man desiring life, loving many days to see good. Keep your tongue from evil and your lips from speaking deceit. And it is written, he who guards his mouth and his tongue guards his soul from troubles. Who is the man desiring life? What is life? Well, the life called world that is coming, where life abides. Thus we have learned tree of life, a tree from that life, a tree planted in that life. So it is written, who is the man desiring life? Yehovah. Loving many days to see good. What are days? Well, the name of the Holy King, joined to those supernal days, which are called days of heaven over the earth. Days of heaven, surely over the earth, surely one who desires to have a share in life above, and one who desires to cleave lovingly to those days, should guard his mouth from all. Guarding his mouth from food and drink that defiles the soul and removes a person from that life and from those days, and guarding his mouth from words of evil, so as not to be defiled by them. He should keep far away from them and have no part in them. Mouth and tongue another, supernal place is called so. Therefore, a person should not spoil his mouth or tongue, and certainly not defile his soul and body, thereby defiling himself in the other world, as we have established. Zohar, these are the living beings, that you may eat of all ha-behema, the animals, that are on the land. The beginning of this verse does not match its end, nor the end its beginning. First, Zohar, these are the living beings, and subsequently, of all ha-behema, the animals. Well, the Blessed Holy One said, as long as the people of Israel preserve their souls and bodies, not defiling them, surely, Zohar, this is the living being, that you will eat. They will be in a state of holiness, cleaving to my name. By selecting the behemoth, animal, that I have chosen for you to eat, you will not defile yourselves by them, and you will cleave to my name. But whenever they do not preserve their souls and bodies from food and drink, they will cleave to another, impure place, defiling themselves. Thus it is written, Zohar, this is the living being, that you will eat surely, for she is mystery of the holy name, to which one should cleave. Of all behemoth, the animals, that are on the land because of the food from this behemoth, animal, which is pure and will not defile you, you will have a share in my name, cleaving to it. Furthermore, Zohar, this is the living being, that you may eat. Concerning Pharaoh is written Bezot, by this, shall you know that I am Jehovah Zot, this, is confronting you, to punish you. Here, too, Zohar, this is the living being, Asher Tokal you, when you eat, of all the animals that are on the land Zot, this, is confronting you, to punish you if you defile your souls. Why? Because souls come from her, and if you defile what is hers, this will confront you. Whether for good or for evil, she stands poised by you. Rabbi Elazar said, Zohar, this is the living being, that you may eat of all the animals, all those that are linked to this side you are permitted to eat, and all those that do not come from this side you are forbidden to eat, for there are animals linked to this side, and there are those that come from the other, impure side. Their sign is as written, everything that has hooves, all of them distinctive, all of them designated by Scripture. Consequently, whoever eats of those that come from the impure side is thereby defiled, and he defiles his soul, which comes from the pure side. Rabbi Shimon said, the summation of all, as there are 10 crowns of faith above, so there are 10 crowns of impure sorcery below, and all things on earth are attached either to this side or to the other side. Now, you might say, what about the goat, upon which settles an impure spirit? Not so, for if an impure spirit settled upon it, we would be forbidden to eat it. Rather, they pass through them and manifest in front of them, yet do not settle within them, for as they settle, another spirit passes over them and they disengage from their bodies. So they appear in front of them and harass within them, yet do not possess their bodies, which we are therefore permitted to eat. As soon as they come to possess them, a certain spirit passes, they raise their eyes, see those signs, and disengage from them, though manifesting in front of them, so we are not forbidden to eat them. Whether cattle, beasts, birds, or fish of the sea, among all of them appear right and left, compassion and judgment. Whatever comes from the side of the right, the side of compassion, we are permitted to eat, and all those coming from the side of the left, the side of judgment, we are forbidden to eat, for all their bodies are impure and they all defile, an impure spirit settles within them, dwelling in them. Therefore, the Holy Spirit of Israel must not mingle with them nor be defiled by them, so that they may remain holy and be recognized above and below. Happy is their share, for the Holy King delights in them and seeks to purify and sanctify them above all, for they are linked to him. What is written, Israel, in whom I glory. If the blessed Holy One glories in Israel, how can they defile themselves and cling to the side of impurity? Thus it is written, you shall hallow yourselves and become holy, for I Jehovah am holy. You shall not make yourselves detestable through beast and bird and all with which the soil teems, which I set apart for you to treat as impure. One who is inherently in the image of the King should not depart from the ways of the King. Therefore, the blessed Holy One distinguished all those coming from this side and all those coming from the other side. Happy is their share. It is written, all who see them will recognize that they are seed. Jehovah has blessed, Jehovah has blessed, really Jehovah has blessed. Totally, whoever eats of those forbidden foods clings to the other side and makes his soul and his body loathsome. An impure spirit settles upon him, and he demonstrates that he has no share in the supernal King and does not come from his side nor cleave to him. If he departs like this from the world, he is seized by all those linked to the side of impurity, who defile him, punishing him as a person loathed by his Lord, loathed in this world and loathed in the world that is coming. Of this is written V'init mitem, becoming impure, through them without an aleph, for there is no remedy for his loathsomeness, and he never emerges from impurity. Woe to them, woe to their souls, for they will never cling to the bundle of life because they have been defiled. Woe to their bodies, of which is written, for their worm will not die, nor will their fire be quenched, and they will be a horror to all flesh. What is a horror? A stench. Who causes this? That side to which they clung. The people of Israel comes from the right side. If they cling to the left side, they surely spoil this side. They spoil their bodies and spoil their souls. They are spoiled in this world and spoiled in the world that is coming, especially one who clings to the side of impurity, for all is connected with one another. And it is written, for you are a holy people to Jehovah your God, and you has Jehovah chosen to be a treasured people to him of all the peoples. Rabbi Yos opened, all a human's toil is for his mouth, V'hanafesh, and the appetite is not filled. I have contemplated the words of King Solomon, and all of them are linked with supernal wisdom. All a human's toil is for his mouth. This verse refers to the time when a person is judged in that world. All the judgment and all that he suffers in that world, vengeance of the world, wreaked upon him, is for his mouth, because of his mouth, which he did not guard, defiling his soul, not cleaving to the side of life, the right side. V'hanafesh, and the soul is not filled. Her judgment is never ever completed. Alternatively, she will never be fulfilled, ascending to her place, for she is defiled, clinging to the other side. Rabbi Yitzhak said, whoever is defiled by them is considered as if he worshipped idols, which are an abhorrence to Jehovah, as is written, you shall eat no abhorrent thing. One who worships idols leaves the side of life, the holy domain, and enters the other domain. Similarly, one who defiles himself with these foods leaves the side of life and clings to the side of death, leaves the holy domain and enters the other domain. Moreover, he is defiled in this world and defiled in the world that is coming. Thus, V'init mitem, becoming impure, through them it is written, you shall not make your souls impure through beast and bird and all with which the soil teems, which I set apart for you Latam, to declare impure. What is Latam? To render other nations impure, for they are impure and come from the side of impurity. Each one clings to his place. Rabbi Elazar was sitting before his father, Rabbi Shimon. He said to him, concerning what we have learned, the blessed Holy One will one day purify Israel with what? He replied, as is written, I will sprinkle pure water upon you, and you will be pure from all your impurities, and from all your idols will I purify you. Ezekiel, once they are purified, they will be sanctified. And the people of Israel, who cleave to the blessed Holy One, are called holy, as is written, holy is Israel to Jehovah, the first fruits of his harvest. And it is written, people of holiness shall you be to me. Happy are the people of Israel, of whom the blessed Holy One says, be holy, for I Jehovah am holy. For it is written, to him you shall cleave. And it is written, he has not done so for any other nation, and the laws they know not. Hallelujah. Parashat Tazria. She yields seed. Rabbi Elazar opened, on my bed at night, I sought him whom my soul loves. I sought him, but did not find him. Al Mishkavi, on my bed. The verse should read Bimishkavi, in my bed. Why Al Mishkavi? Well, Assembly of Israel speaks before the blessed Holy One, pleading with him about the exile, because she is dwelling among other nations with her children and lying in the dust. And because she is lying in a foreign, impure land, she says, Al Mishkavi, at night. Al Mishkavi, about my lying, I plead, for I am suffering pain in exile. So I sought him whom my soul loves to deliver me. I sought him, but did not find him, for it is not his way to unite with me except in his palace. I called him, but he did not answer me, for I am dwelling among other nations, and only his children hear his voice. As is written, has a people heard God's voice speaking from the midst of the fire, as you yourself have heard, and still lived. Rabbi Yitzhak said, Al-Mishkavi at night. Assembly of Israel said, Al-Mishkavi, about my bed, I complained before him, that he should unite with me, delighting me and blessing me with complete joy. For so we have learned by the union of the king with assembly of Israel, many righteous ones obtain a holy inheritance and exist in the world. Rabbi Abba was walking by a watercourse within the cave of Lyre, accompanied by Rabbi Yos and Rabbi Ea. Rabbi Yos said, It is written, a woman of strength is her husband's crown, whereas a shameful one is like rot in his bones. A woman of strength. Assembly of Israel. A shameful one is like rot in his bones. The other nations, whom the blessed Holy One cannot tolerate in the world, as is said, Veracuts, and I loathed them, like kotzin, thorns, and thistles pricking a person unbearably. Rabbi Abba said, A woman of strength is her husband's crown. A woman of strength. Assembly of Israel, who is mistress of many forces and camps throughout the world. Her husband's crown, as is said, a crown of Tiferet, glory, and all is one. A woman of strength. Assembly of Israel, for by uniting with the king, she generates many forces, many camps, and many righteous ones in the world, all called sons of the blessed Holy One. And assembly of Israel, as is written, You are sons of Jehovah your God. While they were walking, Rabbi Abba said, Let each one say a word about assembly of Israel. He opened, saying, A woman of strength, who can find her price is far beyond rubies. Assembly of Israel, who is a woman of strength, as we have said. Who can find, as is said, what will find you in the days to come? Who can find to wage war against her? Who can find who will succeed in being fully within her, constantly with her? Mikra, her selling, is far beyond rubies. The verse should read Mikah, her purchase. However, all those who do not cleave to her completely and are not wholehearted with her Makara, she sells them, delivering them into the hands of other nations. As is said, the children of Israel abandoned Jehovah, and he sold them into the hand of Sisera Samuel. Then they are all far from those supernal holy rubies, in which they will have no share, as is written, Mikra, what is sold by her, is far from rubies. Rabbi Ea opened with the following verse, saying, The heart of her husband trusts in her, and no booty will he lack. The heart of her husband trusts in her, the blessed Holy One, who therefore appointed her over the world, to be conducted by her. All his weapons he has entrusted in her hands, and all the warriors, so no booty will he lack. Rabbi Yos opened with the following verse, saying, She repays him good and not evil all the days of her life. She repays him good. She provides goodness for the world. She provides goodness for the palace of the king and its members. And not evil, for it is written, And the tree of knowledge of good and evil good when those days of heaven shine upon her, uniting with her fittingly, those being the days of her life, for the tree of life sends her life and shines upon her. At that time, she repays him good and not evil. Rabbi Abba said, That is fine. All those verses were spoken for assembly of Israel. We have learned, if a woman yields seed, when a woman yields seed first, she bears a male. Rabbi Abba said, But we have learned that the blessed Holy One decrees whether that drop is male or female. Yet you say, if a woman yields seed first, she bears a male. Rabbi Yos said, Surely, the blessed Holy One distinguishes between a male drop and a female drop, and since he distinguishes, he decrees whether it is male or female. Rabbi Ea said, And bears a male now, as soon as she yields seed, does she give birth, as is written, and she bears rather. This verse should read, When a woman yields seed and there be a male. Why when a woman yields seed and bears? Rabbi Yos replied, From the day that a woman conceives, every day she gives birth, she can talk of nothing but her giving birth, and that it will be a boy. Thus, when a woman yields seed and bears a male. Rabbi Izki opened, How many are your when a woman yields seed works, O Jehovah, all of them you made in wisdom. The earth is filled with your creatures. How many are the works of the king? This may be compared to a person who takes in his hand a conglomeration of seeds and sows them all at once, and subsequently each one emerges separately. Similarly, the blessed Holy One made his works in wisdom, and wisdom took all as one and sowed them. Subsequently each one emerged in its time, as is written, all of them you made in wisdom. Rabbi Abba said, how many are your works, O Jehovah? How many are the works of the Holy King, all concealed in wisdom, as is written, all of them in wisdom, all included in wisdom, issuing only by certain paths toward Binah, whence all is made and arranged, as is said, you sixth Vuna, and by understanding, it is established thus, all of them in wisdom you made, in Binah. The earth is filled, assembly of Israel, for from there she is filled with all, as is said, all the streams flow into the sea, yet the sea is not full. The earth is filled with your creatures, for she generates them afterward, as is written, these are the generations of heaven and earth, Behiberam, when they were created, Behiberam, by he created them. Thus, the earth is filled with your creatures. When a man comes to sanctify himself, to couple with his female with intention of holy aspiration, another Holy Spirit is aroused above him, composed of male and female. The blessed Holy One signals to a certain angel who is appointed over the conception of human beings, and entrusts him with that spirit, informing him where to deposit it, as is written, the night said, a male is conceived. Job, the night said to that minister, a male is conceived by so and so. And the blessed Holy One commands that spirit with whatever he wishes, as has been established. Then the spirit descends along with a certain image, the one assuming the form above. In that image, he is created. With that image, he goes through this world, as is written, only with an image does a human go about. As long as this image is with a person, he exists with his image in the world, for they are joined as one. And King Solomon warned people, saying, before the day breathes and the shadows flee too. In the book of sorcery of Ashmedai I found that one who knows how to perform sorcery on the left side and to cling there should stand by the light of a lamp, or in a place where his own images may be seen, and utter certain words and invite his images to those whom he has summoned, and say that they are willingly prepared for their commands. Such a person has left the domain of his Lord and has yielded his pledge to the impure side. By those incantations that he utters, inviting his images, two spirits manifest, and array themselves in his images in human form, and inform him how to harm and benefit at particular times. These are two spirits who were not comprised within a body, and now they are comprised within these images, arrayed in them, and they convey information to this person, one who has left the domain of his Lord and yielded his pledge to the impure side. A person is forbidden to throw away household utensils, or anything else in his house, and deposit it with the other side, which must not be done, for many wardens of judgment are waiting to receive that object, and from that moment on, no blessing settles upon it, since it belongs to the other side. All the more so, one who summons another the other side to dominate his supernal goodness, for it now belongs to the one that he summoned. When a person's days draw near, the supernal image that was given to him, that spirit who clung to it every day, comes and takes it and is arrayed in it and goes away, and it never appears with that person again. Then he knows that he has been totally rejected. When the soul descends to be conducted into this world, it comes down to the earthly Garden of Eden and sees the glory of the spirits of the righteous, standing row upon row. Afterward, it goes to hell and sees the wicked, who are crying woe with no one taking pity on them. In every respect, it is provided testimony, and that holy image stands above it until it emerges into the world. When it emerges into the world, that image is at its side, participating with it and growing with it, as has been said, for it is written, only with an image does a human go about. A person's days participate with that image and depend upon it, as is written, for we are but yesterday, unknowing, for our days are a shadow upon earth. Job, for our days are a shadow, surely from the day that a woman conceives until the day that she gives birth, no one knows how many and how exalted are the works of the blessed Holy One, as is written, how many are your works, O Jehovah, all of them you made in wisdom. The earth is filled with your creatures, all spirits of the world, when they emerge comprising male and female. Afterward, they diverge on their paths. If a person is worthy, later they couple as one, that is, he finds his mate joining in one coupling entirely, of body and soul. It is written, let the earth bring forth nefesh, a living soul, according to its kind, as has been said, let the earth bring forth, surely, for from her they issue. Nefesh, soul of a living being, as we have established, the spirit of Adam. This corresponds to what is written, but from the fruit of the tree in the middle of the garden, from the fruit of the tree the blessed Holy One. In the middle of the garden, in the middle of the woman. We have learned this corresponds to when a woman yields seed and bears a male, not comprising male and female, according to the ways of the world, for they were the cause. Rabbi Elazar said, not so, for all is male and female, comprised as one, separating afterward. But, and bears a male comprised in one from the right side. If she bears a female comprised in one, female and male from the left side, for the left side dominates and male is subdued on the right, without power. Then the male issuing from the female, from the left side, is effeminate and is not called male. But a male issuing from the right is dominant, and a female issuing from there is subdued, since the left side does not rule. Thus it is written, and bears a male. How many thousands and myriads issue simultaneously into the world, yet, from the day that she generates them, they are not called souls until they are stabilized in the body. And how long is that? 33 days, as is written, 30 days and 3 she shall be impure 7 days, for during all 7 days, they do not enter her presence, joining her, and for all these 7 days, the spirit roams the body to find a place, and so it is written, it shall be 7 days under its mother, on the 8th day, they become soul and body, appearing before Matronita, to be joined with her and the male as body and soul. 30 days and 3 she shall remain in blood of purity, for the spirit to be stabilized in the body. What is the purpose of the 3 days? Well, for 3 days following circumcision, the child is in pain and the spirit does not settle in the body as on other days. So, 30 days and 3 she shall remain in blood of purity. First, in blood of purity, and afterward, the days of her purity, well, in blood of purity, blood of circumcision, blood after blood from the child. The blessed Holy One preserves that blood all these days, as is written, she shall remain by Gmir Tohora, in blood of purity. Tohora, purity, unspecified, for the final he is not pronounced, for you should not say the purity of Matronita but rather purity, unspecified. It is called blood of purity, pure blood. She shall touch no consecrated thing. Every single day Assembly of Israel obtains food from the king's palace for the spirits of humans and nourishes them in holiness, except for these, until those spirits are stabilized in the body. After 33 days she cares for them daily, and spirits are joined with body, like other inhabitants of the world. Just as she dwells only in a complete place, so all her actions follow this pattern until they are completed. She shall touch no consecrated thing, caring for them. If she bears a female, as I established, for the left side dominates and the right is subdued. So, all is 2 for 1. Female is far from male, for spirit to join body, since the left is not stabilized like the right and is more agitated. Rabbi Yehuda opened, there is no one holy when a woman yields seed like Jehovah, for there is no one beside you, and there is no rock like our God. Samuel, this verse is difficult. There is no one holy like Jehovah implies that there is someone else holy, since it is written like Jehovah. And there is no rock like our God implies that there is another rock. Well, surely, there is no one holy like Jehovah, for there are various holy ones. Holy ones above, as is written, this verdict by order of the holy ones, Israel is holy, as is written, you shall be holy, all of them are holy, yet not holy like Jehovah. Why? Because it is written, for there is no one Bilteker, beside you. What does this mean? That the holiness of the blessed Holy One exists Bilti, without their holiness, since he does not need theirs, but they are not holy Bilteker, without you. This is for there is no one Bilteker, their holiness does not exist without you. And there is no rock, like our God, as has been established, that the blessed Holy One Psa Shora Go Shora, designs a form within a form, perfecting it, blowing into it the spirit of life, bringing it forth into the world. Alternatively, and there is no rock like our God, there is that which is called rock. Look to the rock from which you were hewn, you shall strike the rock. Look, I am about to stand before you there on the rock. All of them are called rock, yet there is no rock like our God, who possesses power and dominion over all. Rabbi Ea was sitting one night with Rabbi Abba. They rose at midnight to study Torah. As they were going out, they saw a star striking another star 3 times, masking its light. Just then, they heard 2 voices from 2 directions, one from the north above, and one below, and that voice proclaimed, "Enter and gather to your places, protection of the female has been opened, the blessed Holy One is entering the garden to stroll with the righteous there." The voice passed and subsided. Rabbi Abba and Rabbi Ea returned, and said, "Surely, it is a time of favor for arousal of assembly of Israel to unite with the Holy King." Rabbi Abba said, "Surely, assembly of Israel is drawn to the blessed Holy One only by song, by her praising him until morning comes and the king extends to her a thread of love." Mystery of the matter is the king extended to Esther the golden scepter that was in his hand. Esther, do not say that he extends it to her alone, but rather to her and to all those who join her. Come, let us join as one. They sat down. Rabbi Abba opened. Jehovah Elohim said, "It is not good for the human to be alone." Why does the verse begin like this? Well, as has been said, for this reason, that it was good is not written of the second day, because Adam was destined to be separated, so it is written, "It is not good for Adam, the human, to be alone." It is not good for the human to be alone. Now, was he alone? Look at what is written, male and female he created them, and we have learned Adam was created with 2 faces, yet you say, it is not good for the human to be alone. However, he did not engage with his female, and she was not a helper facing him, since she was at his side and they were as one back to back. So, Adam was alone. I will make him a helper Kainigdo, opposite him. What is Kainigdo? Facing him, to cleave to one another, face to face. What did the blessed Holy One do? He sought him, and took the female from him, as is written, he took one of his sides. What is one? His female. He brought her to the human, he adorned her like a bride and brought her so that she would be facing him, face to face. As long as the female was adjoined to his side, Adam was alone. Afterward, they climbed into bed as 2 and rose 6 as 1. When she was adorned for Adam, the blessed Holy One blessed them, as is written, God blessed them, like a cantor blessing the bride with 7 blessings. From here we learn that once a bride and groom are blessed with 7 blessings, they cleave as one, like the paradigm above. Therefore, one who comes to unite with another man's wife spoils the coupling, forming, as it were, 2 powers above. For the coupling of assembly of Israel is with the blessed Holy One alone, whether he is in compassion or in judgment. It is as if he betrays the blessed Holy One and assembly of Israel, so the blessed Holy One does not provide him the opportunity of Teshuvah, which remains suspended until he departs from the world, as is written, "This iniquity shall not be purged from you until you die," and when he enters that world in Teshuvah and must receive his punishment. Rabbi Elazar said, if one betrays assembly of Israel, his teshuvah will not be accepted until he is punished in hell, all the more so, if he betrays assembly of Israel and the blessed Holy One, and all the more so, if he troubles the blessed Holy One to form the image of a bastard in another man's wife, falsifying the royal solemnity. Rabbi Yehuda opened, saying, he who robs his father and his mother and says, it is no crime, is partner to a destroyer. He who robs his father and his mother, his father is the blessed Holy One, his mother is assembly of Israel. What is robs? As is said, that which was robbed from the poor is in your houses. And what is that one who covets another woman, who is not his mate? There we have learned, whoever enjoys something of this world without a blessing robs, as it were, the blessed Holy One and assembly of Israel, as is said, he who robs his father and his mother and says, it is no crime. Whoever enjoys something of this world, a generalization, including a woman. Whoever clings to a woman to enjoy her if she is unmarried, and he enjoys her without a blessing, it is as if he robs the blessed Holy One and assembly of Israel. Why? Because their coupling is by 7 blessings. If this is so concerning an unmarried woman, all the more so with one who clings to another man's wife, who abides in the pattern above by coupling of 7 blessings. Is partner to a destroyer, Jeroboam, as has been established. And says, it is no crime, for he says, look, she is unmarried, why is it forbidden? Thus, he robs his father and his mother. Furthermore, he is partner to a destroyer. Who is a destroyer? One who spoils the image and arrangement, above all the more so, one who covets his friend's wife and clings to her, a spoiling more, and thus spoiled forever. A destroyer spoiling above, spoiling below, and spoiling his soul, as is written, a destroyer, and destroying his soul. It is he who does it. Rabbi Yehuda opened, saying, he said, let me go, for dawn is rising. And he said, I will not let you go unless you have blessed me. He said, let me go now. Was he bound in Jacob's hand? Well, happy are the righteous, for the blessed Holy One cares for their honor and never abandons them, as is written, he will never let the righteous totter. Yet it is written, and the socket of Jacob's thigh was wrenched. Well, he collected what was his, as has been said. It is written, he spent that night in the camp, and it is written, he took them and brought them across the stream. What did Jacob have in mind to bring them across at night? Well, he saw the accuser walking among his camps, and he said, I will bring them across the stream, perhaps he will not be there. What did he see? He saw his flame of fire flashing, flying through his camps. Jacob said, better to move from here, so the stream will divide between us and there will be no disturbance. Immediately, he took them and brought them across the stream. And Jacob was left alone. From here we learn one who is alone in a house at night, or during the day in an isolated house. What is isolated? Isolated from other houses, all the more so at night, or one who walks alone at night, can be harmed. And Jacob was left alone then, and a man wrestled with him. Until the rising of dawn we have learned he came from the side of judgment, and his dominion was on the side of night. What is on the side of night? To bring exile. As soon as light rose, his strength weakened and Jacob overpowered him. Jacob saw that he was a messenger and that he could not prevail against Jacob because light had risen and his power was broken, as is written, when the morning stars sang together, V'yayu kol b'ni Elohim, and all the sons of Elohim shouted for joy. Job. What does V'yayu mean? That all those coming from the side of judgment were shattered. Then Jacob was empowered and seized him. He said to him, let me go, for dawn is rising, the time has come to sing praise to the blessed Holy One and to gather together. He said, I will not let you go unless you have blessed me. Unless Baraktani, you have blessed me. The verse should read, unless Teverikini, you bless me. Why unless you have blessed me? Well, Jacob said to him, surely, Father bestowed to me those blessings that he wished to confer upon Esau, and I am afraid of you. Will you acknowledge them or not, or will you denounce me on account of them? Immediately, he said to him, your name will no longer be Yaakov, Jacob. What was he telling him? Well, as follows: you did not gain those blessings by crookedness or by your akbar, deceit. They were not by akbar, deceit, but rather Israel, surely, acknowledges them, and from him they issued, for you are linked with him. So I and all the legions acknowledge them. For you have strived with divine beings and with human beings, and have prevailed with Elohim, divine beings, all those coming from the side of harsh judgment. And human beings Esau and all his multitude. And have prevailed, you prevailed over them, and not they over you. Jacob did not let him go until he had acknowledged those blessings, as is written, he blessed him there when light rises. All those masters of judgment are subdued and disappear, and assembly of Israel converses with the blessed Holy One. That hour is a time of favor for all, and the king extends to her and to all those who are with her a scepter threaded with love, so that they may share in the fullness of the Holy King, as has been said. When the blessed Holy One is with assembly of Israel, on those occasions when he is with her, and she arouses desire toward him first, drawing him toward her with great yearning, then she is filled from the right side, and many legions appear from the right side throughout all worlds. But when the blessed Holy One arouses love and desire first, and she is aroused afterward, not when he is aroused, then all is on the side of the female, and the left is aroused, and many legions arise and are aroused on the left side throughout all worlds. Similarly it is written, when a woman yields seed and bears a male, for the lower world corresponds to the pattern above, one the paradigm of the other. In all things, one should unite his desire above with the blessed Holy One, so that favor may prevail in the world. Happy is the share of the righteous, who know how to unite their desire with the Holy King of them, is written, you, cleaving to Jehovah your God, are alive every one of you today. Rabbi Yehuda opened, Alter Uni, do if a person has on the skin of his not look at me, for I am body an inflammation or a rash blackish song of or a shiny spot songs. This verse has been discussed, but when the moon is concealed in exile, she says Alter Uni, not that she commands to not look at her, but rather since she sees how Israel yearns for her, to see the light, she says Alter Uni, you cannot see me, you are unable to see me. Why? For I am blackish, for I am in darkness. Why Shiraret, blackish? The verse should read Shira, black. Well, there are two darknesses. 1. Because the sun has scorched me, for the sun has withdrawn from me, no longer illumining me or gazing upon me. And the other, for my mother's sons were incensed at me. Shish Zaphatni, because the sun has scorched me. The verse should read Shizaphatni, because the sun has made me black as pitch. But it offers a hint, for when the sun shines, it shines with 6 lights, and when it withdraws, all those 6 are withdrawn. My mother's sons were incensed at me, those coming from the side of harsh judgment. Nairu, were incensed at me, as is said, my throat Naya, is hoarse, as is written, our pursuers are at our necks. For when Israel went into exile, they went with their hands bound tightly behind them and millstones round their necks, so they could not open their mouths. They made me keeper of the vineyards going into exile to guard the other nations for the sake of Israel. My own vineyard I did not keep, for I cannot guard them. Previously, I kept my own vineyard, and through it the other vineyards were kept. Now I keep the other vineyards for the sake of my own vineyard, that it may be kept among them. Rabbi Ea and Rabbi Yos were traveling on the road. When they reached a certain field, they saw a biferous balsam tree on the right side of the road. Rabbi Yos said, enveloping smoke appears in our eyes. It is forbidden to behold joy since the day the temple was destroyed. He opened, saying, the earth and her fullness are Jehovah's, the world and those who dwell in her. Since he says the earth and her fullness are Jehovah's, why the world and those who dwell in her? Isn't the world part of the earth? Well, this is what he is saying. Haaretz, the earth, and her fullness are Jehovah's, are Akdisha, the holy land, called Erez, land of the living. The world and those who dwell in her, the rest of the earth, all as is said he will judge the world in righteousness, since the world depends on righteousness, and all is one entity. Rabbi Yehuda said, the earth and her fullness. The earth, granted, but what is her fullness? Well, these are souls of the righteous. The world and those who dwell in her. The world, the earth below. And those who dwell in her humanity. Rabbi Yehuda said, if so, how can we explain? For upon seas he founded her, and upon rivers set her firm. He replied, certainly so, namely, land of the living, upon seas he founded her, and upon rivers set her firm, for they all issue from that supernal river flowing and gushing from Eden, and by them she is arrayed to be crowned by the Holy King and to nourish the worlds. Consequently, who shall ascend the mount of Jehovah, the clean of hands and the pure of heart, who has not borne nafsho, his soul, falsely written nafshi, my soul. What is my soul and his soul? Well, all is one entity, as is said, Jehovah has sworn by his soul, Amos, according to my heart and my soul he shall act. Samuel, King David was joined with that heart, with that soul, so he has not borne my soul falsely. As they were going along, they came upon a man whose face was full of lesions, who rose from beneath a tree. They gazed at him and saw that his face was red from those lesions. Rabbi Yehuda said, who are you? He replied, a Jew. Rabbi Yehuda said, he is a sinner, for otherwise his face would not be marked with these evil illnesses, and these are not called chastenings of love. Rabbi Yehuda said, certainly so, for chastenings of love are hidden from people. What is written? If a person has on the skin of his body an inflammation or a rash or a shiny spot, look, 3 types here, all called a scaly affliction, as is written, and it becomes a scaly affliction on the skin of his body, segairu, closing, completely enclosed, and it is written, he shall be brought to the priest. But of those which are visible externally, it is written, when the priest sees it, he shall declare him impure, for surely those that are externally visible in the presence of others come from the side of impurity and are not chastenings of love. Rabbi Yehuda said, how do we know this? Rabbi Yehuda replied, because it is written, better open reproof mi'ahava misatere, than hidden love. If that reproof is mi'ahava, from love, it is hidden from people. Accordingly, one who reproves his fellow lovingly should conceal his words from others, so that his fellow may not be ashamed. And if his words are not loving, they are delivered openly, so that he will be ashamed in the presence of others. Similarly with the Blessed Holy One, when he reproves a person, he always does so lovingly. First, he strikes his body internally. If he repents, good; if not, he strikes him beneath his clothes, and these are called chastenings of love. If he repents, good; if not, he strikes him on his face openly, in front of all, so that they will look at him and know that he is a sinner, unloved by his Lord. That man said to them, bound in single counsel, you have come upon me, you are surely of those who dwell in the house of Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari, who fear nothing. If my sons, who are following me, assail you, how could you speak openly? They replied, so it is with Torah, as is written, at the bustling crossroads she calls, in the gateways of the city she utters her sayings. If we were afraid of you regarding words of Torah, we would be ashamed before the Blessed Holy One. Furthermore, Torah requires thirsting clarity. The man opened, saying, who is a God like you, forgiving iniquity? Micah, he raised his hands and wept. Meanwhile, his sons arrived. The younger one said, heavenly help is here. He opened, saying, I have seen all in the days of my mere breath. A righteous one perishes in his righteousness, and a wicked one prolongs his life in his evil. I studied this verse in the academy of Rabbi Dustai Isava, who said, in the name of Rabbi Yisasava, I have seen all in the days of my mere breath. Now, how could King Solomon, who was wiser than all, say this, that he saw everything when he journeyed through the darkness of the world? For whoever delves into the darkness of the world sees nothing and knows nothing. Well, this is what he meant. In the days of King Solomon, the moon waxed full, and Solomon became wiser than all inhabitants of the world. Then he saw all and knew all. What did he see? He saw all, not withdrawing from the moon, illumining her like the sun, as is written, I have seen all in the days of my breath. Who is my breath? The moon, who is comprised of all water, fire, and spirit, as one like breath issuing from the mouth, comprised of all. He saw all with that breath of his, to which he was joined. A righteous one perishes in his righteousness. When the righteous abound in the world, this all never withdraws from the moon, and this all absorbs anointing oil from above, is filled and saturated joyously, so as to couple with the moon, attaining for her sake. But when the wicked abound in the world and the moon darkens, then a righteous one perishes in his righteousness. It is not written a righteous one any avad is lost, but rather a righteous one loses, for he is not reflected in the moon and does not absorb anointing oil and joy to fill her and couple with her. Thus, a righteous one loses. Besidko, on account of his righteousness the moon, for since she is not present to couple with him, he loses, not drawing from joy, as he had done. Then the whole left side is aroused, and the wicked prolong their lives tranquilly in the world, as is written, and a wicked one prolongs his life in his evil. What is in his evil through the side to which he clings? Furthermore, a righteous one perishes in his righteousness, for when the wicked abound in the world and judgment depends upon their sins, a righteous one perishes in his righteousness, he is seized for their sins. Consequently, my father was seized for the sins of his townspeople, who were all impudent toward him, yet he never admonished them or put them to shame. And he restrained us from contending with the wicked, telling us, for David, do not challenge evildoers. His father said, surely, the blessed Holy One has punished me with this, for I had the power to restrain them, and I didn't put them to shame even secretly, nor openly. His son opened again, saying, Vayitza Yehovah Elohim, Yehovah Elohim formed the human dust from the earth. Vayitza Yehovah Elohim, Yehovah Elohim formed with two yitzrin, impulse is a good impulse and an evil impulse, one corresponding to water and one corresponding to fire. Yehovah Elohim, a complete name. It Adam, the human comprising male and female. Dust from the earth, the holy land, whence he was created, site of the temple. And blew into his nostrils nishmat, the breath of life, the holy nishmeta, soul, drawn from supernal life. And the human became nefesh ayah, a living soul, a human imbued with a holy nafsha, soul, from the supernal ayah, living being, which the earth brought forth, as is written, let the earth bring forth nefesh ayah, a living soul, a soul of that supernal ayah, living being. As long as this holy soul cleaves to a person, he is beloved of his Lord. Many guardians protect him on all sides, he is distinguished for good above and below, and holy Shekinah settles upon him. But when he perverts his ways, Shekinah withdraws from him and the holy soul no longer cleaves to him from the side of the evil, mighty serpent. A spirit is aroused roaming through the world, settling only in a place vacated by supernal holiness. Then the person is defiled, blemished in his flesh, in his face, in everything. Because this nefesh ayah, soul of a living being, is holy and exalted, when the holy land draws her in and absorbs her, she is called neshama, soul breath. It is she who ascends on high and speaks before the holy king, entering all gates, with no one hindering her. So she is called a speaking spirit, since all the other souls are not permitted to speak before the king. Consequently, Torah proclaims, keep your tongue from evil and your lips from speaking deceit, for if his lips and his tongue speak evil words, those words ascend on high. And as they ascend, all proclaim, keep away from the evil word of so and so, clear a path for the evil serpent. Then the holy soul is removed from him and can no longer speak, as is said, I was dumb in silence. I kept still, deprived of good she ascends in shame, utterly distressed, and is not provided a place as before. Of this is written, he who guards his mouth and his tongue guards his soul from troubles his soul. Precisely she who used to speak is reduced to silence on account of evil speech. Then the serpent is ready, for all returns to its place. When that evil word ascends by certain paths and settles before the mighty serpent, numerous spirits are aroused in the world, and a spirit descends from that side, and finds the person who aroused it by the evil word, for the holy speaking spirit has been removed from him, so the evil spirit settles upon him, defiling him, and then he is infected with scaly affliction. Just as a person is punished for an evil word, so he is punished for a good word that he has the opportunity to speak but does not speak, for he taints that speaking spirit. All the more so if people are following a crooked path and he is able to speak to them yet keeps silent, as I have said, for it is written, I was dumb in silence. I kept still, deprived of good, and my pain was intense, with afflictions, with defilement. This is what David said, with this I will be afflicted, viet peniri, and I will be released, from it as is written, penny, turn to me and grant me grace, for alone and afflicted am I, as is said, Viphan Aharon. Aaron turned to Miriam, and, look, she was stricken with scales. Rabbi Ea and Rabbi Yos dismounted and kissed him. They joined as one all along the way. Rabbi Ea proclaimed for them, the path of the righteous is like gleaming light, shining ever brighter until full day. Rabbi Yos said, the companions have, if a person has a scaly affliction, already discussed all, he shall be brought to the priest the types, and the priest recognized which ones were pure and which were impure. He knew which ones were chastenings of love and which ones appeared in a person repulsive to his Lord, on whom he spat. It is written, incline not my heart to an evil thing, to plot deeds of wickedness with evil-doing men, and let me not taste their delicacies according to a person's ways, so he causes affliction in the world. Incline not my heart to an evil thing, to plot wickedness. From here we learn one is led on the path one wishes to take. Rabbi Yitzhak said, this verse is difficult. Does the Blessed Holy One lead a person astray into a way of sin and evil-doing? If so, there is no justice in this world or in the world that is coming, and the Torah is imperfect, for it is written, if you hearken, if you do not hearken. However, David admonished his heart to lead him on the path of truth, as is said, V'hashevata, bring back to your heart what is, bring back once, twice, thrice, to come back to it, conduct it, and admonish it. He said to it as follows, incline not, O my heart, to an evil thing. To his heart he said, incline not according to a person's ways, so he causes affliction in the world, and judgment prevails in the world. This is scaly affliction. The companions have already discussed this, but scaly affliction, according to its translation. Rabbi Yehuda said, what is according to its translation segairu, closing, for it closes and does not open, and is then called nega, affliction. Rabbi Yos said, for the patriarchs are not supplied, much less the children, corresponding to what is written, when Adam, a person, has scaly affliction. Adam, really from here it descends, to whom it descends affliction spreads to all from that segairu, closing. Rabbi Yitzhak said, surely this is mystery of the word that is written, he has spurned his sanctuary. Why? Because inhabitants of the world brought it about, as is written, for he has defiled Yehovah's sanctuary, he has actually defiled it. Rabbi Elazar said, why? Because the one who has withdrawn withdrew, and the mighty serpent prevails, injecting slime and defiling the one it defiles, all because of sins of the world. It has been taught, when the serpent begins to reveal itself, the supports and edifice are withdrawn and removed, and the mighty serpent comes and injects slime, and then the sanctuary becomes defiled. Who is the sanctuary, as is written, I put a scaly affliction in a house of the land you possess, and it is written, now the serpent was most cunning of all the beasts of the field, and he said to the woman, to the actual woman, within whom is found the site of the sanctuary. Thus, he has defiled Jehovah's sanctuary by his sins, for the mighty serpent is revealed. What is the sin? Evil speech, for because of evil speech the serpent appears, both above and below. And it is written, Jehovah sent against the people Haniashim ha-seraphim, the fiery serpents. It is not written ha-seraphim, the burnt, or ha-sophim, the burning, but rather ha-seraphim, the fiery. Who are seraphim, as is written, the heads of Taninim, sea serpents two, sometimes turning into one. And it is written, seraphim were standing Mima'al, above him, surely, as is said, to take their stand above Jehovah. Job then Segairu, closing, entirely, with no one to open. Of this is written, such is the way of an adulteress. What is an adulteress? An adulteress, surely she eats and wipes her mouth, and says, I have done no wrong. Rabbi Yitzhak said, deficiency of all occurs below only because it occurs above, and it occurs above only when it occurs below by sins of the world, for all depend on one another. Rabbi Ear opened, I saw that wisdom has an advantage over folly as light has an advantage. If a man's hair falls out, he is bald, he is pure. Over darkness in many places I have examined the words of King Solomon and have observed his great wisdom and how he concealed his words deep within the holy palace. This verse should be investigated. Why did he say I saw? Don't the other inhabitants of the world know and see this? Even someone who has never known or perceived wisdom all his days knows this, that wisdom has an advantage over folly as light has an advantage over darkness. Yet he praises himself by saying I saw. But it has been taught as follows: who is as wise as Solomon, who is called by 7 rungs, corresponding to the pattern above 6 days above, 7th above them 6 days below, 7th above them 6 steps to his throne. He upon the throne, as is written, Solomon sat on the throne of Jehovah as king. Chronicles 7 crowns of days above, correspondingly, 7 names for Solomon, displaying his holy wisdom. Thus he is called by 7 names: Solomon, Jedidiah, Orga, Binyak, Lemuel, Ithiel, Keheleth. He uttered 7 Havalim, breaths. What he saw, no other human saw, and when he gathered wisdom and climbed the rungs of wisdom, he was called Kohelet, gatherer. He uttered 7 breaths corresponding to 7 crowns above, and from each breath a voice was formed. It has been taught in the name of Rabbi Shimon, a breath generates a voice by the Spirit and water within it, and there is no voice without breath. And it has been taught by 7 breaths those above and below exist. Rabbi Yitzhak taught that the world endures by breath, for without breath issuing from the mouth, no person could exist for even a moment. Similarly, Solomon spoke his words, by which the world endures, with this breath by which the world endures. And this breath by which the world endures issues from breaths above, as is written, Havel Havalim, breath of breaths, breath from breaths. All his words were so. Of breaths above is written, but on all issuing from Jehovah's mouth does the human live. What is issuing from Jehovah's mouth? Breaths above. It has been taught I saw that wisdom has an advantage min ha-siklat, over folly, that is, min ha-siklat, from folly. Precisely, wisdom derives benefit, for if there were no foolishness in the world, wisdom and its words would not be recognized. It has been taught it is incumbent upon a person who studies wisdom to study some foolishness and know it, because thereby wisdom derives benefit just as light derives benefit from darkness, for were it not for darkness, light would not be recognized and the world would gain no benefit from it. It has been taught that wisdom has an advantage, wisdom, unspecified. For Rabbi Shimon said to Rabbi Abba, mystery of the matter, wisdom above does not illumine nor become illumined except through follies aroused from another place. Were it not for this, there would be no radiance or abundant excellence, and the benefit of wisdom would not appear. On account of foolishness, it illumines more and is more illumined, as is written that wisdom has an advantage, wisdom, unspecified from folly, unspecified. Similarly below, if there were no foolishness in the world, there would be no wisdom. This is why, when the companions learned secrets of wisdom from Rav Yisasava, he would present them with a lesson of folly, by which wisdom would benefit. This corresponds to what is written, more precious than wisdom and honor is a little folly, because it enhances wisdom and makes it precious. Of this is written, my heart guiding with wisdom, while grasping folly. Rabbi Yos said, Yiga miokma u mikavod, more precious than wisdom and honor, that is, what constitutes the preciousness and beauty of wisdom, and the preciousness of supernal kavod, glory. A little folly, a little foolishness displays and reveals the preciousness of wisdom and supernal glory better than any way in the world. As light has an advantage min ha'oshek, from darkness the benefit of light comes only from darkness. What always enhances white black? For were it not for black, white would not be recognized because of black, white is elevated and glorified. Rabbi Yitzhak said, this may be compared to sweet with bitter, for a person does not know the taste of sweet until he tastes bitter. What makes this sweet? You must admit, bitter. This corresponds to what is written, one against the other God has set, and it is written, it is good that you grasp this, and from the other as well do not withdraw your hand. It has been taught a person is named according to various rungs: Adam Geva, male Enosh, humanish, man. The greatest of them all is Adam, for it is written, God created Ha Adam, the human, in his image, for in the image of God he made Ha Adam, the human, and no other name is written. Rabbi Yehuda said, if so, look at what is written when Adam, a person, from among you brings an offering to Yehovah, and it is not written Geva, male Enosh, humanish, man who must bring an offering, one who is a sinner. Rabbi Yitzhak replied, the offering is sustenance of the world, of those above and below, pleasure of the blessed Holy One. And who is worthy of offering before him this pleasure? You must admit, Adam, most precious of all. He said to him, but look at what is written when Adam, a person, has on the skin of his body an inflammation or a rash or a shiny spot, and it becomes a scaly affliction on the skin of his body. He replied, this one the blessed Holy One desires to purify more than all, for one who occupies the highest rung of all should not remain like this. Therefore, of Adam is written, he shall be brought to the priest. It is not written he shall come, but rather he shall be brought, for whoever sees him must bring him before the priest, so that the holy image may not remain like this. But it is written, if Ish, a man, or a woman has an affliction on the head or in the beard, if Ish, a man, or a woman has on the skin of their body numerous white shiny spots, and it is not written he shall be brought. He said to him, but it is written ve Harish, and the man, Moses, was very humble. Moreover, Harish, the man, Moses, was very great in the land of Egypt. Why wasn't he called Adam? He replied, because he was called servant of the king, as is written, not so my servant Moses, Moses, my servant Joshua. So, too, he is called Ish, man, in relation to supernal Adam. He said to him, if so, look at what is written, Yehovah is Ish, a man of war, and it is not written Adam. He replied, the secret of Yehovah is for those who revere him. He said to him, if so, I am one of them entirely, yet here I have not been privileged. He replied, go to Rabbi Abba, for I learned this from him on condition that I not reveal. He went to Rabbi Abba and found him expounding as follows: when is there perfection above? When the blessed Holy One sits on his throne, and until he sits on his throne, there is no perfection, as is written, and upon the image of a throne, an image like the appearance of Adam, a human being, upon it above Ezekiel. The word Adam implies that this is totality and perfection of all. Rabbi Yehuda said, blessed is the compassionate one, that I found you expounding this. If so, look at what is written, Yehovah is Ish, a man of war. He replied, you are fine there, perfection of all was lacking, so he is called Ish, man. But here, perfection of all, consummation of all, so he is called Adam. Rabbi Yehuda exclaimed over him, "Better for me the Torah of your mouth than thousands in gold and silver." Rabbi Yehuda said to him, "It is further written, Adam, human, and beast you deliver, O Yehovah, and not Ish, man, and beast." He replied, "No, look at what is written, Lamish, from man, to beast. But as for the expression Adam and beast, this is similar to from the cedar in Lebanon to the hyssop in the wall. Kings, it is the style of scripture to employ the highest of all and lowest of all. Here, too, highest of all and lowest of all." He said to him, "But it is written ve Adamian, and there was no human, to till the soil." He replied, "Everything in the world is only for the sake of Adam, all existing for him. Nothing appeared in the world, all was withheld until the one called Adam arrived, as is written, no shrub of the field was yet on earth, because the supernal image had not appeared, as is written, and there was no Adam. Therefore, this image appeared only fittingly, as is written, Yehovah Elohim formed Har Adam, the human, by a complete name, just as he is completion of all, consummation of all. It has been taught Adam was created on the sixth day, when the throne was completed and called throne, and it is written, the throne had 6 steps. Kings, Adam appeared, who is worthy of sitting on the throne. And it has been taught once Adam was created, all was perfected, all above and below, and all was included in Adam. It has been taught, Rabbi Yos said, the image of their face was Penei Adam, a human face. Ezekiel, totality of all included in this image. Rabbi Yehuda said, "But look at what is written, and on the right the 4 of them had a lion's face, and on the left the 4 of them had an ox's face, and the 4 of them had an eagle's face." He replied, "They were a human face, and all aspects and images appeared in that image of Adam, as we have learned. Its face was the face of an eagle, not that it was an eagle, but rather it appeared in the image of Adam, which includes all images." Rabbi Yitzhak said, "Whoever is under the control of Adam is called Ish, for it is established on behalf of Adam from another rung, which he occupied previously. For it has been taught in the supernal mystery of the Book of Concealment, when Adam was created, he descended in a holy supernal image, and 2 spirits descended with him from 2 sides, from the right and from the left, totality of Adam. The spirit of the right is called Holy Neshama, as is written, he blew into his nostrils Nishmat, the breath of life, and the spirit of the left is called Nefesh Aya, vital soul, and it gradually descended from above to below and did not settle calmly with the other. When Adam sinned, from that spirit were formed creatures, spreading through the world, whose bodies were not completed, and they joined this body of Adam, both male and female, propagating in the world. Those are called afflictions of the children of Adam Samuel, as we have established. It has been taught superior to those who did not cling below and are suspended in the air, hearing what they hear from above, and from whom information is known below. It has been taught from the lamp of adamantine darkness issue sparks engraved in and joined to the side of Gevuron, called Gevurot, and they converge as one, becoming one body. When these enter the body, it is called Ish, man, yet not Ish, for we have learned Ish, a man, blameless and upright, Job, a righteous Ish, man, whereas the Ish here is described as Ish, a man of war, entirely judgment, and all is one. Rabbi Yehuda said, why Rabbi Yitzhak had no answer. They came and asked Rabbi Shimon. He replied, this is difficult, for we have learned that it is written, Lazot Yikher Isha, this one shall be called woman, for Mish, from man, was this one taken, and we have learned who is Ishzir, this. And who is Zir, this Hezd. Yet here you said that he is judgment, but it has been taught as follows, all attains equilibrium. Because lower judgments join and cling to the hair of this one, he is called harsh judgment, but when the hair of his head is removed, he is assuaged. Therefore he is called pure, for one is only called pure when he emerges from impurity, as is written, who can produce pure from impure job, and here is written Vishki Yimere Rosho, when a man's hair is plucked out, he is bald, he is pure. The head of this man is the lamp of adamantine darkness, and so the skull and head of this one are completely red as a rose, and his hair red within. Red. From it dangle lower crowns below, arousing judgments in the world, and when his hair is removed and he becomes bald, he is completely assuaged by supernal heast and named after it. Rabbi Yehuda said, if he is named after it, he should be holy and not pure. He replied, not so, someone is called holy only when his hair hangs, since holiness depends on hair, as is written, he shall be holy, the hair of his head growing loose, but this one is called pure of the aspect of those dangling below him, thus his hair is removed and he is purified. Whoever derives from the side of judgment, with judgments joined to him, is not purified until his hair is removed, and once it is removed, he is pure. Now, you might say this of Adam, not so, for he is perfection of all, and compassion inheres in him. Therefore, not so, for he is entirely holy, with holy ones joined to him. But that one is judgment, with judgments joined to him, so he is not assuaged until his hair is removed. The Levites, who come from the side of judgment, are not purified until their hair is removed, as is written, thus you shall do to them to purify them, sprinkle on them expiation water and have them pass a razor over all their flesh, and in order for them to be further assuaged, the priest, who comes from the side of supernal heast, must elevate them, as is written, Aaron shall make of the Levites an elevation offering before Jehovah, just as for this supernal ish, for when he desires to be further assuaged, a supernal heast is revealed in him and he is assuaged and assuages below. This ish is included in Adam, and when the blessed Holy One wishes to wage war, he does so by this ish, as is written, Jehovah is ish, a man of war, he does not wage war against them until he removes the hair on his head, so that all those crowns clinging to his hair will be detached and broken. As is written, on that day Jehovah will shave with the razor that is hired beyond the Euphrates with the king of Assyria the hair of the head and the hair of the legs, and it shall clip off the beard as well. It has been taught, thus you shall do to them to purify them. What does this mean? Thus you shall do to them corresponding to the pattern above. Sprinkle on them expiation water, residue of crystalline dew. For here, expiation water, which is residue of dew and of the time to come, is written, I will sprinkle pure water upon you, and you will be pure. Ezekiel, and wash their clothes, just as the enhancements of this ish are bathed in supernal heast, and he is completely purified. We have learned why is it written with the razor, and not with the scissors, well, so that the hair will be removed at its roots and lower judgments be detached. When deeds below are rectified, the blessed Holy One intends to remove this hair and pluck it out, so that it will not grow and increase, as is written, when his hair is plucked out. Rabbi Yitzhak said, the greatest of all Levites was Korah, whom the blessed Holy One made below corresponding to the pattern above, calling him Korah. When, on account of him, he made this ish bald, as is written, he is Kyria, bald. When Korah saw his head hairless and saw Aaron bedecked with royal adornments, he felt belittled and was jealous of Aaron. The blessed Holy One said to him, I made you corresponding to the pattern above. You do not wish to ascend among those above, go down and be among those below, as is written, and they go down alive to Sheol. What is to Sheol? Hell, where the wicked cry out and no one has compassion on them. Yet they are destined to ascend and be revived when the blessed Holy One awakens his people and revives them, as is written, Jehovah kills and gives life, brings down to Sheol and raises up Samuel. If the hair falls out from the rim of his face, he is bald on the forehead. It has been taught there is a face, and then there is a face. What is this face? This is the one called face of wrath, and all those suspended from this face are impudent and harsh, merciless. When the hair is removed from the side of that face, all of them are removed and broken. For we have learned all those suspended from the hair of the head are superior to the others and not impudent like them, whereas all those suspended from the aspect of the hair of that face are impudent and harsh. Therefore his face is inflamed like fire, because of the spark of adamantine darkness. Of this is written, the face of Jehovah has scattered them. The face of Jehovah is against evildoers. Rabbi Yitzhak said, what is a reddish-white affliction? If the white is visible and the red has not disappeared, it is an actual affliction, as indicated by what is written reddish-white. Rabbi Yos said, meaning that the white is visible only with the red, as white and red. Rabbi Yitzhak said, even though the white is visible, if the red has not disappeared, it is an affliction, as is written, if your sins are like crimson, they will become white as snow, and when it becomes completely white, compassion appears and judgments are uprooted. Rabbi Abba taught, it is written Negahai, she is an affliction, and it is written Negahu, he is an affliction, one masculine and one feminine. Well, when the female is defiled because of sins of those below, it is written she is an affliction, and when the male is not purified, it is written he is an affliction. The matter is recognized, judgments coming from one or from the other. And the offerings that must be brought are ascertained, as is written, an unblemished male, and it is written an unblemished female he shall bring, for it is recognized whence judgments came and whence sins, whether they clung to this one or to that. Of this is written, the sacrifices of Elohim are a broken spirit, excluding other sacrifices, of which is not written a broken spirit, since they are for peace in the world and for joy of those above and below. Rabbi Yos taught, it is written, oh, if the priest sees it and look, listener to prayer, unto there is no white hair in it, and it you all flesh shall come, is not lower than the skin, and it listener is faded, the priest shall confine to prayer the blessed him 7 days, Holy One. Rabbi Izkiah said, listener to prayer, the verse should read listener to prayers. Why listener to prayer? Well, prayer is assembly of Israel, as is written Va'ani Tefillah, and I am prayer. David was speaking on behalf of assembly of Israel, and as for his saying Va'ani, and I, all is one. This is Tefillah, phylactery, of the hand, as is written upon Yadikha, your hand unto you all flesh shall come when the body is in pain from sickness and afflictions, as is said, if a person has on the skin of his body an inflammation or a rash, the priest shall examine the affliction on the skin of his body, the raw flesh. Therefore it is not written all spirits shall come, but rather all flesh shall come. What is unto you? Well, as has been said, he shall be brought to the priest, the blessed Holy One, as is written, if the priest sees it in one place, Aaron the priest, and in another place, the priest, unspecified, this is the blessed Holy One. Rabbi Yitzhak said, but look at what is written, if a person has a scaly affliction, he shall be brought to the priest. If so, this is the blessed Holy One. He replied, yes, since all purity and holiness depend on him. He said, if so, he shall be brought. The verse should read, he shall be raised. He replied, as is said, its poles shall be brought through the rings, bringing one into the other. Here, too, he shall be brought, bringing him into the presence of the priest to purify him, once he turns back in Teshuvah, and bringing the matter before him. Rabbi Yitzhak said, we have learned as follows: Nega Zara at, scaly affliction. Nega, affliction, is harsh judgment prevailing in the world. Zara at scaly Segairu, closing, as has been said, closing off supernal light, closing off supernal goodness, which no longer descends to the world. Kitaioi be Adam, if a person has be Adam, an Adam, unspecified, he shall be brought to the priest below, for he is qualified to open that closing and kindle lamps, so that through him blessings may spread above and below, and that affliction may be removed and disappear, and radiance of compassion may settle upon all. Thus, he shall be brought to the priest. Rabbi Abba said, I see those inhabitants of the world who neither care nor know about the honor of their Lord. Of Israel is written, I am Jehovah your God, who set you apart from the peoples to be mine. And it is written, you shall hallow yourselves and become holy, For I Jehovah am holy. If they distance themselves, where is their holiness? For their desire is far from him. And Scripture proclaims, be not like a horse, like a mule, without sense. How are human beings distinguished from a horse and a mule? By sanctifying themselves, becoming complete and distinguished from all. Therefore, coupling of human beings is at certain times, to focus desire on cleaving to the Blessed Holy One. As they have adduced, at midnight the Blessed Holy One enters the Garden of Eden to delight with the righteous, and assembly of Israel praises the Blessed Holy One, and this is a favorable moment to cleave to them. The companions who are engaged in Torah partner with assembly of Israel, praising the Holy King, and they occupy themselves with Torah. For other people, then is a favorable time to sanctify themselves with holiness of the Blessed Holy One and to focus desire on cleaving to him. As for the companions engaged in Torah, their coupling coincides with another coupling, namely from Sabbath to focus desire on cleaving to the Blessed Holy One and assembly of Israel. For this is a time of favor, when all are blessed, those above and those below. If humans distance themselves from him, acting like animals, where is their holiness, making them holy? Where are the holy souls that they draw from above? King Solomon cried out, surely, without knowledge a soul is not good. Surely, without knowledge who is knowledge? The Blessed Holy One. A soul is not good. The soul that they attract by their actions is not good, for souls are drawn down upon them from the other side, which is not good, since they do not direct their heart to the Blessed Holy One. If one is inflamed with the evil impulse, without focusing the heart's desire on the Blessed Holy One, then a soul that is not good is drawn down upon him from the side of the evil impulse, as is written, surely, without knowledge a soul is not good. And he who hurries with his legs sins. One who hurries and forces the time, without holy desire, sins surely, completely. Therefore afflictions befall human beings, testifying on their faces to impudence, demonstrating that the Blessed Holy One rejects them and pays no attention to them until they prove themselves worthier by rectifying their deeds as before, and they are blessed. So afflictions are recognized by the priest, those deriving from the impure side and those deriving from the other side. Similarly it is written, when you come into the land of Canaan, and I give a scaly affliction in a house of the land you possess now, is this a fine reward to be found by those worthy of entering the land? However, as has been established, in order to find treasures hidden in their houses, thereby benefiting Israel. But happy are Israel, who cleave to the Blessed Holy One, and the Blessed Holy One loves Israel, as is written, I have loved you, says Jehovah Malachi. Out of his love, he brought them into the land of Israel to plant his holiness among them and make his abode with them, so that Israel would be holy above all inhabitants of the world. What is written? All the women whose hearts moved them with wisdom spun the goat hair while they were performing their work. They used to say, this is for the sanctuary, this is for the dwelling, this is for the curtain. Similarly with all those artisans, so that holiness would settle on their hands and their workmanship would be sanctified when it attained its place, it did so in holiness. Similarly with one who fashions something for idolatry or for the other side, which is unholy, once he mentions it over the piece of the work, an impure spirit settles upon it, and when the workmanship culminates, it does so in impurity. The Canaanites were idol worshippers, all clinging as one to the spirit of impurity, and they used to build edifices for their filthy abominations on the side of impurity. When they began building, they would recite an incantation, and as soon as it was uttered in their mouths, a spirit of impurity settled upon it. When the work culminated, it did so by the spirit of impurity. When Israel entered the land, the Blessed Holy One wanted to purify them and sanctify the land, to clear a place for Shekinah, so that she would not dwell in impurity. So, through that scaly affliction, they would demolish buildings of wood and stone. If this action was only for finding hidden treasures, they would have restored the stones afterward to their places, along with the dust. But Scripture states they shall pull out the stones, and different mortars shall be taken so that the spirit of impurity would be eliminated, and the place would be cleared and sanctified as before. And Israel would be situated in holiness, in holy habitation, so that Shekinah would dwell among them. Therefore, when someone begins to construct a building, he should declare that he is building for the service of the Blessed Holy One, for it is written, "Woe to him who builds his house without righteousness, then heavenly help settles upon it, and the Blessed Holy One arranges holiness on it and proclaims peace over it, as is written, you will know that your tent is at peace, inspect your habitation and not sin." Job. What is Euphaikata? Inspect your habitation. This has already been established, but Euphaikata lamifkada, to declare a word orally when one is building, and then is written and not sin. Otherwise, he invites the other side to his house. All the more so, one who builds with his intention directed in another way, for he thereby dedicates the house to be defiled by the other side. Then surely an impure spirit occupies it, and that person does not leave this world until he has been punished in that house, and whoever dwells in it can be harmed. Now, you might say, how is it known if the one who built it or any of his household is harmed in that house, either physically or financially, he and 2 others after him? Then surely one should flee to the mountains and not dwell there. Let him live in a mud-plastered hut rather than dwelling there. Therefore the Blessed Holy One took pity on Israel, who knew nothing about all those houses, and he said, "You do not know, but I know, and I will mark them." An affliction dwells in the house. Here is another, severe affliction, which will eject it and eliminate it from the world. Then, the house shall be demolished, its stones and its timber and all of the mortar of the house, since it is gone. Why the house shall be demolished? Well, as long as that building stands, it belongs to the other side, which can return. This applies to the Holy Land all the more so to other lands, where the spirit of impurity is more prevalent and a person can be harmed. Rabbi Elazar said, all the more so since it calls the husks of its cohorts to manifest there, and even blows from a catapult cannot remove it from that house. So Scripture surely proclaims, woe to him who builds his house without righteousness. Woe, they surely say every day in that house. One day Rabbi Yos entered a certain house. He bumped into the doorpost and went inside. He heard a voice gather, "Enter, here is one of our opponents. Prepare and let us harm him before he leaves." They replied, "We cannot unless he makes his abode here." Rabbi Yos went out in fear. He said, "Surely, whoever transgresses the words of the companions deserves to die." Rabbi Ea said to him, "But Gentiles and other people are living there safely." He replied, "They come from their side, but whoever fears sin can be harmed. And even they, if they prolong their stay, will not leave in peace." He said, "But it is written their houses are safe from fear." Job. He replied, "Because it belonged to someone else and was built in righteousness. He whose house it is shall come and tell the priest, saying, something like an affliction has appeared to me in the house." Something like an affliction. The verse should read, an affliction has appeared to me. The verse should read, I have, for it is written, and I put a scaly affliction in a house of the land you possess, which will be visible to all. Why something like an affliction? Well, when this one enters, another is revealed, and they attack one another. Thus, has appeared to me, the one concealed is revealed, and the one revealed is concealed, and afterward it appears in the image of that affliction of the house, while the other is concealed. So, vehigid, and tell the priest it is a word of wisdom. Then the priest comes, and they hurl the house and demolish its stones, timber, and everything. Afterward is written, you will build good houses. These are called good, for the previous ones were not good and not in the category of holiness and purity. Rabbi Yehuda said, if so, how do we establish the verse houses filled with all good, which you did not fill? If a spirit of impurity occupies them, how are they filled with all good? Rabbi Elazar replied, filled with all good, with money, with silver and gold, as is said from the best of the land of Egypt. Now, all the houses of Egypt were filled with sorcery and idols, but this was said because of the wealth of the land. Here too, Rabbi Shimon said, surely it was for this to sanctify the land and eliminate the impure spirit from the midst of Israel. And when the house was demolished, he found money inside for rebuilding and filling his house so that he would not feel sorry over the house. Rabbi Yos said, like a basket encompassing if a man has numerous white bright shiny spot, we shiny spots have learned the appearances, by appearance it is judged, by those hues. Rabbi Yitzhak said, there are those who study 300 rules regarding a bright shiny spot, and I learned all of them from my father, except for one thorn impure, one witness. 2 witnesses and pure. From here on, even 100 are like 2, and 2 are like 100. This I learned afterward, as is written, a single witness shall not rise up against a man, by the word of 2 witnesses shall a case be established. Rabbi Izkiah was sitting before Rabbi Shimon. He said, it is written a reddish-white affliction. Then it is an affliction, since the white does not retain its hue. Rabbi Shimon opened, if your sins are like crimson, they will become white as snow. Happy are Israel, for the blessed Holy One wishes to purify them completely, so that they will not undergo judgment before him, and so that masters of judgment may have no power over them. For everything follows its own kind, red after red, white after white, right after right, left after left. Of Esau is written, the first one came out ruddy, and therefore his own kind settles within him. And now, you might say, it is written ruddy, and of David is written he was ruddy. Samuel, well, this one clung to slag of gold, whereas that one clung to radiance of gold. Of him is written ruddy, like a hairy mantle all over, issuing in dross of smelting. Of David is written, with fine eyes and goodly to look on. Samuel, red at first, and look, white appears there, so purity is born, and it begins to be purified. White at first, and red appears there, so it begins to be defiled. It is written, the priest shall declare him impure, for red has been born there, rendering him impure. The priest knew all these colors, and sometimes when a color of purity would appear, he would confine the person to see if another color would emerge, and if not he would declare him pure, as is written, the priest shall declare him pure. Rabbi Yitzhak and Rabbi Yehuda were walking on the way. Rabbi Yehuda said, it is written, the scaly affliction of Naaman shall cling to you and to your descendants kings. If he sinned, why should his children suffer? He replied, Elisha saw more than other prophets. He saw that no virtuous son would issue from Gehazi, so he cursed all of them. Furthermore, he said to him, I served Elijah in a lofty manner, and I attained a double portion, having served him faithfully. But you, wicked one, have tainted me, swearing falsely and coveting. You have transgressed the whole Torah, and whoever does so dies in the world that is coming. However, since you have served me, your service will not be in vain. Die in this world and not in the world that is coming. Rabbi Yisa said, why a wool or linen garment? Rabbi Yitzhak said, it settles in all, dominating all. There is something like this, she seeks out wool and flax, therefore, the power of that affliction, issuing from this supernal place, prevails over all, over 2 types, wool and linen. Thus, this is the teaching about the scaly affliction of a wool or linen garment. Rabbi Yitzhak was going to his father's slope-sided domicile. He saw a man turning aside with a bundled load on his shoulders. He said to him, why is that box strapped to your shoulder? He didn't reply at all. Rabbi Yitzhak followed him and saw him enter a cave. He went in after him and saw billowing smoke rising from underground, and the man entered a hole and disappeared. Rabbi Yitzhak was frightened and went out to the mouth of the cave. While he was sitting, Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Izkiah passed by. He saw them and told them what happened. Rabbi Yehuda said, Blessed is the compassionate one who delivered you. This cave belongs to the afflicted Siranians. All the inhabitants of that town are sorcerers, and they come to the desert for black snakes 10 years old or more, to practice sorcery. Not being careful of them, they are stricken with scaly affliction, and all their kinds of sorcery are in this cave. They went on. While they were walking, they met a man who was coming, and his son who was sick was bound on a donkey. They said to him, "Who are you?" He replied, "A Jew, and this is my son." They said to him, "Why is he bound?" He replied, "I live in a village of the Romans, and this son of mine used to study Torah every day and return to my house and go over those words. One day, my son came home to review his learning, and a spirit passed in front of him and harmed him, contorting his mouth and eyes and hands, and he cannot speak. So I am going to the cave of the afflicted Siranians. Maybe they can teach me some type of healing." Rabbi Yehuda said to him, "In that house, do you know what happened previously?" He replied, "I know that some time ago one person was harmed there, and they say that it was an illness, though some of them say it was the spirit of the house. Since then, various people have entered and were not harmed." He said, just as the companions say, "Woe to those who transgress their words." Rabbi Yehuda opened, saying, "Woe to him who builds his house without righteousness, for wherever there is righteousness, all spirits and demons of the world flee and disappear. Even so, whoever seizes the place first, possesses it." Rabbi Izkiah said to him, "If so, the holy name is equivalent to the impure spirit." He replied, "Not so, but the holy name does not dwell in an impure place. Therefore if the impure spirit seizes the place, the holy name does settle there, since it is not its place. And if the holy name possesses the place first, no spirits or demons of the world can appear there, much less approach him." When the scaly affliction descended, it purified the place and expelled the impure spirit from its place. Afterward, they demolished the house, stones, timber, and everything, and built it as before, but on the holy side, in righteousness, mentioning the holy name. Even so, with different mortar, and one should move the house 2 handbreadths away from its site, from its original foundation. Now that nothing appears or descends to attack that impure spirit, expelling it from its place, what is the remedy? If he can leave, fine. If not, he should rebuild it as before with different stones, timber, and everything, moving it away from the original site and building it upon the holy name. Nevertheless, that spirit does not leave the original site, because holiness does not settle upon an impure place. Rabbi Yitzhak said, "Why should he go to all this trouble? Of this time is written, what is crooked cannot be straightened. Ever since the day that the temple was destroyed, there is no healing in the world, so one should be careful in order to be protected." They said, "Let us go with this man and see." Rabbi Yitzhak said, "We are forbidden. If he were going to a great, sin-fearing man like Naaman to Elisha, we would follow him. But now that he is going to those remote from the world, remote from Torah, utterly loathsome, we are forbidden to appear before them. Blessed is the compassionate one who delivered us from them, and this man is also forbidden." Rabbi Yehuda said, "But we have learned one may heal himself by anything except the wood of an Asherah." He replied, "This is idolatry. Furthermore, look at what is written, there shall not be found among you one who passes his son or his daughter through fire, a diviner of divinations, a soothsayer, or an augur, or a sorcerer." They went on their way. That man went to the mouth of the cave, he and his son, and he untied him in the cave. As his father went out to tether the donkey, fiery smoke issued with a single head and killed him. Soon his father entered and found him dead. He took him with his donkey and went his way. One day later, he found Rabbi Yitzhak, Rabbi Yehuda, and Rabbi Izkiah walking along. He wept before them and told them what had happened. Rabbi Yitzhak said, didn't I tell you that it is forbidden to go there? Blessed is the compassionate one, all of whose deeds are true and whose ways are just. Happy are the righteous who walk the path of truth in this world and in the world that is coming. Of them is written, the path of the righteous is like gleaming light, shining ever brighter until full day. Rabbi Elazar said, all of a person's actions should be for the holy name. What does this mean, to utter the holy name, since everything is for his service and the other side should not settle on it, for he is always lying in wait for humans and can settle upon that deed. Therefore, the warp or the woof would be defiled, and the impure spirit would settle upon it. Now if that is so in this case, how much more so if one declares his words to the other side, which must not be done. Thus it is written, keep yourself from every evil deva. Word. Rabbi Elazar was going to see his father-in-law, accompanied by Rabbi Abba. Rabbi Abba said, let us speak words of Torah as we go. Rabbi Elazar opened, saying, say, please, that you are my sister, so that it will go well with me on your account and my soul will live because of you. This verse is difficult. Could it be that Abraham, who was sin-fearing and beloved of the blessed Holy One, would speak so about his wife in order to be well treated? Well, even though Abraham was sin-fearing, he did not rely on his own merit, and the blessed Holy One did not want to expend his merit but rather the merit of his wife, on account of whom he would gain the money of other nations. For a person attains money through his wife, as is written, house and wealth are inherited from fathers, and an insightful wife is from Jehovah. Whoever attains an insightful wife attains all. And it is written, the heart of her husband trusts in her, and no gain will he lack on account of her. Abraham went to consume the gain of other nations, and he relied on her merit that they could not punish him or toy with her. Therefore he was not afraid at all to say, she is my sister. Furthermore, he saw an angel walking before her, who said to him, Abraham, do not fear for her. The blessed Holy One has sent me to extract the money of other nations for her and to protect her totally. So Abraham did not fear for his wife, only for himself, since he saw no angel with him, only with her. He said, look, she is protected, but I am not. Therefore he said, say, please, that you are my sister, so that it will go well with me on your account. Yitavli, it will go well with me. The verse should read Yitavuli, they will do good for me, since it is written, when the Egyptians see you and say, he is his wife. So it should read Yitavuli, they will do good for me. However, Yitavli, he will do good for me, the one walking before you. The blessed Holy One will do good for me in this world with money, and my soul will live in that world because of you, for you will not stray from the proper way. For if, on account of you, I attain money in this world, and you stray from the path, then death awaits me in that world. Rather, be vigilant, so that my soul will live in that world because of you. Because that angel was walking before her to protect her, what is written, Jehovah afflicted Pharaoh and his household with terrible plagues al-Deva, because of Sarai al-Deva, at the word of Sarai, surely. For she would say to the angel, strike, and he struck. So Abraham did not fear for her at all, since she was protected. His only fear was for himself, since he saw no such protection for him. 10 times Sarah commanded the angel to strike Pharaoh, and he was smitten with 10 plagues. Sarah made a sign for her descendants after her in Egypt. Rabbi Abba opened, as in the days of your coming out of the land of Egypt, I will show him wonders. Micah, the blessed Holy One will someday enact redemption for his children, as in the days when he sent Moses to bring forth Israel and displayed those plagues among the Egyptians, striking them for the sake of Israel. What is the difference between this redemption and the redemption from Egypt? The redemption from Egypt was from one king and one kingdom. Here, from all kings of the world. Then the blessed Holy One will be glorified in all the world, and all will know his dominion, and all will be smitten with ultimate plagues, twice as much, because they will all refuse to release Israel. Then they will know the dominion of the blessed Holy One, as is written, Jehovah will be king over all the earth. On that day Jehovah will be one and his name one. Then they will all offer to bring Israel to the blessed Holy One, as is written, they will bring all your brothers from all the nations as an offering to Jehovah on horses, in chariots and wagons, on mules and camels to my holy mountain Jerusalem. Then the patriarchs will appear in joy to see the redemption of their children as before, for it is written, as in the days of your coming out of the land of Egypt, I will show him wonders. Parashat Metzora. Afflicted with scales. Rabbi Abba opened, fear the sword, for wrath brings punishments of the sword, so you may know Shadyan Job Shadyan, written Shedin, that there is judgment. How carefully should people guard their ways, being in awe of the blessed Holy One, so as not to stray from the right path and transgress the words of Torah and forget her. For whoever does not delve into Torah or engage in her is rebuked by the blessed Holy One, distanced from him. Shekinah does not abide with him. Those guardians who accompany him withdraw from him. Furthermore, they proclaim before him, keep away from so-and-so, who shows no respect for his Lord. Woe to him, for he is abandoned by those above and below. He has no share in the way of life, but when he engages in serving his Lord and delves into Torah, numerous guardians appear before him to protect him, and Shekinah settles upon him. Furthermore, they proclaim before him, give honor to the image of the king, give honor to the son of the king. He is protected in this world, he is protected in the world that is coming. Happy is his share through the evil speech uttered by the serpent to the woman. He caused death to be decreed upon Adam and the whole world. Of the evil tongue is written, their tongue is a sharpened sword. Therefore, fear the sword, the evil tongue. For wrath brings punishments of the sword. To what does this refer? The sword of Jehovah, for we have learned the blessed Holy One has a sword by which he punishes the wicked, as is written, Jehovah has a sword, full of blood, my sword will devour flesh. Thus, fear the sword, for wrath brings punishments of the sword, so you may know Shadyan, so you may know that like this at Edom, he is judged. If anyone has a sword in his tongue, there awaits him a sword destroying all, as is written, Zot, this shall be the teaching concerning Ha-Metzora, the one afflicted with scales. Rabbi Elazar opened, like birds caught in this shall be the teaching an evil net, so humans concerning the one afflicted with are ensnared scales. Human beings do not know or hear or consider the will of their Lord. A herald proclaims before them every day, yet there is no one who listens. When evening dusks and gates are closed, the hollow of the great abyss is aroused and numerous ravaging bands appear in the world. Then the blessed Holy One casts sleep upon all inhabitants of the world, upon all those possessing an arousal of life, and the bands roam the world, conveying to people false matters, some of them true, while they are bound in sleep. When the north wind is aroused and the night is split, a herald proclaims, and the blessed Holy One enters the Garden of Eden to delight with the righteous. Then a flame issues and strikes beneath the wings of the rooster, who cries, and all inhabitants of the world awaken in their beds, yet no one awakens his spirit for the service of his Lord. When morning comes, a herald proclaims, and all the cohorts and camps above praise the blessed Holy One, as is written, when the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy. Job. Then many gates open in every direction, and the gate of Abraham opens toward assembly of Israel, inviting all inhabitants of the world, as is written, he planted a tamarisk at Beersheba, yet no one awakens his spirit in the service of his Lord. How will he face the king when judgment is aroused against him and he has no merit to save him of? Then is written, like birds caught in an evil net, so humans are ensnared. Before a person departs from this world, the soul suffers many chastisements along with the body before they are separated from one another, yet no one considers this. And even when the moment of separation arrives, the soul does not leave the body until Shekinah is revealed. In joy and in love for Shekinah, the soul leaves the body to meet her. If she is virtuous, she bonds and cleaves to her; if not, Shekinah departs, and she is left behind, mourning over her separation from the body. As the saying goes, a cat does not withdraw from the fire. Sharpen the knife and it follows. Afterward, the soul suffers many chastisements until she is drawn into hell by the hand of Duma. The body is punished in the grave until it returns to dust, and the soul in the fire of hell through various punishments for as long as required until the time comes for her to be purified. Then she rises from hell and is cleansed of her sins, like iron whitened in fire, and angels ascend with her until she enters the lower Garden of Eden, where she is bathed in the waters and perfumed with spices, as is said, perfumed with myrrh and frankincense. Then they ascend with her until she is offered as a sacrifice on the altar, as is written, this shall be the teaching concerning the one afflicted with scales on the day of his purification. He shall be brought to the priest, the supernal priest above. This soul, who has not been so defiled in this world, can be restored in such a manner, otherwise, what is crooked cannot be straightened. Rabbi Yitzhak opened, the sun rises and this shall be the teaching sun sets, and to its concerning the one afflicted with place it strives, where scales it rises. This verse has been discussed, but we have established it as referring to the human soul. When she exists with a person in this world, then the sun rises. And the sun sets when a person departs from this world, and if he is in a state of teshuvah, then to its place it strives, where it rises. If he is virtuous, as is said, when the sun sets, he becomes clean, and after he may eat of the sacred donations, the Blessed Holy One grants pardon for all sins of the world except the evil tongue and defaming one's fellow, as has been established, for it is written, this shall be the teaching concerning Hamitzrah, the one afflicted with scales, Hamatzi Ra, the one who utters evil. Rabbi Yehuda said, if anyone produces evil speech, all his limbs are defiled and he deserves to be confined, for that evil word rises and arouses an impure spirit upon him, defiling him. If one comes to defile himself, they defile him by a word below, another word is aroused. He opened, saying, how has the faithful city become a harlot? She who was faithful to her husband has become a harlot. She who was full of justice, surely, the Blessed Holy One. Righteousness lodged in her, the Blessed Holy One. And because something else was aroused in her, the Blessed Holy One departed from her, and a spirit of murderers settled in her. As is written, but now murderers. Now if this is so with Jerusalem, the holy city, how much more so with other human beings, as is written, this shall be the teaching concerning Hametzerah, the one afflicted with scales. Rabbi Yehuda said, Zot, this, shall be surely, confronting him, to retaliate against that Matzirah, one who utters evil. On the day of his purification he shall be brought to the priest. What does this imply? That if one has an evil tongue, his prayer does not come before the Blessed Holy One, for an impure spirit has been aroused against him. Once he engages in genuine teshuvah, what is written, on the day of his purification he shall be brought to the priest, and the priest shall see Rabbi Yitzhak and Rabbi Yosua in the priest shall command that presence of Rabbi there be taken for him who is Shimon. One day they, being purified to live pure, said to him, cedar birds and cedar wood, and wood is well known, as crimson yarn, and hyssop is said from the cedar in Lebanon. Kings, for the cedar tree strikes roots only in Lebanon. But why hyssop, and what is it for? He opened, saying, the priest shall command that there be taken for him who is being purified to live pure birds and cedar wood and crimson yarn and hyssop. If a person strives to serve his Lord and engages in Torah, the Blessed Holy One settles upon him and Shekinah associates with him. Once a person comes to defile himself, Shekinah departs from him, the Blessed Holy One moves far away from him, all aspects of his Lord's holiness distance themselves from him, and an impure spirit settles upon him along with all aspects of impurity. If he comes to purify himself, they assist him. Once he is purified and engages in teshuvah, that which departed from him returns and settles upon him. The priest shall command that there be taken for him who is being purified 2 live pure birds. Since it says 2 birds, don't we know that they are live well? This has been established, but live living beings, really, as is said, I saw the living beings Ezekiel, corresponding to the place from which faithful prophets imbibe. And cedar wood, as has been said. And crimson yon red side of Gevurah, who associated with him at first. And hyssop small Vov, who suckles assembly of Israel. Therefore cedar wood and hyssop go together, so Vov exists as one high and one small, and we call them upper Vov, lower Vov. All return to settle upon him, for he is purified. Corresponding to these, below them cedar wood and hyssop and crimson yarn, appearing by these names and depending on these supernal ones. Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Yitzhak were walking on the way. They sat down in a certain field and prayed. After finishing prayer, they rose and went on. Rabbi Yehuda opened with words of Torah, saying, "A tree of life is she to those who grasp her, and those who hold her are deemed happy." A tree of life Torah, who is a lofty, grand, and mighty tree. Torah. Why is it called Torah? Because it shows, and reveals what was concealed and unknown. Life, for all life above is contained in it and issues from it. To those who grasp her, for whoever grasps Torah grasps all, above and below. And those who support her are deemed happy. Who are those who support her? Those who cast merchandise into the bag of scholars, as has been established. Those who support her become worthy of engendering faithful prophets. Miasha, are deemed happy. Do not read Miasha, but rather Mirosho. From its head they support Torah from its head to its end. Mirosho, from its head of all, called Rosh, head, as is written, from eternity I was formed, Mirosh, from the beginning, and Rosh, head, is Okma, who is head of the whole body, by which the body spreads to the consummation of 6 aspects. And those who support her, as is said, his thighs, pillars of shish, marble. Those who cast merchandise into the bag of scholars support Torah from the head to consummation of the body, and all of faith depends on them for support, and they merit sons worthy of becoming faithful prophets. Rabbi Yitzhak opened, he called to Moses, and Yehovah spoke to him from the tent of meeting, saying Vayikra, he called a small aleph. Why? Well, to show who it was who called the one dwelling in the sanctuary, who then invited Moses as one invites a guest. Here, a small aleph, there a large aleph. Adam, Seth, Enosh chronicles Adam, perfection of all. What is the difference between Moses and Aaron? Which of them is superior? Well, Moses is superior. Moses is close friend of the king, Aaron is close friend of Matronita. This may be compared to a king who had a noble Matronita. What did he do for her? He appointed for her a close friend to attend to her and to oversee her house. So when this friend enters the presence of the king, he never does so without the Matronita, as is written below, with this, shall Aaron enter the sanctuary. Moses is a close friend of the king, so he was invited as a guest and afterward Yehovah spoke to him. Aaron is a close friend of Matronita, and all his activity was intended to make peace between the king and Matronita, so that the king would be pleased with her. Since he is her close friend, he placed his abode with her, to arrange the house and constantly inspect the matters of the house. Therefore he was perfected corresponding to the pattern above and was called high priest. How do we know? As is written, you are priest forever, relating to Melchizedek. Consequently, whatever he needed, he took from the house of the king, and no one hindered him. So he stood ready to purify all those entering the house of Matronita, so that there would be no one impure among those in the palace. Thus it is written, the priest shall command that there be taken for him who is being purified 2 live pure birds. Rabbi Yehuda opened, saying, he who sits in heaven will laugh, Jehovah will mock them. He who sits in heaven Yazak, will laugh. The one coming from the side of wine, beaming at first and laughing, and afterward raging and banishing. As is written Yoshev Bashamayim, he who sits in heaven, and it is not written Yoshev Shamayim, sitter of heaven. Will laugh, beaming and laughing, so judgment shines and smiles upon the wicked. But afterward, what is written then will he speak to them in his wrath, and in his burning anger terrify them. Such is the way of the wicked. The blessed Holy One beams upon them in this world, shining his face upon them like wine that shines at first, but afterward rages and kills. The blessed Holy One waits patiently for the wicked. If they return to him, fine. If not, he eliminates them from the world that is coming, and they have no share in it and are totally destroyed. If they approach to be purified, they are assisted. The blessed Holy One purifies them, bringing them close to him and proclaiming peace, as is written. Peace, peace for the far and the near, says heal them. Jehovah and I will. Rabbi ear opened, behold, a day of when a woman has a flux of Jehovah has come, blood for many days, not in the when your spoil will be time of her menstruation, all divided in your midst the days of the flux of her this impurity. She shall be as in the verse should read, as days of her menstruation follows. Behold, a day of Jehovah Yahweh will come, when your spoil will be divided in your midst. Why, behold, a day has come. Well, it already has come, before the creation of the world, and it is a day by which he executes judgment upon the wicked, a day by which the blessed Holy One retaliates against those who have afflicted Israel. This day comes and stands before the blessed Holy One, demanding to execute judgment and to destroy nations, and it is granted authority, as is said, I will gather all the nations to Jerusalem for war. Rabbi Yitzhak said, the blessed Holy One has 2 days, one remains with him, and one comes before him, and with these he makes war on all. When this day comes to wage war, it joins with the other day, adding weapons to its weapons, waging war on all, against high and low, as is written, behold, Jehovah of hosts has a day against all that is proud and high, against all that is lifted up and low. Rabbi Shimon said, when a woman has a flux of blood for many days, this corresponds to what is written, Jehovah has a sword, full of blood, gorged with fat, full of blood, surely, as is written, when a woman has a flux of blood for many days. Not in the time of her menstruation, corresponding to what is written, Jehovah has been eager to bring the evil upon us, for we have learned the blessed Holy One brings punishment to the world ahead of time. Or when she has a flux beyond her menstruation, corresponding to what is written, Ve'yasafti, I will go on to chastise you, Osif, I will increase judgment upon judgment, adding blood to blood, more than is in that sword full of blood. It is written, Lo Osif, I will not again curse the ground on humankind's account. What is Lo Osif? I will not again, I will not give any tosfe, increase, to that sword, but only as much as the world can endure. But it is written, Ve'yasafti, I will go on to chastise you well. It is written to chastise, not to destroy. Thus it is written, or when she has a flux beyond her menstruation. All the days of the flux of her impurity. What is the flux of her impurity? Well, by their sins, the wicked defile themselves and defile another place, as is said, for he has defiled Jehovah's sanctuary, and an impure spirit has been aroused against them. If one comes to defile himself, they defile him. Surely one night, Rabbi Izkiah was sitting before Rabbi Elazar. They rose at midnight to engage in Torah. Rabbi Elazar opened, saying, on a day of good fortune, enjoy the good, and on a day of evil, see one against the other. God has set on a day of good fortune, enjoy the good. When the blessed Holy One lavishes love upon the world, a person should walk in the streets and show himself to all, for when the goodness of the blessed Holy One appears in the world, it appears in all, and he does good to all, spreading it throughout the world. So a person should show himself openly in public and do good, so that another goodness may settle upon him, as is written, on a day of good fortune, Hey Bitof, be in goodness, surely, and on a day of evil, see it is not written, and on a day of evil, be in evil, but rather, and on a day of evil, see, for when judgment looms over the world, a person should not appear on the street or walk alone in the world. For when judgment prevails in the world, it prevails over all, and whoever meets or encounters it is doomed by that judgment. Then it is written, some are swept away without justice, for justice withdraws from righteousness, and they do not settle with one another upon the world. So, on a day of evil, see and be vigilant, watch and examine on every side, and know that judgment abides everywhere. Do not go out and do not show yourself in public, so that it will not settle upon you. Why? Because one against the other God has set, just as when goodness settles in the world, it settles upon all, so when judgment settles in the world, it settles upon all, and whoever encounters it is seized. When judgment prevails in the world, numerous swords dangle from that supernal sword. Raising their heads, they see that the supernal sword is red, full of blood on all sides. Then numerous decrees and swords are aroused, as is said, each with his sword on his thigh, and it is written, with a drawn sword in his hand Joshua. All of them are poised to execute judgment, and whoever encounters them is harmed. It is written, look, please, your servant has found favor in your eyes, and you have shown such great kindness in what you have done for me in saving my life. But I cannot flee to the hills, lest the evil overtake me and I die. Why? Because wherever judgment prevails, it prevails over all, whether in town or in the desert or in the outskirts of town. He opened again, saying, set me as a seal upon your heart, as a seal upon your arm. For love is fierce as death, jealousy cruel as Sheol. Its sparks are sparks of fire, a flame of Yah. Set me as a seal. Assembly of Israel says this to the Blessed Holy One. Set me as a seal. What is the seal? The seal of the signet of truth. As a seal upon your heart, the seal of tefillin that a person places on his heart. As a seal upon your arm, the weak hand, for it is placed on that arm. Who is that? Isaac. Assembly of Israel says, set me as a seal. The verse should read, set me for a seal. Why? As a seal, as the tefillin of the head, source of glory for the whole body. Therefore, tefillin on the arm and upon the heart, by which a person becomes complete, corresponding to the pattern above. For love is fierce as death. What does this mean? Well, there is nothing as difficult in the world as the separation of soul from body when they must part. Such is the love of Assembly of Israel for the Blessed Holy One, that they should never part. So, the phylactery of the hand, bound on the arm, fulfilling what is written, his left hand beneath my head, jealousy cruel as Sheol. Of all the levels of hell, there is none so cruel as Sheol, descending beneath them all except for the level called Avedon. They combine with each other as one, and this is harsher than all on the wicked. Thus, jealousy cruel as Sheol, for jealousy exists only in love. Out of love comes jealousy, and whoever is jealous of a beloved one finds this harder than the level called Sheol, the cruelest level of hell. Its sparks are sparks of fire, a flame of Yah. What is a flame of Yah? Fire issuing from a shofar, including air and water. From that flame, when it blazes in Assembly of Israel, she sets the world on fire through her jealousy for the Blessed Holy One. When she is jealous for him, woe to one who encounters that flame, for he will be burned. He opened again, saying, many waters cannot quench love, nor rivers sweep it away. Many waters, the right arm, by which one should bind the knot of the phylactery on the left arm, fulfilling what is written, his right embracing me. Alternatively, many waters, the supernal river, from which issue streams in every direction, all of them flowing and channeled from there, as is said, more than the sound of many waters, than that sound of many waters issuing and flowing from there. Nor rivers sweep it away, as is said, the rivers lifted up, O Jehovah. If a man offered all the wealth of his house for love with which Assembly of Israel loves the Blessed Holy One, Boz Yavuzulo, they would utterly scorn him. Yavuzulo, they would scorn him. The verse should read Yahweh's lo, he would scorn him. Why they would scorn him? Well, if a man offered the blessed Holy One all the wealth of his house, as is said, all precious and pleasant wealth, for love of assembly of Israel for him, and not to be bound with him, Bozyavuzulo, they would utterly scorn it. All those legions and all those camps above would scorn that precious wealth, for their only desire is for the moment when assembly of Israel is bound with the blessed Holy One and crowned along with him. Then all those legions and all those camps and all worlds are in joy, radiance, and blessing. Of this is said, his left hand beneath my head, his right embracing me. One who puts on tefillin, when he places the phylactery of the hand, he should stretch out the left arm to receive assembly of Israel, and bind the knot with the right in order to embrace her, fulfilling what is written, his left hand beneath my head, his right embracing me, so that the person may appear corresponding to the pattern above and be entirely adorned. Then a person is complete in supernal holiness, and the blessed Holy One proclaims over him, Israel, in whom I glory. Rabbi Izki opened, saying, Hear, O Yehovah, righteousness. How beloved is assembly of Israel before the blessed Holy One, for whenever she comes before him, he is poised to face her, as is written here, O Yehovah, righteousness. Heed my cry, listen to my prayer. David said, I am linked with assembly of Israel, just as she is present before you, so am I. Therefore, hear, O Yehovah, righteousness first, and then heed my cry, listen to my prayer. Not from deceitful lips. What does this mean? Well, we have learned as follows: every single word that a person emits from his mouth ascends on high, splitting the heavens, entering where it enters, and there that word is tested, to see whether it is worthy or not. If it is a worthy word, it is brought before the Holy King to be fulfilled. If not, it is diverted to the other side, arousing an alien spirit. Of Joseph is written, they hurt his feet with shackles, his neck was put in iron. How long did they hurt his feet with shackles? As is written, until the time that his word came. The utterance of Yehovah tested him until the time that his word came. Whose word? Well, until the time that Joseph's word came, and that word was tested, as is written, the utterance, Yehovah tested it. Then, the king sent and released him, the ruler of peoples set him free. Meanwhile, morning arrived. Rabbi Elazar said, It is written, the soul of my Lord will be bound in the bundle of life with Yehovah your God. Samuel, the soul of my Lord unspecified, as is said, who has not borne his soul falsely. Now is the time for assembly of Israel to be bound and joined with her husband. Happy are the righteous who engage in Torah and come to join with the blessed Holy One and assembly of Israel. Of them is written, your father and your mother will rejoice, she who bore you will be glad. Rabbi Elazar said, You shall set apart the children of Israel from their impurity, lest they die through their impurity by defiling my dwelling that is in their midst. Vehizatum, you shall set apart like Zoh, a stranger, who is strange to all and does not join with what is not his. When people are defiled below, they become defiled entirely, as has been said. But when an impure spirit is aroused, do you think so? Well, an impure spirit below arouses another impure spirit, which is given permission to descend to the world. What permission? That of holiness, which used to descend and strike it, but is no longer found and disappears. So then judgment is revealed against the wicked, adding judgment to its judgment. Then two spirits appear in the world, one a spirit of judgment and one a spirit of impurity. Rabbi Elazar said, I must say a word that I learned from my father. Here we learn from the affliction in a house. For when an impure spirit inhabits a house and the blessed Holy One wishes to purify it, he sends scaly affliction into the house to attack one another. That affliction does not depart from the house, even though the impure spirit has left the house, until the house has been demolished, stones, timber, and everything, and then the place is purified. Similarly, one who is defiled and has aroused an impure spirit, which settles upon him when the blessed Holy One wishes to purify the world, he arouses a spirit of harsh judgment, which manifests in the world and settles upon that impure spirit, and they attack one another until it is removed from the world. Yet that spirit of harsh judgment does not depart from its place until the place is demolished, limbs, bones, and everything. Then the world is purified and impure spirits are removed and the world is imbued with purity. Of this we have learned, if one comes to defile himself, they defile him surely. Woe to him when an impure spirit settles upon him, existing within him in the world, for he must surely know that the blessed Holy One wishes to eliminate him from the world. Happy are the righteous, who are all holy and appear in holiness before the Holy King, and the Holy Spirit settles upon them in this world and in the world that is coming. As morning arrived, they rose and walked on. While they were walking, Rabbi Elazar opened, saying, Jacob went on his way, and angels of God met him. Jacob went on his way, for he was going to meet his father. As long as Jacob was with Laban, the blessed Holy One did not speak with him nor appear to him. Now, you might say, look at what is written. Jehovah said to Jacob, return to the land of your fathers and to your birthplace. Well, this was at the end, when he was about to separate from Laban, and when he separated from him, those angels came to meet him and escorted him on the way. It is written, Vayifjuvo, and angels of God met him. The verse should read, Vayifju lefanav, and angels of God pleaded before him. Why Vayifjuvo, and angels of God met in him? Well, they came to merge be in him, and escorted him on the way. What does this mean, to merge in him? Well, they came from the side of Gevurah, as is written, angels of Elohim. Compassion and judgment blended in him from the other side. He saw angels of compassion. At first, this is a camp of Elohim 1. Afterward, and he named that place Marnaim, double camps 2. One from the side of judgment, and one from the side of compassion. Angels from this side, and angels from that side. So it is written, Vayifjuvo, and angels of God met in him, precisely when Roam, he saw them. Jacob said Roam, he saw them. The verse should read Ra'atam, he saw them. Why Roam? Well, he saw them merged as one, cleaving and joined to one another, so it is written Roam. They all came to escort him and to save him from the hand of Esau. Of Esau is written, the first one came out ruddy, the first one came out. Now, if you say that Jacob was the first drop, not so, for it is written, the first one came out, and not he came out first. Since Isaac came from the side of harsh judgment, Esau came out red. For if Jacob were the firstborn of that first drop, he would have come out like this, red. But he was the second drop, so he did not come out like this, for that drop was from the side of compassion, from this side and that side. The drop of Esau was unlike the drop of Jacob, for one was complete and the other was not. At that moment, Isaac focused on the conclusion of harsh judgment emitting on his side, in dazzling lights engraved in his limbs, so Esau was like smelted from gold. Therefore we have learned that a person should concentrate at that moment on the will of his Lord, so that he will generate holy children into the world. Now if you say that Isaac did not concentrate, not so, rather, he concentrated on holiness and focused on the end of that place. Consequently, when that first drop issued, it was exactly at that point, so it is written, like a hairy mantle all over David issued in the beauty of red and was joined with the holiness of his Lord. Therefore it is written, he was ruddy, with fine eyes and goodly to look on. Samuel. However, Jacob was firstborn, more so than Esau, not from the drop, but rather that the will was focused on the lofty, grand, and mighty tree, whereas Esau was in that place of end of all. Thus it is written, behold, I make you least among the nations, you are utterly despised. Rabbi Yehuda used to teach as follows: Esau is called first, as is written, the first one came out ruddy, and the blessed Holy One is called first, as is written, I am the first, and with the last I am he. One day, the first will exact retribution from the first and build the first, as is written, O throne of glory set on high from the first of the time to come, it is written, the first shall say to Zion, behold, here they are, and to Jerusalem I will send a herald. It has been taught the walls of Jerusalem are destined to reach on high, approaching the King's throne of glory, as is written, on that day, Jerusalem will be called throne of Jehovah. Of then it is written, the light of the moon will be as the light of the sun, and the light of the sun will be sevenfold. Then, on that day Jehovah will be one and his name one. Parashat Ayemo. After the death. Spoke to Moses after the death of Aaron's 2 sons. Jehovah said to Moses, speak to Aaron your brother. Jehovah. Rabbi Yehuda said, since it is written Jehovah spoke to Moses after the death of Aaron's 2 sons, why again Jehovah said to Moses, speak to Aaron your brother? Surely, the first statement is sufficient. But we have learned as follows, it is written, he called to Moses, and Jehovah spoke to him, and similarly to Moses he said, go up to Jehovah. The matter has already been established, for here is one rung, and afterward another rung. Similarly here one rung, and afterward another rung, for Jehovah spoke to Moses is one rung, and afterward, Jehovah said to Moses, speak to Aaron your brother is another rung. All attains equilibrium, joined from a single root. Rabbi Yitzhak opened, serve Jehovah in awe, and after the death of Aaron's 2 rejoice in trembling sons, and it is written, serve Jehovah in joy, come before him in glad singing. These verses contradict one another. But it has been taught as follows, serve Jehovah in awe. For any service of his Lord that a person first learns should be in awe, fearing him. Through fear of his Lord, he fulfills the commandments of Torah. Thus it is written, what does Jehovah your God ask of you but to be in awe of Jehovah your God and rejoice in trembling? For a person is forbidden to rejoice extremely in this world. This applies to mundane matters, but regarding words of Torah and commandments of Torah, one should rejoice. Subsequently, a person will find that he is fulfilling the commandments of Torah in joy, as is written, serve Jehovah in joy. Rabbi Abba said, serve Jehovah in awe. Mystery of the matter, serve Jehovah in awe. What is awe here? Well, as we have established, for it is written, the awe of Jehovah is the beginning of knowledge, the beginning of wisdom is awe of Jehovah, so it is called. Rabbi Elazar said, serve Jehovah in awe. If one wishes to perform the service of his Lord, from where does he begin? From where should he intend the unifying devotion of his Lord? The verse goes on to say, in awe the beginning, from below to above. Aaron's sons. This has already been established and the matter has been discussed. What is written here after the death and then, speak to Aaron your brother? Well, from here the beginning of warning the priests about all of which they should beware. Alternatively, after the death of Aaron's 2 sons. Rabbi Yos said, the verse should read after the death of Nadab and Abihu. Why Aaron's 2 sons? Don't we know they were his sons? Well, it has been taught as follows, until now, they were not under their own authority, but rather under the authority of their father. Thus, when they encroached upon the presence of Jehovah and died, for they forced the hour in their father's lifetime. It was all and that sin they committed when they offered alien fire, for it has been taught in one place is written when they offered alien fire, and in another place is written when they encroached upon the presence of Jehovah it was this and that. So here is written Aaron's sons, and it is written when they encroached. It has been taught. Rabbi Iya said, one day I was walking on the way, going to visit Rabbi Shimon to learn from him the portion of Passover. I encountered a certain mountain, and I saw clefts and cavities in a rock, with 2 men inside. As I went along, I heard the voice of those men, who were saying, a song, a psalm of the sons of Korah. Great is Jehovah and highly praised in the city of our God, his holy mountain. What is a song, a psalm? Well, so it has been taught in the name of Rabbi Shimon, a song that is double, a song worthier than other songs. And since it is worthier than other songs, it is called song twice. A psalm, a song for the Sabbath day, and similarly the which is Solomon's a song transcending songs. A song, a psalm, a song of the blessed Holy One, sung by the sons of Korah over those sitting at the opening of hell. Who are they, their brothers, who are at the gates of hell? Therefore, this song is recited on the second day. I approached them, and said, What are you doing in this place? They replied, We are merchants, and 2 days a week we separate from the community and engage in Torah, because people don't leave us alone every day. I said, Happy is your portion. They opened again, saying, Whenever the righteous depart, judgment departs from the world, and the death of the righteous atones for the sins of the generation. Therefore we read the portion of the sons of Aaron on Yom Kippur, so that it may bring atonement for the sins of Israel. The blessed Holy One said, Turn your attention to the death of these righteous ones, and it will be considered as if you were bringing offerings to atone for yourselves. For we have learned as long as the people of Israel are in exile and do not bring offerings on that day and cannot offer those 2 goats, they will have the memory of Aaron's 2 sons and thereby gain atonement. For we have learned as follows: it is written, These are the names of the sons of Aaron, the anointed priests, and it is written, the firstborn Nadab, and Abihu, Eleazar and Ithamar. The verse should read, and Eleazar and Ithamar. Why Eleazar and Ithamar? Well, Abihu was equivalent to his 2 brothers, and Nadab was equal to all of them. And some teach the reverse, the firstborn Nadab, this one alone, and Abihu alone. Each one considered himself equal to both of them, to Eleazar and Ithamar. However, Nadab and Abihu alone were equivalent to the 70 members of the Sanhedrin who officiated before Moses, and so their death atoned for Israel. Thus it is written, Your brothers, the whole house of Israel, shall bewail the burning. Rabbi Shimon said, The firstborn Nadab, meaning the one who possesses all precious praise. What is his name? Nadab. And Abihu all the more so, for these 2 had no equal in all of Israel. Rabbi Izki opened, Therefore, Jehovah spoke to Moses after the Thus says Jehovah to the death of Aaron's 2 sons, house of Jacob, who redeemed Abraham. No longer will Jacob be ashamed, no longer his face grow pale. This verse is difficult for us. It should read, Therefore, thus says Jehovah, who redeemed Abraham. Why thus says Jehovah to the house of Jacob, who redeemed Abraham? Well, they have established the verse as follows, As has been said, Jacob redeemed Abraham. Surely when Abraham fell into the fire of the Chaldeans, his case was judged. The angels said, Look, Ishmael will issue from him. The blessed Holy One replied, Well, Isaac, who will stretch out his neck on the altar? They said, Look, Esau will issue from him. The blessed Holy One replied, Well, Jacob, who will issue from him, who is a complete throne and all of whose sons are perfect before me? They said, Surely, for this merit he will be saved, as is written, Jacob, who redeemed Abraham. No longer will Jacob be ashamed, no longer his face grow pale. For when he sees his children, the work of my hands, in his midst, they will sanctify my name. Who are his children? These are Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, who cast themselves into the blazing fire to glorify my name. No longer will Jacob be ashamed. What is Jacob doing here after all? It is written, Now, among them were, of the sons of Judah, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. They are called sons of Judah, so the verse should read, No longer will Judah be ashamed. Why no longer will Jacob be ashamed? Well, we have learned as follows: As they were bound, to be cast into the fire, each one raised his voice and spoke before all those nations, kings, and officials. Hananiah said, Jehovah is with me, I will not fear. What can a human do to me? Jehovah is with me among my helpers, and I will see the defeat of my enemies. Better to shelter in Jehovah than to trust in a human. Mishael opened, Do not fear, my servant Jacob, declares Jehovah, for I am with you. For I will make an end of all the nations where I have scattered you, but of you I will not make an end. I will discipline you in just measure, and will not leave you wholly unpunished. At the moment they all heard the name of Jacob, they were astonished and laughed mockingly. Azariah opened, saying, Hear, O Israel, Jehovah our God, Jehovah is one as is written. This one will say, I am Jehovah. Another will call himself by the name of Jacob. Another will write on his hand, Jehovah and adopt the name of Israel. This one will say, I am Jehovah Hananiah. Another will call himself by the name of Jacob Mishul. Another will write on his hand, Jehovah and adopt the name of Israel Azariah. At that moment, the Blessed Holy One gathered his entire celestial family and said to them, With which of these words spoken by these three shall I save them? They opened, saying, May they know that you alone, whose name is Jehovah, are supreme over all the earth. At that moment, the Blessed Holy One said, By my throne with the word that all of them mocked, I will save them. No longer will Jacob be ashamed, no longer his face grow pale. Just as he stood by Abraham in the fire, so let him stand now by these. As is written, thus says Jehovah to the house of Jacob, who redeemed Abraham, no longer will Jacob be ashamed, no longer his face grow pale from that shame of mockery. It has been taught all those who laughed at this word were burned in that fire, killed by a sparkling flame. What saved these three? Their praying before the Blessed Holy One and unifying his name fittingly. Because they did so, they were saved from the blazing furnace. Aaron's two sons offered alien fire, not unifying his name fittingly, and they were consumed in fire. Rabbi Yitzhak said, after the death of Aaron's two sons, and it is written, and they died. Since it says after the death of Aaron's two sons, don't we know that they died? However, we have learned as follows: there were two deaths, one before Jehovah and one that they had no children, for whoever attains no children is dead. Therefore, after the death, and they died. Rabbi Abba said, why is it written Nadab and Abihu died before Jehovah when they offered alien fire before Jehovah in the desert of Sinai, and they had no children? And Eleazar and Ithamar served as priests. What does one have to do with the other? They had no children, and Eleazar and Ithamar served as priests. Well, mystery of the matter is as I have said, and they died because they had no children. Certainly so, but not like other inhabitants of the world, even though they were not married, for these died only a bodily death, not a death of their souls. How do we know? As is written, Eleazar son of Aaron took himself one of the daughters of Putiel as a wife, and she bore him Phinehas. These are the heads of the fathers of the Levites according to their clans. These but Phinehas was alone, and it is written, these are the heads of the fathers of the Levites. Thus, they died a bodily death, not a death of their souls. Rabbi Elazar said, certainly, as implied by these and by the heads. Consequently it is written, Phinehas son of Eleazar son of Aaron the priest, and similarly Phinehas son of Eleazar son of Aaron the priest was the priest in those days. Judges, the verses should read Phinehas son of Eleazar the priest. But wherever Phinehas appears, it is written son of Aaron the priest, whereas regarding Eleazar, it is only written Eleazar the priest, as is written, before Eleazar the priest he shall stand. Eleazar the priest said thus, they died a bodily death, not a death of their souls. We have learned in the mystery of our Mishnah too, a pair pan, as has been said, a small yod among the letters of Pinhas, Phinehas, for yod combines two as one. This is mystery of the matter, as has been established. Rabbi Elazar asked his father, surely they are two, and they were two, why didn't they manifest as two? He replied, they each were half a body because they did not marry, so they were combined as one, as is written, she bore him Phinehas. These are the heads of the fathers of the Levites according to their clans. The yod of Pinhas, Phinehas, was given to him to connect the letters only when he acted zealously for the Blessed Holy One and came to straighten what was contorted, for he saw Zimri inserting this covenant holy sign into another domain. By that which it was contorted originally, it was rectified here by the later one. By an alien female it was contorted originally, as is written, when they offered alien fire, and here it was rectified by an alien female, as is written, and he has married the daughter of an alien god Malachi, just as there, alien fire, so here, too, an alien woman. What is revealed here? Well, originally they brought near what was far, as is written, when they brought near alien fire before Jehovah. Here, too, Zimri brought near what was far, the name of the king he brought near to what was far. Immediately, Phinehas son of Eleazar son of Aaron the priest saw, and he rose from the midst of the community. Here, the earlier contortion was rectified, then Yod was placed in his name, combining the letters as one, and he was promised peace. What is peace? The crown against which they sinned at first, as is written, I hereby grant him my covenant of peace. My covenant, really in that crown they previously provoked a quarrel, and now that it is restored, I hereby grant him my covenant of peace. My covenant, really, will be with him. Therefore, in his name was placed a small yod, of the small letters, to demonstrate that what had been contorted earlier was now rectified, and reconciled with him. Rabbi Elazar came and kissed his hands, and said, Blessed is the compassionate one, that I asked about this matter and was not deprived of it. It has been taught. Rabbi Yos said, on Yom Kippur this portion has been instituted to atone for Israel in exile, because the order of this day is arranged here, and because the death of Aaron's sons atones for Israel. From here we learn that if a person undergoes chastenings of his Lord, they serve as atonement for his sins, and whoever is distressed over chastenings of the righteous has his sins removed. Therefore on this day we read after the death of Aaron's 2 sons, so that the people may hear and feel distress for the loss of the righteous and gain atonement for their sins. When anyone feels sorrow over the loss of the righteous or sheds tears for them, the Blessed Holy One proclaims for him, your iniquity is removed and your sin purged. Furthermore, his children will not die in his lifetime, and of him is written, he will see seed and prolong his days, and the desire of Jehovah will succeed in his hand. Rabbi Shimon opened all the streams flow. Jehovah said to Moses, speak to into the sea, yet the sea Aaron your brother, that he not is not full. To the place enter at all times into that the streams flow, sanctuary there they flow again. Rabbi Shimon said, I am amazed at the inhabitants of the world, that they have no eyes to see, no heart to ponder, they do not know or contemplate the will of their Lord. How asleep they are, not awakening from their slumber before that day arrives when thick darkness will cover them, and the owner of the deposit will demand a reckoning from them every day. A herald proclaims to them, how long, fools, will you love foolishness? Whoever is a fool, let him turn aside here. Come, partake of my bread. Yet no one inclines his ear and no one arouses his heart. Among generations to come, Torah is destined to be forgotten, and the wise-hearted will gather in the holy chamber, yet there will be no one who can close and open. Woe to that generation! From here on, there will be no generation like this one until King Messiah arrives and knowledge awakens in the world, as is written, for they will all know me, from the least of them to the greatest. A river issues from Eden to water the garden. We have learned what is the name of that river, as has been established. Its name is Yuval, as is written, spreading its roots by Yuval, a stream. And in the book of Rav Hamnuna Sava, its name is life, because life issues from there to the world, and that is called life of the King. We have established that the grand and mighty tree, containing food for all, is called the tree of life, a tree whose roots are planted in that life. And all is fine. It has been taught that river gushes deep streams with anointing oil to water the garden and to saturate trees and plants, as is written, the trees of Jehovah are sated, cedars of Lebanon that he planted. Those streams flow and gather in 2 pillars, those external ones we call Jachin and Boaz, which is fine. From there all those streams flow forth, pouring into a certain level called Righteous One, as is written, the Righteous One is the foundation of the world. And all of them proceed and gather in the place called Sea, which is the Sea of Wisdom, as is written, all the streams flow into the sea. For if you say that they reach this place and cease, not returning, it is then written, to the place that the streams flow, there they return to flow, because that river never ceases. They return. Where do they return? To those two pillars, Netzah and Hod. To flow into this righteous one, so that there will be blessing and joy. This corresponds to the mystery we have learned. Leviathan whom you formed to play with, so all of them look in hope to you, to give them their food in its time. Who is its time? The time of righteous one Matronita, who is called so. Therefore all of them await this time. All those below are nourished from this place. We have established this mystery. The eyes of all look in hope to you, and you give them their food in its time, as we have established. When this all sweetens its time, who is blessed by him, all worlds are in joy, all worlds in blessing. Then peace prevails above and below. But when the wicked of the world tip the scale, and blessings of those streams are lacking there, and she sucks from the other side, then judgments are aroused in the world, and peace is nowhere to be found. When inhabitants of the world want to be blessed, they can do so only through the priest, so that he will arouse his crown and Matronita will be blessed and blessings will prevail through all worlds. It has been taught at the time when Moses was asking about this matter before the Blessed Holy One. He said to him, if the inhabitants of the world return to you, by whom will they be blessed? The Blessed Holy One replied, to me you are speaking. Speak to Aaron your brother, for in his hands I have delivered blessings for those above and below. Rabbi Abba said, there are times before the Blessed Holy One Jehovah said to Moses, speak to when favor is found, Aaron your brother, that he not blessings are available, enter at all times into the and one's request sanctuary should be brought. And times when favor is not to be found, blessings are unavailable, and harsh judgments are aroused in the world. And times when judgment is hanging in suspense. There are times in the year when favor is found, and times in the year when judgment looms. There are times in the month when favor is found, and times in the month when judgments loom over all. There are times in the week when favor is found, and times in the week when judgments appear in the world. There are times in the day when favor is found and the world is fragrant, and times in the day when judgments loom, and even in the hour. Thus it is written, for everything there is a season, and a time for every matter under heaven, and similarly as for me, may my prayer to you, O Jehovah, come at a time of favor, and similarly why, Jehovah, do you stand far off, and hide in times of trouble, and similarly from afar, Jehovah appeared to me, and times when he is near, as is written, seek Jehovah when he may be found. Call to him when he is near. Jehovah is near to all who call him, therefore, that he not enter at all times into the sanctuary. Rabbi Shimon says, we have established the expression in its time, and it is certainly so. Here, the Blessed Holy One came to warn Aaron not to commit the same sin that his sons committed. For this time is well known, so he should not err by joining a different time to the king, as is written that he not enter with all times, into the sanctuary, meaning, even if he sees a time when conducting the world has been handed over to another, and the world has been placed in its hands, he must not grasp it, bringing it near holiness, since I and my name are one. Thus, that he not enter with all times El HaKodesh, into the holiness. If he wants to know with what he should enter the sanctuary Bizot, with this, shall Aaron enter the sanctuary, for that is the time joined to my name. With this one, inscribed in my name, he should enter the sanctuary, but that he not enter at all times. It has been taught, Rabbi Yos said, it is written, everything he has made beautiful in its time. This utterance has been established by the Holy Lamp, and it is so. For it has been taught, everything he has made beautiful in its time. At Harkol, everything, surely, he has made beautiful Ve'ito, with its time, with one another, with no others interfering with its time, really, not with another. Therefore, a warning to Aaron that he not enter at all times into the sanctuary. But with what shall he enter Bizot? With this, as we have established Bizot, with this, shall Aaron enter the sanctuary. Call it. Rabbi Elazar was sitting before his father. He said to him, It is written about the assembly of Korah, they perished from the midst of the congregation. What is meant by they perished? Well, as is written, I shall make that soul perish from the midst of her people. Rabbi Shimon said, It is different with the sons of Aaron, of whom perishing is not written, whereas of Korah's assembly it is. And it is written, all of us perish, including those who offered aromatic incense, the 250, who surely perished, whereas these did not perish. He said to him, It is written that he not enter at all times into the sanctuary, and it is written, with this shall Aaron enter the sanctuary. Since he said that he not enter at all times into the sanctuary, why is it not written at which time he should enter? He replied, Eleazar, this has already been explained, and it is one word, and the priests knew the time. But here he wanted to warn about how they had sinned, as has been said. He said to him, I thought so myself, but in order to settle the matter I asked. All sacrifices and ascent offerings are pleasurable to the blessed Holy One, but there was no pleasure as great as the incense, for incense is finest of all. Therefore it was offered within, silently, as has been said. And consequently, people were not punished for other sacrifices and ascent offerings as they were for incense, because the whole worship of the blessed Holy One at Ketah is bound and joined here most of all, which is why it is called Keteret, incense. As has been said, oil and incense rejoice the heart. Rabbi Shimon opened and expounded, as for fragrance, your oils are fine, your name is oil poured, therefore, maidens love you. I have contemplated this verse, and this is what it means. As for fragrance of incense, which is precious, excellent, and innermost of all. When that fragrance ascends to join anointing oil of the streams of the spring, they intermingle, bonding as one. Then those oils are fine for illumining, as is written, as for fragrance, your oils are fine. And then oil is poured from rung to rung, through those rungs called the holy name, as is written, your name is oil poured. Therefore, maidens love you. What is alamot? Maidens, as we have established, olamot, worlds, real worlds. Alternatively, therefore, alamot, maidens, love you, as is said upon alamot shah, maidens of song, and all is one. In the book of Rav Hamnuna Sava it is written, what is alamot? Maidens, as is said, she rises while it is still night, and provides food for her household and a portioner for her attendants. These alamot, maidens, love you, blessing your name and singing before you. From there, blessings spread among all those below, and above and below are blessed. Alternatively, therefore, alamot, maidens, love you. Fine is the one who said Almavit, those over death, love you, for by this element, masters of judgment are assuaged. Since this Keteret at Ketah, incense is bound, with oil above, it is more esteemed by the blessed Holy One than all sacrifices and ascent offerings. Assembly of Israel says, I am like incense, and you are like oil. Draw me after you, let us run, as is said. Therefore, maidens love you. I and all those cohorts, for all of them are joined with me, so draw me, for they depend on me. The king has brought me into his chambers, and if the king brings me into his chambers, let us delight and rejoice in you, I and all of them. It has been taught, when assembly of Israel is joyous and blessed, all those cohorts are joyous and blessed, and judgment does not then prevail in the world. Thus it is written, let the heavens rejoice and the earth exult. Rabbi Yehuda said, happy are the four in the cloud I appear over righteous, whom the cover blessed Holy One delights to honor. We have learned a king of flesh of blood, if anyone rides on his horse, he deserves to be killed. Yet the blessed Holy One mounted Elijah on his, as is written, Elijah ascended in a whirlwind to heaven. Kings, what is written here, lest he die, for in the cloud I appear over the cover. Yet the blessed Holy One brought Moses into it, as is written, Moses entered within the cloud, really, for in the cloud I appear over the cover. It has been taught the place where those cherubim settled, as we have established, the cherubim dwelled miraculously It has been taught 3 times daily a miracle occurred with their wings. When the holiness of the king was manifested upon them, they raised their wings on their own, spreading them and shielding the cover. Afterward, they folded their wings, resting them on their bodies, as is written, the cherubim shall be spreading wings above spreading, not with wings spread. Sheltering the cover with their wings, not with sheltering wings. For they stood miraculously, rejoicing in Shekinah. Rabbi Abba said, "What is this doing here? For in the cloud I appear over the cover, and it is written, Bezot, with this shall Aaron enter the sanctuary." After all, the priest did not see when he entered. Well, the cloud descended, and when it descended it reached this cover, and the wings of the cherubim stirred, and they fluttered them and uttered song. What song did they sing? For great is Jehovah and highly praised, awesome is he over all gods. This, when they raised their wings, when they spread them, they would say, for all gods of the peoples are useless, but Jehovah has made the heavens. When they shielded the cover, they would say, before Jehovah, for he comes to judge the earth. He will judge the world with righteousness, render judgment upon the nations with equity. The priest would hear their voices in the temple, and then he set the incense in its place, focusing his intention so that all would be blessed. The sound of the cherubim's wings ascended and descended as they chanted song. They sheltered the cover, and then raised them, as is written, sheltering the cover with their wings. Sheltering, precisely. And how do we know that their sound was heard? As is written, I heard the sound of their wings. Ezekiel. Rabbi Yos said, he will render judgment upon the nations b'misharim, with equity. What is b'misharim? With equity, as is said, misharim, rightly. Do they love you, including both cherubim, male and female misharim? Surely thus, he will render judgment upon the nations with misharim. And it is written, he would hear the voice being spoken to him from between the 2 cherubim, and he would speak to him. Rabbi Yitzhak said, from here we learn that wherever male and female are not found, one is not worthy to see the face of Shekinah, as is written, Yesharim, the upright, will dwell in your presence. And we have learned it is written, righteous and upright is he, male and female. Here, too, the cherubim male and female, of whom is written, it was you who founded Misharim, equity. He will render judgment upon the nations b'misharim, with equity. Thus, their faces toward each other, as we have established. It has been taught in the name of Rabbi Yos. Once the world was in need of rain, so Rabbi Yisa, Rabbi Izkiah, and other companions came before Rabbi Shimon. They found him setting out to see Rabbi Pinhas son of Yair. When he saw them, he opened, saying, a song of ascents. Look, how good and how pleasant is the dwelling of brothers together. What is the dwelling of brothers together? As is said, their faces, each toward his brother, when they were one to one, gazing face to face. It is written, look, how good and how pleasant. But when the male turns his face away from the female, woe to the world. Correspondingly, it is written, some are swept away without justice, without justice. Surely, and it is written, righteousness and justice are the foundation of your throne, for one does not proceed without the other. And when justice withdraws from righteousness, woe to the world of then is written, some are swept away without justice. I see that now you have come because the male does not abide with the female. He said, if for this you have come to me, go back, for I have seen today that all will be restored face to face. But if you have come for Torah, stay with me. They replied, we have come to the master for all. Release one of us to bring the good news to our brothers, the other companions, while we sit before our master. As they went along, he opened, saying, black am I but beautiful, O daughters of Jerusalem. Assembly of Israel said before the blessed Holy One, black am I from exile, but beautiful in commandments of Torah. For even though the people of Israel is in exile, they do not forsake these. Like the tents of Kedar, for they are in the mountains, and their faces always at Kedaru, are darkened. But even so, like Solomon's curtains, like the appearance of heaven for purity, as is written, spreading the heavens like a curtain. El Teruni, you cannot see me, for I am blackish. Why am I blackish? Because the sun has scorched me, for the sun has not gazed upon me, illumining me fittingly. What does Israel say? My mother's sons were incensed at me. Who are my mother's sons? Empowered princes, shielding the other nations. Alternatively, my mother's sons, literally, as is said, he has cast down earth from heaven, and when he cast down earth from heaven, they made me keeper of the vineyards. Why? Because my own vineyard I did not keep. And we have learned my mother's sons, surely they concurred against me, that is, when earth was removed from heaven, as we have established, for it is written, his sister stationed herself afar. Here it is surely said, look, how good and how pleasant is the dwelling of brothers Gamyad. Also together we have already established this, as is written, yet even Gamzot, this too the dwelling of brothers inclusive. Since it is written Gam, also including all those above, for all dominion is found in that place. Alternatively, look, how good and how pleasant is the dwelling of brothers Gamyad, also together those companions, when they sit as one, not separating from each other. At first they appear as men waging war, seeking to kill one another. Afterward, they appear in love, in brotherhood. What does the Blessed Holy One say? Look, how good and how pleasant is the dwelling of brothers Gamyad, also together Gam, also, including Shekinah with them. Furthermore, the Blessed Holy One listens to their utterances and is pleased and delights with them, as is written, then those who revere Jehovah spoke with one another, and Jehovah listened attentively, and it was written in a book of remembrance before him. Malachi, and you, companions who are here, just as you have been previously, so from now on do not part from one another until the Blessed Holy One delights with you and proclaims peace upon you, and for your sake, peace will prevail in the world, as is written, for the sake of my brothers and my companions. They went on until they reached the home of Rabbi Pinhas. Rabbi Pinhas came out and kissed him, and said, I am privileged to kiss Shekinah, happy is my share. He arranged for them wheeled canopied couches of closely woven robes. Rabbi Shimon said, Torah does not require this. He removed them and they sat down. Rabbi Pinhas said, before we eat, let us hear a word from the luminary of Torah, for all words of Rabbi Shimon are revealed, a man who speaks them without fear of those above or those below. He has no fear of those above, for the Blessed Holy One confirms what he says. He has no fear of those below, for a lion is not afraid of a flock of sheep. Rabbi Shimon said to Rabbi Elazar, his son, Elazar, stand erect and say a new word in the presence of Rabbi Pinhas and the other companions. Rabbi Elazar rose. He opened, saying, Jehovah spoke to Moses after the death of Aaron's two sons, when they encroached upon the presence of Jehovah and died. This verse should be investigated, for it seems superfluous, since afterward it is written, Jehovah said to Moses, speak to Aaron your brother. Here is where the portion begins. So why does this preceding verse read, Jehovah spoke to Moses? What did he say to him? And afterward, Jehovah said to Moses. Well, when the Blessed Holy One presented aromatic incense to Aaron, he wanted no one but him to use it in his lifetime. Why? Because Aaron increased peace in the world. The Blessed Holy One said to him, you wish to increase peace in the world, and by your hand peace will increase above. Surely, aromatic incense will be delivered to your hand from now on, and during your lifetime no other person will use it. In their father's lifetime, Nadab and Abihu offered prematurely what was not entrusted to them, and this is what caused them to err. It has been taught Moses wondered what caused this error, and he was sad. What is written, Jehovah spoke to Moses after the death of Aaron's two sons. What did he say to him? Bikorvatam, when they encroached upon the presence of Jehovah and died. It is not written Bihakrivam, when they offered, but rather Bikorvatam, when they encroached upon. The Blessed Holy One said, Moses, this was the cause, for they forced the hour in their father's lifetime, and they erred corresponding to what is written, which he had not commanded them he had not commanded. Now if Aaron's 2 sons brought all this upon themselves by forcing the hour in their father's lifetime, then I in the presence of my father and Rabbi Pinhas and the other companion show much more. So Rabbi Pinhas came and kissed him and blessed him. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, Here is the bed of Solomon, 60 warriors surrounding her, of the warriors of Israel, all of them skilled with a sword, expert in war, each with his sword on his thigh because of fear in the night. Here is the bed of Solomon. What is the bed? The king's throne of glory, as is written, the heart of her husband trusts in her, and no booty will he lack. Shili Shlomo, of Solomon the king who possesses all Shalama, peace. 60 warriors surrounding her, clinging to her sides, of harsh judgment, and called 60 lashes of fire in which that youth is clothed. On his right, a flashing sword. On his left, fiercely burning coals attached to his coat of mail with 70,000 flames of consuming fire. Those 60 are armed with heavy weapons from the mighty Gevuran powers, of supernal Gevurah of the blessed Holy One, as is written, Megibor of the warriors of Israel. It has been taught what is written of this bed. She rises while it is still night, when she sucks from the side of judgment, and provides tef, pray, for her household. What is tef? As is said, Ve'etaraf, it tears apart, with none to deliver Mika. This corresponds to what is written, all of them skilled with a sword, expert in war, ready to execute judgment anywhere, and called trumpeters and howlers. Each with his sword on his thigh, as is said, gird your sword on the thigh, O warrior, because of fear in the night. We have already established this because of the fear of hell. However, mipad, from fear, in the night, that is, from where do they obtain all this mipad? From fear, from that place called Pad, fear, as is said, the fear of Isaac was with me. Jacob swore by the fear of his father Isaac in the night when they are commissioned to execute judgment. It has been taught, she ponders a field and acquires it, as is written, all beasts of the field play their job. Thus it is written, this sea, vast and broad of reach, their ships go, as is said, she is like merchant ships, from afar she brings her food, from afar, surely from the brain of the head and from above the head. She brings her food by means of righteous one, when they couple as one, then, joy of all, as is written, Leviathan whom you fashioned to play with. It has been taught 1,500 shield bearers, wielders of dominion, are linked to the side of those warriors. In the hands of the one called youth are 4 huge keys. Sea serpents move beneath the ship of the mighty sea in 4 directions, one moving to this side, one moving to that side, one moving to the other side, and one moving to the back. 4 facial images appear in them, and when merging in one, it is written, the image of their face was a human face. Ezekiel, face of all, large face and small face merging above. 2 rise and roam, with 2 spades in their hands. 1,000 mountains enter and rise daily from the flow of that sea, afterward uprooted from her, rising to another sea. Countless are those clinging to her hair. 2 sons suckle daily, called spies of the land. This is the mystery of the book of concealment, as is written, Joshua son of Nun sent 2 men secretly from Shittim as spies, saying, Go, observe the land and Jericho. Joshua, these suck from beneath the sides of her limbs. 2 daughters beneath her feet, of whom is written, the sons of Elohim saw the daughters of humankind. These cling to the toenails of that bed, and this is what we have learned. Then 2 women, prostitutes, came to the king. Kings then they came, not previously. And when Israel below turn their backs on the blessed Holy One, what is written, my people their tyrants are children, and women rule over them. Surely in the left hand, 70 branches growing among fish of the sea, all red as a rose, and above them 1 branch even redder. This one, ascending and descending, all of them hidden in her hair. When the master of the evil tongue descends, he turns into a serpent, bounding over hills, leaping over rocks, until he finds prey to seize with his nails and consume. Then he calms down and his tongue turns to good. Happy are Israel who prepare pray for him. He returns to his place, entering the hollow of the great abyss. When spearmen and swordsmen ascend, they are countless, around those 60 supernal ones surrounding that bed. 1,100 billion stand in every direction, with this bed above. From it they are nourished worshipping it, all rising before it. Below them all issue countless thousands and myriads, descending and roaming the world until Shofar blower's trumpet, and they gather. These cling to the filth of fingernails. This bed encompasses them. The feet of this bed grasp the 4 directions of the world, all enter its entirety. Manifested above and manifested below, in the heavens above and on the earth below, and thus it is written, here is the bed of Solomon. Why here? Because it is ready for all, above and below. This bed is distinguished of all, called Adonai, master of all, distinguished among forces. Therefore, one must focus on supernal matters, unifying the holy name from the place it should be unified. Thus we have learned that it is written, Bezot, with this shall Aaron enter the sanctuary, with this he must draw holiness to its place. From this place one must revere the blessed Holy One. Thus it is written, were they wise, they would contemplate Zot, this, and immediately understand their final end, that is, if people would consider how Zot, this, is linked with all her forces, and how those forces are all appointed before her and joined in her service to punish the wicked, they would immediately understand their final end and guard their actions, not sinning before the Holy King. Rabbi Shimon said further, if a person succeeds in learning Torah and observes it, then Zot, this, protects him and makes a covenant with him over his covenant, that it will not depart from him or from his children or from his children's children forever, as is written, as for me, Zot, this, is my covenant with them. They sat down to eat. While they were eating, Rabbi Shimon said to the companions, let each one say a word of Torah at the table in the presence of Rabbi Pinhas. Rabbi Izki opened, saying, Yehovah Elohim has given me a tongue of disciples, to know how to speak timely words to the weary. Happy are Israel, in whom the blessed Holy One delights above all other nations, and to whom he has given a share in his holy name. How is the people of Israel linked to the holy name? Because they attain Torah, for whoever attains Torah attains the blessed Holy One. We have learned in the presence of our Master what is holiness, perfection of all, called supernal wisdom. From this place issue streams and springs in all directions until reaching Zot, this, whence Holy Spirit is aroused. When Zot is blessed, she is called holiness and wisdom, and they call her spirit of holiness, that is, spirit from that holiness above. And when mysteries of Torah issue, aroused from her, she is called tongue of holiness. When that holy anointing oil flows to those 2 pillars called Sivaot, hosts, it gathers there, and when it issues from there through that level called Yesod to this small wisdom, she is called tongue of disciples, emerging to arouse those holy ones of the highest. Then is written, Yehovah Elohim has given me a tongue of disciples, to know how to speak timely words to the weary. And the blessed Holy One has given this to the holy lamp, Rabbi Shimon. Furthermore, he has raised him higher and higher, so all his words are spoken openly and not concealed. Of him is written, mouth to mouth I speak with him in a clear vision, not in riddles. Rabbi Yisa opened, saying, Yehovah gave Solomon wisdom, as he had promised him, and there was peace between Hiram and Solomon kings. Yehovah gave Solomon wisdom. This is what we have learned in the days of King Solomon, the moon waxed full, as he had promised him, as is said, wisdom and knowledge are granted to you. Chronicles. And there was peace between Hiram and Solomon. What is the connection between this and that? Well, we have learned as follows. Yehovah gave Solomon wisdom, and how did he establish this wisdom? First, by this bringing Hiram down from that rung of which he boasted, I sit in the seat of God. Ezekiel 4. We have learned Hiram, king of Tyre, declared himself a god. Afterward, Solomon came and, by his wisdom, caused Hiram to give up this plan, and he conceded. Therefore, there was peace between Hiram and Solomon. And we have learned Rabbi Yitzhak said in the name of Rabbi Yehuda that Solomon sent him a demon, who lowered him through the 7 habitations of hell and brought him up. Then he sent him letters every single day by the demon's hand until he retracted and conceded to Solomon. We have learned Solomon inherited the moon in all its aspects, and thereby he ruled over all in his wisdom. And Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari rules in his generation over all inhabitants of the world, for all those who scale the rungs do so only if they are at peace with him. Rabbi Yos opened, saying, My dove in the clefts of the rock, in the covert of the cliff, let me see your form, let me hear your voice, for your voice is sweet and your form beautiful, my dove assembly of Israel, for just as a dove never forsakes her mate, so assembly of Israel does not forsake the blessed Holy One. In the clefts of the rock scholars, who find no tranquility in this world. In the covert of the cliff the modest among them, the pious among them, revering the blessed Holy One and from whom Shekinah never departs. Then the blessed Holy One asks, concerning assembly of Israel, let me see your form, let me hear your voice, for your voice is sweet, for no voice is heard above except the voice of those engaging in Torah. And we have learned the image of all those engaged in Torah is engraved above before the blessed Holy One, and he converses with them every day and gazes upon them. That voice here ascends, splitting all those heavens until it rises before the blessed Holy One. Then is written, for your voice is sweet and your form beautiful. And surely, the blessed Holy One has engraved the image of Rabbi Shimon high above, and his voice ascends on high and is adorned with a holy crown, until the blessed Holy One is crowned with him in all worlds, glorying in him. Of him is written, he said to me, you are my servant, Israel, in whom I glory. Rabbi opened, saying, that which is has already been called by name, and what is to be already has been, that which is has already been, corresponding to what we have learned before the blessed Holy One created this world. He created worlds and destroyed them, until the blessed Holy One entertained the desire to create this world, and he consulted the Torah. Then he was arrayed in his adornments and adorned with his crowns, and he created this world. All that exists in this world was already in his presence, rising before him, arranged before him. It has been taught all those inhabitants of the world, existing in every single generation, stood before him in their images before they came into the world. And it has been taught as follows: even all those souls of humanity are all engraved before him in heaven, in the actual form that they will assume in this world, and everything that they learn in this world they knew before coming to the world. And it has been taught this applies to the truly righteous. As for all those who are not found to be righteous in this world, even there they distance themselves from the blessed Holy One and enter the hollow of the great abyss. Forcing the time, they descend to the world. As for their souls, we have already learned that just as they are stiff-necked in this world, so they were before coming to the world. And the holy share that he gave them they throw away, and they are drawn into that hollow of the great abyss, where they obtain their share, and, forcing the time, they descend to the world. If such a one becomes worthy later and returns to his Lord, he obtains his very own share, as is written, that which is has already been called by name, and what is to be already has already been called by name. The sons of Aaron had no equal in Israel except for Moses and Aaron, and they are called the nobles of the children of Israel, yet because they erred in the presence of the king, they died. Now, did the blessed Holy One wish to annihilate them? Surely we have learned in the mystery of our Mishnah that the blessed Holy One performs kindness to all, and even the wicked of the world he does not wish to annihilate. So would it enter your mind that these truly virtuous ones perished from the world? Where was their merit? Where was the merit of their fathers? Where, similarly, was the merit of Moses? How could they have perished? Well, we have learned as follows from the Holy Lamp: the blessed Holy One felt concern for their honor, so their bodies were burnt within, yet their souls did not perish, as we have established. Before Aaron's sons died, Eleazar son of Aaron took himself one of the daughters of Putiel as a wife, and she bore him Phinehas. Phinehas's name was given, for he was destined to rectify this contortion, as is written and what is to be already has been. It has been taught before coming to the world, all the righteous of the world are arrayed with their names. And ever since the day that the blessed Holy One created the world, Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari had been poised before the blessed Holy One and present with him. Happy is his share above and below of him is written, your father and your mother will rejoice. Your father is the blessed Holy One and your mother is Assembly of Israel. Rabbi Abba opened and expounded, while the king was on his couch, my nard yielded its fragrance. This verse has been established by the companions when the blessed Holy One appeared at Mount Sinai, ready to give the Torah to Israel. My nard yielded its fragrance. Israel emitted a fine fragrance, which endures and protects them for countless generations. This is we will do and we will listen alternatively, while the king was on his couch while Moses ascended to receive the Torah from the blessed Holy One, which was engraved on 2 tablets of stone. Israel abandoned that fine fragrance adorning them and said of the calf, these are your gods, O Israel. Now this verse is in mystery of wisdom. It is written, a river issues from Eden to water the garden. This river spreads on all sides when this Eden couples with it in perfect union, coupling by that path that is not known above or below, as is written, a path unknown to a bird of prey. Job, and they are in rapture, never separating from one another. Then springs and streams issue, crowning the Holy Son with all those crowns, and then is written upon the crown with which his mother crowned him at that moment, this son obtains the inheritance of his father and mother, and then revels in that joyous delight. It has been taught when the supernal king sits amidst royal delicacies, adorned with his crowns, it is written, while the king was on his couch, my nard yielded its fragrance. Yesod, generating blessings so that the holy king may couple with matronita through this rung. Then blessings are conveyed through all worlds, and those above and those below are blessed. And now the holy lamp is adorned with his crowns, and the companions send forth praises from below to above, and he is crowned. Now blessings should be generated for all those companions from above to below through this holy rung. Let Rabbi Eleazar, his son, tell us some of those sublime words that he has learned from his father. Rabbi Eleazar opened, saying, he looked, and here a well in the field. When all the flocks were gathered there, these verses should be contemplated. They constitute a mystery of wisdom that I learned from my father. I learn it as follows: he looked, and here a well in the field. Who is a well? The one of whom is written, the well, dug by princes, delved by the people's nobles. And there were 3 flocks of sheep lying beside it, Netzah, Hod, and Yesod, who lie beside her and stand over her, and from whom that well is filled with blessings. For from that well the flocks were watered, for from that well those above and those below are nourished, and all of them are blessed as one. The stone on the mouth of the well was large, harsh judgment, standing over her from the other side to suckle her. When all the flocks were gathered there, those 6 crowns of the king, all gathering in from the head of the king and pouring into her. When they all join as one to pour into her, it is written they would roll the stone off the mouth of the well, rolling that harsh judgment and removing it from the mouth of the well. And water the sheep, pouring blessings from that well for those above and those below. Afterward, they would put the stone back in its place on the mouth of the well, that judgment returns to its place, for it is needed in order to make the world fragrantly firm, to mend the world. And now the blessed Holy One pours blessings upon you from the spring of the stream, and from you all members of the generation are blessed. Happy is your share in this world and in the world that is coming. Of you is written, all your children will be disciples of Jehovah, and great will be the peace of your children. Rabbi Shimon opened, let the devout delight in glory, let them sing for joy on their couches. It has been taught the bond of faith is bound by 13 attributes, so that blessings may be available for all, and the entire faith of the blessed Holy One is sealed in 3. Consequently, Torah is crowned with 13 principles, as we have established Kalva Omer, a 40 Orijzra Shavat, verbal analogy etc. Several times we have established this. The holy name is crowned with this. When Jacob wanted his sons to be blessed by the bond of faith, what is written all these are the tribes of Israel, 12, Vezot, and this 13, since Shekinah participated with them, so the blessings were fulfilled. This corresponds with what is written each according to his blessing, he blessed them. What is according to his blessing according to the paradigm above, according to the blessing of every single attribute. It has been taught all those attributes ascend and are crowned, resting on a certain head, crowned there on the head of the king, the one called by the highest rung of devotion. And the devout inherit all that glory above, as is written, let the devout delight in glory in this world. Sing for joy on their couches in the world that is coming. Exaltations of God in their throat, for they know how to bind the bond of faith fittingly. Then, a double-edged sword in their hand. Who is a double-edged sword? The sword of Jehovah, sword of the blessed Holy One. Double-edged, flashing with two judgments. Why? To wreak vengeance upon the nations. And here is Rabbi Penas, crown of Hesed, supernal head. So aside in, the devout, inherit glory above supernal bond, holy bond, bond of faith. Happy is our share in this world and in the world that is coming. Of this is said, this is the table that is before Jehovah. Ezekiel. Rabbi Penas rose and kissed him, and kissed Rabbi Elazar and all the companions, and blessed them. Taking the cup, he recited the blessing. He opened, saying, You set out a table before me in the face of my foes. You refresh my head with oil. My cup overflows. They rejoiced there that whole day. All the companions were rejoicing in words of Torah, and great was the joy of Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Penas grasped Rabbi Elazar and would not let go of him that whole day and through the night, rejoicing with him. He proclaimed over him, Then you will delight upon Jehovah. All this extreme joy that I share derives from his being with me. Of this is written, Happy the people who has it. So one day they will proclaim over me in that world, Happy is your share, Rabbi Penas, that you attained all this peace unto you, and peace unto him who helps you, for your God helps you. Chronicles. They set out early on their way. Rabbi Penas rose and grasped Rabbi Elazar and would not let him leave. Rabbi Penas escorted Rabbi Shimon, blessing him and all the companions. As they went along, Rabbi Shimon said to the companions, It is time to act for Jehovah. Rabbi Abba came and asked, It is written, Aaron shall place lots upon the 2 goats, one lot for Jehovah and one lot for Azazel. Why these lots, and was Aaron the one to place lots? And why this Torah portion? We have already learned before my master the order of the Day of Atonement, yet this I wish to know. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, He took Simeon from them and bound him before their eyes. Now, what prompted Joseph to take Simeon rather than another one of his brothers? Well, Joseph said, Everywhere Simeon and Levi are initiators of judgment. When I left my father to go to my brothers, Simeon opened first in judgment, as is written. They said, A man to his brother, Here comes that dream master. Come now, let's kill him. Afterward in Shechem, Jacob's 2 sons, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brothers, each took his sword. Simeon and Levi abide in judgment. Better to take one from the other, so that no quarreling may be aroused among all the tribes. We have learned what prompted Simeon to pair with Levi rather than with all the others. After all, his brother Reuben was close to him. Yes, but Simeon knew and saw that Levi came from the side of judgment, and Simeon was linked with the side of harsher judgment. He said, If they mingle with one another, they can destroy the world. What did the blessed Holy One do? He took Levi as his own share, and said, From here on, let Simeon be accompanied by concatenation all alone. It has been taught on the side of mother, 2 dazzling, demonic guardians are attached to her left hand. As we have established, they spy out the land every single day, corresponding to the mystery written 2 men as spies. Joshua And it has been taught, happy is the share of Israel above all peoples, for the blessed Holy One wishes to purify them and have compassion upon them. They are his allotted share, as is written indeed, Jehovah's share is his people, Jacob his allotted possession, and it is written he set him atop the heights of the land, atop the heights of the land, precisely, for they are linked high above, so out of his love for them, the blessed Holy One cleaves to them, as is written, I have loved you. Malachi, and it is written, because of Jehovah's love for you and from his great love for them, he gave them one day in the year to purify them of their sins, as is written, for on this day purgation will be effected for you, to purify you of all your sins before Jehovah you will become pure. Therefore on this day the people of Israel are crowned, and they overpower all those guardians and all those dazzling demons, for they are worthy in this world and worthy of the world that is coming. And no sin is found in them. It has been taught, Aaron shall place lots upon the 2 goats. Aaron shall place, because he comes from the side of Hesed. Al, upon, the 2 goats, Al, above, precisely, so that Matronita may be sweetened. 1 lot for Jehovah and 1 lot for Azazel. Look, there are 2 goats, why is 1 for Jehovah? Well, the blessed Holy One said, let 1 abide with me and 1 go roaming the world, for if the 2 of them join together, the world will not be able to endure. This 1 sets out and finds Israel absorbed in various acts of worship, on various rungs, in various fine practices. He cannot overcome them. They are all at peace with one another. He cannot penetrate them by slander. He goes roaming through the world, and he finds Israel acting similarly. They send off that other goat with his burden of all Israel's sins. It has been taught numerous bands of dazzling demons join, under his control, appointed to spy out the land for all those who transgress the words of Torah. Yet on that day they find no opening above to speak against Israel. When this goat reaches the mountain, what joy upon joy, they all are assuaged by it, and that guardian who set out retracts and declares the praises of Israel, the accuser becoming the advocate. Not this alone, but everywhere that the people of Israel wants to be purified of their sins, the blessed Holy One provides them a plan to bind the incriminators and appease them by those sacrifices and ascent offerings brought before the blessed Holy One, and then they cannot harm. And this day, more than all, just as the people of Israel assuages all, so they assuage all who have an opening, and all is an offering, a worship of the blessed Holy One. It has been taught at the time of which is written, Aaron shall take the 2 goats, those 2 above are aroused on that day, seeking to dominate and set out into the world. As soon as the priest brings forward these below, those above are brought forward. Then lots ascend on all sides. The priest places lots below, the priest places lots above. Just as 1 is left for the blessed Holy One below, so 2 above, while 1 goes forth roaming the world, and 1 below is sent out to the higher desert, 1 bound to the other. It is written, Aaron shall lay his 2 hands on the head of the live goat and confess over it all the iniquities of the children of Israel. Vesamak Aharon it shtir yadath. Aaron shall lay his 2 hands so that the blessed Holy One Istakam al Yidu would conform to his action. On the head of the live goat, the live, precisely, to include that 1 above. And confess Aleph, over it, all the iniquities of the children of Israel, as is written, he shall confess Asher Atar Aleha, that concerning which he has sinned, and as we have established, Aleha implies that the person has been purified and the entire sin remains Aleha, upon it. Here, too, and confess Aleph after the priest has confessed on behalf of Israel, Aleph, that is, all of the sins remain Aleph, upon it. Rabbi Abba said to him, if so, look at what is written, they shall no longer offer their sacrifices la Seirim, to the goats. He replied, here it is different. For there they brought an offering la Seirim, to the goats, so it is not written they shall no longer offer Seirim, goats, as their sacrifices, but rather la Seirim, to the goats, since there they offered worship and ascribed dominion to the goats. Here, the goat shall bear upon it all their iniquities, and the sacrifice is offered only to the blessed Holy One. By means of the offering, those above and those below are assuaged, and judgment has no sway over Israel. It has been taught and send it off in the hand of Ishiti, a redded man. What is Ishiti, a redded man? Mystery of the matter is as follows: whatever is done, a person must be ready for that deed. There is a certain kind of person through whom blessing is fulfilled more than through others, because he is ready. And there is a person who is ready for curse to be fulfilled through him, and whatever he looks at is attacked by curse, blight, and terror. For example, Balaam, who is called evil-eyed since he was ready for all evil and not ready for good. Even though he blessed, his blessing was no blessing and was not fulfilled, but when he cursed, whatever he uttered was fulfilled, even in one moment. Thus it is written, Setam Ha'ayin, whose eye is closed, whatever his eye apprehended was cursed. What is written, he turned his face to the desert so that the one ruling there would be aroused from that direction and come slandering Israel. But what is written of the priests, he that has a generous eye shall be blessed, for he is ready for this, and blessing prevails by his gaze. Thus we have learned a person should deviate from even 100 paths in order to avoid encountering someone with an evil eye. Here, too, and send it off in the hand of a redded man ready for this and marked for this. The priest could recognize him, one eye larger than the other, hairy eyebrows, coal-eyed, looking askance. Such a person is ready for this, fittingly, and thus it is written in the hand of a redded man. In Giscala there was a man whose hands brought death wherever they struck, so people would not come near him. In Syria there was a man whose gaze, even if intended for good, turned everything evil. One day someone was walking in the street, his face beaming, when that man came and looked at him and his eye burst. So, for everything there is someone ready for this or for that. Thus it is written, he that has a generous eye Yevarak, shall be blessed. Do not read Yevarak, shall be blessed, but rather Yevarik, shall bless. It has been taught when the person going to the desert arrived there with the goat, he would ascend a mountain and push it off with both his hands, so before it fell halfway down the mountain, its limbs were torn to pieces. That person would say, So may the sins of your people, the house of Israel, be wiped out. Thereby the accuser ascends and becomes the advocate of Israel. Then the blessed Holy One takes all of Israel's sins and all that is written in those decrees on high, recording human sins, and casts them in the same manner into the place called depths of the sea, as is written, You will cast all their sins into the depths of the sea. Micah. It has been taught from the community of the children of Israel, he shall take 2 he-goats for a purification offering from the community, so that it will be from all of them, and atone for all of them, since all the sins of the children of Israel dangle here and all are purged by this, and it is not sufficient from one person. From where were the funds taken? From those baskets in the temple court. They would take the fee and acquire the goats with that money, which was from everyone. The other goat, which remained for the blessed Holy One, is brought first as a purification offering, and we have established to which place it is joined. Then the scapegoat is brought forward in this manner, and all are assuaged, and Israel is left innocent before the blessed Holy One of all the sins that they committed and perpetrated, as is written, For on this day purgation will be effected for you, to purify you of all your sins before Jehovah you will become pure. Rabbi Shimon said further, It is written, Jacob said to Rebekah his mother, Look, Esau my brother is a hairy man and I am a smooth-skinned man. To what does this allude? Well, surely Esau is Ishsaiah, a hairy man from the one called Seir, goat demon, since he comes from that side. And I am Ishalak, a smooth-skinned man, a man from the one who allotted empowered princes over the other nations, as is written, For Jehovah your God Alak, allotted them to all the peoples, and it is written indeed, Jehovah Eselak, Sher, is his people, Jacob his allotted possession. Furthermore, Ishalak, a smooth-skinned man from 2 goats, 1 remained for I divided them 1 la for his share, and 1 for the blessed Holy One. Why, so that it would carry on its shoulders all the sins of Jacob, as is written, the goat shall bear upon it all avenotum, their iniquities. It has been taught on this day many doors are opened facing Israel to receive their prayers. Happy are Israel, for the blessed Holy One wishes to render them worthy and to purify them, as is written, for on this day purgation will be effected for you, to purify you of all your sins. On this day the priest is adorned with many crowns. On this day the service of the priest is the greatest and most precious of all. To everyone he gives a share in those offerings of the blessed Holy One. On this day Hesed is aroused in the world by the hand of the priest, bringing offerings for the sins of the people, first for his own sins, then for the people's sins. He brings ascent offerings for himself and for the people. We have already established these matters. Having gone some distance, they sat in a field and prayed. A fiery cloud descended, surrounding them. Rabbi Shimon said, I see that the favor of the blessed Holy One is here. Let us remain seated. They stayed and uttered words of Torah. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, Cold water to a thirsting throat, good news from a distant land. I have contemplated the words of Solomon, and all of them were spoken in wisdom. 3 books of wisdom he issued to the world, all in wisdom, Okma wisdom, Tivuna understanding, the knowledge. Corresponding to these 3 he produced 3 books corresponding to Okma, so it is corresponding to Tivuna, so it is corresponding to the at. How is this demonstrated? Well, all those verses comprise 2 aspects, beginning and end appearing as 2 facets. Yet when the verses are alxi examined, one is included in the other, and vice versa. So, it is equivalent to the at. As for this verse, its beginning does not match its end, nor the end its beginning. Yet when I examine it, all is included in one another, whether from beginning to end, or from end to beginning. Good news from a distant land, cold water to a thirsting throat. Cold water to a thirsting throat, good news from a distant land. Both one and the other are gratification. Just as this gratifies, so does that. While they were sitting, someone came and said, Rabbi Shimon's wife has been healed of her illness. The companions heard a voice proclaiming that the blessed Holy One had forgiven the sins of the generation. Rabbi Shimon said, Surely the verse has been fulfilled. Good news from a distant land, just as gratifying as cold water to a thirsting throat. He said to them, Let us rise and go on, for the blessed Holy One is generating miracles for us. He opened, saying, Cold water to a thirsting soul, Torah, for whoever succeeds in studying Torah, satiating his soul with it, what is written of him? Good news from a distant land. The blessed Holy One proclaims many benefits to be bestowed upon him in this world and in the world that is coming. As is written, good news from where? From a distant land, from the place where previously the blessed Holy One was distant from him, from the place where previously he was at enmity with him, as is written, Erase, earth, will rise up against him. Job, from that place, he is greeted with peace, as is written, Meres Merek, from a distant land. And it is written from afar, Jehovah appeared to me. I have loved you with eternal love, therefore have I conveyed kindness to you. Rabbi Yehuda opened, a psalm of Asaph. Elohim Jehovah has spoken, and called the earth from the rising of the sun to its setting. From Zion, perfection of beauty, God shone forth. He shall go out to the altar that it has is before Jehovah and purge it. Been taught there are masters of song chanting to the blessed Holy One when the day begins to shine, and at noon, and at the time called between the 2 evenings. Rabbi Yos said, when the day begins to shine, all those trumpeters offer praise to greet the morning as it is aroused. They are all assuaged and judgment subsides and they utter praises, as is written, when the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of Elohim shouted for joy. Job, at that time, blissful faith is manifested in the world, and the blessed Holy One awakens Abraham, reviving him, delighting in him, granting him dominion over the world. How do we know that morning belongs to Abraham? Because of him is written, Abraham hastened early in the morning to the place where he had stood in the presence of Jehovah at the time called between the two evenings. All those howlers are summoned and they sing then. That is the time when the blessed Holy One arouses Isaac, and he rises to judge the wicked who transgress the words of Torah. 7 rivers of fire flow forth, descending upon the heads of the wicked, and flaming fiery coals shoot out from above to below. Then Abraham returns to his place, the day fades, and the wicked in hell cry out, Woe unto us, for the day is fading, for shadows of evening are stretching at this time. One must be vigilant with the prayer of Minor. When night arrives, those are summoned from outside the curtain, and they utter song. Then judgments below are aroused and go roaming through the world. These utter song until the night is split a watch and a half. After night is split, all those others assemble as one and utter praises, as is said they will herald the praises of Jehovah. Rabbi Yehuda said, when favor is found, in the morning, they herald praises. Rabbi Yos said, after the north wind is aroused at midnight and then moves on, they herald praises until morning comes and this morning is aroused. Then joy and blessings prevail in the world. It has been taught, Rabbi Abba said, all is so, and above them are 3 officers. When this morning is aroused and praises are aroused, over all those, is appointed one official, named Heman, corresponding to the one below, under whom are appointed officers over them to arrange that song. When the time of twilight is aroused, and all those howlers sing, one official is appointed over them, named Jeduthun, corresponding to the one below, under whom are appointed officers over them to arrange that song, as is said Zemir Aritzim, melodious pruning of tyrants. When night arrives, all those from outside the curtain are aroused. Then all subsides, no opening is found, and judgments below are aroused. All are assigned together, these over those, until the night is split. After night is split and they all gather, one official is appointed over them, gathering all the camps, as is said Mioseph, the gatherer, for all the camps, and his name is Asaph, corresponding to the one below, under whom are all those appointed officers and heralds of praise. Then, before morning comes, the youth who suckles from his mother's breast rises to purify them and enters to serve. When morning is aroused, then is a time of favor, when Matronita converses with the king, and the king extends from himself a singular thread of blessing, spreading over Matronita and those joining her. Who are they? Those engaging in Torah when the night is split. Rabbi Shimon said, happy is the share of one who accompanies Matronita when she comes to greet the king, to converse with him, and who is with her when the king extends his right hand to receive Matronita, as is written, if I take wing with the dawn, and I dwell at the end of the sea. What is the end of the sea? This time is the end of that sea, for when the night is split, it was the beginning and judgment, and now is her end, when her judgments vanish and she enters beneath the wings of the king along with all who join her, as is written, I dwell at the end of the sea. It has been taught all those who engage in Torah when the night is split participate with Shekinah. When morning comes and Matronita joins with the king, such a person is with her together with the king, and the king spreads his wings over all of them, as is written, by day Jehovah directs his love, and in the night his song is with me. It has been taught at that time the patriarchs encounter Matronita and hasten to converse with her and join with her. Through them, the blessed Holy One speaks with her, calling to her, to spread his wings over her, as is written, Elohim Jehovah has spoken, and called the earth from the rising of the sun to its setting. Radiance of wisdom, called Hesed. Elohim Gevurah. Jehovah perfection of all, compassion. Thus, has spoken, and called the earth. Rabbi Elazar was sitting before Rabbi Shimon, his father. He said to him, we have learned Elohim is always judgment. Jehovah is sometimes pronounced Elohim, For example, Adonai Elohim, my Lord God. Why is it pronounced Elohim, since those letters are always compassion? He replied, it is written as follows in scripture: know today and take to your heart that Jehovah is Elohim, and it is written Jehovah is Elohim kings. He said to him, this I know, for where there is judgment there is compassion, and sometimes where there is compassion there is judgment. He replied, that it is so. Jehovah is always compassion, but when the wicked turn compassion into judgment, it is written Jehovah yet pronounced Elohim. But mystery of the matter, there are 3 rungs, and each rung is independent, even though all is one, bound as one, not separating from one another. All those plants and all those burning lamps all shine and glow, are watered and blessed, from that flowing, gushing river, in which all is comprised, totality of all. This is called Mother of the Garden, above the garden, for Eden joins with her, not parting from her. Consequently, all springs issue, flow, and water in every direction, opening gateways in her. So compassion derives from her, compassion is opened in her. Yet since we call her mother female, Gevurah, and judgment issue from her. She is called compassion in her own right, yet from her side judgments are aroused, so it is written as compassion, yet vocalized as judgment, letters in compassion, yet judgment drawn from her side. This is one rung. Second rung from the side of this, another rung emerges and is aroused, called Gevurah. This is called Elohim, with these letters, and it is one beginning of Zedia Apin, linked with it. Since they are linked with one another, it is written Jehovah is Elohim kings, that Jehovah is Elohim with these letters and he is one. This is the second rung. Third rung Tzedek, righteousness, last crown. This is the court of the king. It has been taught Adonai, thus is it written and thus is it pronounced, and assembly of Israel is called so. This name is completed in this place, and these are 3 rungs, called by names of judgment, and all join with one another inseparably, as we have established. He said to him, if it please my father, I have heard about what is written Aoi Asher Aoi, I am that I am, and I do not fathom it. He replied, Elazar, my son, the companions have already established this, and now all is bound in one entity. Mystery of the matter is as follows: Aoi, I am totality of all, for when paths are concealed, not diverging, included in one place, then it is called Aoi, totality of all, hidden and not revealed. Once a beginning emerges and that river is impregnated, to channel all, then it is called Asher Aoi, that I am, meaning until here I am ready to convey and give birth to all. Aoi, I am meaning now I am totality of all, generality with no particular. Asher Aoi, that I am for mother is impregnated and ready to receive all particulars and reveal the supernal name. Afterward, Moses wanted to know the details of the matter, who is it, and he said, Aoi, I am specifically here, it is not written Asher Aoi, that I am. I have found in the book of King Solomon Asher, that in blissful bond of a supernal castle, companionship appears, as is said Beoshri, happy am I for daughters Ishayuni, call me happy Aoi, I am ready to give birth. How it descends from rung to rung, revealing the blessed Holy One to Moses. First, Aoi, I am totality of all, concealed one that is not revealed at all, as I have said. The sign is Aoi, I was, by him as a nursling, and it is written no human knows its worth, and it cannot be found in the land of the living. Job afterward, he generated that river supernal mother and she became pregnant, ready to give birth. And he said, Asher Aoi, that I am, prepared to give birth and arrange all. Afterward, she began to give birth, and it is not written Asher, that, but only Aoi, I am, meaning now all will issue and be arranged. Once all issued and was arranged, every single one in its place, he left all and said Jehovah the particular, which is existence. At that moment, Moses knew the mystery of the holy name concealed and revealed, and he grasped what no other inhabitant of the world has grasped. Happy is his share. Rabbi Elazar came and kissed his hands. He said to him, Elazar, from here on, be careful to write the holy name only fittingly, for whoever does not know how to write the holy name fittingly, binding the bond of faith, binding one with the other to unify the holy name of him, is written, for he has spurned the word of Jehovah, and his commandment he has violated. That soul shall surely be cut off, even if he omits one rung or one bond from any of those letters. Yod, at first sum of all, concealed on all sides, paths unopened, totality of male and female, the tip above alluding to I in nothingness. After generating that river, flowing and gushing from him, to be impregnated by him he. Of this is written, a river issues from Eden, issues, not issued. So she does not wish to part from him, and thus my companion now, you might say, it is written a river one, yet here are three. Certainly so. Yod generates three, and in three is all included. Yod issues that river and two children, whom mother suckles, she conceives them and bears them. Afterward, he, like this Yod, he, and those children below father and mother. After giving birth, she brings forth the son and places him in front of her, so one must write Vov. This one obtains the inheritance of father and mother, inheriting two portions, and from him the daughter is nourished, so one must write afterward Vov, he is one he. Just as the first he is Yod, he is one, not to be separated, so here, Vov, he is one, not to be separated. We have already established these matters, and these words ascend to another place. Happy is the share of the righteous, who know supernal mysteries of the Holy King and are worthy to acclaim him, as is written, surely the righteous will acclaim your name, the upright will dwell in your presence. It has been taught. Rabbi Yehuda said, Elohim Yehovah has spoken, and called the earth consummation of all, consummation of holy patriarchs. Called the earth to be with assembly of Israel in consummate joy. And from what place does he appear with her? Scripture goes on to say, from Zion, perfection of beauty, God shone forth. Similarly, it has been taught, when the blessed Holy One wanted to create this world below, he fashioned it corresponding entirely to the pattern above. He made Jerusalem the center of the whole earth, with this place called Zion above her. From this place she is blessed, and in this place of Zion the world began to be built. From here it was built, as is written, Elohim Yehovah has spoken, and called the earth from the rising of the sun to its setting. From which place, from Zion, perfection of beauty, a God shone forth, that is, from Zion, which is perfection of the beauty of the world, God shone forth. Jerusalem is blessed only from Zion, and Zion from above, and all are linked with one another. It has been taught. Rabbi Yehuda said, he shall go out to the altar that is before Jehovah and purge it. The altar, unspecified. Just as is done below, so, as it were, is it done above, and all are linked with one another. And it has been taught, just as on this day the priest purges below, so too above. And when the priest below arranges his service, so does the priest above. Nothing, as it were, happens above until it happens below. From below, holiness begins to ascend to the supernal King, and all worlds become one in his presence. Rabbi Yehuda said, if Israel only knew why the blessed Holy One singles them out, reproving them more than all other nations, they would realize that the blessed Holy One abandons his due, not collecting even 100th from them. It has been taught, how many chariots, how many cohorts does the blessed Holy One possess? How many appointed chieftains are in his service? When he designated Israel in this world, he adorned them with holy crowns, corresponding to the pattern above. He settled them in the Holy Land so that they would be immersed in his service. He linked all supernal beings with Israel, and no joy enters his presence, no service is performed before him above until Israel performs below. As long as Israel is engaged in the service of their Lord, so too above. When Israel neglects the service below, it is, as it were, suspended above, and service exists neither above nor below. Because the people of Israel neglected the service of the blessed Holy One when they dwelled in the land, so it was above all the more so afterward the blessed Holy One says to Israel, if you knew how many legions, how many cohorts are impeded because of you, you would realize that you do not deserve to exist in the world for even one moment. Even so, what is written, yet even this too when they are in the land of their enemies, I will not reject them or loathe them. Thus, he shall go out to the altar that is before Jehovah and purge it afterward, he shall go out and sacrifice his ascent offering and the people's ascent offering and purge it. What does this indicate? Rabbi Yos said, to arouse Hesed above first. It has been taught he shall purge the sanctuary of the impurities of the children of Israel. What is meant by he shall purge the sanctuary? Well, Rabbi Elazar said, we have already learned the wicked produce a defect above, arousing judgments and causing the sanctuary to be defiled, and the mighty serpent begins to reveal itself. Then judgments are aroused in the world. On this day, the high priest must purify all and arouse his holy crown, head of the king, thereby bringing the king to dwell with Matronita. When the head of the king moves, all moves, and he comes to couple with Matronita, arousing joy and blessings in the world. Consequently, all peace above and below depends on the priest, for if he arouses his crown, all is aroused and all becomes peaceful. Thus it is written, he shall purge the sanctuary, first purging the sanctuary, to increase peace in the world and increase joy in the world. When joyous coupling occurs between the king and Matronita, all the attendants and all members of the palace are in joy and the whole world rejoices, for all the sins that they have committed before the king are expiated, as is written, from all your sins before Jehovah, you will become pure. Therefore it is written, no person shall be in the tent of meeting when he comes in to effect purgation in the sanctuary until he goes out when he enters to couple them. For when the king and Matronita couple, at that moment, he shall effect purgation for himself and for his household. Rabbi Yitzhak opened, I will remember my covenant with Jacob and also my covenant with Isaac and also my covenant with Abraham I will remember, and the land I will. It has been taught no person remember shall be in the tent of meeting. We have established this verse. When the people of Israel is in exile, the blessed Holy One, as it were, is with them in exile, for Shekinah never departs from them. When the people of Israel was in the exile of Babylon, Shekinah dwelled among them, and she returned with them from exile. For the sake of those righteous ones who remained in the land, she remained in the land and never departed from them. Rabbi Yehuda said, for Matronita returned to the king, and all returned for the royal wedding celebration. Therefore they are called men of the great assembly. Surely we have learned whenever the people of Israel is in exile, if they are worthy, the blessed Holy One hastens his compassion upon them, bringing them forth from exile. And if they are not worthy, he detains them in exile until the time that has been decreed. Even if that time comes and they are undeserving, the blessed Holy One cares deeply for the honor of his name and does not forget them in exile, as is written, I will remember my covenant with Jacob, patriarchs of all. Rabbi Ea said, why is Jacob first here? Well, because Jacob is totality of the patriarchs, and he is the holy tree. Therefore, Vov of the holy name adheres to him, and so we read Yaakov, with a Vov. Rabbi Yitzhak said, Vov in its letters 13 attributes, for he obtains inheritance. Rabbi Abba said, why does Vov include Vov, Aleph, Vov? Well, Vov sitting on the throne, as is said, upon the image of a throne, an image like the appearance of a human being upon it. Above Ezekiel Aleph concealed within it, Unrevi Aled, corresponding to what is written by Nishbati, by that which is within me I swear, declares Jehovah, so it is written, yet not pronounced. Last Vov entirety of first Vov. Last Vov, as we have established, is Yesod, who is consummation of the body and its entirety. Thus, letters are included with one another Vov, beginning and consummation, as we have established. It has been taught there are two letters like this Vov, as I have mentioned Nun as well. Although we have established the matter, Nun can be explained as follows. The bend Nun matronita. Adjacent to her, Vov, who is Yesod, so that she may be blessed by him. Nun peshuta, the straight Nun ipashetuta, extension, of Tiferet. Thus, letters are included and united with one another. Now, you might ask, why does Vov turn its face away from the bent Nun and turn toward the straight Nun? Well, out of honor for the king, it turns its face toward him. It has been taught Mem does not include another within itself, since Mem consists of open Mem, closed Mem. Open Mem, for the male joins with her closed Mem Jubilee, for her paths are closed, although they spread. And occasionally some apply to this what is said: a locked garden is my sister bride, a locked fountain, a sealed spring. Rabbi Yitzhak said, when the blessed Holy One remembers Israel for the sake of his name, Matronita returns to her place. Then it is written, no person shall be in the tent of meeting when he comes in to effect purgation in the sanctuary. Similarly, when the priest enters to unify the holy name and to effect purgation in the sanctuary, coupling the king with Matronita, it is written, no person shall be in the tent of meeting. Rabbi Yehuda taught, the priest stimulates peace in the world, above and below, for it has been taught he enters one level, he washes his body. He leaves this one for another, he washes his body. He joins peace to both of them, he sanctifies his hands, and they are blessed as one. In everything, he must demonstrate action and must display his garment, swearing what corresponds to the action, focusing his intention until he arranges all as it should be, and those above and below are blessed. It has been taught Yod opens its engravings, letters on sides linked with Yod. Yod moves to Yod, Yod attains Yod, Yod, assembling within, focusing awareness. He joins with Vov. Supernal, he grasps its gates in engraved array, joined with its rivers, concealed porticos. He ascends and is crowned 50 times for 50 gates, erect columns. When engraved with its crowns, the face of the king shines. Vov expands into 72 engravings. He adorns Vov with crowns, adorned with one crown, as is written upon the crown with which his mother crowned him. Vov is engraved with 2 heads, one head tip above, one tip below. Vov descends to Vov, graving of engravings within them, 70 facets of crowns from above to below. Within it fly cups and blossoms, these ascending, those descending, engraved in one another. Yod is linked with he with Vov, Vov with Vov, Vov with he, joining one another, as is said, yet firm remained his bow, agile were his forearms by the hands of the champion of Jacob, and it is written, firm is your dwelling, and set in the cliff your nest. Then all is linked with one another, rivers opening, all faces beaming. Then all fall on their faces, tremble, and say, blessed be the name of his glorious kingdom forever and ever. A voice joins the priest, and he responds to them, saying, you will become pure. Neither the other priests nor the people say you will become pure, only the high priest, when that voice joins him. It has been taught, from all your sins before Yehovah, you will become pure, since it is written, from all your sins. Why before Yehovah? Well, Rabbi Yitzhak said, before Yehovah, precisely for it has been taught from the beginning of the month books are opened and judges sit in judgment. Every single day courts are empowered to open proceedings, until the day called the 9th of the month. On that day judgments all ascend to the Master of Judgment, and a supernal holy throne is prepared for the King. On that day Israel below should rejoice before their Lord, who is ready to sit over them on the holy throne of mercy, the throne of leniency. All those books lie open before him, inscribed before him, as is written, from all your sins before Yehovah, you will become pure before Yehovah. Precisely those who recite the verse until here they recite and no further. No one is permitted to say Titharu, you will become pure, except the high priest, who performs the ritual and binds the name by his mouth. Once it has been bound and blessed by his mouth, that voice descends and strikes him, and a word is illumined in the mouth of the priest and he says Titharu, you will become pure. He performs the ritual, and all the remaining ones above are blessed. Afterward he washes his body and sanctifies his hands to embark on another holy ritual, finally intending to enter the most precious place of all. 3 ranks surround him, consisting of his fellow priests and some of the rest of the people, all of them offering blessings before him and raising their hands over him in prayer. A golden knotted cord hangs from his leg. He takes 3 steps, and they all stand where they are, not following him. He offers up incense. He takes another 3 steps, engraved in his heart, circling his place. He takes another 3 steps, closes his eyes, and binds himself above. He enters the place that he enters, and hears the sound of the wings of the cherubim singing and fluttering their wings, spreading them above. The sound of their wings subsides, and in silence they cleave together. If the priest is worthy that those above are in a state of joy, so too at that moment issues a rapturous light, scented with fragrances of mountains of pure balsam above, and it spreads throughout that place. The fragrance enters his 2 nostrils, and his heart is calmed. Then all is silent, with no opening for accusation. The priest opens his mouth in prayer, fervently, joyously, and offers his prayer. When he finishes, the cherubim raise their wings as before and sing. Then the priest knows that it is a time of favor, of joy for all, and the people know, as is written, if your sins are like crimson, they will become white as snow. He backs away and utters his prayer. Happy is the share of the priest, for through him there is joy upon joy on that day above and below. Of that moment is written, happy the people who has it so, happy the people whose God is Yehovah. Rabbi ear opened, with my soul I desire you in the night, with my spirit within me I seek you at dawn. My soul, I desire you in the night, desires you in the night. It shall be a perpetual statute for you in the 7th month, on the 10th of the month, you shall afflict your souls. The verse should read, my soul, why my soul, I desire you, my spirit within me, I seek you at dawn. The verse should read, seeks you at dawn. However, it has been taught as follows: the Blessed Holy One is the spirit and soul of all, and Israel says, my soul and my spirit. Thus, I desire you, to cleave to you, and I seek you at dawn to find your favor. Rabbi Yos said, when a person is sleeping in his bed, his soul departs, ascends, and testifies to all that he has done the whole day. The body says to the soul, my soul, I desire you in the night, my spirit within me, I seek you at dawn. Alternatively, my soul, I desire you in the night. Assembly of Israel says before the Blessed Holy One, my soul, I desire you in the night as long as I am in exile among the nations, satiating my soul with all their piping hot bread, I desire you so as to return to my place. My spirit within me, I seek you at dawn. That is, even though they subject my children to all kinds of oppression, the Holy Spirit does not depart from me, in order to seek you at dawn and keep your commandments. Rabbi Yitzhak said, Israel says before the Blessed Holy One, as long as my soul is within me, I desire you in the night. Why in the night? Well, because this soul must desire you at that time. My spirit within me, I seek you at dawn. When the Holy Spirit is aroused within me, I seek you at dawn, aroused to do your will. For when Mishpateka, your judgments, reach the earth, when Mishpat, justice, descends to the earth, rendering the world fragrantly firm, then, inhabitants of the world learn righteousness, meaning they are able to bear the judgment of righteousness, and the world is not destroyed by it. When do inhabitants of the world learn righteousness when your justice reaches the earth? Rabbi Izkiah said, My soul, I desire you in the night assembly of Israel. My spirit within me, I seek you at dawn, the blessed Holy One. Rabbi Abba was sitting before Rabbi Shimon. At midnight, Rabbi Shimon rose to study Torah. Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Abba rose with him. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, As a deer yearns for streams of water, so my soul yearns for you, O God. This verse has been established by the companions. Happy are Israel, for the blessed Holy One has given them holy souls from a holier place than for all other nations, so that they would carry out his commandments and delight in Torah. For whoever delights in Torah has no fear of anything, as is written, Had not your Torah been my delight, I would have perished in my affliction. What is delight? Torah is called delight, as is written, I was a delight day after day. This corresponds to what we have learned. The blessed Holy One comes to delight with the righteous in the Garden of Eden. What is meant by to delight? To rejoice with them. For we have learned, Happy are the righteous, of whom is written, Then you will delight upon Jehovah, drawing delight from the saturation of the stream, as is said, He will satiate your soul with radiances. The blessed Holy One, as it were, delights with them from that stream's saturation in which the righteous revel, so he comes to delight with the righteous. Whoever engages in Torah is privileged to delight from that streaming saturation. It has been taught, Kael, as a deer yearns for streams of water, assembly of Israel, as is said, Yeluti, my strength, hasten to my aid, yearns for streams of water, surely, to be saturated by the flowing springs of the stream by means of righteous one. Tararog, yearns, as is said, La Arugot, to the beds of spices, so my soul yearns for you, O God, to be saturated by you in this world and in the world that is coming, from the springs of the stream. Who are the springs? One spring is above, as is written, a river issues from Eden to water the garden, and from there it flows and gushes, watering the garden. All those streams flow forth, gathering in two springs called Netzah and Hod, who are called streams of water on the level of righteous one, from whom the flow proceeds, and the garden is watered. Therefore, deer and gazelle are found together, righteousness and righteous one. It has been taught, it is written, The voice of Jehovah brings on the birth pangs of does and lays bare the forests. These are does of the field. Alternatively, brings on the birth pangs of Ailet, does spelled deficiently Ailet, do. Alternatively, does of the field, as has been taught at midnight, when the blessed Holy One enters the Garden of Eden to delight with the righteous. This voice issues and writhes all these does surrounding the holy throne of glory, as is written, 60 warriors surrounding her. Alternatively, Yelul, brings on the birth pangs of, does, as is said, his hand Olala, brought forth, the elusive serpent Job, and lays bare Yerot, the forests, as is said, Beyarat Hardevash, into the honeycomb. Samuel, and it is written, I have eaten Yari, my honeycomb, with my honey, and he nurses them like a mother nursing children. Rabbi Abba said to him, My soul, I desire you in the night, my spirit within me, I seek you at dawn. I desire you. The verse should read desires you. I seek you at dawn. The verse should read seeks you at dawn. He replied, This has already been established, as is written, In whose hand is the soul of every living thing and the spirit of all human flesh. Job. Soul and spirit join as one eternally. One participates with the other, and we have established this matter. It has been taught the perfect service that a person should offer the blessed Holy One is, as we have learned, You shall love Jehovah your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your might, loving the blessed Holy One with the love of his very soul. This is perfect love, love of his soul and his spirit. Just as these cleave to the body, and the body loves them, so should a person cleave to loving the blessed Holy One, clinging to him with the love of his soul and his spirit. As it is written, My soul, I desire you in the night, that is, my very soul, I desire you. My spirit within me, I seek you at dawn to cleave to you with great love. in the night, for out of love for the Blessed Holy One, a person should rise every night to engage in his service until morning is aroused and a thread of love is drawn upon him. For it has been taught, happy is the share of the person who loves the Blessed Holy One with this love. These are the truly righteous, who love the Blessed Holy One so, for the world is sustained for their sake, and they overpower harsh decrees above and below. It has been taught, the righteous one who cleaves with his spirit and soul above to the Holy King, in fitting love, has dominion over the earth below, and whatever he decrees for the world is fulfilled. How do we know this? From Elijah, as is written, as Jehovah lives, before whom I stand, there will be no dew or rain these years except by my word. Kings, when holy souls come from above to below, and the righteous of the world draw them from the king and matron-eater, there are few who, at the moment they descend, stand before the king and upon whom the king wishes to gaze. As has been established, when the breath of the Blessed Holy One blew into all the hosts of heaven, they were all generated into existence, as is written, and by the breath of his mouth all their array. Some of them are held back until the Blessed Holy One sends them down to those below. It has been taught since the day that the world was created, they have been standing before the Blessed Holy One and have been held back until the time would come to descend to earth, and these rule above and below. This corresponds to what is written, as Jehovah lives, before whom Amati, I stood. Kings, the verse does not read before whom I stand, but rather before whom I stood. Afterward he returned to his place and ascended to his chamber, whereas those others do not ascend until they die, because what happened previously to the others did not happen to them. Therefore Elijah became a messenger, an angel above like those other ones and those who cleave most to the king. I have found in the primordial book of Adam that all those holy spirits above perform a mission, and all come from one place, whereas souls of the righteous derive from two rungs merging into one, so they ascend higher and their rung is higher. So it is. All those who were concealed there descended and ascended in their lifetime, such as Enoch, to whom death is not applied. We have already established the matter of Elijah. It has been taught 125,000 rungs of the righteous arose in the will before the world was created, and the Blessed Holy One designates them for this world in every single generation, and they fly through the world and are bound in the bundle of life. Through them, the Blessed Holy One will one day renew the world, and of them is written the new heavens and the new earth. You shall afflict your souls, it says, your souls, so that Israel may be found worthy before the Holy King, and their aspiration may be toward the Blessed Holy One, cleaving to him, so that their sins may be forgiven. Therefore, one who eats and drinks on the 9th, delighting his soul with food and drink, experiences on the 10th a double affliction of the soul, and so it is as if he afflicted himself on both the 9th and the 10th. It nafshotakem, your souls to include all, body and soul, and to surrender on this day to atone for their sins. It has been taught, for on this day he will effect atonement for you. On this day the verse should read this day. However, on this day, precisely, for on it the Holy Ancient One reveals himself to effect atonement for the sins of all. Alternatively, you shall afflict your souls. Rabbi Abba opened, saying, there was a small city, and few people within it, and a great king came to it and surrounded it and built against it great siege works. And there was found within it a poor wise man, and he saved the city through his wisdom. But no one remembered that poor man. A small city, we have already established this, but a small city, as is said, ours is a mighty city. He makes victory our inner and outer wall, and it is written, I will not enter the city. Hosea, a small city, she is small, for she is last of all, lowest of all. Her walls are great, mighty, and holy. She is called Jerusalem, the holy city. And few people within it, few are those who succeed in ascending to her and dwelling in her, as is said, who shall ascend the mount of Jehovah, and who shall rise in his holy place. Thus, and few people within it. And a great king came to it, the Blessed Holy One, coming to couple with her and dwell with her. and surrounded it, as is said, I myself declares Jehovah will be a wall of fire around her, and I will be the glory inside her, and built upon it great siege works, for he built her fine and beautiful walls out of all kinds of precious stones, and brought in all the king's glory. So she alone includes all crowns of the king, all adorning her. Thus, and few people within it. And there was found within it a poor wise man, this is the clean of hands and the pure of heart, miskan, poor as is said are ye miskanot, store cities, adorned with mighty crowns, crowns of Torah, crowns of the king's commands. Wise, for he attains this wisdom more than anyone, contemplating the service of his Lord so as to attain her and enter her, as is written Umilat, and he saved the city through his wisdom. Umilat, as is said Imaleta, let me slip away, please, that I may see my brothers. Samuel Imaleta, let me flee, there, please here, too, Umilat, and he fled to the city through his wisdom. But no one remembered that poor man, no one remembered to fulfill the commandments of Torah, to engage in Torah like that poor man who became totally wiser so as to attain her. I said, better wisdom than weapons, for in that world none are permitted to enter except the truly righteous, those who engage in Torah day and night, and crown themselves with her commandments in this world to enter thereby into the world that is coming. But the poor man's wisdom is scorned and his words are unheard, for people do not regard him or want to associate with him or listen to his words. It has been taught whoever listens to the words of a righteous person in this world is considered as if he received from Mount Sinai. And even from any person one should listen to words of Torah. Whoever inclines his ear to him renders honor to the Holy King, renders honor to Torah. Of him is written, this day you have become a people to Jehovah your God. It has been taught one day the companions were walking with Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon said, we see all these nations elevated and Israel lowest of them all. Why? Because the king has cast away Matronita and replaced her with a slave girl, as is written, at 3 things the earth trembles, and 4 it cannot bear, a slave becoming a king, and a scoundrel sated with food, a loathsome woman getting married, and a slave girl dispossessing her mistress who is a slave girl. She is the alien crown, whose firstborn the blessed Holy One slew in Egypt, as is written, the firstborn of the slave girl who is behind the millstones. At first, she sat behind the millstones, and now this slave girl dispossesses her mistress. Rabbi Shimon wept, and said, a king without a matronita is not called king. If a king clings to his matronita's slave girl, where is his glory? Mystery of the matter, a voice is destined to gladden matronita, saying, rejoice greatly, O daughter of Zion, shout aloud, O daughter of Jerusalem, see, your king is coming to you. Tzaddik v'enosha, righteous and having salvation, is he, poor and riding on an ass, on a donkey, foal of a she-ass, that is to say tzaddik, righteous one, himself is nosha, saved, for until now he was riding in a place not his, in an alien place, nourishing it. Thus it is written, poor and riding on an ass, poor, unlike at first, and riding on an ass, as we have established those lower crowns of the other nations, whose firstborn the blessed Holy One slew in Egypt, as is written, and every firstborn of the beasts. We have already established this matter. As it were, Tzaddik v'enosha, who, righteous one himself, is saved surely, more than all, for until now righteous one dwelled without righteousness, and now that they couple as one, righteous one himself is saved, since he no longer dwells on the other side. It has been taught, it is written, the righteous one of Ad perishes, and no one takes it to heart. This verse is difficult. The righteous one of Ad loses. The verse should read, the righteous one any avad is lost. Why avad loses? Well, loses, really what does he lose? He loses matronita, and clings to another place called slave girl. Rabbi Yitzhak said to Rabbi Shimon, if it pleases my master, look at what we have learned about what is written. The righteous one is the foundation of the world. According to one authority, the earth stands upon 7 pillars, while according to another, it stands upon this one. How can the statements be reconciled? He replied, all is one entity, for there are 7, and within them is one pillar called righteous one, upon which they stand, and by this the world endures. And when the world endures upon it, it is as if it endures upon all those 7. Thus it is written, the righteous one is the foundation of the world, and we have established this matter in various places. It has been taught this slave girl is destined to rule over the Holy Land below, just as Matronita ruled at first, as is written, righteousness lodged in her, but now murderers. Now a slave girl dispossesses her mistress entirely, but the blessed Holy One will one day restore Matronita as before, and then who will rejoice? You must say, the king and Matronita. The king will rejoice in restoring her and separating from the slave girl, as I have said. Matronita will rejoice in returning to couple with the king, as is written, rejoice greatly, O daughter of Zion. What is written, it shall be for you a perpetual statute, it shall be for you. Why a perpetual statute? Well, wherever a perpetual statute appears, it is called decree of the king, for he inserts all his edicts in this place and seals them as one seals everything under the threshold. Ukkatolam, a perpetual statute. In this he inscribes Veaxic, and engraves all his hidden treasures. In the 7th month, on the 10th of the month precisely, as we have established, you shall afflict your souls, certainly so, as has been said, your souls, surely, for the matter depends upon the soul. Consequently, eating and drinking on the 9th more than on any other day. Although this matter has been explained in a different way, all is fine, both this and that are one, each in its place, and so it is. It has been taught on this day all joy, all radiance, and all leniency of the worlds depend on supernal Mother, from whom all springs issue and flow. Then all those lamps shine, glowing in radiant joy until all is sweetened, and then all judgments are bathed in light, and judgment is not inflicted. Therefore, you shall afflict your souls. Rabbi Abba said, my master has already established from the essence of our Mishnah that the people of Israel were not exiled from their land until they denied the blessed Holy One and said, we have no share in David, no portion in Jesse's son Samuel, as has already been explained. But I have found another verse pertaining to this, as is written, look after your own house, O David. Kings, he replied, certainly so, she is called house of David, as is written, O house of Jacob, come, let us walk in the light of Jehovah, house of Jacob, as is said, I will glorify, be it Tifati, my house of glory in the light of Jehovah. What is in the light of Jehovah? As is written, a river issues from Eden to water the garden. He planted this garden to delight himself in it with the righteous dwelling there. It has been taught, it is written, yet, on the 10th of this 7th month is the day of atonement, and you shall afflict your souls, and it is written, it shall be a perpetual statute for you in the 7th month, on the 10th of the month. The expression yet, why is it needed here? He replied, it comes to exclude. Since scripture says you shall afflict your souls on the 9th of the month, it says afterward yet, on the 10th, yet, the 10th, for the matter depends on the 10th. He said to him, if so, surely, on the first day you shall remove leaven, and we have learned divides, for on half of the day it is forbidden to eat leaven, and on half it is permitted. Here, too, yet, on the 10th say that on half of the day it is forbidden to do work, and on half it is permitted. He replied, here, too, pertaining to you shall afflict your souls, for affliction prevails only from midday onward. This is fine. Divides applying to you shall afflict your souls. Rabbi Elazar said, it is written, for on this day he will effect atonement for you, to purify you, he will effect atonement for you. The verse should read, I will effect atonement for you. However, he will effect atonement for you, to include Jubilee, who draws from its springs to water all sides on this day, saturating all and watering all. This is for you, meaning for your sake, to purify you on this day, as is written, before Jehovah you will become pure and judgment will have no power over you. Rabbi Yehuda said, happy are Israel, for the Blessed Holy One desires them and seeks to purify them, so that they will be free of sins and become members of his palace, dwelling there. And in the time to come, I will sprinkle pure water upon you, and you will be pure. Ezekiel. Rabbi Yehuda opened, a song of ascents. From the depths I call you, Yehovah. We have learned when the Blessed Holy One created the world, he wanted to create a human being. He consulted the Torah, who said before him, you want to create this human, he is bound to sin against you and provoke you. If you treat him as he deserves, the world cannot survive, and certainly not humanity. He replied, is it for nothing that I am called a compassionate and gracious God, slow to anger? So before creating the world, the Blessed Holy One created Teshuvah. He said to Teshuvah, I want to create a human in the world, on condition that when they return to you from their sins you will be prepared to forgive their sins and grant them atonement. So at every moment Teshuvah is available to people, and when they repent of their sins, this Teshuvah returns to the Blessed Holy One and makes atonement for all. Judgments are all subdued and assuaged, and the person is purified of his sin. When is he purified of his sin? When he enters this Teshuvah fittingly. Rabbi Yitzhak said, if he returns to the supernal king and offers his prayer from the depth of his heart, as is written, from the depths I call you, Yehovah. Rabbi Abba said, from the depths there is a hidden place above, depth of the well, from which streams and springs issue in every direction. That deepest depth is called Teshuvah, and one who wishes to be purified of his sins must call to the Blessed Holy One through this, as is written, from the depths I call you, Yehovah. It has been taught when a person sinned, he would bring his offering upon the altar and the priest would seek atonement for him and pray for him. Then compassion was aroused, judgments were assuaged, and Teshuvah poured blessings through gushing springs. All the lamps were blessed as one, and the person was purified of his sin. The Blessed Holy One generated 10 crowns, holy diadems above, with which he is crowned and clothed. He is they, and they are he, like a flame bound to a burning coal, inseparable. Corresponding to this are 10 unholy crowns below, adhering to filth of a fingernail of one holy crown called wisdom, so they are called Okmut wisdoms. It has been taught 10 types of these wisdoms descended to the world, and all of them were absorbed by Egypt, except for one that spread throughout the world. These are all types of sorcery, and from them the Egyptians became more skilled in sorcery than all other inhabitants of the world. When the Egyptians sought to gather an assemblage by their sorcery for their purposes, they would go out in the open to high mountains and offer sacrifices and dig pits in the ground. They would pour some of the blood around a pit and collect the rest of it inside the pit, placing the flesh over it, and offer their sacrifices to those evil species who gathered as one and were appeased by them on that mountain. The people of Israel, who were subjugated by them, approached and learned from them and strayed after them, as is written, not like the deeds of the land of Egypt in which you dwelled shall you do, and it is written, they shall no longer slaughter their sacrifices to the goat demons, after which they go whoring. It has been taught when they used to bring offerings to them out in the open, inviting them and offering blood and their sacrifices, all those evil species would gather and appear as goats, full of hair, and would reveal to them what they wanted to know. What is written of Isaac? Jacob approached Isaac his father, and he felt him. He said, this can be eliminated only by the dew of heaven flowing upon the earth. Rabbi Yos said, and the fat of the earth he blessed him totally. Why, since he saw him so hairy, he said, to remove this, he needs the fat of the earth, not the filth of the earth. For this filth is in the earth. Okma. And when the dew of heaven and bounty of the earth join, this filth is eliminated. Rabbi Ea said, the last of those lower, unholy crowns corresponds to what is written or inquires of the dead, and this is the 10th of all. For it has been taught, Rabbi Yitzhak said in the name of Rabbi Yehuda, souls of the wicked are the demons of the world. Rabbi Yos said, if so, the wicked are well off, becoming demons of the world. Where is the punishment of hell? Where is the evil awaiting them in that world? Rabbi Iya replied, we have learned as follows and have established this matter: when souls of the wicked depart this world, many guardsmen are ready to receive them and carry them into hell, where they are subjected to 3 punishments every day. Afterward they join them and go roaming through the world, misleading the wicked, those to whom teshuvah has been shut. Later they are returned to hell, absorbed there, and so every day. After they go roaming with them through the world, they return to their graves and see worms of the body picking at flesh, and they mourn over it. Those sorcerers would go to cemeteries and perform their sorcery and make an image of a human and slaughter before it one goat. Afterward they put that goat into a certain grave, break that image into 4 quarters, and place them in the 4 corners of the grave. Then they perform their sorcery, and an assemblage of those evil species gathers and brings that soul, which enters the grave and speaks with them. Rabbi Yitzhak said, happy are the righteous in this world and in the world that is coming, for they are all holy. Their body is holy, their nefesh is holy, their ruah is holy, their neshama is holy. Of holies 3 rungs, corresponding to the pattern above. For it has been taught, Rabbi Yehuda said, it is written, let the earth bring forth nefesh ayah, a living soul, supernal soul of supernal Adam. There are 3 rungs, joining as one nefesh, ruah, neshama, and highest of them is neshama. For Rabbi Yos has said, all people have nefesh, though one nefesh is superior to another. If a person proves worthy of this nefesh, a certain crown is infused in him, called ruah, as is written, until ruah, spirit, is poured upon us from on high. Then the person is aroused by another sublime arousal to contemplate the ways of the Holy King. If the person proves worthy of that ruah, he is adorned with a supernal holy crown encompassing all, called neshama, called nishmatiloah, soul of God. Job. It has been taught in Mystery of Mysteries in the book of King Solomon, concerning the verse, I praise the dead, who have already died, since it is written, I praise the dead, why, who have already died well, who have already died in this world by serving their Lord. And there it is written, the blessed Holy One has made 3 abodes for the righteous. One is attained by the righteous, who have not been eliminated from this world. When the world is in need and the living sit in distress, they pray for them and go and inform those slumberers of Hebron who awaken and enter the earthly Garden of Eden, where ruot of the righteous are adorned with crowns of light, and they consult with them and issue a decree, and the blessed Holy One fulfills their wish and has pity on the world. Those souls of the righteous exist in this world to protect the living. This is called nefesh, which is not eliminated from this world to observe and perceive and protect the generation. Thus the dead know the suffering of the world, and the punishment of the wicked is by this, as is written, ha nefesh ha hai, that soul shall be cut off from her people. The second abode is the earthly Garden of Eden, in which the blessed Holy One has established sublime precious habitations corresponding to the pattern of this world and to the pattern of the supernal world, and 2 types of palaces without number, and trees and grasses and fragrances wafting daily. In this place dwells the one called ruah of those righteous, and the abode of that ruah is located there. Every single ruah is clothed in a precious garment, corresponding to the pattern of this world and to the pattern of that supernal world. The third abode, that supernal holy abode called bundle of life, where the supernal holy level called neshama delights. This one attains reveling in sublime delight. Of her is written, then you will delight upon Yehovah. It has been taught, when the world is in need and those righteous are worthy, that nefesh existing in the world to protect the world ascends and goes roaming through the world and informs ruah. Ruah ascends, is crowned, and informs neshama, and neshama, the blessed Holy One. Then the blessed Holy One has compassion on the world, then descending from above to below, neshama informs ruah, and ruah informs nefesh. Every single Sabbath and new moon, they all join and are crowned as one, uniting to come and bow before the supernal king, afterward returning to their places, as is written, from new moon to new moon and from Sabbath to Sabbath, all flesh shall come to bow down before me, says Jehovah. When the world needs mercy, and the living inform nefashot of the righteous, weeping over the graves of those who are worthy of being informed. Why? Because they set their aspiration to fuse nefesh to nefesh. Then nefashot of the righteous are aroused, and gather and go to the slumberers of Hebron, informing them of the suffering of the world, and they all enter the opening of the Garden of Eden and inform Ruah. Those Ruot, who are crowned in the Garden of Eden, mingle with supernal angels, and all of them inform Neshama, and Neshama informs the Blessed Holy One. All plead for mercy upon the living, and for their sake the Blessed Holy One has compassion upon the world. Therefore Solomon said, I praise the dead, who have already died. Rabbi Ea said, I would be surprised if anyone other than us could inform the dead. Rabbi Abba replied, suffering informs them, Torah informs them. For when there is no one who knows how to do this, they bring a Torah out to near the graves, and the souls of the righteous are aroused over the Torah, over its having been exiled to that place. Then it informs them. Rabbi Yos said, and they know that the world is in trouble, and the living are not worthy and do not know how to inform them. At that moment they all cry out over the Torah, who has been shamed and exiled to that place. If the people return in Teshuvah and weep with all their heart, all the souls of the righteous gather and plead for mercy, informing the slumberers of Hebron. But if they do not return wholeheartedly, weeping over the suffering of the world, woe to them, for all the souls of the righteous have gathered who caused the holy Torah to be exiled, without Teshuvah. Then they all come to recount their sins. Therefore one should not go there without Teshuvah and without fasting, to plead before them. Rabbi Ea said, without 3 fasts. Rabbi Yos said, even one, on that day, but only if the world is plunged in great suffering. Then they all join to plead for mercy over the world. It has been taught one day Rabbi Izkiah and Rabbi Yisa were traveling on the road. They came upon Giscala, which was in ruins. They sat down near a cemetery, and Rabbi Yisa was holding a bundle of a torn Torah scroll. While they were sitting, a grave quivered in front of them and cried out, saying, Woe, woe, for the world is in trouble. Look, the Torah is here, exiled, or else the living have come to mock us and to heap shame upon us with their Torah. Rabbi Izkiah and Rabbi Yisa trembled. Rabbi Izkiah said, Who are you? He replied, I am dead. But I was aroused by the Torah scroll. For one time the world was in trouble and the living came here to arouse us with a Torah scroll, and my companions and I hastened to the slumberers of Hebron. When they joined the spirits of the righteous in the Garden of Eden, they discovered that the Torah scroll that the living had brought to us was unfit and falsified the name of the king, since there was an extra vav in the verse V'ishosa at shso, cleaving a cleft of 2 hooves. They said that since they falsified the name of the king, they would not return to them, and they thrust me and my companions out of the academy. Finally, one elder who was among them went and brought the book of Rav Hamnuna Sava, and then Rabbi Elazar, son of Rabbi Shimon, who was buried with us, was aroused, and he went and pleaded for them in the Garden of Eden, and the world was healed. Then they allowed us to return. But ever since the day that they removed Rabbi Elazar from this grave and he was placed by his father, there is no one who knows how to stand before the slumberers of Hebron, for we have been afraid ever since that day. And now you have come to us along with a Torah scroll, and I said to myself that the world is in trouble. That is why I trembled, for I thought, who will hasten to inform those truly righteous ones, the slumberers of Hebron? Rabbi Yisa slipped away with that bundle of a Torah scroll. Rabbi Izkiah said, Heaven forbid, the world is not in trouble, and we did not come for that. Rabbi Izkiah and Rabbi Yisa rose and went on. They said, Surely, when there are no righteous people in the world, the world endures only by virtue of the dead. Rabbi Yisa said, when the world is in need, why do we go to the dead? Is it not written, or inquires of the dead, so it is forbidden? He replied, you have not yet seen the wings of the bird of Eden. Or inquires of the dead precisely, who are the wicked of the world, of the other nations, who are always dead. But as for Israel, who are truly righteous, Solomon declared over them, the dead, who have already died another time, not now. Who have already died and now they are alive. Furthermore, when other nations visit their dead, they come with sorcery to arouse evil species. But when the people of Israel does so, they come in great teshuvah before the blessed Holy One, with a broken heart, with fasting, and also that those holy souls will plead before the blessed Holy One for mercy upon them. Consequently we have learned, even though a righteous person has departed from this world, he has not disappeared or vanished from all the worlds, since he exists in all those worlds more than in his lifetime. During his life he exists only in this world, afterward he exists in 3 worlds and is welcome there, as is written, therefore, maidens, love you do not read alamot, maidens, but rather olamot, worlds. Happy is their share. It has been taught, it is written, the soul of my Lord will be bound in the bundle of life with Yehovah your God. Samuel Nefesh Adongi, the Nefesh of my Lord. The verse should read Nishmat Adongi, the Neshama of my Lord. However, as we have said, happy is the share of the righteous, for all are bound with one another, Nefesh with Ruah, Ruah with Neshama, and Neshama with the blessed Holy One. Thus Nefesh is bound in the bundle of life. Rabbi Elazar said, concerning what you have said about the exile of a Torah scroll, even from one synagogue to another, and especially out to an open space, why out to another open space? Rabbi Yehuda replied, as we have said, so that they may be aroused over it and plead for mercy over the world. Rabbi Abba said, when Shekinah was exiled similarly from here to there, until she said, if only I were given a wanderer's lodge in the desert here, too, from synagogue to synagogue afterward, out to an open space afterward, a wanderer's lodge in the desert. Rabbi Yehuda said, the Babylonians are afraid and will not do so even from synagogue to synagogue, and certainly not this it has been taught. Rabbi Shimon said, in my days, inhabitants of the world do not need this. Rabbi Yos said, the righteous shield the world in their lifetime and after their death even more than in their life, as is written, I will protect this city, delivering it for my sake and for the sake of my servant David, whereas during his lifetime this is not written. Rabbi Yehuda said, why is it written uniquely here, for my sake and for the sake of my servant David, making one equivalent to the other? Because David proved worthy of being joined to the holy chariot, to the patriarchs, so all is one. Blessed be he forever and ever. Rabbi Yitzhak opened, that the name of Yehovah may be recounted in Zion and his praise in. Not like the deeds of the land of Egypt in which you dwelled shall you do. Jerusalem, there we learned the holy name is concealed and revealed, and Torah, which is the supernal holy name, is concealed and revealed, and every verse in Torah and every portion in her is concealed and revealed. For it has been taught in the name of Rabbi Yehuda, from the impudence of one righteous woman, many benefits emerged to the world. Who is that Tamar, as is written, she sat by the entrance to Enaim, which is on the road to Timnah. Rabbi Abba said this portion demonstrates that Torah is concealed and revealed. I have looked through the entire Torah and have not found a place called Pitainaim, the entrance to Enaim. But really, all is concealed, mystery of mysteries. It has been taught what prompted this righteous woman to engage in this act. Well, in her father-in-law's house she learned the ways of the blessed Holy One, how he conducts this world with human beings. And because she knew, the blessed Holy One fulfilled this matter through her. This corresponds to what we have learned. Bathsheba was destined since the 6 days of creation to be the mother of King Solomon. Here, too, Tamar was destined for this since the day the world was created. She sat before Inaim, by the entrance to Enaim. Who is Fita Inaim, as is said he was sitting Pita Ha'oel, at the opening of the tent Jehovah will pass over Ha Pita, the entrance, and it is written Pichu, open, for me the gates of righteousness Inaim, eyes for all eyes of the world a look to this opening. Which is on the road Timnata, to Timnah. What is Timnata, as is said Ut Munat, and the image of Jehovah he beholds we have established as follows. Tamar fulfilled the matter below, bringing forth blossoms and sprouting branches in mystery of faith. Judah still rules with God, and is faithful to the holy Hosea. Judah saw her and he took her for a whore, as is said, such is the way of an adulteress, for she had covered her face, as we have established, for it is written she eats and wipes her mouth. She scorches the world with her flames, and says, I have done no wrong. Why? For she had covered her face, and no one knows her ways, to save himself from her. He turned aside to her El Hardak, by the road El Hardak, by the way, really, to join white with red. And said, Hava, come on, let me come into you, and we have established Hava everywhere. For he did not know that she was Calato, his daughter-in-law, that she was Calato, the destruction of the world, and we translate this that she was destruction. Why didn't he know? Because her face shone to receive from him, and she was ready to be sweetened and bestow compassion on the world. That she was Calato, his daughter-in-law, alternatively, an actual Kala, bride, as is written, with me from Lebanon, Kala, bride. And she said, what will you give me for coming into me now? The bride seeks her jewels. He said, I myself will send a kid from the flock. This may be compared to a king who had a son from a certain slave girl, and he walked around the king's palace. The king wanted to marry a noble matronita and bring her into the palace. She said, what will the king give me in his palace? The king replied, from now on, I will expel the slave girl's son from my palace. Here, too, I myself will send a kid from the flock, as we have established concerning you shall not boil a kid in its mother's milk, all those derived from the side of the firstborn of beasts. Therefore it is not written I will give you a kid, but rather I will expel him and send him away, so that he does not appear in my palace. She said, only if you give a pledge till you send it signs of matronita, blessed by the king in her union. He said, what pledge shall I give you? And she said, your seal and cord, and the staff in your hand, supernal bonds, jewels of the bride, blessed by these three. For all is found in these three, all is blessed by these three, Netzah, Hod, Yesod. Immediately, he gave them to her, and he came into her, and she conceived by him. It happened Mishlosh Hadashim, about 3 months later. What is Mishlosh Hadashim? After months tripled, and we have established 3 months. Here, Mishlosh Hadashim, that the 4th month had begun to arouse judgments in the world due to the sins of humanity, and she suckled from the other side. Then, Judah was told, saying, Tamar your daughter-in-law has played the whore, and what's more, she's conceived by her whoring. Look, the bride is located on the other side. What is written? Take her out to be burned, as is written, Tiferet Yisrael, the beauty of Israel, has cast down earth from heaven to be burned by flames of noon in exile. What is written? As she was being taken out to be drawn into exile, she sent a message to her father-in-law, saying, by the man to whom these belong I have conceived. It is not written from whom these come, but rather by the man to whom these belong. These signs belong to him. I have conceived. Judah recognized, and said, Sadekah Mimeni, she is more in the right than I. Sadekah, she is righteous, surely, and the name proves decisive. Who brought upon her this name? He goes on to say, Mimeni, from me, as is written, Jehovah is Sadiq, righteous, loving Sedakot, righteous deeds. Sadekah, she is righteous. Sedek, he, righteousness, he. From me she received this name, from me she inherited this, from me this came. Rabbi Yos said, "Why is it written in one place her father-in-law, and in another place Judah?" He replied, "All are linked with one another. Her father-in-law pertains to a supernal place." Rabbi Elazar said, "This portion affirms supernal wisdom in various aspects. When words are contemplated, one perceives mysteries of the blessed Holy One's ways and his judgments everywhere. She knew, and acted zealously in this matter, to fulfill the ways of the blessed Holy One, so that royal rulers would issue from her, destined to reign over the world." And Ruth acted similarly. Rabbi Abba said, "This portion is linked to mysteries of the wisdom of Torah, and all is concealed and revealed." The entire Torah follows this pattern. Every single word in Torah includes a holy name, concealed and revealed. Therefore, concealment of Torah is inherited by holy ones of the highest, while Torah is revealed to other inhabitants of the world. Similarly, it is written that the name of Jehovah may be recounted in Zion and his praise in Jerusalem, for in Zion, in the temple, it is permitted to pronounce the holy name fittingly, whereas outside, by his appellation. So all is concealed and revealed. It has been taught whoever omits a single letter from the Torah or adds a letter is like one who falsifies the supernal holy name. Rabbi Yitzhak said, "The practice of the Egyptians was worshipping the slave girl, as we have established. The practice of the Canaanites was worshipping that one called the captive who is in the dungeon, so it is written, Cursed be Canaan, slave of slaves shall he be to his brothers. Thus all of them pervert holy matters, indulging in sexual licentiousness. Therefore, not like the deeds of the land of Egypt in which you dwelled shall you do, and not like the deeds of the land of Canaan." Rabbi Yehuda said, "They enabled evil species to dominate the world, as is written, You shall not defile your land, and it is written, The land was defiled." Rabbi Yehuda opened, to seize the corners of not like the deeds of the land, that the Egypt in which you dwelled shall wicked be shaken out. You do of it Job. It has been taught one day the blessed Holy One will cleanse his land of all the impurity with which other nations have defiled her, like one who takes hold of his garment and shakes out filth from it, and all those who were buried in the Holy Land will be cast out. And he will purify another holy land, who, as it were, was nourishing other princes of the nations, absorbing their impurity, and conducting them. He will one day purify her and expel them. Rabbi Shimon was purifying the streets of Tiberias, disinterring all who had died there and purifying the land. It has been taught, You came and defiled my land, and made my heritage an abomination. Rabbi Yehuda said, Happy is the share of one who is privileged in his lifetime to dwell in the Holy Land, for whoever merits this succeeds in drawing down the dew of heaven above, which descends upon the earth. Whoever succeeds during his lifetime in joining this Holy Land succeeds afterward in joining the supernal Holy Land. Concerning all those who do not prove worthy in their lifetime and are brought there to be buried, it is written, You made my heritage an abomination. His spirit departed in another, foreign dominion, whereas his body comes under the dominion of the Holy Land, as it were. He makes the holy profane and the profane holy. Whoever is worthy of having his soul depart in the Holy Land succeeds in being bound beneath the wings of Shekinah, as is written, His land purges his people. Furthermore, if he proves worthy in his lifetime, he succeeds in drawing upon himself the Holy Spirit continually, whereas whoever dwells in another dominion draws upon himself another, alien spirit. It has been taught when Rav Hamnun Asava went up there, he was accompanied by 12 members of his academy. He said to them, If I go on this way, I do so not for my own sake, but rather to restore the pledge to its owner. For we have learned all those who do not attain this in their lifetime restore the pledge of their master to another. Rabbi Yitzhak said, Consequently, whoever activates any of those evil species or an alien dominion in the land defiles the land. Woe to that person, woe to his soul, for the Holy Land does not receive him afterward. Of him is written, let sinners vanish from the land in this world and in the world that is coming, and the wicked be no more, during the resurrection of the dead. Then, bless, O my soul, Jehovah. Hallelujah. Rabbi Abba opened, happy is the share of Israel, in whom my laws you shall do, and my blessed Holy One statutes you shall keep, walking delights among all by them nations out of his love for them. He has given them laws of truth, planted in their midst the tree of life, and ensconced Shekinah among them. Why? Because Israel are inscribed with the holy insignia, and recognized as his, recognized as members of his palace. Consequently, all those who are not inscribed with the holy insignia in their flesh are not his. All of them stem from the side of impurity, and it is forbidden to associate with them or to converse with them on matters of the blessed Holy One. It is forbidden to convey to them words of Torah, since the entire Torah is the name of the blessed Holy One, and every letter of Torah is bound to the holy name. Whoever is not inscribed with the holy name in his flesh must not be informed of a word of Torah, and one must certainly not delve into it with him. Rabbi Shimon opened, this is the statute of the Passover offering, no foreigner shall eat of it, and it is written, no uncircumcised man shall eat of it, a settler or hired worker shall not eat of it, and it is written, and any man's slave purchased with silver you may circumcise, then may he eat of it. Now if the paschal lamb, which is merely meat to be eaten, is forbidden to be eaten by all these or to be shared with them until they have been circumcised, just because it alludes to a holy matter, then how much more so with Torah, which is holy of holies of holiness, the supernal name of the blessed Holy One. Rabbi Elazar asked his father, Rabbi Shimon, saying, we have learned it is forbidden to teach Torah to a Gentile. And the companions of Babylonia have educed this well, as is written, he tells his words to Jacob, his statutes and laws to Israel. He has not done so for any other nation, but since it says he tells his words to Jacob, why his statutes and laws to Israel? He replied, Elazar, happy are Israel, within whom the blessed Holy One has planted a supernal holy portion, as is written, for good teaching I have given you and not other nations. Because it is hidden, precious, sublime his very name, the entire Torah is concealed and revealed, in the mystery of his name. Consequently, Israel exists on two rungs, concealed and revealed. For we have learned there are three rungs, interlinked: the blessed Holy One, Torah, and Israel. Each one is rung upon rung, concealed and revealed. The blessed Holy One is rung upon rung, concealed and revealed. Torah, similarly concealed and revealed. Israel, similarly, rung upon rung, as is written, he tells his words to Jacob, his statutes and laws to Israel. Two rungs, Jacob and Israel, one revealed and one concealed. What does this indicate? Well, whoever is circumcised, inscribed with the holy insignia, is granted some of the revealed elements of Torah, that is, he is informed of initial letters, headings of chapters. Restrictions of the commandments of Torah are placed upon him, and no more, until he attains another rung, as is written, he tells his words to Jacob, fine, but his statutes and laws to Israel, who occupies a higher rung. And it is written, no longer will your name be called Jacob, but Israel will be your name. His statutes and laws to Israel, mysteries of Torah, decrees of Torah, secrets of Torah, which must only be revealed to one who occupies a higher rung fittingly. Now if this is so for Israel, all the more so for other nations. If one conveys even a single little letter of Torah to anyone who is uncircumcised, it is as if he destroyed the world and betrayed the name of the blessed Holy One, as is written, were it not for my covenant with day and night, I would not have established the laws of heaven and earth. It is written, this is the Torah that Moses set before the children of Israel, but not before other nations. Thus, speak to the children of Israel, to the children of Israel you shall say, and so with all of them. May the fathers of the world, Hillel and Shammai, rest in peace, for so they said to Onkelos, not conveying to him a word of Torah until he was circumcised. The very first element of Torah transmitted to children is Aleph Bet. This is something that inhabitants of the world cannot grasp in their mind nor evoke in their will, certainly not utter with their mouths. Even supernal angels, and the most supernal, cannot comprehend, for these are secrecy of the holy name. 14,050,000 worlds all dangle from the tip of Aleph. 72 holy names, engraved in inscribed letters sustaining above and below, heaven and earth, and the King's throne of glory are suspended from one side to the other of the extension of Aleph, sustenance of all worlds. Supports of above and below in mystery of wisdom, hidden paths, deep rivers, and 10 utterances all issue from that lower tip beneath Aleph. From here on, Aleph begins to extend into Bet, and the wisdom engraved here is incalculable. Consequently we have learned sustenance of all and faith of all to bind the bond of faith, one with another fittingly. One who is circumcised is bound in that bond of faith of one who is not circumcised or bound. It is written, no stranger shall eat of the holy, no uncircumcised man shall eat of it, for an impure spirit from his side has been aroused and comes to intermingle with holiness. Blessed be the compassionate one, who has separated Israel's children, inscribed with the holy insignia from them and their filth. Of Israel is written, I planted you as a noble vine, entirely seed of truth. Consequently, you give truth to Jacob Micah, and not to another, Torah of truth to seed of truth. Rabbi Elazar came and kissed his hands. Rabbi Izkiah said, it is written, for Jehovah will not abandon his people, for the sake of his great name, because Jehovah resolved to make you his people. Samuel, for Jehovah will not abandon his people. Why? Because all are linked with one another. By what is Israel linked with the blessed Holy One? By that holy insignia inscribed in their flesh. Therefore, Jehovah will not abandon his people. Why? For the sake of his great name, inscribed upon them. It has been taught Torah is called covenant, this holy insignia is called covenant, and the blessed Holy One is called covenant, so all are linked with one another inseparably. Rabbi Yisa said to him, Torah and Israel, fine, but how do we know that the blessed Holy One is called covenant? He replied, as is written, he remembered for them his covenant. God remembered his covenant. This is well known and has been discussed. My statutes you shall keep, Ukkotei, my statutes, laws of the king. Mishpatei, my judgments, decrees of Torah. Rabbi Yehuda said, all those laws from the place called Tzedek, righteousness, are called Ukkotei, my statutes. And they are decrees of the king. Wherever they are called Mishpat, judgment, they are called decisions of the holy king in a place where two portions are joined with one another. Thus it is written, Tzedek u Mishpat, righteousness and judgment, are the foundation of your throne, and they are justice and compassion. So, Ok u Mishpat, statute and judgment. Thus it is written, Ukkav u Mishpateth, his statutes and judgments, to Israel and not to other nations. Afterward, what is written, he has not done so l'chol go, for any other nation we have learned, even though he is circumcised, if he does not carry out the commandments, he is like a go, Gentile, in all respects, and it is forbidden to teach him words of Torah. Concerning this we have learned, an altar of stones, really, for the hardness of his heart persists and his filth does not cease, so his circumcision was unsuccessful and did not benefit him. Thus it is written, for your sword you would brandish over it and profane it. Therefore, he has not done so for any go, Gentile unspecified. And the judgments they know not forever and ever. Even another element they are not given, not to mention mysteries of Torah and laws of Torah. And it is written indeed, Jehovah's share is his people, Jacob his allotted possession. Happy the people who has it so, happy the people whose God is Jehovah. 4. The section of sexual licentiousness. Matnitin. transmitting norms of dazzling beings. 4 sharpened keys in 4 directions of the world, situated in their corners. 1 in 4 directions, and 4 in 1 direction, engraved in 1 color. In that color blue, purple, crimson, white, and reedy ash blending into its fellow color, its own distinguished 4 heads, rising as one, fusing into 1 figure. 1 head rising out of a washing pool in which it bathes. 2 does, identical in size, come up from that washing, as is written, like a flock of ewes similar in size, coming up from washing in their hair, an appearance of a 4-colored precious stone. 4 wings covering the body, small hands beneath their wings, each engraved with 5. Flying high above a palace, comely in appearance and beautiful in form. 1 youth, a boy, emerges with a sharp sword, turning into males and females, who carry the measure of an ephah between heaven and earth, sometimes carrying it throughout the world. All measures are thereby measured, as is written, an ephah of equity, an appearance of crystal lies on 1 sword, on the head of that sword flashes red from the crystal. On 2 sides, from this one and from that, the sword appears deeply etched. 1 mighty warrior, ladder extending through 13 worlds, girded with that sword to wreak vengeance. Along with him are girded 60 others, all skilled in victorious combat, as is written, gird your sword on the thigh, O warrior, your glory and your grandeur, and it is written, all of them skilled with a sword, expert in war, each with his sword on his thigh, their faces turn various visages. No one knows them except 1 worm who swims among fish of the sea, all rocks passing over them break apart. At that time, a voice issuing from those girded with swords cleaves 18 magnificent mountains. No one inclines his ear, all those in the world are shut-eyed and hard-hearted. No one notices that the structure is about to be destroyed. When deeds are unseemly, deviating from the correct way, the right withdraws and the left rules. Then nakedness appears. Woe to the wicked who bring this upon the world, for none above are blessed until those below are annihilated, as is written, and the wicked will be no more. Bless, O my soul, Jehovah. Hallelujah. Rabbi ear opened, like an apple tree your father's nakedness, and among the trees of your mother's nakedness, you forest, so is my beloved shall not expose among the young men. This verse has been established by the companions. But how beloved is assembly of Israel to the blessed Holy One, that she praises him like this. Here one should contemplate, why does she praise him by the image of an apple and not by something else, by colors or fragrance or taste? However, since it is written an apple, she praises him by colors, by fragrance, by taste. Just as an apple is a cure for everything, so the blessed Holy One is a cure for everything. Just as an apple appears in colors, as we have established, so the blessed Holy One appears in supernal colors. Just as an apple tree has a more delicate fragrance than any other tree, so of the blessed Holy One is written, his fragrance like Lebanon Hosea. Just as an apple tastes sweet, so of the blessed Holy One is written, his palate is sweets, he is all delight. And the blessed Holy One praises assembly of Israel by comparing her to a rose. We have already established why like a rose, and this has been discussed. Rabbi Yehuda said, when the righteous abound in the world, assembly of Israel emits a fine fragrance and is blessed by the Holy King, and her face shines. But when the wicked abound in the world, assembly of Israel, as it were, does not emit fragrance, and she tastes of the bitter other side. Then it is written, he has cast down earth from heaven, and her face is darkened. Rabbi Yos said, when the righteous abound in the world, it is written, his left hand beneath my head, his right embracing me. And when the wicked abound in the world, it is written, he has withdrawn his right hand. Rabbi Izkiah said, from here a slanderer separates an intimate, that is, separates the king from matronita, as is written, your father's nakedness and your mother's nakedness you shall not expose. Rabbi Elazar was sitting before his father. He said to him, if there is an advocate in the world, this affects Matronita, and if there is an accuser in the world, this affects Matronita. Why, he replied, this may be compared to a king who had a son by a Matronita. Whenever that son performs the will of the king makes his abode with the Matronita. Whenever the son does not perform the will of the king removes his abode from the Matronita. So it is with the blessed Holy One and Assembly of Israel. Whenever Israel fulfills the will of the blessed Holy One, he makes his abode with Assembly of Israel. Whenever Israel does not fulfill the will of the blessed Holy One, he does not make his abode with Assembly of Israel. Why? Because Israel is the firstborn son of the blessed Holy One, as is written, my son, my firstborn, is Israel. Mother is Assembly of Israel. Do not forsake your mother's teaching as long as the people of Israel are distant from the king's palace. Matronita, as it were, is distanced with them. Why? Because Matronita did not immediately apply a pint to this son, striking him so that he would follow the straight path. For the king never strikes a person, but rather leaves everything in the hand of Matronita to manage the palace and punish the son, guiding him on the straight way toward the king. Mystery of the matter, as is written, words of King Lemuel, an utterance with which his mother admonished him, his mother, surely Bathsheba, as has been said. It is written of Solomon, a wise son delights a father, and a foolish son is his mother's misery. His mother's misery, surely see what is written, a wise son delights a father. As long as this son walks a straight path and is wise, he delights a father. Generality, the holy king above delights a father unspecified. If this son follows a path of stumbling, what is written, and a foolish son is his mother's misery, his mother, not his father. Mystery of the matter, for your crimes, your mother was sent away. Your mother is Assembly of Israel. There has never been such joy for the blessed Holy One as on the day when Solomon attained wisdom and uttered the. Then the face of Matronita shone, and the king came to make his abode with her, as is written, the wisdom of Solomon excelled kings. What is meant by excelled? That the beauty of Matronita rose, and she excelled in her rungs above all other rungs, because the king had made his abode with her. Why all this? Because she generated this wise son for the world. When she generated Solomon, she generated all of Israel, and all of them occupied high rungs, virtuous like Solomon, and the blessed Holy One delighted in them, and they in him. On the day that Solomon completed the house below, Matronita prepared a house for the king, and they made their abode as one, and her face shone in complete joy. Then joy prevailed above and below. Why all this? Because it is written, an utterance with which his mother admonished him, for she guided him according to the will of the king. And when this son, as I have said, does not conduct himself according to the will of the king, then there is nakedness of all nakedness on all sides, for the king separates from Matronita, and Matronita is distanced from his palace, so there is nakedness of all. Is it not nakedness if the king is without Matronita and Matronita is without the king? Thus it is written, your father's nakedness and your mother's nakedness you shall not expose. She is your mother surely, dwelling with you, so you shall not expose her nakedness. Rabbi Shimon slapped his hands together and wept, woe if I speak and reveal the mystery, woe if I do not speak, for the companions will be deprived of this. Aha, Yehovah Elohim. Are you completely destroying the remnant of Israel? Ezekiel, what is meant by and what is meant by are you completely destroying? Well, when he is banished from the king's palace, another, supernal, he withholds blessings because of her, and then is written, are you completely destroying? Thus, if he is deprived of blessings, the other he withholds them from all. Why? Because blessings are found only where male and female dwell. Concerning this is written, Jehovah roars from on high, and from his holy habitation he utters his voice, he roars mightily over his abode, over his real abode, Matronita. And what does he say? Woe, that I have destroyed my house, coupling with Matronita. This is surely your father's nakedness and your mother's nakedness you shall not expose, for on all sides there is nakedness. Then, the heavens are clothed in blackness, and sackcloth is made their covering, the sight of inheriting blessings of rivers springs, which had flowed and saturated fittingly. We have learned when the king separates from matronita and blessings are not to be found, he is called Vivor Vyod, woe. Why? For it has been taught the head of Yesod is Yod, because Yesod is small Vov and the blessed Holy One is upper Vov, so it is written Vov, and the head of this Yesod is Yod. When matronita is distanced from the king and blessings are withheld from all and coupling does not exist at the head of Yesod, upper Vov takes this head of Yesod, which is Yod, and draws it to himself. Then it is Vivor Vyod, woe woe for all, for those above and those below. Concerning this we have learned since the day that Jerusalem was destroyed, blessings are not to be found in the worlds, and there is not a single day lacking curses, for blessings are withheld from each day. He said to him, if so, what is oi, woe, or hoi, alas? He replied, when the matter depends on Teshuvah, and they do not return, upper he takes these, drawing Vov and Yod to herself, because they are not returning then it is called hoi he Vov Yod, alas. Oi when the king withdraws higher and higher, for humans cry out and he will not care for them and that supernal concealed one raises Vov and Yod to himself, so that prayer will not be received. Then it is called Oi Aleph Vov Yod, woe, for Aleph has raised Vov and Yod to itself. And then Teshuvah is unavailable, so he withdraws from these letters, for the matter does not depend on Teshuvah. Surely, when sins of the world proliferated and Teshuvah was dangling at first, but they were unwilling then he withdrew, and Aleph raised Vov and Yod to itself, and it was called Oi Aleph Vov Yod, woe. And when the temple was destroyed and Teshuvah withdrew, not effective then they cried out, saying Oi, woe, unto us, for the day is fading. What is meant by the day is fading? The supernal day, called Teshuvah, who withdrew and disappeared and was nowhere to be found that day, who is known to extend its right hand to receive the wicked, and now it was fading completely, no longer to be found. So they said Oi, woe, and not Hoi, alas. For shadows of evening are stretching, for empowered princes of the other nations were inclining to dominate them. It has been taught Vov ascended high above, and the sanctuary was burned, the people exiled, matronita banished, and the temple destroyed. Afterward, when Vov descended to his place, he gazed upon his house and found it destroyed. He sought matronita, but she had gone far away. He saw his palace and found it burned. He sought the people, but they were exiled. He saw the blessings of depths of rivers, which had flowed, but they were stopped up. Then it is written, Yehovah Elohim called on that day for weeping and mourning, and then the heavens were clothed in blackness. Then Vov and Yod flow toward one another, and upper he conveys springs to the other side, and blessings are not to be found, for male and female do not appear together nor dwell as one. Then he roars mightily over his abode. Rabbi Shimon wept, Rabbi Elazar wept. Rabbi Elazar said, weeping is thrust into my heart on one side, and joy into my heart on the other, for I have heard words that I never knew until now. Happy is my share. The nakedness of your father's wife you shall not expose. Who is your father's wife? Rabbi Shimon said, we have learned all words of Torah are concealed and revealed, for the holy name is concealed and revealed. Torah, which is the holy name, is likewise concealed and revealed. Here, all that is revealed is well known, concealed as we have established. This verse is as follows. The nakedness of your father's wife. It has been taught as long as matronita is with the king and suckles you, she is called your mother. Now that she has been exiled with you and distanced from the king, she is called your father's wife. She remains the wife of the holy king, never divorced from him. She is surely his wife, as is written, where is your mother's bill of divorce by which I sent her away? Rather, she is certainly wife of the king, even though exiled. Consequently, he commanded about her twice. Once, while she dwells with the king in single coupling and is called your mother, as is written, your mother's nakedness you shall not expose. Do not cause them to be far from one another, for her to be sent away on account of your sin, as is written, for your crimes, your mother was sent away. And the other, when she is in exile with you, banished from the king's palace, and called wife of the king. Even though she is far removed from him, do not cause her to withdraw from among you, or your enemies will dominate you, and she will not protect you in exile, as is written, the nakedness of your father's wife you shall not expose. Why? Because it is your father's nakedness. Although she is far removed from the king, his watchfulness is constantly upon her, so one must be vigilant regarding her and not sin against her. Rabbi Shimon opened, for Jehovah your God walks about amid your camp, to rescue you and to deliver your enemies to you. And your camp shall be holy, so that he should not see among you anything indecent and turn back from you. For Jehovah your God Shekinah, who is present among Israel, especially in exile, to protect them constantly on all sides and from all other nations, so that they cannot destroy Israel. For it has been taught the enemies of Israel cannot harm them until Israel weakens the power of Shekinah in face of the appointed princes of other nations. Then their enemies can prevail over them, dominate them, and issue many evil decrees against them. But when they return toward her, she smashes the power and might of all those princes, and breaks the power and might of Israel's enemies, retaliating against them for everything. And your camp shall be holy, for a person must not defile himself by his sins and violate the words of Torah. Otherwise, he becomes defiled, as is written, venit mitem, becoming impure, through them without an aleph. And it has been taught all members of the body are defiled when he is defiled, that is, when he wants to be defiled. So, and your camp shall be holy. What is your camp? Members of the body. So that he should not see among you avat deva, nakedness of a thing. What is avat deva, nakedness of a thing? Nakedness of this deva, word, as we have established. Otherwise, he will turn back from you, surely. Therefore, the nakedness of your father's wife you shall not expose. Why? Because it is written, it is your father's nakedness, as we have established. It has been taught for 3 things the people of Israel are detained in exile: for bringing disgrace upon Shekinah in exile, for turning their faces away from Shekinah, and for defiling themselves in the presence of Shekinah. All of these we have established in our Mishnah. Rabbi Abba was traveling to Cappadocia, accompanied by Rabbi Yos. As they were going, they saw a man approaching who had a mark on his face. Rabbi Abba said, "Let us turn off the road, for this one's face testifies to sexual licentiousness of the Torah, on account of which his face is stigmatized." Rabbi Yos said to him, "If he has had this mark since childhood, what licentiousness inheres in him?" He replied, "I see in his face, which testifies to licentiousness of Torah." Rabbi Abba called to him, and said, "Tell me something. What is this mark on your face?" He said to them, "I beg of you, don't punish me any more than what my sins have brought upon me." Rabbi Abba said, "How is that?" He replied, "One day I was traveling on the road, me and my sister. We stayed at an inn and I got drunk, and all that night I embraced my sister. In the morning I got up, and the innkeeper was quarreling with another man. I got between them and they grappled me, one from this side and one from that, and this wound penetrated my brain. I was saved by a certain doctor who was staying with us." He asked him, "Who was the doctor?" He replied, "It was Rabbi Simlai." He said, "And what cure did he give you?" He replied, "A cure for the soul." From that day on, I have engaged in teshuvah. And every day I look at my face in a mirror and I weep for that sin before the Blessed Holy One, and with those tears I wash my face." Rabbi Abba said, "Were it not for your becoming deprived of teshuvah, I would remove that mark from your face. But I proclaim over you, your iniquity is removed and your sin purged. He said to him, Rabbi, say it 3 times. He said it 3 times and the mark disappeared. Rabbi Abba said, surely your Lord wished to remove it from you, for you were certainly engaged in teshuvah. He said to him, I vow that from this day onward I will engage in Torah day and night. He asked him, what is your name? He replied, Elazar. He said, surely, the name was decisive, for God has helped and assisted you. Rabbi Abba sent him off with a blessing. Another time, Rabbi Abba was going to visit Rabbi Shimon. He entered this man's town and came upon him sitting and expounding. A brutish man does not know, nor does a fool understand this, when the wicked spring up like grass, and all the workers of iniquity flourish to be destroyed forever as follows. A brutish man does not know. How stupid are inhabitants of the world, not considering or knowing or exploring the ways of the blessed Holy One, the foundation of their existence in the world. What prevents them from knowing their stupidity? Because they do not engage in Torah. For if they engaged in Torah, they would know the ways of the blessed Holy One. Nor does a fool understand this, not contemplating or knowing the conduct of Zot, this, in the world. For although she renders judgment upon the world, we see the judgments of Zot, this, befalling those who are righteous and not the wicked sinners who transgress decrees of Torah, as is written, when the wicked spring up like grass, and all the workers of iniquity flourish. For they inherit this world in all its aspects, and judgments do not impact them in this world. If King David had not mentioned it at the end of verse, we would not know, as is written, to be destroyed forever, to be destroyed in that world, becoming dust beneath the feet of the righteous, as is written, you will trample the wicked, for they will be dust under the soles of your feet. Malachi. He opened again, saying, my deceit rises up against me, testifying in my face. Job. What does this indicate? Well, happy is the share of one who engages in Torah to know the ways of the blessed Holy One. For whoever engages in the Torah of the blessed Holy One engages, as it were, in his very name. Just as the name of the blessed Holy One enacts decrees, so does Torah. If a person transgresses decrees of Torah, Torah ascends and descends and makes marks on his face, so that those above and below will notice him. Then they all pour curses upon his head. And it has been taught all those eyes of Jehovah which go roaming through the world to perceive the ways of human beings lift their eyes and see the face of that person and notice those marks. They all open against him. Woe, woe, woe to him in this world, woe to him in the world that is coming. Keep away from all around so and so, for his face testifies against him, and a spirit of impurity settles upon him. Throughout all the days that a mark testifies on his face, if he engenders a son, he draws a soul for him from the side of impurity. These are the wicked of the generation, the brazen-faced, whose Lord lets them be to destroy them in the world that is coming. We have learned for a righteous and virtuous person who engages in Torah day and night, the blessed Holy One draws a thread of love, which marks his face, instilling fear in those above and below. Similarly, for one who transgresses decrees of Torah, a spirit of impurity is drawn forth, which marks his face and from which those above and below flee, all proclaiming, keep away from around so and so. Woe to him, woe to his soul. Such a person draws a spirit of impurity that haunts him, and he transmits it to his son. In him the blessed Holy One has no share, and he lets him be to destroy him in the world that is coming. Rabbi Abba said to him, how do you know this? You have spoken well. He replied, so I have learned. And I learned that this evil inheritance is acquired by all his children unless they return to God, for nothing can withstand teshuvah. So I have learned, and this remedy was given to me one time when my face was marked. One day I was walking on the way and I met a certain virtuous man, by whom that mark was removed from me. He said to him, what is your name? He replied, Elazar, and that one I call Elazar the other. He said to him, Blessed is the compassionate one, that I have seen you, and been privileged to see you. So happy is your share in this world, and in the world that is coming it is I who met you. He prostrated himself before him, and brought him into his house, and set before him a double measure of festive bread and meat from a third-born calf. After they ate, the man said to him, Let me tell you something. I have a red cow, the mother of the calf whose flesh we've just eaten. One day, before she became pregnant and calved, I followed her to pasture in the wild. As I was leading her along, a certain man passed in front of me. He said to me, What is the name of this cow? I said, In my whole life, I've never given her a name. He said to me, He is called Bathsheba, mother of Solomon, if you attain atonement. And when I turned my head, I didn't see him. I laughed at that remark. But now that I've attained Torah, I am troubled by that statement. Ever since the day Rabbi Simlai passed away from here, there's been no one who can illumine Torah for us like him, and I am afraid to speak a word of Torah that I haven't learned yet. I glimpse that this remark is a word of wisdom, though I don't understand. He said to him, It is surely a word of wisdom, and a supernal allusion above and below. But she is really called Bathsheba, daughter of 7, in mystery of wisdom. Therefore, everything related to her is described as 7 cows, 7 burnings, 7 sprinklings, 7 washings, 7 impure, 7 pure, 7 priests including Moses and Aaron. For look at what is written. Jehovah spoke to Moses and Aaron. That man who said Bathsheba spoke well, and all is a mystery of wisdom. He replied, Blessed is the compassionate one, that I've heard this. Blessed is he, for he first greeted me with peace so as to attain this, as is written, peace, peace for the far and the near. When I was far, the blessed Holy One greeted me with peace to be near. Rabbi Abba proclaimed over him, Peace be to you, peace to your house, and peace to all that is yours. Samuel Rabbi ear opened, saying, A man who lies the nakedness of your fathers with his sister you shall not expose father's daughter or his mother's daughter, and sees her nakedness and she sees his nakedness, it is hissed, a disgrace, and they shall be cut off before the eyes of their people. There we learn it. For years Adam separated from his wife, not engendering. For after Cain killed Abel, Adam did not want to couple with his wife. Rabbi Yos said, at the moment when death was decreed upon him and upon the whole world, he said, Why should I engender for terror? Immediately, he separated from his wife. 2 female spirits used to come and couple with him, and they bore offspring. Those offspring were the demons of the world, called afflictions of the children of Adam. Samuel. These lure human beings at doorways, wells, and toilets. Therefore, if a person places the holy name at his doorway, if Shaddai is inscribed in its supernal crowns, they all flee far away from him, corresponding to what is written, No affliction will draw near your tent. What is affliction? Afflictions of the children of Adam. It has been taught when Adam descended in a supernal image, in a holy image, and those above and below saw him, they all approached him and crowned him king over this world. After the serpent copulated with Eve and injected her with slime, she later gave birth to Cain. From there were descended all generations of the wicked of the world, and the haunt of spirits and demons derives from his aspects. Thus all spirits and demons are half human, below, and half angelic, above. Similarly, when those others were born from Adam, they were all like this, half from below and half from above. After they were born from Adam, he engendered from those spirits daughters who resembled in beauty those above and those below. Thus it is written, the sons of Elohim saw that the daughters of Adam were beautiful, and they took themselves wives, whomever they chose, all strayed after them. There was a certain one, who came into the world from a spirit on the side of Cain, and they called him Tubal Cain. A certain female emerged with him, and human beings strayed after her, and she was called Naamah. From her issued other spirits and demons, and these are suspended in the air, conveying information to those others below. This Tubal-Cain introduced weapons of war into the world, and this Naamah trembles in excitement, clinging to her aspects. Still now she exists, dwelling amidst the raging waves of the great sea, and she emerges and toys with human beings, becoming inflamed by them in dreams through the lust of a man who clings to her. The lust she takes, nothing more, and from that lust she conceives and generates other species in the world. These that she bears to human males manifest to human females, who are impregnated by them and bear spirits. They all go to primordial Lilith, and she raises them. She goes out into the world, seeking her children, and when she sees human children, she clings to them to kill them, to be absorbed in the spirits of human children. She moves in that spirit, but 3 holy spirits confront her, flying in front of her and snatching that spirit from her and setting it before the blessed Holy One. There they learn in his presence. Consequently, Torah warns people, you shall hallow yourselves and become holy, for if a person is holy, he need not fear her. And then the blessed Holy One designates these 3 holy angels that we have mentioned, and they protect that child and she cannot harm him. As is written, no evil will befall you, nor affliction draw near your tent. Why will no evil befall you? Because his angels he will command for you, and it is written, for me he desired and I will deliver him. But if a person is not holy and draws a spirit from the side of impurity, then she comes and toys with that child. If she kills him, she is absorbed in that spirit, never leaving it. Now, you might say, those others whom she kills and whose spirits are snatched from her by those 3 holy ones confronting her did not derive from the side of impurity, so why is she empowered to kill them? Well, this happens when a person does not sanctify himself, yet does not intend to defile himself and does not become defiled. Consequently, she can prevail over the body but not over the spirit. Sometimes it happens that Naamah goes out into the world to be inflamed by humans, and a man becomes linked lustfully with her, and he wakes from sleep and clasps his wife and lies with her, while his will is focused on that lust he had in his dream. Then the one he engenders stems from the side of Naamah, since this occurred out of lust for her. When Lilith emerges and sees him, she realizes what has happened, so she bonds with him and raises him like those other children of Naamah. She is with him often, and she does not kill him. Such a person becomes impaired every new moon, and she never abandons her claim on him. For each time the moon is renewed in the world, Lilith emerges and visits all those whom she has raised and toys with them, and so that person becomes impaired at that time. Happy are the righteous who sanctify themselves with the sanctity of the King. Of them is written, from new moon to new moon and from Sabbath to Sabbath, all flesh shall come to bow down before me. These matters King Solomon discovered in the book of King Ashmedai, and we find there types of defilement contracted by humans, which Ashmedai revealed to King Solomon. Woe to human beings, who are all closed-minded and shut-eyed, neither knowing nor listening nor caring how they exist in the world. Look, counsel and cure are right in front of them, yet they do not notice, for people cannot be saved except by counsel of Torah, in whose counsel is written, should there be among you a man who becomes impure through a nocturnal mishap, who becomes impure, precisely through a nocturnal mishap, precisely we have already established these matters. In the counsel of Torah is written, you shall hallow yourselves and become holy, for I Jehovah am holy. It has been taught after Cain and Abel departed, Adam returned to his wife and was enveloped in another spirit and engendered Seth. From here were descended generations of the righteous in the world. The blessed Holy One lavished love upon the world, and along with each one his female was born, so that the world would be populated corresponding to the pattern above. This has been established in the secrecy of our Mishnah, as is written, a man who takes his sister, his father's daughter or his mother's daughter, and sees her nakedness and she sees His nakedness, it is heased, a disgrace it is heased, love, surely after heased appears, trunks emerge from below upward, branches spread, and what is near recedes afar. Then the branch grows and comes to join in one coupling with the tree. This is in the beginning, this is in secrecy of the world, for it is written I said, the world is built by heased, love but from now on, human beings who are engaged in that shall be cut off before the eyes of their people. It has been taught the nakedness of your father's sister as revealed in concealment. It is written for the ways of Jehovah are right, the righteous walk in them, but transgressors stumble in them. Hosea, happy is the share of the righteous, who know the ways of the blessed Holy One, walk in them, and are intimately familiar with them. Happy is their share. It has been taught Upper he conceives in love and affection, for Yod never parts from her, as has been said. She brings forth Vov, who later appears before her and is suckled by her. When this Vov issues, his mate issues with him. Heased comes and separates them, and trunks emerge from below upward, branches spread and proliferate, forming lower he. Her branches grow higher and higher until she couples with the supernal tree and Vov joins with he. Who causes this? It is heased surely, uniting them as one. Yod with Upper he, their union does not depend on heased, rather, their union and affection depend on Mazala, flux of destiny, for they never separate. Yod is linked with he with Vov, Vov with he with all, and all is one linkage, one entity, never separating from one another. Whoever causes division, as it were, destroys the world, and this is called nakedness of all. Of the time to come when the blessed Holy One will one day restore Shekinah to her place, so that all will be unified. It is written on that day Jehovah will be one and his name one. You might say, and now is he not one? No, for the wicked of the world cause him not to be one, since Matronita is far removed from the king and they are not united. Supernal Mother is removed from the king and does not suckle him, because the king without Matronita is not adorned with mother's crowns as before when he was joined with Matronita, and mother adorned him with many radiances of holy supernal crowns, as is written, O daughters of Zion, go out and gaze upon King Solomon, upon the crown with which his mother crowned him on the day of his wedding when he coupled with Matronita, and then supernal Mother crowned him fittingly. Now that the king is not with Matronita, supernal Mother takes away her crowns and withholds from him her streaming springs, and he is disconnected as it were, he is not one. But when Matronita will return to the site of her palace, and the king will unite with her in single coupling, then all will join as one, inseparably, and of this is written on that day Jehovah will be one and his name one. On that day when Matronita is restored to her palace, then all will be one, inseparably. And then saviors will climb Mount Zion to execute judgment on Mount Esau, and the kingdom will be Jehovah's, for it has been taught. Rabbi Shimon said, Matronita will not enter her palace in joy until the kingdom of Esau is judged and she takes vengeance on it for causing all this. Afterward, she will couple with the king and joy will be complete. As is written, saviors will climb Mount Zion to execute judgment on Mount Esau first. Afterward, and the kingdom will be Jehovah's. Who is kingdom? Matronita, as is written, and the kingdom will be Jehovah's. After they couple as one, what is written? Jehovah will be king over all the earth. On that day Jehovah will be one and his name one. The nakedness of your father's brother Lo Tegelet, you shall not expose. Rabbi Yehuda taught, this is Israel below. And your mother's sister Jerusalem below. For through these sins Israel Yaglun, would be exiled, among the nations, and Jerusalem below would be destroyed. Concerning this we have learned the blessed Holy One manifested his love for Israel by calling them brothers, as is written, for the sake of my brothers and my companions. Rabbi Yehuda said, if my brothers, why my companions, and if my companions, why my brothers? Well, it has been taught one who never departs is called a companion, as is said, do not forsake your companion or your father's companion. This is the mystery of the word spoken by Rabbi Shimon. Supernal mother is called companion, because the love of father will never depart from her. And lower mother is called bride. Sister, as we have established, we have a little sister. This corresponds to our anonymous Mishnah, for it is written here, the nakedness of your sister, your father's daughter, or your mother's daughter. Since it says your father's daughter, why or your mother's daughter? Well, if she derives from the side of father, she is called Okma, wisdom, and if from the side of mother, she is called Binar, understanding. In any case, whether from one or the other, she derives from mother and father, for Yod never departs from he. This is mystery of the matter. Born in the house or born outside. Born in the house, father, as is written by wisdom, a house is built, or born outside from the side of mother. Rabbi Abba said, by wisdom a house is built. Who is a house built by wisdom? You must say this is the river issuing from Eden, and therefore born in the house. Or born outside when she issues from Vov, as is written, bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh, and it is written, he took one of his sides. This is born outside from the place where the short-tempered one is found, as has been said. Concerning this, Rabbi Yehuda said, the people of Israel are called brothers of the Blessed Holy One because his love for them never departs. Jerusalem below is called your mother's sister, as is written, Jerusalem built as a city that is bound together. What is meant by that is bound together, that the Blessed Holy One unites with her from 6 sides, with all aspects of the king, through the rung of righteous one, in whom are included all crowns of the king. This is that is bound together. Rabbi Yitzhak said, their tribes ascend, who are tribes, 12 boundaries spreading out from that great and mighty tree, inherited from the side of father and mother, as is written, the tribes of Yah. Giving testimony, offered by the Holy Son, as is written, the tribes of Yah, a testimony to Israel. These are deep rivers flowing and drawn from Yah. Why all this? To praise the name of Jehovah. Consequently, there stand thrones of judgment, thrones of the house of David, to inherit the holy kingdom, he and his sons, for all generations. This is the song uttered by David over the supernal holy kingdom. Rabbi Izkiah said, all in supernal mystery, to show that one who causes a defect below causes a defect above. For we have learned the conjugal duty of the wise is from Sabbath to Sabbath, since they know the mystery of the matter and can focus their heart, perfecting their will, and the children they engender are called children of the king. But if they cause a defect below, they cause a defect, as it were, in the bride above. Then it is written, the nakedness of Kalateka, your bride, you shall not expose. This pertains to those who know the ways of Torah. As for rest of the people, that which is revealed Kalateka, your daughter-in-law, simply. For by this sin, Shekinah departs from them. It has been taught the holy name is engraved in well-known ways, in inscribed letters of 22 Yod with Aleph, Aleph with Yod, Yod with Bet, Bet with Yod, Yod with Aleph, Bet, He with Gimel, Yod with He, Yod with Gimel, He with Yod, Gimel with He with Dele. All engraved with Yod. Yod elevates them. He is included in Yod, issuing from it then they crown the patriarchs. He is opened by its streams, and crowns the head of Vov, where the patriarchs abide. Vov includes 6 letters, all included in Yod. Yod is engraved with its gravings and ascends to be crowned with 12 other letters. From it issued 10 utterances, engraved, and all those paths of the supernal way, most precious of all. Then another He is comprised of them all, engraved by an extended concealed aspect, to give birth below. All are engraved in 42 letters, all of which we have explained in our Mishnah, ascending to the head of the king. 7 complete Sabbaths, separating into 70 letters, totaling 72, ascending to the letter Vov, inscribed in the portion V'yai Bishala Paro, when Pharaoh sent off, in the verse when Shekinah journeyed. 7 inscriptions are inscribed therein, 7 ascend from it by inscribed deeds. It has been taught letters ascended in known inscriptions and paths concealed except from the truly virtuous, pillars of the world. Rabbi Shimon said to Rabbi Elazar, these 22 letters engraved in Torah are all divided among these 10 utterances. Each and every one of these utterances, which are crowns of the king, is engraved with certain letters. Consequently the holy name is concealed by other letters. Every utterance lends its letters to the utterance above, since one is included in the other. So we engrave the holy name with other letters, since every single one is concealed by another until all are connected as one. One who wishes to know permutations of holy names should know those letters inscribed on each and every crown, then he will know and fathom all. I myself engraved them all, those letters inscribed specifically on each and every crown from the supernal Book of Solomon. Thereby we succeeded, and the companions have engraved them, and this is fine, since every crown lends its letters to its fellow, as we have established. Sometimes only its own letters are needed, those inscribed in it. All of them are known to the companions, and we have established them. Happy are the righteous in this world and in the world that is coming, for the blessed Holy One desires to honor them and reveals to them supernal mysteries of his holy name that he does not reveal to supernal holy ones. Thereby Moses was able to be crowned among holy ones, none of whom could come near him with blazing flame and coals of fire. Otherwise, what did he possess to stand among them? But happy is the share of Moses, for when he began to speak with him, he sought to know his holy names concealed and revealed, each one fittingly. Then he grasped and knew more than all inhabitants of the world. When Moses ascended into the glorious cloud, he entered among holy ones. A certain angel accosted him with flames of fire, flashing eyes, his wings blazing, intent on swallowing him up. That angel was named Gazriel. Then Moses invoked a certain holy name engraved with 12 letters, and the angel shook and trembled, until Moses ascended among them, and so with every single one. Happy is his share. We have already established these matters. It has been taught among the adornments of matronita. We have established some of these prohibitions of sexual licentiousness, although they are both revealed and concealed. There, her son's daughter or her daughter's daughter, for the world needs them, and they are essential to civilization, as we have established. One who exposes a single nakedness of these, woe to him, woe to his soul, for thereby he has exposed other nakednesses. Above it has been taught the final statement of the 10 utterances in Torah is, you shall not covet your neighbor's wife, for this is totality of them all, and one who covets another woman is considered to have violated the entire Torah. However, there is nothing that withstands teshuvah, especially if one receives his punishment, like King David. Rabbi Yos said, we have learned for whoever has sinned and then abandoned that sin, teshuvah is effective for him. Otherwise, he does not attain teshuvah and it avails him nothing. If so, why didn't David separate from Bathsheba afterward? He replied, Bathsheba was his, and he took what was his, and her husband had died. For it has been taught Bathsheba was destined for King David since the day that the world was created. And what delayed him? His marrying the daughter of King Saul, and that same day, Uriah married her through supplication, even though she wasn't his. Afterward, David came and took what was his, and because David forced the time in the presence of the blessed Holy One, by killing Uriah and acting so, he was displeased and punished David. For the blessed Holy One wanted to return her to David, to establish for him the holy kingdom, upon her. And when he desired what was his. It has been taught, Rabbi Yos said, why is it written, I am Yehovah, who intends to bestow a good reward on the righteous in the time to come? I am Yehovah, who intends to exact retribution from the wicked in the time to come, those of whom is written, who rebel against me. I am Jehovah, and it is written, I put to death and I bring to life. Although I am in the attribute of compassion, the wicked turn that into the attribute of judgment. For it has been taught the complete name Jehovah Elohim. If they prove worthy, Jehovah; if not, Elohim. Rabbi Shimon said, the wicked cause a defect above. What is the defect? As we have established, a real defect, and this has been discussed. It has been taught, do not approach a woman in her menstrual impurity to expose her nakedness. Rabbi Yehuda taught, the generation in which Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari dwells are all virtuous, all devout, and sin-fearing, and Shekinah dwells among them, which is not so in other generations. Consequently, words are elucidated and not concealed. For other generations are not so, they cannot reveal words of supernal mysteries, and those who know are afraid. For when Rabbi Shimon uttered the mystery of this verse, the eyes of all the companions streamed tears, and all the words that he spoke were clear in their eyes, as is written, mouth to mouth I speak with him in a clear vision, not in riddles. For one day Rabbi Yisa posed the following: an egg of truth, emerging from a bird abiding in fire, splitting into four. Two of them ascend, one descends, and one spreads a sprawl of the great sea. Rabbi Abba said, in the presence of Rabbi Shimon, you have made the holy profane, for of him is written, mouth to mouth I speak with him. Rabbi Shimon said to him, before the egg splits, you will depart from the world. And so it happened, in the assembly of Rabbi Shimon. It has been taught in the days of Rabbi Shimon, a person would say to his fellow, open your mouth and let your words shine. After Rabbi Shimon passed away, they would say, do not let your mouth make your flesh sin. It has been taught, Rabbi Shimon said, if the inhabitants of the world contemplated what is written in the Torah, they would not provoke their Lord. It has been taught, when harsh judgments are aroused to descend into the world, here is written, the secret of Jehovah is for those who revere him. This has been said in the holy assembly. Here I must reveal, for it pertains to this place. For we have learned, when the mighty serpent above is aroused through sins of the world, he dwells and conjoins with the female, injecting slime into her. The male separates from her because she is defiled and called impure, and it is not fitting for the male to approach her, for woe if he becomes defiled with her while she is defiled. It has been taught 125 species of impurity descended to the world, adhering to the side of the mighty serpent, and 27 chiefs among them attach themselves to females, clinging to them. Woe to one who approaches her, for whoever does so exposes a defect above. For by this sin, the mighty serpent is aroused and spews slime in a place where there should be none, joining with the female, and hair of the male grows, and the female is defiled, and her hair grows and her nails increase. Then judgments begin to be aroused in the world, and all is defiled, as is written, for he has defiled Jehovah's sanctuary. Jehovah's sanctuary is defiled by the sins of humanity. It has been taught, why is it written, and enmity I will set between you and the woman. 24 species of impurity are injected by the serpent into the female when he joins with her, according to the numerical value of Veva, and enmity. 24 judgments are aroused above, and 24 below. Hair grows, nails increase, and then judgments are aroused entirely. And it has been taught, when a woman wants to be purified, she must cut the hair that grew during the days of impurity, and cut her nails, all that filth within them. For it has been taught in the mysteries of impurity, the filth of nails arouses another filth, so they require hiding. And whoever eliminates them completely stimulates, as it were, he's in the world. For it has been taught, a person should not provide a token of remembrance for evil species. For we have learned 1405 evil species adhere to that filth injected by the mighty serpent, and all of them are aroused by that filth of nails. One who wants to, can even perform sorcery with them on people, due to those dangling from them. Whoever eliminates them increases, as it were, he's in the world, and evil species are nowhere to be found. One should remove that filth and the nails marked by it, for it has been taught whoever steps on them with his foot or his shoe can be harmed. If that is so with this remnant of filth above, then how much more so with a woman who receives from, and is joined with, the serpent injecting filth. Woe to the world that receives from her at that time. Therefore Rabbi Shimon said, the Blessed Holy One said, bring an atonement Eli, for me, on the new moon. Eli, above me, surely, so that the serpent will be eliminated, and the one who needs to will be sweetened. Eli, above me, as is written, seraphim were standing Mimar El, above him. Thus of Korah is written, banding together El, over Yehovah, for through them would be aroused the one who would be aroused, who comes from their side. Here, too, bring an atonement Eli, above me, really, so that the serpent will be assuaged and removed, no longer found in the place it occupies. Why all this? Because I diminished the moon, and the one who should not dominate her does so. Therefore it is written, do not approach a woman in her menstrual impurity to expose her nakedness. Happy is the generation in which Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari dwells. Happy is its share among those above and those below. Of him is written, happy are you, O land, whose king is a free man. What is a free man? One who lifts his head to reveal and explain things, and does not fear, like one who is free and says what he wants without fear. What is meant by king? This is Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari, master of Torah, master of wisdom. For when Rabbi Abba and the companions saw Rabbi Shimon, they would run after him, saying, they will follow Yehovah, who will roar like a lion. Hosea. Rabbi Shimon said, it is written, from new moon to new moon and from Sabbath to Sabbath, all flesh shall come to bow down before me, says Yehovah. Why is one equivalent to the other? Well, all attain a single rung, one coupling with the other. And joy of one in the other exists only when the Holy Ancient One reveals himself, then, joy of all. We have learned it is written, a psalm, a song L'Yom HaShabbat, for the Sabbath day. L'Yom HaShabbat, by the Sabbath day, really praise offered by the Blessed Holy One. Then joy prevails and a soul is added, for the Holy Ancient One is about to be revealed and coupling awaits. So too at the renewal of the moon, for the sun illumines her with radiant joy of the Ancient One above. Consequently, this offering is above, so that all may be assuaged and joy may prevail in the world. Thus, bring an atonement Eli, above me worded precisely. It has been taught, it is written, the ascent offering from one Sabbath to the next, Al. Besides, the perpetual ascent offering, for one should aim his heart high above, more than on other days. So Al, above, the perpetual ascent offering, precisely it has been taught concerning Hannah is written, she prayed Al, to Yehovah, weeping bitterly. Samuel Al, above, Yehovah, precisely, because children depend on the holy Mazzalah. Flux of destiny, as we have established. You cannot find a single word in Torah, or even a tiny letter, that does not allude to supernal wisdom. From each one talion tilia tilin, dangle mounds upon mounds, of aspects of supernal wisdom, as is written, his locks taltalim. Luxuriant Rabbi Yos found Rabbi Abba sitting and reciting this verse, cast your burden Al, upon, Yehovah Al, above, precisely, for sustenance depends on Mazzalah, the flux of destiny. Rabbi Yehuda, who used to recite El Zot, for this, let every devout one pray to you La'it Metso, in a time of finding, said El Zot, above this, surely La'it Metso, in a time of finding they have already established this, but La'it Metso, as is written, seek Yehovah Behimatso, when he may be found. Alternatively, La'it Metso, for a time of finding when rivers flow forth and the patriarchs are supplied and all are blessed. Only that the rush of mighty waters, who is the rush of mighty waters, depth of springs and rivers. For who can attain it who is worthy of approaching? and ascending there as is written only the rush of mighty waters that they will not reach for they are not worthy or capable. Rabbi Yitzhak said, it is written, one thing I ask of Yehovah, this is what I seek, that I may dwell in the house of Yehovah all the days of my life, to gaze upon the beauty of Yehovah and to reflect in his temple. Happy are the righteous, for whom many supernal treasures are hidden away in that world, and the blessed Holy One delights in them in those worlds, as we have established. As for the beauty of Yehovah, this has been discussed. Rabbi Izkiah said, from here no eye has seen, O God, but you, what he will do for one who awaits him he will do. The verse should read you will do. But he will do, surely corresponding to Hineni Yosef, I hereby, he will add, 15 years to your life, and corresponding to she prayed El, above, Yehovah Samuel, and all is one. Happy is the share of the righteous in this world and in the world that is coming. Of them is written, let all who shelter in you rejoice, ever jubilant as you protect them, and let those who love your name exult in you. And it is written, surely the righteous will acclaim your name, the upright will dwell in your presence, and those who know your name will trust in you, for you have not abandoned your seekers, O Yehovah. Blessed be Yehovah forever. Amen and Amen.